Legend of the Great Sage Chapter 846 to Chapter 907. What a great plan, my king. Xianxia glanced at Xianxia deeply. He was already in his 30s, but he only seemed like he was in his early 20s. His bearing was like a mountain, unshakable. His gaze was deep, distant, and unfathomable. However, he was not completely composed. Sometimes, he would smile innocently and say some things that completely contradicted his identity as the king of savages. As a result, after spending some time with him, she would even find him very amiable and peaceful. However, when it came to the specifics, it would be a different story. His plan was without a doubt to unleash the full potential of the bone-eating shamans. Only a relatively balanced battle would be the most intense, providing the Azura field with the most power. The group of Azura were all sacrifices too, including her. Actually, Xianxia was only the decision-maker. He had left the specific details to little Anne. He was not actually skilled in meticulous planning. However, little Anne's plans were his plans. If he had done it, then he had done it. There was nothing to deny. As a result, he smiled. Wasn't it all for your sake in the beginning? No matter how I schemed, I'll always support you. I won't let your life be in danger. Although he was very vengeful, he would never forget the help that others had given him. Xianxia looked at his sincere smile and felt her heart warm up for some reason. Then thank you, my king. I don't want to return to the Azure realm for now. That's not up to you right now. You're mine now. If you do return to the Azure realm one day, you'll definitely be fighting under my banner. Xianxia waved his hand forcefully. I hope so too. As they spoke, the battle formation assembled by the Azura had already killed their way into the battlefield. Their auras merged together, like a steel blade plunging into butter. Wherever they passed by, blood splattered and limbs flew everywhere. The bone-eating shamans were all routed. Even the tribal leaders who had undergone the heavenly tribulation struggled to fend off their attacks. They were slain in a single clash, their bodies torn to pieces. The Azura charged back and forth, sweeping through everything in their path. The intensity of the battlefield increased once again. If this were a regular clash between armies, the bone-eating shamans would have still collapsed. However, in the Azura field, everyone's battle intent had been pushed to the limit. They were delirious. Instead, they were attracted by the Azura's aura and rushed towards them without a care for anything else. With a thought from Xianxia, several thousand more bone-eating shamans were thrown into the Azura field. Among them were 3 tribal chieftains who had undergone the heavenly tribulation and a great shaman priest who knew how to cast techniques. They finally stopped the Azura's advance. Although the Azuras had all sorts of advantages, they were still outnumbered and trapped in a turbulent sea of people. They gradually showed signs of exhaustion. They wanted to break out of the encirclement again, but Xianxia just happened to have almost 20,000 bone-eating shamans blocking their path several times. Trapped in the encirclement, they began to suffer injuries and deaths. However, the more desperate the situation was, the purer and denser the Azura's fighting spirit became. His killing intent was like a beacon that shot into the sky. The blood-colored vortex spun even faster. Originally, Little Anne's plan was to deplete all of these Azura here, sacrificing them to the Azura field through a battle to the death. However, when he saw this, Xianxia instead found it rather difficult to spare them. They won't die. Xianxia had been observing Xianxia the entire time and said. Xianxia turned around. Since you don't need them to fight, why don't you just let them go? Every single Azura has to go through countless battles, deaths, and resurrections before they can reach the apex. They've never had any enemies here, so as time goes on, their battle spirits will inevitably be damaged. This is far worse than physical damage. Once their battle spirits wear away, they'll truly be dead. Keeping them here will instead harm them. Why don't you let them return to the Azura realm with battle spirits? Xianxia said. Xianxia nodded and threw another 20,000 bone-eating shamans into the battlefield. They were like a colossal meat grinder, annihilating all life. He had captured close to 100,000 bone-eating shamans from various parts of the Mist province. It was even greater than when Xianxia refined the Azura field in the past. And, probably many of the bone-eating shamans who died here would return to the Azure realm and be reincarnated as Azura. Aren't you afraid that your battle spirits will wear away? Li Qingshan asked Din Qing. I'm a mighty Azura commander, so how can I be compared to these little guys? A little rest is nothing. Not to mention, just keeping that poison-using old man busy has made up for all my slacking off in the past few days. Even if I want to wear away my battle spirits with you, it won't be easy. There will be even better battles waiting for you in the future. Li Qingshan smiled. He thought to himself, once this refinement is complete, I should be able to trap third heavenly tribulation existences for a while. There was no need for him to trap third heavenly tribulation existences here. That was impossible. All he had to do was obstruct their escape slightly, and the Azure field would become a battlefield that would not stop until one of them died. A while later, the last Azure died in battle. Before he died, he even dragged a bone-eating chieftain down with him. Blood flowed like rivers on the ground, seeping deeply into the soil. A single step would sink into the mud, like a swamp of blood. The blood continued to seep downwards until it reached the center of the Azure field. Blood-red light filled the surroundings, becoming more and more compatible with the will of the Azure realm, but no Azure descended. This was under Li Qingshan's conscious control. As the Azure field rapidly strengthened, it could already block out regular Azure, saving its strength and waiting for an Azure commander to appear. Li Qingshan simply threw all of the bone-eating shamans into the battlefield, only keeping the 6-second heavenly tribulation bone-eating shamans suppressed. 2 of them were shaman priests. In order to capture them alive, it had taken him quite a bit of effort. Now, they were all suppressed, waiting for the Azure commander that could rival them to appear. After waiting for a while longer, Li Qingshan suddenly said, "He's finally here." Violent murderousness surged out from the depths of the blood-red swirl, sweeping through the entire battlefield. A blood-red comet descended from above, slamming into the ground viciously. With a great boom, a wave of earth swept out into the surroundings. Several hundred bone-eating shamans were directly shaken to death, while over 1,000 bone-eating shamans were sent flying. In the huge, deep pit created by the collision, a vicious, bald, burly man leapt out. He happened to be an Azure commander. However, to Li Qingshan's disappointment, the weapon in his hand was a huge spiky club, dark and glossy with a layer of blood-red light. At first glance, it seemed like a huge club. Its surface was uneven, and the spiky teeth varied in size too, protruding from it in a sparse and messy manner. However, it gave off an indescribable sense of viciousness. Li Qingshan nodded to himself. This weapon suited his taste very well. Yin Qing said, "It's time for the main show." The Azure commander sensed something and gazed at the great snow mountain, but it was empty. The powerful bone-eating shamans entered the Azure field and immediately broke free from the suppression. They both raised their guard when they saw one another. They all came from different tribes. Bone-eating shamans had always had a tradition of eating their own clansmen. Compared to corpses, all of them preferred living ones. Unlike regular bone-eating shamans, they instead seemed closer to humans on the outside. They restrained the various powers in their bodies and condensed them in their skulls, which they called the brain core. They were similar to the demon cores of demons and the golden cores of human cultivators. If they could eat their opponent's brain core and body, their strength would skyrocket. No one could resist this temptation. However, this stalemate only lasted for a split second. The sight before them left them astounded even though they were used to seeing slaughter. Under the blood-red swirl, countless bone-eating shamans of various sizes slaughtered one another. Corpses piled up into a thick layer as the battle cries were deafening. "Where is this? I want to kill too. That man." A bone-eating shaman said hoarsely. When he recalled the pair of terrifying scarlet eyes, his heart shivered, and he felt even more hatred. "I don't know. We were all captured. This seems to be the aura of the Azure realm. We have to keep our minds focused, or we'll end up killing one another just like them," said a bone-eating shaman priest. A bone-eating shaman priest said. He seemed like a hunchbacked old man, holding a walking stick. Bystanders would struggle to connect him to the bone-eating shamans who fed on humans. "I've never seen so many bone-eating shamans in my life. Looks like all the bone-eating tribes in the entire Mist province have failed to escape." Did he capture us just to make us kill one another? I don't know. He must have his reasons for not killing us. Perhaps he's just toying with us. We have to escape. What's that? The six of them conversed with one another. Suddenly, tremendous killing intent surged towards them. Gazing towards the center of the battlefield, a streak of blood-red light knocked away the bone-eating shamans in their way. Weapons whistled over. There was only a single person, the Azura commander with the spiky club. The Azura commander was currently engaged in a massacre in the sea of people, but he also found it boring. A one-sided slaughter like this brought him extremely limited benefits. Suddenly, he sensed 6 powerful auras descend, and he could not help but laugh aloud, charging over. Be careful. He seems to be an Azura. There's no grievance between us. I'll go talk to him. Maybe he's also that man's lackey, specially coming to kill us. If we can't get through to him, do you think the 6 of us are afraid of him? Anyone who doesn't contribute at this time can just wait to die. Are you an Azura? Why don't we sit down and have a talk? Don't become someone's tool. The hunchbacked old man stepped forward. His eyes were shining brightly, and his voice was sometimes high and sometimes low. There were countless ups and downs in every sentence, making people feel extremely uncomfortable. He quietly cast a witchcraft that affected one's mind. If he wanted to establish his identity as a leader, his chances of survival would increase. The Azura general's speed increased by another 30%. In the blink of an eye, he arrived and smashed his mace down with a sinister smile. Overwhelming strength, even a mountain peak would be smashed to pieces. At the same time, it contained countless transformations, sealing off the hunchbacked old man's retreat. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Xianxia would not have believed that a mace could actually execute such an exquisite move. The hunchbacked old man raised his walking stick in horror, and his body emitted waves of invisible power to resist the mace. The two forces collided violently, and the walking stick was pressed down inch by inch. He shouted, "Come and save me!" The 5 people behind him did not deliberately leave him in the lurch, and they attacked together. The Azura general's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. With a furious roar, the mace burst forth with a dazzling red light. With a bang, the hunchbacked old man was smashed into a pile of meat paste. Then, he was sent flying by the attack that followed, but a delighted smile appeared on his face. Outside the Azura field, Xianxia saw this and could not help but grin. They were trying to influence an Azura commander's mind in the Azura field. Was there something wrong with their heads? In reality, although the shaman priests of many shaman tribes in the Mist province could use powerful, mysterious, and ancient shaman arts that even cultivators feared, they were all specialized in a single aspect. They were nowhere near as versatile as the techniques of cultivators, and their bodies were even weaker. Once they were suppressed, especially when they faced a super warrior like the Azura commander, their fates would obviously be very miserable. Although the Azura general had taken their combined attack and suffered a few severe wounds on his body, as an Azura general who specialized in close combat, this was not much of an injury at all. In the time it took for him to fly out, he had mostly recovered. As soon as he landed loudly on the ground, he immediately leapt out of the dust and flew into the air, gazing down at the 5 remaining bone-eating shamans. He raised his mace high into the air, and his battle intent and murderousness became even heavier. However, the first reaction of the 5 bone-eating shamans after sending the Azura commander flying was not to pursue him. Instead, they fought over the meat paste on the ground, directly shoving it into their mouths. Their mouths immediately widened to an unbelievable degree, and they swallowed the meat paste without even chewing it. If it were not for the fact that a powerful enemy was right beside them and they were in a predicament, they would basically throw their lives at each other for the sake of the brain core and the skull. The tiny bit of tacit understanding they had just developed vanished completely. When the Azura commander turned around and lunged over, the 5 of them were still on guard. The Azura commander's gaze locked onto the bone-eating shaman priest at the very back. His battle instincts told him to defeat this person first, but the other 4 would definitely stop him. Although the 4 of them were weaker than him in terms of physique and skill in battle, they were not easy to deal with even if they worked together. Just who was the master of this Azura field? Who cares? I'll just kill them all. The only remaining shaman priest also waved his staff and unleashed an invisible power, but he did not fight to the death with the Azura commander. Instead, he turned around and fled, whistling away with nothing to rely on. He actually moved very quickly. Because he had been casting shaman arts from afar, he did not even get close to the battle just now, so he was filled with resentment. His body was the weakest here, so he was completely afraid of letting the Azura commander approach him, afraid that he would follow in the footsteps of the old man and be torn apart and eaten. Now that he had fled, none of the remaining 4 were willing to take the blame. They all had to digest their newfound power, so they all turned around and fled in different directions. What the hell is this group of people? Li Qingshan rubbed his forehead. Originally, he was still worried whether the situation would become unbalanced if it was 6 against 1, but he could not help but admit he was wrong now. This was clearly 1 against 6. Hidden in the space, Yin was taken aback too. Originally, she planned on waiting until both sides were heavily injured before finding an opportunity to assassinate them, but she never thought the second heavenly tribulation bone-eating shamans would scatter in all directions after just a single clash. The Azura commander missed, which angered him instead of delighting. He spat viciously and chose the slowest one to chase after. But clearly, speed was his weakness. Even the slowest bone-eating shaman was slightly faster than him. Carrying a ferocious and heavy mace was obviously not an advantage in a long-distance race. It was not easy to catch one within a radius of a few hundred miles. Yin hid in space, just about to consider whether she should strike or not. Her target should be the shaman priest who fled first. Someone with a weak body like that was the best prey for assassins. In the past, assassinating someone like that was basically a piece of cake. Now, she was 30 to 50% confident. She lurked in space quietly, like a cheetah crouching in the bushes, waiting for an opportunity to appear. The bone-eating shaman priest sensed nothing, flying to the edge of the Azura field in a single breath. Just now, he stopped and began attempting to break through the region. The other bone-eating shamans attempted the same thing, either attacking with shaman arts or using their fists. Li Qingshan was unfazed, suppressing the Azura field firmly. Seeing how he was unable to break through the spatial barrier, the bone-eating shaman priest could not help but panic. He closed his eyes and chanted, unleashing all of his powers. But his back was wide open. Yinqing's eyes narrowed. She gripped the circular blade firmly and struck out instinctively. At the same time, an invisible power enveloped her. The scenery around her changed, and she had already been moved out of the Azura field, arriving in the 8-point hall. Yinqing let out a very gloomy sigh. What orders do you have, my king? Li Qingshan sat on the ground, holding the Azura field in one hand and rubbing his chin with the other. He was in thought. Little and leaned against his side quietly as her seaweed-like hair flowed down. Yinqing could not help but glance at her a few more times. She secretly compared them inside and developed a hint of jealousy. She smiled self-deprecatingly and sighed inside. She really had been in this human world for too long. When fighting in the Azura field, who cared about appearances? All that mattered was the strength of the body and the level of martial skill. She was just far too outstanding. Her bearing was like that of a person of the heavenly way, yet different. Her strength was startlingly great too. Who knew where he found her? Don't do anything for now. I've gone to so much trouble to capture them unscathed. If they die all of a sudden, it'll be far too much of a waste. Li Qingshan said without even raising his head, paying attention to the Azura field. Sure enough, the Azura commander with the spiked club could not catch up to the bone-eating shaman. He cursed aloud before leaning on the spiked club and sitting down on a small hill. He called out, "Who's the master of this Azura field? Get your ass out here and eat my club." Naturally, no one responded, so he simply put his hands on his waist and cursed at the sky, his voice shaking the heavens. However, it was clear that he had fought in the Azura realm for a long time. His vocabulary was not very rich, and he kept cursing. Should I promise these bone-eating shamans that as long as they kill this Azura commander, I'll spare them so that I can incite their passion for battle? Li Qingshan muttered to himself. Ignore them, little, and suddenly said. Why? The Azura field has become even stronger, while the bone-eating shamans have very weak mental fortitude and cultivation, so they'll be influenced more and more deeply. There's going to be a battle in the end. If we try to seduce or force them, it won't be good. It's better to let nature take its course. Little and said. The Azura field spanned several hundred kilometers. It was not exactly large, but it was not exactly small either. The Azura commander's speed was his weakness, but as long as he remained in the center and walked in any direction, he could reach the boundary in a while. He could threaten these bone-eating shamans at any time. This game of hide-and-seek could not last for too long. If these bone-eating shamans did not want to die, they had to work together and fend off him. By the time the influence of the Azura field grew deeper and deeper, and they could no longer maintain their rationality, it would be too late. Sure enough, she's the one scheming, Xianxia thought. Then she asked, this will definitely take up a lot of time. I can't stay outside forever. If she stayed in the Azura field, then the club-wielding Azura commander would definitely treat her as an enemy and attack her as well. It would not be particularly dangerous, but it would still be very troublesome, and it would interfere with the battle. Little and said, that's exactly what I want you to stay in there. However, it's not to assassinate them during the chaos, but to maintain the balance. Let them clash a few more times. It might be a little depressing, but you can say it's a way to hone their battle spirit. Sure enough, it's all part of her plan. Xianxia sighed inside. He really was not as pure as he seemed on the surface. As she gazed into his clear, deep eyes, they seemed to be empty, reflecting nothing at all, which made her shiver inside. She could not help but think of the strike she had used to assassinate the myriad poison ancestor on Savage Mountain. It's a good idea, but Xianxia is still recovering, so you better forget about it. Li Qingshan shook his head. No, this is also to help me recover my strength, so I should do my part. Some pressure isn't a bad thing. It's time for me to experience the atmosphere of the battlefield. Please send me back, my king. Xianxia thought of something and said, though, I have a request. I hope my king can agree to it. What? Even if I face life-threatening danger, don't lend me a hand, and don't teleport me away if there's nothing important. That's a battlefield. Xianxia said. All right, I promise you. Soon after Xianxia entered the Azura field, the Azura commander discovered her. After all, it was impossible for her to hide in space the entire time. That was far too taxing on her, and coupled with her injuries, it was even more impossible. However, she was extremely fast, and she could teleport away as well. If she fled blindly, there was nothing the Azura commander could do about her. He cursed again out of anger, but he did not let his guard down at all. As an Azura, he understood the dangers of his own kind the most, let alone an assassin. Under the blood-red swirl, the battle continued. The battle continued for another half a day. The ground had already absorbed enough blood, and blood flowed everywhere. Pools of blood formed in the river. Suddenly, a powerful aura emerged from the depths of the swirl, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Li Qingshan beamed with joy. Another one has come. I wonder what weapon it is this time. When he saw the weapon in the Azura commander's hand, he could not help but open his mouth slightly. His expression became extremely strange. A month later, the chaotic battle in the Azura field finally came to an end. With 100,000 bone-eating shamans as sacrifices, the Azura field had become even stronger. Little and had also obtained sufficient resources to cultivate, and not only had Xianxia's strength recovered, but she had even made it to a whole new level. Just when everyone was happy, Li Qingshan let out a long sigh. He wielded an Azura armament in each hand, with a spiked club in his left hand and a spiked club in his right. Although the style differed drastically, with one dark and heavy, primitive and brutal, while the other shone with light and exquisite, they were clearly the same weapon, spiked clubs. Fuck. Only 2 Azura commanders have come, and they both use weapons as obscure as spiked clubs. It's not like your brothers by blood. Li Qingshan tossed the 2 spiked clubs onto the ground. The ground trembled and produced 2 great craters. This was not just because of Li Qingshan's strength, but also because the 2 spiked clubs were extremely heavy. Each one weighed over 5,000 kilograms. Little and comforted him. Spiked clubs are great too, and you even have 2 of them. Li Qingshan said furiously, what's great about them? Only the damn extras in the stronghold use spiked clubs, and you're even carrying 2 of them. That's so lame. Little and tilted her head. Even with how clever she was, she had no idea what kind of exotic beasts these damn extras were. Anyway, they were not particularly powerful. Yinqing smiled resplendently. Li Qingshan glared at her, and she cleared her throat. My king, I actually think this suits you better than the sword. With the insight I've honed in the Azure realm, you shouldn't have taken the path of the sword in the first place. Then what should I take? The path of spiked clubs. Li Qingshan swung the spiked clubs in his hands viciously. Pfft. Cough cough, I've never heard of that before. Yinqing held back her laughter as she let the 2 vicious spiked clubs swing back and forth in front of her, creating a fierce gale. Li Qingshan was extremely domineering, and Little and couldn't help but nod. That does make sense. Qingshan, aren't you quite comfortable using them? Li Qingshan's body stiffened, and he suddenly put away the spiked clubs. He couldn't help but think about what Yinqing had said. Back then, he had cultivated the way of the sword largely because of the cursive sword calligraphy. Little and had comprehended a set of exquisite sword techniques and then taught it to him, which were much better than using other weapons. As he walked step by step, he had gotten used to it, and he had never thought about changing weapons. However, after he completely repaired the 3 absolutes calligraphy, he had this thought instead. The way of the sword contained within the 3 absolutes calligraphy was indeed profound and mysterious, forming a style of its own. However, the more it was like this, the more he felt uncoordinated. It was similar to the feeling he had when he cultivated the Phoenix Sutra of Nerva. He always felt that he was lacking that little bit, and it was difficult for him to comprehend its essence. If Li Qingshan's comprehension was poor, then how could a peerless divine ability like the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine be simple? What kind of person was the 5 absolutes immortal? He was the reincarnation of a celestial being, unparalleled in the world in the 4 arts, chess, and calligraphy. He had fused the way of the sword into calligraphy and painting, and was unparalleled in his generation. What kind of person was Li Qingshan? He had started out in the wilderness of a mountain village and had slaughtered his way to where he was now. His mind was filled with the 3 vulgar thoughts of fighting powerful enemies, drinking good wine, and sleeping with beautiful women. He was lustful, but he could forget about being romantic. To put it bluntly, in essence, they were 2 completely opposite people. As a result, he couldn't see any sword techniques from the cursive sword calligraphy back then, and he couldn't comprehend the way of the sword with the 3 absolutes calligraphy now. Perhaps he had truly chosen the wrong weapon. He had to cultivate the Phoenix Sutra of Nerva, but his weapon didn't necessarily have to be a sword. As a result, he asked Yinqing, "What weapon do you think I should use?" Yinqing said, "I can't say for sure. You'll have to experience it yourself. I only chose this circular blade after trying many weapons. The various experiments I've tried before have actually been very beneficial. Then let's try the spiked mace first." Li Qingshan muttered to himself before raising the spiked mace in his hand. He found it much more pleasing to the eye. The second spiked mace descended into the azure field, and the first opponent it found was the first spiked mace. The 2 Azura commanders wielded the same weapon, and after a round of clanging sounds, they fought many more times afterwards. Li Qingshan thought about it for a moment, and he could clearly recall every detail of every battle. Although the spiked mace path was clumsy and ingenious, with all sorts of ingenuity, it was much simpler and more direct than the way of the sword. With a foundation in the way of the sword, learning it was also very easy. In short, all he had to do was smash the enemy. There was no need to use the light-splitting technique or condense chi into threads. However, compared to the spiked mace, Li Qingshan actually missed another weapon more. That weapon had allowed him to realize his own strength for the first time in his life, and it had even helped him kill his first person. "Are you in a better mood, my king?" Yinqing smiled. "I'm in a better mood, but isn't my luck a little too good?" Li Qingshan glanced at Yinqing. Her beautiful eyes were smiling, diluting her frigid murderousness, which made her seem more and more feminine. "Actually, this isn't a coincidence. Regular Azura commanders are determined for battle, and they're completely unwilling to leave the Azura realm. Only people who wield heavy weapons like that can't react in time and get sucked into the Azura field. Even if it's not a spiked club, it'll be something like a huge hammer. When the power of the Azura field becomes stronger, there will be other weapons. But for an assassin like me, don't even think about it. Yinqing placed a hand on her waist as if she was not just showing off her identity as an assassin, but her impressive figure as well. She was not shy at all. I see. You can say that I'm quite lucky. Li Qingshan smiled. He sensed little An's gaze beside him and coughed gently, concealing his expression. That's strange. The bone-eating shaman king should have received the news already, so why hasn't he come to avenge his clansmen? Don't tell me he's in secluded cultivation? The battle had basically wiped out all the bone-eating shaman tribes in the Mist Province. 100,000 bone-eating shamans had died, so it was impossible to keep the news under wraps. He had ordered the 10 cave masters to act in secret to earn more time to refine the Azura field. Now that another month had passed, the news should have spread a long time ago. The 10 cave masters had basically traversed the entire Mist Province, fighting several hundred bone-eating tribes, so it was impossible for them to leave no traces at all. The bone-eating shaman king only needed to investigate a little, and he could track them down very easily and find Savage Mountain. Li Qingshan was already prepared. When the bone-eating shaman king attacked Savage Mountain, he would use the formations to deplete his strength before launching a sudden attack and trapping him in the Azura field. Then he would work with the myriad poison ancestor, Little and Yinqing to surround and kill him, and then he could take over Bone-Eating City. After completing all of this, the Azura field would definitely become even stronger, which would be beneficial to his cultivation of the Tiger Demon transformation. It was even possible for him to break through to the 5th layer of the Tiger Demon during the intense battle. The plan could not be described as flawless, but it could be regarded as well-connected. However, even now, there had been no news at all, so he could not help but find it strange. Little and said, "It doesn't matter. If he doesn't come, we'll lure him here." In the eastern part of the Mist Province, there was a majestic city. The stone buildings of varying heights were covered in creepers, which displayed different colors as the seasons changed. Although it was not as exquisite and refined as the ones in the prefectural city of Clear River, it had its own unique flavor. The spiritual energy in the city was dense, even more so than on Savage Mountain. It was actually a rare blessed land. A majestic divine hall sat on a tall hill at the center of the city. It was the core of the blessed land, and it was even better than the Octaterra Hall on Savage Mountain. The tens of thousands of trees outside the city had been cut down, and the miasma had been expelled as well. The land had been opened up into rolling fields that were full of vitality. When the sun set in the west, a long horn sounded in the temple. The farmers returned to the city in groups. The sunset dyed the fields of the city bright red. The temple looked even more magnificent and noble, peaceful. When a farmer passed through the city gates, he gazed up at the top of the city gates. For large words were carved deeply in ancient letters, Bone-Eating City. There were 1,000,000 people in the city, but only 100th of them were bone-eating shamans. The rest were all mortals, or in other words, vegetables. The men were ordered to farm day after day. Because the spiritual energy in the blessed land was dense and there was plenty of food, every single one of them was strong and healthy. Weak, crippled infants became food as soon as they were born, but only bone-eating shamans with relatively higher status had the right to enjoy them. Regular bone-eating shamans could only wait until the men's bodies weakened and they lost the ability to work before they could feast on them. However, the women did not have to farm. They only had a single job, which was to give birth. They gave birth one after another until they lost the ability to give birth and also became food. Just like that, they reproduced generation after generation. A few lucky ones would be nurtured into bone-eating shamans, while most of the others would become so-called vegetables, giving birth to even more bone-eating shamans or vegetables. This was the holy land of bone-eating shamans. There was no need for them to hunt arduously or fight against the various shamans, and they could obtain sufficient food. However, even with a population of 1,000,000, raising 100th of bone-eating shamans was already the limit. And the number of vegetables was limited by the size of the land, so it was impossible for them to expand any further. As a result, a group of bone-eating shamans would be exiled every few years, turning into bone-eating tribes and scattering across the entire Mist Province. Among these tribes, if they reached a certain level of cultivation or demonstrated extremely great talent, they would have the opportunity to return to Bone-Eating City. There was an endless stream of pilgrims. But recently, the pilgrims had suddenly vanished. The city was rife with discussion. The Bone-Eating Shaman King sent people to investigate, but they had yet to find anything. Just who is it? Who's bold enough to hunt down my clansmen so wantonly? A furious voice rang out in the Bone-Eating Divine Hall, shattering the silence of dusk and ringing through the entire city. Whether it was bone-eating shamans or mortals, they all knelt in the direction of the Divine Hall, as silent as cicadas in winter. The noisy city suddenly fell silent. At the very top of the Bone-Eating Divine Hall was a stone wall around 300 meters tall. It was painted with a lifelike totem of Xianxia, overlooking the entire city. In front of the totem wall, a middle-aged man stood on the tall steps, waving his black scepter around. His face was filled with fury. He wore long robes with a dark black base and dark red edges, which made him seem like a dignified king. However, the single horn on his forehead, the wings on his back, and the terrifying aura that rushed into the clouds all demonstrated his identity, the Bone-Eating Shaman King. Shaman King, according to the results of divination, the enemy comes from the south. The great shaman priest stood below the steps, raising her head and reporting with a sharp, hoarse voice. She resembled an old woman, her back bent beyond recognition, only the height of a 10-year-old child. She wore a black crown of feathers on her head and wore ragged, colorful shaman robes. The South? Don't tell me it's the myriad poison cult? The dark red wings on the Bone-Eating Shaman King's back flapped furiously. No, Shaman King, it's not the myriad poison cult. It's the cave masters of Savage Mountain, said the great shaman priest. Savage Mountain? Just them? Why would they do something like that? The Bone-Eating Shaman King frowned. Only then did he remember what kind of place that was. Savage Mountain was only a second-rate organization in the Mist Province, a motley crew. If they had only destroyed a few bone-eating tribes, then it would be nothing. He actually did not care too much about the fate of the bone-eating tribes outside. However, an extermination operation like that was completely different. They were clearly going to become mortal enemies, so where did they find the courage to do so? So be it if it was just weaker tribes, but the stronger tribes all had second heavenly tribulation bone-eating chieftains or shaman priests. They possessed a geographical advantage, so how could they fall so easily? Savage Mountain is no longer the Savage Mountain of the past. Now, it's occupied by a White Hawk commander called Xianxia. He used the Blood Oath Scroll to control 10 demonic cultivators and 10 cave masters. He calls himself the King of Savages and contends against the myriad poison cult, said the great shaman priest. The King of Savages? He's undergone the third heavenly tribulation, so how can he be a White Hawk commander? Bone-Eating City was several tens of thousand kilometers away from the south. The Bone-Eating Shaman King had always been cultivating in the city, so he knew very little about Xianxia. No, he's only at the second heavenly tribulation, but he's very powerful. Even the myriad poison cult suffered a great loss against him. Most of their disciples died, and even the myriad poison ancestor couldn't do anything to him. As for why he did that, I have no idea. A sliver of worry appeared in the great shaman priest's eyes. Savage Mountain? Very good. Xianxia, very good. I'll make them pay the price. I'll make them noobs in the city for the rest of their lives. I'll cut off a piece of their flesh every day and eat it. It'll definitely help my cultivation reach a new level. The bone-eating shaman king's mouth was filled with sharp fangs. He unfurled his wings and kicked up a fierce gust of wind. He was about to fly thousands of kilometers away and capture Xianxia and the others so that he could drink with him. This was not recklessness. Instead, it originated from the shaman king's confidence. As long as he understood the enemy's location, without an opponent on the same level, whatever geniuses, whatever arcane treasures, were all useless. However, unbeknownst to him, the myriad poison ancestor was going to attack Savage Mountain with the same confidence. Shaman King, please wait. Xianxia's master is the Chan Monastery of Devanaga of the Green Province. His master is a monk king, and there's a woman with him too. She's also a disciple of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. Humph. The Chan Monastery of Devanaga. Are they bold enough to come to the Mist Province? Even the myriad poison ancestor isn't afraid, so why would I be? The three great sects of the Green Province possessed tremendous strength, and the bone-eating shaman king had heard of their name a long time ago. The four guardian kings of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga were renowned throughout the world, but with the hostile relationship between the two provinces, there was no need for them to worry too much. The myriad poison ancestor thought the same too. The great shaman priest was not bold enough to say that the myriad poison ancestor had suffered so much, yet he still failed to take down Savage Mountain. Before we go to battle, we should offer sacrifices to great god Xianxia and divine. With that, the bone-eating shaman king's fury subsided a lot. He found the great shaman priest's words to be reasonable. This entire matter was filled with oddities. Let alone everything else, just grasping the location of every single bone-eating tribe was unbelievable. There were large and small bone-eating tribes. They were not like regular tribes, living in the same place for generations. Instead, they constantly moved around in search of even more food. A White Hawk commander from the Green Province had actually grasped the location of every single bone-eating tribe so precisely before launching an attack with lightning speed. That was far beyond his abilities. And there was a great question. Just why was he doing this? Just what kind of benefits, or in other words, what made him bold enough to act so fearlessly? If it were for forging artifacts, wouldn't it be much easier to find 100,000 mortals? Bone-eating shamans focused on tempering their bodies. Apart from an extremely small number of them who had undergone heavenly tribulations, the souls of regular bone-eating shamans were not much stronger than mortals. Could it be that there was a deeper conspiracy behind this? The world was becoming more and more turbulent right now. At a time like this, why did two genius disciples of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga come to the south despite the tremendous risk instead of cultivating in the Green Province obediently? Now that he calmed down and thought about it like that, it really was full of mysteries. He could not afford to be careless. Alright, up to you then. I will definitely get revenge for this, said the bone-eating shaman king. He was not acting on impulse, but a king had his dignity as a king. The great shaman priest took his leave in a hurry to prepare for the sacrificial ceremony. The bone-eating shaman king sank into his thoughts for a while longer before turning around and gazing at the totem wall. He bowed slightly and made a gesture of prayer. Great God Xianxia, please bless my bone-eating clan with the utmost viciousness and evil, never to be redeemed for their sins. There will be a day when demons will return to this world and do whatever they want. The eyes of the Xianxia totem seemed to move, revealing a vicious smile filled with malice. Xianxia sat on the dark red ground. This was under the blood-red swirl, where 100,000 bone-eating shamans fought and died. Little and had already incinerated the corpses, but the whistling of the wind was like surging murderousness. However, the whistling of the wind was like a surging murderous aura. The sounds of weapons clashing and battle cries were still echoing in his ears. If he were a regular cultivator, he would definitely be restless, unable to eat or sleep in peace, but Xianxia felt very comfortable. The tiger demon roared in his heart, becoming more and more vicious. A while later, he opened his eyes and exhaled gently. He had completed another stage of cultivation. Little and, why does the brain core of this bone-eating shaman seem so similar to the demon heart of demon folk? However, it's also a little different. Xianxia held a colorless, half-transparent crystal between his fingers. He raised it and gazed at it, reflecting the blood-red swirl in the sky. It's the same, but it's also different. Little and busied about, placing crystal skulls around Xianxia one by one, vaguely forming a formation. What do you mean it's the same, but it's also different? Xianxia spread out his limbs and laid down, gazing at the blood-red swirl in the sky. The ground was moist and warm, where the smell of earth and blood mixed together to form a wondrous scent. Taking a deep breath, he felt refreshed. Demon folk have invaded the 9 provinces many times in the past. Although they've all been vanquished in the end, the effects are extremely far-reaching. Many cultivation methods and techniques of the cultivation community originate from the demonic arts and magics of demon folk. They've just changed their appearance slightly. In particular, in the wilderness, the core shaman techniques of some shaman tribes are directly the cultivation methods of demon folk. Speaking of which, your demon suppression statuary is also a cultivation method created by demon folk. Little An smiled and came to his side. She sat directly on his stomach and supported her cheek with one hand as she spoke. Great Xiao's vigilance against demon folk is so great. The actions of the bone-eating shamans are basically the same as demon folk, so how did they manage to develop until now? Li Qingshan asked in confusion. That's why I said there's still a difference. The demon hearts of demon folk are planted from a young age, while the brain cores of bone-eating shamans are condensed after birth. No matter how evil shamans commit, they still know they're doing evil. They're just demonic cultivators. Li Qingshan nodded. The demonic cultivators of this world were not just for show. For the sake of refining treasures, the White Lotus Mother had slaughtered 200,000 people in an entire city, and that was only one of the many examples. Compared to that, the bone-eating shamans only had the word eat, and they ate for the sake of survival. It was impossible for Great Xia to kill all the demonic cultivators in the world. If they really did that, they wouldn't be far from destruction. The humans had internal strife, but the ones happy were still the demons. Once the demons gained the upper hand, they would definitely eat humans much more viciously than the bone-eating shamans. Little An continued, demon folk have good and evil reversed. They have no idea they're doing evil at all. Their very existence blasphemes the gods and Buddhas, and once they successfully invade, they'll twist the laws of this world and turn everyone into demons. In other words, my demon suppression statuary might be able to restrain the bone-eating shaman king? If I had known earlier, I would have tested it. Li Qingshan said with some pity. When he swept through the bone-eating tribes, he had directly used his abilities to crush them. He had never thought about using the demon suppression statuary. It will restrain them, but they're a major realm of cultivation apart. The demons are probably much stronger, said Little and, fair enough. The myriad poison ancestor can be regarded as a standard great demonic cultivator. His demonic nature is terrifyingly powerful, but I didn't feel like it could restrain him much back then. At the end of the day, it all comes down to who has a higher cultivation and a bigger fist. It's already very impressive that the demon suppression statuary can suppress demonic cultivators and demon folk at the same realm of cultivation. I've investigated the demon folk who created the demon suppression statuary in the Chan monastery of Devanaga. Although a lot of the information is obscure and unclear, and many things have been erased and smeared, according to my speculation, if he hadn't suddenly switched sides during the last demon plague and used the demon suppression statuary to purge the demons, the Chan monastery of Devanaga would have been destroyed already. That's powerful. Li Qingshan was surprised before smiling. In other words, he can be regarded as a demonic traitor. Little An took the brain core from Li Qingshan's hand and stood up. The chi-consuming formation of 9 breaths is almost complete. Prepare to begin. Come. Li Qingshan leapt to his feet as a thought flashed through his head. He wondered how the myriad poison ancestor was doing in Bone-Eating City. The sun set in the west and night rose up. The sky was filled with stars. The bone-eating shaman king gazed at the distant horizon and suddenly saw a green star whistle over with a long tail. His expression could not help but change, and he gripped the black scepter firmly. Shaman King, how have you been? In the blink of an eye, the green light arrived above Bone-Eating City, turning into the myriad poison ancestor and gazing down. Fellow myriad poison, you sure have changed quite a bit. Perhaps I should call you the myriad poison ghost king in the future. There were only so many great cultivators in the Mist province. Over the lengthy period of time, basically all of them had met before. However, they normally cultivated separately, so they rarely came into contact with one another. The myriad poison ancestor's sudden visit surprised the bone-eating shaman king slightly. Afterwards, he saw that the myriad poison ancestor had already become a ghost cultivator, which made him even more surprised. Very few great cultivators would willingly give up on their bodies. Looking at his age, it was not like he had reached the end of his lifespan, so why would he make a choice like that? Was it because he refined and used poison all year round, which had reduced his lifespan? As for the possibility that someone had destroyed the myriad poison ancestor's body, it only flashed through his head. It's just a title. You can call me whatever you want. However, even if I become a ghost cultivator, I'm not weaker than anyone. The myriad poison ancestor gave off his aura without hiding it at all. For a moment, chilly winds whistled, and poisonous flames rose up, dyeing the sky a miserable green. When demonic cultivators communicated with one another, displaying their strength was the most important step. Only when they were strong enough could they communicate as equals. Old Man Myriad Poison is actually still so powerful after becoming a ghost cultivator. Looks like he obtained a supreme, brilliant ghost cultivation method, which is why he made this decision. He can't be underestimated. The bone-eating shaman king thought and raised his hand. You never come without a reason. Please come down and have a look, fellow. I've never been here before. I didn't think your bone-eating shaman city would actually be so grand. The myriad poison ancestor's sleeves fluttered, and he landed beside the bone-eating shaman king. He glanced at the Xianxia totem deeply first before glancing back at the entire city. The bone-eating shaman king originally wanted to praise the myriad poison ancestor's myriad poison cult, but he remembered the great shaman priest's message. Many of the disciples of the myriad poison cult seemed to have been slaughtered by that Xianxia. If he said that, he would probably provoke the myriad poison ancestor. He was known for his narrow-mindedness and viciousness, so he changed the topic. You're too kind, fellow. However, I have no other choice. If it weren't for food, who would be willing to raise so many humans? I'm more envious of you, fellow. You can cultivate just by breathing in the spiritual chi of the world. You're all alone, without so many worries. The myriad poison ancestor's face sank. The bone-eating shaman king thought, don't tell me I've still offended him? He thinks I'm mocking him because all of his disciples and clansmen have been killed. He sure is difficult to please. Whatever, do you think I'm afraid of you? He directly asked, fellow, why have you come all the way here? Oh. What bad news is it? The bone-eating shaman king remained calm as his eyes drooped slightly. Sir, have you heard of the name Xianxia before? The myriad poison ancestor stood with his hands behind his back, not looking at the bone-eating shaman king. Instead, he overlooked the city and the fields outside the city. At this time, the sun had already set and the crescent moon had risen, shining on the two of them, drawing out two long shadows. So what if I've heard of it? So what if I haven't? A cold light flashed through the bone-eating shaman king's eyes. His anger had yet to subside. The myriad poison ancestor saw through it with a single glance. Looks like you already know, so there's no need for me to waste any more time. I'll just ask you one thing. Do you want revenge? So what if I do? So what if I don't? The bone-eating shaman king's fury vanished in a flash, recovering his unfathomable bearing of a king in the blink of an eye. If you want to, I'm willing to lend you a hand. If you don't want to, I won't waste any more time and will leave now. The myriad poison ancestor said. Against someone like the bone-eating shaman king, speaking too much was completely useless. Saying too much would instead make him suspicious. Taoist myriad poison, you're really scheming. You want me to help you take revenge? Since you already know, then let's not beat around the bush. Xianxia and I are absolutely irreconcilable enemies. I will definitely make him suffer all the pain in the world and die from a myriad of poisons attacking his heart. The myriad poison ancestor's face sank, and his deep voice was filled with extreme resentment. He's a mere golden core cultivator. Can't you actually kill him casually, fellow? The bone-eating shaman king asked in doubt. Savage Mountain is a rare blessed land of cultivation in the south. The power of the formations is extremely great. He hides in there all year round. So be it. If you don't want to take action, I'll return to the myriad poison cult to cultivate. I'll get my revenge sooner or later, but I'm afraid that Xianxia has secretly fled back to the Chan monastery of Devanaga in the Green Province. By then, even you and I won't be able to do anything to him. I'm just afraid that once he undergoes the third heavenly tribulation, he'll come back to make trouble for us. As the myriad poison ancestor went on and on, he seemed like he could no longer hold on to his pride and was about to leave in a huff. Fellow Taoist, please wait. The bone-eating shaman king stopped the myriad poison ancestor and said sincerely, I have to kill that bald ass too. If we work together, how can we let him run wild? Bald donkey? The myriad poison ancestor was taken aback before realizing that the bone-eating shaman king thought Li Qingshan was a disciple of the Chan monastery of Devanaga, which was why he was a monk. There was no need for him to explain this tiny misunderstanding. He secretly rejoiced inside. "I've finally fooled you, bone-eating barbarian." He let out a long sigh. "Exactly so. But I have to say something first. Everything on Li Qingshan belongs to me." "Why?" The bone-eating shaman king immediately let go of the myriad poison ancestor's sleeve and thought, as genius disciples of the Chan monastery of Devanaga, Li Qingshan and that little and are able to come to the south of the Mist province and stir up a storm, so who knows how much good stuff they have on them. Just the formation that even the myriad poison ancestor is helpless against is worth quite a lot. Based on the losses my myriad poison cult has suffered, the myriad poison ancestor said like it was obvious. Your myriad poison cult has suffered great losses, but do you think my clansmen died in vain? 100,000. A whole 100,000 people. They're all dead, the bone-eating shaman king said furiously. They're just some clansmen on the outskirts. Your bone-eating city is completely unscathed. I can give you the blessed land of Savage Mountain, and I can give you 20% of the other spoils. Everything else belongs to me. Since we're in the same boat, that's not impossible. I'll be a little more generous and let the young one have it." The bone-eating shaman king was very surprised. He had thought he would have to haggle over the price again, but he never thought the myriad poison ancestor would agree just like that. Was there a trap here? The myriad poison ancestor changed the topic. "Though, I don't want anything else out of the 20%. I just want the Blood Oath scroll. Also, Li Qingshan and everyone else will belong to me." "You have quite the appetite, fellow. Aren't you afraid of bursting your stomach? Why don't you turn it around and ask me for the 20% instead?" The bone-eating shaman king sneered, but he stopped worrying inside. Now that was the myriad poison ancestor's shamelessness and greed. "Alright, that's a deal then," the myriad poison ancestor said suddenly, and a hint of a smile flashed through his eyes. The bone-eating shaman king's heart sank. This old monster is so crafty. So he's purposefully trying to trick me with words, trying to divert the trouble to me. Capturing Li Qingshan and the others will give him a swift and satisfying revenge, but it'll also directly become a sworn enemy of the Chan monastery of Devanaga. He'll be able to obtain all of the spoils with ease. However, if he thought about it carefully, obtaining a Blood Oath scroll and 10 cave masters as slaves was not exactly a loss. As for that bald donkey Li Qingshan, he had planned on taking him back to Bone Eating City and slowly torturing him anyway, so he agreed to it straight away. However, he forgot to look into why the myriad poison ancestor did not trap Li Qingshan and the others on Savage Mountain, even hunting down bone-eating shamans on such a large scale. The myriad poison ancestor had been subdued by the nightmare tiger's demonic eye, but his craftiness had not vanished. If it were not for the fact that he had been too confident in his strength in the past and failed to sense any warning signs, why would he have ended up like this? As for the bone-eating shaman king, he would never have imagined that there was an ability in the world that could turn a great cultivator into a slave. "Alright, let's go," said the myriad poison ancestor. "The great shaman priest is currently preparing for the ceremony. Why don't we wait a little longer and go after the divination," said the bone-eating shaman king. "If the two of us work together, do we still need divination? Fellow, you've been cooped up in this city for far too long. Have you lost even this bit of courage?" The myriad poison ancestor purposefully mocked him. "Courage, but not now. It's still better than waiting a few years for revenge at the very least." Unlike the fury he displayed when he was haggling earlier, the bone-eating shaman king was truly furious now. It really did not match his identity to be so serious when dealing with a second heavenly tribulation cultivator, so he could not help but mock the myriad poison ancestor. "It's already been so long, yet you still haven't done anything to Li Qingshan." Alright. I'll be waiting to see you dance around then," the myriad poison ancestor said furiously. Originally, he wanted to provoke the bone-eating shaman king again, but since he had already agreed to it, there was no need for him to be in such a hurry and raise his suspicions. If divination really worked, he would not have suffered so much in the past. As they spoke, a 9-storied platform had already been erected on the square in front of the divine hall. Great flames lit up the surroundings, followed by the offerings of the three animals. The great shaman priest led a group of men and women, young and old, onto the platform. A few regular shaman priests led a large group of bone-eating shamans around the platform, prostrating themselves on the ground and praying silently. Just these few people? Aren't you afraid of your great god Xianxia's wrath, fellow? The myriad poison ancestor frowned. As one of the most powerful people in this world, he did not have much reverence for gods. Gods and Buddhas were also made up of people. Technically speaking, they were just stronger cultivators. If Xianxia were present in person, he obviously would not even dare to fart, but it was impossible for him to break through the power of the domain and directly descend upon this world. At most, he would use some sacrificial rituals and descend with a sliver of his consciousness. There was nothing to be afraid of. What surprised him was the number of people being sacrificed this time. Some larger barbarian tribes would sacrifice over 100 people each time, and they would all choose strong men or flawless virgins. The group of people on the platform ranged from young children to old people. The quality of the offerings was very average. Were they loyal worshippers? But looking at how they trembled and were filled with fear, they did not have any spirit of devotion at all. As if the bone-eating shaman king had forgotten about the slight displeasure just now, he explained with a smile, "Don't be fooled by their appearance, fellow. What we're offering up is no regular offering. You'll understand once you keep watching." The great shaman priest suddenly let out a final cry and began dancing about wildly on the top of the platform. The prayers of the shaman priests and bone-eating shamans below became louder too. Only the people on the platform were still at a loss. They had no idea what to do next. The great shaman priest let out another final cry before suddenly bursting into song, singing a melody of blessings. It sounded like a stern rebuke, yet also like a vicious curse. As if they had received some sort of order, the men began to strip off their clothes before lunging towards the women beside them. Wails and sobs rang out. The myriad poison ancestor was confused. Although there were many rituals that used copulation to entertain gods, Xianxia was not a god of lust, but a god of evil. What was the point of creating something like this? Can't you tell, fellow? They're all family related by blood. There are 3 generations of them. We call this ritual the ceremony of the 10 abominations. What we're offering up are at least 10 of the abominations of the mortal world. This is only the first half. The myriad poison ancestor immediately understood what was going on. He could not help but sigh. This Xianxia truly was a god of evil after all. He personally believed he was heartless, sinister, and vicious. He did not take good and evil seriously at all, but no matter what he did, he still had to see if there were benefits to it. If there were benefits to doing good, he would do good and accumulate virtue. He would not do evil for the sake of evil like this. His actions were closer to demon folk. On the platform, the copulation continued, but it turned into a brawl very soon, as well as murder. This was the so-called second half. In that moment, human tragedy unfolded in this tiny space. The abominations of the mortal world it contained were no longer limited to just 10. The great shaman priest seemed to lose his consciousness. His body trembled violently as he let out desperate cries, becoming more and more miserable. The color of pus rose up from the platform, gathering on his body and rushing into the clouds. The myriad poison ancestor was unconvinced. This sort of backward divination had already been eliminated from the cultivation community a long time ago. Even though the so-called gods that resided in a higher world possessed even greater insight into fate, they were still worlds apart after all, and the gods were not necessarily skilled in divination. Even if these conditions were met, they might not necessarily respond. There was a price to pay for divulging the heavenly secrets. In the end, it would often turn into a farce. Some smaller tribes did not even possess the ability to connect with another world. The shaman priests would just pretend to be possessed by a god, and the results of their divination would all be nonsense. Only a single person remained on the platform. He had just personally killed his own mother, and his neck had been ripped open by his son. Blood flowed endlessly, and he died in the blink of an eye, completing the final tragedy of the ceremony of the 10 abominations. The great shaman priest suddenly stiffened up and collapsed on the platform before leaping up again. He gave off an indescribably terrifying aura and bellowed at the bone-eating shaman king, "Don't." The voice was no longer the voice of the great witch priest. It was filled with hostility and malice. The bellow echoed through the city, and the bone-eating shaman king's expression changed drastically. The myriad poison ancestor was surprised too. It actually worked, and it was a direct warning. Although Fu Ji invited a god to possess the body, it only allowed the consciousness of the Wu Zhu to communicate with the god and receive a revelation. However, this revelation was often vague. Only a liar would directly pretend to be a god and speak. With the bone-eating shaman king and the myriad poison ancestors' cultivation at the third heavenly tribulation, they could obviously tell whether this was a scam or not. The bone-eating shaman king asked in a hurry, "Great God, why not?" However, the terrifying aura had already receded like a receding tide. The great witch priest's body swayed, and like a puppet whose strings had been cut, he fell onto the stage and turned into a pool of blood. Her brain core exploded loudly, and an invisible, violent power swept out in all directions. The tower immediately collapsed, and even the bone-eating shamans nearby were sucked in, dying on the spot. Inviting a god to possess the body came with a price, which proved the veracity of the warning once again. Myriad poison, just how many things are you still hiding from me? If you don't get it straight today, don't even think about leaving Bone-Eating City alive. The bone-eating shaman king turned around and looked at the myriad poison ancestor. His entire face began to twist and turn green, his eyes sunken deeply, and his sharp teeth protruded. Great God Xianxia was willing to pay such a price to warn him, so clearly, the matter definitely was not as simple as it seemed. A roar rang out from behind, vaguely resembling that voice. A huge, vicious Xianxia walked down from the totem. Its bloodshot eyes stared at the myriad poison ancestor maliciously, ready to lunge over and kill him at any time. The myriad poison ancestor secretly cursed his bad luck. If it were only the great witch priest who had received a revelation and issued a warning, he could still provoke the bone-eating shaman king with words, but a god had directly issued a warning now, and the great witch priest had even died on the spot. As long as the bone-eating shaman king's head was fine, he would never go to the savages with him again. Ignoring the threats from the bone-eating shaman king and the Xianxia totem, he said emotionlessly, "This battle will be a little dangerous, or why would I drag you along with me? You're trying to drag me down with you." The bone-eating shaman king's black hair stood on end, piercing his robes like thorns and covering his entire body. He no longer seemed human anymore. Now that Xianxia had pointed it out, he immediately sensed the life-threatening danger hidden within. Many of the aspects that he did not understand also became clear. It was no wonder that the myriad poison ancestor had yet to settle his grievance with such a great grievance. As long as he cast aside his pride and made a promise, finding 2 or 3 helpers would have been a piece of cake. Why did he have to wait so long before finding Bone-Eating City and asking for his help? He was clearly taking advantage of his inability to sense fate. The great cultivators all sensed something amiss. Speaking of which, that Li Qingshan managed to reach his current realm of cultivation in his 30s, falling out with the myriad poison ancestor here, yet he was still bold enough to hunt and slaughter bone-eating shamans on a large scale. Had he really lost his mind? Why had the myriad poison ancestor suddenly turned into a ghost cultivator? He probably suffered much more on Savage Mountain than the rumors suggested. It was impossible for that bald-ass Li Qingshan to possess this power. Just what kind of terrifying, colossal figure was behind him? It was fine if the bone-eating shaman king did not think about it, but as soon as he thought about it, he thought about the problem too deeply. He felt like the waters he was in were unfathomable. Then he thought about the several hundred bone-eating tribes whose locations he had accurately grasped, and he could not help but think of a possibility. That person from the Mist Province does possess this ability. Not only can he use plants as his eyes and ears, but his divination is also one of the few across the 9 provinces, able to confuse his senses. However, he would normally kill someone like that casually. Has he discovered my plan? Thinking up to there, the bone-eating shaman king could not help but gasp. If his plan were made public, there probably wouldn't be a lot of people, whether it be humans or demons, righteous or demonic. The banyan tree king who devoted himself to maintaining the balance of the Mist Province would have to kill him no matter how peaceful and magnanimous he was. It was even more impossible for the king of Southern Yu to allow his own backyard to catch fire. Don't tell me those 100,000 bone-eating shamans have only lured me out of Bone-Eating City so that they can strike at ease? If I really make it to Savage Mountain, there'll probably be a few demon kings standing guard there, and I'll be greeted with 7 or 8 innate abilities. I won't be able to block them no matter how powerful I am. There might even be honored guests sent by the king of Southern Yu's estate to specially cut off my path of retreat. Only death awaits me. I can't go. The more he thought about it, the more shocked and terrified he became. His fury towards the myriad poison ancestor grew deeper and heavier. Who knew what role he played in all of this? Myriad poison, you've gone too far. I'll eat you. The bone-eating shaman king was utterly enraged. The Xianxia totem lunged over, and at the same time, the protective formation of Bone-Eating City was activated too, shining brightly and dyeing the night sky blood red. Combined with the blessed land of spiritual qi, it became even more startling. He wanted to kill the myriad poison ancestor right there and then. Both of us were willing. What do you mean I'm going too far? The cultivation community is all about strength. If you're afraid of revenge, I won't force you to do it. You want to force me to stay here? You don't want this bone-eating city anymore, do you? The myriad poison ancestor's green robes ruffled as he said fearlessly. This was why great cultivators had to cram for the arts of divination once they underwent the third heavenly tribulation. In particular, demonic cultivators would be screwed over because they were not skilled in divination and could not outdo others in divination. In 2 words, they deserved it. The bone-eating shaman king held back his fury and stopped the Xianxia totem. He knew the myriad poison ancestor was right. Even without a clash, just the shockwaves from the battle were enough to destroy Bone-Eating City. If he really was forced to the brink of death and blew up his soul nascence, the entire formation would be destroyed, and the Xianxia totem would be destroyed. He would probably be injured too. This was the price he had to pay for killing a great cultivator. If that really happened, he would be the only bone-eating shaman king left in the world, and he would no longer have anywhere to hide. It was very likely that the bone-eating shamans would be completely wiped out. As a result, he calmed down and ordered Xianxia to return to the totem wall. He stopped the formation and said to the myriad poison ancestor, "You can piss off." The myriad poison ancestor said nothing more, immediately turning into a streak of green light and fleeing. He was extremely afraid of death too. If the bone-eating shaman king threw caution to the wind, he really could make him stay here. The bone-eating shaman king thought to himself, as long as I remain in this bone-eating city, no matter who attacks, they'll have to pay quite the price. If I'm really forced into a corner, I can even drag 1 or 2 down with me. Which third heavenly tribulation cultivator is so fearless of their lives? Right now, I'll just deal with the situation by remaining the same. I'll definitely get my revenge for this. Li Qingshan sat in the chi-taking formation of 9 breaths cast down by the crystal skull, gulping in the aura it contained as he practiced both the human and demon cultivation methods at the same time. He wandered through his soul, returning the malice to the tiger demon, while the malice was absorbed into the demon heart. Then, he used the demon suppression statuary to suppress and convert it. The improvement to the demon suppression statuary was actually much greater than the tiger demon's improvement, which was quite a pleasant surprise. Just as he rejoiced, the great ceremony of the 10 abominations several tens of thousand kilometers away reached its climax. Suddenly, an extremely vicious thought directly descended upon his sea of consciousness, issuing a warning through the great shaman priest's mouth. It suddenly rang out, but it was filled with surprise. Are you good or evil? Li Qingshan just happened to be cultivating happily. When he suddenly heard this question, he retorted almost instinctively. For a moment, he was rather confused over where the voice came from. All he felt was a powerful consciousness that surpassed anything he had ever experienced settle down in his sea of consciousness, radiating with surging mental power. He used the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression in a hurry to steady his mind. He found it to be rather familiar. These crystal skulls were the remnants of powerful bone-eating shamans. They possessed heavy malice and malice, serving as the core force that powered the Xianxia totem. They had all been buried behind the totem wall for thousands of years, receiving the worship of the bone-eating shamans. They worshipped both their gods and their ancestors, so there had always been a profound connection between the two. Meanwhile, Li Qingshan gathered several hundred crystal skulls from the bone-eating tribe together in a single stroke, setting up a formation. Although he did not use any ceremony to communicate with Xianxia, he still shone like a star in the darkness. If this were any other day, then so be it. With the two worlds separated and the azure field that formed its own domain, Xianxia would not be able to see this star no matter how bright it shone. However, the bone-eating tribe just happened to be holding the ceremony of the 10 abominations, which drew Xianxia's consciousness over from the other world, and the target of the divination was Savage Mountain. As a result, Xianxia immediately cast his gaze over there before discovering something that left him extremely surprised. Just like how the Xieji divine beast could distinguish between right and wrong, Xianxia also possessed the ability to distinguish between good and evil. His objective was to punish the good and promote the evil, to eat the good and give benefits to the evil. In Li Qingshan's consciousness, the demonic nature of the ox demon and tiger demon was so powerful that it left even Xianxia surprised. The word poor in Xianxia had always implied stubbornness, but the ox demon was even more stubborn, to the point where even the gods and Buddhas struggled to change its mind, while the tiger demon wanted to slaughter and destroy everything in a frenzy. This had already surpassed regular evil, abandoning all restraints of morality. It was a great, unrepentant evil that went straight to the heart. Compared to it, the so-called ceremony of the 10 abominations was nothing more than child's play. From the most primitive tribes to the noblest royalty, cannibalism and killing each other was a common sight. The former was done for the sake of survival, which was even more reprehensible. The latter did it for the sake of power, and they were able to gain the recognition of many Confucians. They could even join a faction and help them kill each other. In the end, they would praise the winner as a wise divine lord. What was moral today could become immoral in 10 or 100 years. What was moral here would be immoral elsewhere. Using a grand ceremony to destroy this kind of falsehood was just using falsehood to negate falsehood, and using form to fight form. It could only be considered a small pleasure. The bone-eating shaman king was still complacent over this, but Xianxia felt disdain inside. Now, he could not help but sigh in admiration for Li Qingshan. Only this kind of evil had transcended the fickle morals of humans. It was the fundamental evil that all living beings possessed, possessing a fearless courage and a life force that could set a prairie ablaze, persevering in the pursuit of absolute freedom despite the various obstacles, erupting with a fury that could destroy everything. It filled Xianxia with great joy and joy. He never thought he would actually come across an existence like this in this world. If that was all there was to it, Xianxia was prepared to give Li Qingshan some benefits in the spirit of punishing good and promoting evil. He was even prepared to let him replace the bone-eating tribe as the spokesperson of this world. But soon afterwards, Xianxia saw the other side that he loathed the most, the divinity of the spirit turtle and phoenix. The spirit turtle was skilled in avoiding disasters and pursuing the path of longevity, bestowing a hint of rationality to the ox demon's persistence. The tiger demon would not go completely berserk and do whatever he wanted. The phoenix was a divine bird that symbolized peace in the world. Its proud and noble heart had always been an invisible restraint. The two of them were also the fundamental source of good, originating from the hearts of all living beings. They advanced from the wilderness towards civilization. They seemed fragile, fickle, and almost illusory, but no matter how many times they were belittled or mocked, they were never worn away. They experienced the flames of tribulation and were reborn, becoming more and more glorious. However, these two extremes were even more difficult to merge than fire and water. How could he possess both? As a result, even Xianxia, who was skilled in distinguishing between good and evil, could not help but ask, "Are you good or evil?" However, Li Qingshan's answer of "none of your business" did not anger Xianxia. Instead, it made sense. It would be abnormal if he did not have a temper like that. He snickered. "How bold of you. In the past, it didn't have anything to do with me, but now it does. Kid, you better abandon good and promote evil. This god has great riches and honor for you. Abandon good and promote evil? You're Xianxia. Heh, your original body isn't even in this world, so how are you going to give me great riches? And honor?" Li Qingshan confirmed his guess. Although he had no idea why he had summoned Xianxia, he did not panic. According to the way Xianxia had invaded his sea of consciousness, he was not in this world at all. When he decided to use the bone-eating shamans to refine the Azure field, he had done some research, just in case he ended up kicking a metal plate. In the ancient times, there had once been many divine and exotic beasts in the 9 provinces, but by now, they had either ascended or died. As the ancestor god that the bone-eating tribe worshipped, Xianxia had left this world a long time ago, and it was impossible for his original body to return. The restraints of the laws of the world could not be broken through so easily. With just a thought, the threat it posed was very limited. I said I can give it to you, so I can give it to you. With your cultivation, raising your cultivation by a major realm of cultivation is nothing difficult. All you need to do is let go of your good thoughts. Of course, I also know these distracting thoughts are deeply rooted in your mind, so they can't be let go of so easily. Let go of your mind. I'll help you. Xianxia originally thought Li Qingshan would hesitate at the very least. Breaking through to the 3rd heavenly tribulation and truly becoming a king was far too tempting. It was a boundary that many cultivators could never cross in their entire lives. However, Li Qingshan only sneered and turned him down rudely. Raising your cultivation by a major realm of cultivation? What great temptation! You better go back to where you came from. A very, very long time ago, someone had offered him a price far greater than that. Brother Ox had once said that he could directly grant him the power to sweep through this world. Back then, he did not even know what the heavenly tribulation was. Just what did sweeping through this world mean? It was definitely not as simple as undergoing the 3rd heavenly tribulation. Brother Ox was very honest. If he said he could sweep through this world, he really would sweep through this world. He would not exaggerate at all. He could even directly slaughter his way to the Dragon Province and slaughter Xiqing. If anyone dared to say no, he would directly blast them to pieces. That was sweeping through. Compared to that, Xianxia could only help him raise his cultivation by a major realm of cultivation, which was utterly pathetic. He even wanted him to twist his mind and give up on the spirit turtle and phoenix transformations that possessed endless potential. Only an idiot would agree to that. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Kid, that's not up to you. The roars surged like the tide, stirring up the entire sea of consciousness. They were filled with endless sin and madness. Li Qingshan was unfazed. After being tempered in the nightmare of the Mirage Sea, his willpower had become even more determined. The spirit turtle suppressed the sea of consciousness, the tiger demon devoured the malice, and the demon heart converted the evil thoughts. The will condensed from over 1,000 crystal skulls was startling, but a will was still a will at the end of the day. It was not actual power. It could not self-destruct like a soul nascence. As long as his willpower was not destroyed, he could do anything. Sure enough, you're very stubborn. Let me show you something good. Xianxia snickered strangely. Suddenly, countless images and sounds exploded in Li Qingshan's head, displaying the darkest, evilest, and craziest side of the world. It radiated with the deepest despair. Li Qingshan's expression changed. He appreciated the darkness with great interest. It really is something good. Regular people can't see these wonders, so why don't you show me a little more? These aren't illusions. They've all happened in reality, Xianxia could not help but remind him. I believe you. Reality is far more horrifying than you can imagine, Li Qingshan said calmly. You're not disappointed? Xianxia had used this move on many people in the past. In the end, they all felt disillusioned and abandoned the light for the dark. I didn't want to, so what's there to be disappointed about? True warriors are brave enough to face their miserable lives, brave enough to stare at the dripping blood. Li Qingshan let out a long laugh. At this moment, the clear light from the spirit turtle had completely suppressed Xianxia. All he needed to do now was wait. Even a sliver of his will could not ignore the laws of the world and remain in this world for long periods of time. Xianxia finally understood. Li Qingshan never really cared about good or evil, and he was very curious too. This temperament suited him very well. Everyone treated him as a god of extreme evil, but his fundamental demonic will was actually his curiosity to break through the restraints of a law. You really don't want to become stronger? Of course I do, but I don't need your help. You should go do what you need to do, sir. Li Qingshan said. You're forcing my hand. Xianxia's voice was no longer as loud as it had been when it first arrived. Its consciousness was being rejected by this world. If it continued to persist, it would not be as simple as being rejected. Li Qingshan also felt this and said disapprovingly, so what if I force you? Are you going to eat me? However, before he could finish speaking, a sense of danger drowned him. Haha, a guy like you is hard to come by even in 1,000 years. How could I eat you? On the contrary, I'm going to give you a big gift and turn you into a demon. All of a sudden, Xianxia's wisp of consciousness expanded rapidly. Ignoring the suppression of the natural laws, it passed through layers of barriers and rushed into Li Qingshan's spiritual sea. Although it was only a wisp of consciousness, the demonic nature contained in this wisp of consciousness was pure and profound. Not even 1,000 crystal skulls could compare to it. In an instant, the clear light from the spirit turtle was directly dispersed. The delicate balance between demonic nature and divine nature was completely destroyed. You, this, bastard, what good does this do for you? Li Qingshan tried his best to control his consciousness and scolded. He did not think that Xianxia would do such a thing that harmed others without benefiting himself. I hate this kind of thinking the most. Do you have to calculate the pros and cons of everything you do? So what if you live a long life? So what if you're safe and stable? Why not be carefree and do whatever you want? Even if you die, you won't have lived this life in vain. How about it, let's see how you can still control yourself. Little friend, take care. I can feel that we will meet again. Although Xianxia's voice was excited, there was already a hint of weakness. After saying this, he hurriedly withdrew his consciousness to avoid an even more serious backlash. Although it sounded long, the exchange of consciousness was actually only a moment. In the azure field, Little and was standing guard for Li Qingshan. The 9 breaths aura-consuming formation suddenly operated at a speed 10 times or 100 times faster than before. The aura that was originally slowly exhaled surged towards Li Qingshan wildly, completing the task that would have taken half a month to complete in an instant. Little and waved his sleeves and put away the crystal skull that had become dim. He frowned and looked at Li Qingshan, worried that this would affect his temperament. He also felt that there was something unusual about this matter. He tried to call out a few times, but he did not get a response. Not long after, Li Qingshan's body began to tremble all over. His body rapidly grew larger, revealing the appearance of a demon. In an instant, he became as lofty as a mountain. His eyes were tightly shut and his expression was distorted, as if he was suppressing something. However, the evil aura emanating from his body became heavier and heavier. He suddenly opened his eyes and shot out 2 rays of scarlet light. Li Qingshan lowered his head and looked down at Little An. He squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth, "Get out." Before he finished speaking, there was a loud boom. An iron fist smashed into where Little An was standing. Soil and stone flew everywhere. The earth cracked, and a huge crater was blasted open. Li Qingshan withdrew his fist. The crater was empty. With his last bit of willpower, he moved Little An out. However, before he could even heave a sigh of relief, he immediately fell into complete madness. His figure became taller and more muscular. The phoenix wings on his back disappeared. His horns were like hooks, becoming sharper and sharper. His scarlet hair was like fire, becoming fiercer and fiercer. He took a step forward, and the earth shook. He let out a furious roar, and the wind howled. He spread his arms, and his killing intent soared into the sky. The blood-colored whirlpool, which had already reached the critical point, began to spin again. An extremely muscular Azura commander descended from the sky. The weapon in his hand was no longer a mace. However, as Yingqing had expected, it was a double-edged mountain axe. He was cursing his bad luck in his heart. Just as he was about to fight, he sensed an extremely familiar aura. Azura King. However, before he could see this Azura field, a shadow whizzed over and enveloped him. Li Qingshan grabbed the Azura commander and squeezed hard. Blood splattered, and even the indestructible Azura divine weapon was crushed into scrap metal. He tossed it into his mouth, chewed, and swallowed. Yingqing stood on the snowy mountain and watched this scene from afar. She was greatly astonished. Li Qingshan turned his head, and a pair of scarlet eyes stared over. A great terror shook Qing's mind. Her entire body stiffened, and she could not move. Nightmare tiger eyes. Qing was a veteran of many battles. She quickly recovered from the shock. The mountain-like Li Qingshan was already in front of her, and his mountain-like fist smashed over. Boom! A section of the snowy mountain was shaved off, and it shattered in the air into snowflakes. Qing had escaped the azure field at the last moment. Still in shock, she asked the solemn little and beside her, he was almost killed. What happened to him? Little and did not speak. He focused on Li Qingshan, who was punching the snowy mountain in the azure field. He suddenly took a deep breath, and a vast dragon roar came from his lips. The dragon roar spread into the azure field. Since it had the power to attack the soul, it could naturally calm the mind. Li Qingshan ignored it and roared fiercely, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The Zen intent within the chant of Devanaga seemed to make Li Qingshan feel extremely displeased. He sucked in a deep breath and roared at the sky. Roar! The tiger's roar shook the world, but the vast dragon's roar was endless. Even when the tiger's roar drowned it out, it did not stop. This is Little An's voice. His sea of consciousness was in a frenzy, but a sliver of clarity remained in the depths of Li Qingshan's mind. The spirit turtle was no longer able to suppress the demonic nature of the ox demon and tiger demon, so it hid itself deeply, maintaining a tranquil heart. Another Azuric commander descended and was smashed to pieces by a single punch. No matter how great its life force was, it could not recover. His demon chi was depleted very quickly, but the strength of the earth continued to support him, allowing him to stubbornly continue fighting against the invisible enemy, against the world, and against himself. No, I can't continue like this. I have to maintain the balance in my mind, or I'll really lose myself. Earlier, I actually wanted to attack even Little Anne. That's no ordinary kind of madness. However, the demonic nature rampaged like a prairie fire. It could not be contained at all. The evil thoughts grew endlessly, multiplying by 100 or even 1,000 times. Boom! 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 Li Qingshan knelt on the ground and struck the ground madly. The azure field within several hundred kilometers shook as if it could no longer contain his rampage. With his last sliver of clarity, the demon suppression statues appeared in his mind, and he forcefully used the demon suppression statuary. Demon suppression! Li Qingshan bellowed. With a swish, the chains of demon suppression swept through the air like dragons, wrapping around Li Qingshan's mountainous body tightly, almost pressing it into his black, iron-like hide. Demon suppression! A colossal demon suppression tower descended from the sky. With a boom, it suppressed Li Qingshan beneath it. The ground shook violently and immediately fell silent. Where the demon suppression tower had landed had basically become a basin. The surrounding ground cracked. In the demon suppression tower, a sliver of clarity appeared in Li Qingshan's scarlet eyes. His huge, crisscrossed mouth let out an unyielding roar, but his body struggled uncontrollably. He wanted to do as he pleased. He wanted to do as he pleased. He wanted absolute freedom. Roar! With an angry roar, the dragon-like demon suppression chain was forcefully broken. Immediately after, the other demon suppression chains broke one by one. Simple and crude suppression is already useless. Rather than blocking, it's better to let it out. The devil heart has no regrets. With a thought, Li Qingshan's demonic heart emitted a resplendent light, guiding the surging demonic nature into it. The light became brighter and brighter, and the demon suppression statuary improved at an astonishing speed, allowing him to master all the demon suppression statues. With a crack, a tiny crack appeared on the demon heart. Fortunately, my first demon suppression statue cultivated the demon heart without remorse, and not the demon heart initial remorse, which conforms to my own demonic nature. If I had blindly suppressed it, the demon heart would have been shattered by now. Li Qingshan felt slightly fortunate, but he didn't dare relax in the slightest. He circulated the demon suppression statuary with all his might, but he was still unable to stop the cracks from rapidly spreading. With a ping sound, the demon heart shattered. It directly blasted a large hole in Li Qingshan's chest. The flesh and blood within had all been pulverized, leaving only bones that shone with a metallic luster. If not for this powerful demonic body, Li Qingshan would already be dead. He gritted his teeth. Again. In the hole in his chest, demonic chi gathered once more, howling as it spun and condensed into a demon heart once more. This demon heart was even purer than the original one, completely eliminating the traces of the original ocean pearl, turning into a true demon heart. However, the cracks began to spread once more. Boom! The demon heart shattered. Again. Shatter, solidify, shatter, solidify. After repeating this countless times, the hole in Li Qingshan's chest continued to expand. Even the metallic luster of his bones dimmed, and cracks began to appear. At the same time, Li Qingshan had also completely broken the demon suppression chains. He leapt up and punched the demon suppression statuary. The demon suppression statuary shook fiercely, barely supporting itself and not collapsing. As Li Qingshan continued to refine and condense his demon heart, the demon suppression statuary was also deduced to a higher realm by him. The might of the demon suppression statuary also became stronger. However, the second punch followed, the third punch, the fourth punch. All the way until the eighth punch, the demon suppression statuary collapsed with a loud bang. In front of absolute power, the so-called restraint was nothing but a joke. However, Li Qingshan was secretly anxious. Although the violent demonic nature was somewhat alleviated through the demon suppression statuary, if he continued to let the demon heart shatter like this, his tiger bones might not be able to hold on first. Even the indestructible tiger bones had their limits. Although they were still intact on the surface, the cracks had already spread to his spine. It was only under his great control that he did not shatter them. Once the tiger bones shattered, they would no longer be able to reform, and the only path left would be Phoenix Nirvana. However, even if he were reborn, the demonic nature existed in his mind. It would not vanish with his body. Instead, it would become even more deeply rooted. As a matter of fact, it would even completely fuse with his consciousness after he was reborn. At this moment, not only had the tiger bones reached their limits, but even the spirit turtle was unable to remain concealed anymore. It could only use its shell to fend off the invasion of the demonic nature. Once the spirit turtle failed, the outcome of the battle between the divine and the demonic in his mind would be completely determined. The demonic nature would possess absolute dominance. Li Qingshan would not die, and it was very likely for the tiger demon to break through to the fifth layer. However, the demon core that contained the powers of the spirit turtle and the phoenix would probably be abandoned, and the demon suppression statuary would be even less needed. He would probably condense a new demon core with the demon heart. Although it was very difficult to say whether his strength would increase or decrease, his future path of cultivation would probably be much easier than right now. Extremity was a form of power in itself. But this isn't the path I want to take. Extremity can bring me temporary benefits, but in the long run, it'll cut off my path to the 9 heavens. This is unacceptable. That bastard Xianxia doesn't understand at all. However, Xianxi's plan was about to succeed. Just like how a prolonged defense was bound to fail, an opening finally appeared in the spirit turtle's perfect defense. The demonic nature ate away at Li Qingshan's final sliver of clarity. At this moment, a beautiful cry rang through his sea of consciousness. Just when the spirit turtle was powerless, the phoenix flapped its fiery wings and took off. Li Qingshan had only reached the second layer of the phoenix's scripture of Nerva, and he had not even comprehended a second innate ability. It was the weakest out of the 4 transformations of the demonic and divine that he currently cultivated, so Li Qingshan had never thought about using it. Right now, he was only resisting instinctively. Unlike the spirit turtle's forbearance, the phoenix's noble and pure heart could not tolerate such humiliation. However, the phoenix was far too weak. Under the urging of the ox demon and tiger demon, it was like a candle in the wind, about to be extinguished at any time. However, the flames of the phoenix constantly purged the endless darkness, singing loudly. The phoenix's nerva remains undying. So I do have a little of the so-called noble and pure heart too. Li Qingshan seemed to understand something. He thought again, everyone in the world knows that beauty is beauty, and that evil is evil. Everyone knows that kindness is goodness, and that evil is evil. Good and evil coexist, and beauty and ugliness go hand in hand. Today, I'm in such a bad situation, but it's instead reflecting the beauty and kindness in my heart. How wondrous. Li Qingshan smiled. Suddenly, the phoenix wings that had vanished unfurled behind him once more. They were so beautiful and glorious. However, this comprehension was not enough to free him from his current dangerous situation. Although he had gained a deeper understanding of the phoenix's scripture of Nerva, it was still only the second layer at the end of the day. The divine nature he possessed was nowhere near as great as the spirit turtle, so how could he contend against the ox demon and tiger demon who had Xianxia's support? As soon as the flames of the phoenix in his sea of consciousness brightened slightly, they were immediately suppressed. They were about to be extinguished. The phoenix wings on his back fluttered and fell off as well. It was only a moment of glory. With a cracking sound, one of the ribs in the hollow of his chest broke. Like dominoes, it triggered a chain reaction. The sound of bones shattering rang out. Looks like I can only undergo rebirth again. The phoenix has become a little stronger after all. I hope the demonic nature doesn't corrode it too much when I lose consciousness and directly obliterate its divine nature. Then after rebirth, I can slowly nurse it back to its original state. It's a pity that I've wasted this opportunity. The tiger demon transformation and the demon suppression statuary should have been even more powerful. With various regrets and worries, Li Qingshan fished out a small bottle from his summer ring. Inside was the medicine that balanced water and fire refined by Ru Xian. He glanced at it before tossing the bottle into his mouth. He used this time to balance water and fire, adding some insurance to his rebirth this time. The demon core had already used up all of its demon qi, so the reconciliation of the two powers went unexpectedly smoothly. As the medicinal effects spread, azure blue and scarlet red rapidly merged together. On one hand, it was because his comprehension of the phoenix's scripture of Nerva had increased. On the other hand, it was because the spirit turtle had used up all of its strength in the battle against the ox demon and tiger demon, which reduced its rejection of the phoenix's power. After all, they were still on the same side. In the moment he completed balancing water and fire, Li Qingshan finally comprehended the second innate ability of the phoenix transformation. By now, the cracks had already spread to most of the tiger bones. Large swathes of his skin had cracked. Death was right before his eyes. As Li Qingshan listened to the vast dragon's roar, he felt a hint of warmth. He silently comprehended the new ability. It's not an offensive ability, and it doesn't seem like I can defend against it either. Looks like I can't use it directly, but it doesn't seem to have any additional effects either. What exactly is this ability? Cracks crawled across Li Qingshan's face, but it was unable to hide his strange expression. His thoughts suddenly came to an end, and his body shattered loudly. Qingshan! Outside the azure field, Little An cried out. Although she knew he could be reborn, she could not help but feel her heart ache. She was already prepared to receive the phoenix's embryo when she suddenly widened her eyes. In the azure field, Li Qingshan's scattered flesh, blood, and bones all turned into flames, gathering together and reforming his body. Li Qingshan widened his eyes as well, looking at his undamaged hands strangely. He felt like all of his wounds had already recovered. Li Qingshan was shocked as well. Was this what it meant by believe in Brother Ox and gain eternal life? Although it was not resurrecting on the spot with full health. After all, the depleted demon chi could not be replenished out of thin air, but wait a minute, demon chi should not be considered blood. His wounds had completely healed, so he should be at full health. Moreover, even his mental exhaustion had been swept away. Xianxia's remaining demonic nature had been completely purged as well, so he was in an extremely good condition. This really is resurrecting on the spot with full health and full health. Qingshan, are you all right? Little and immediately entered the azure field and asked in concern. Li Qingshan reverted to human form and scooped her into his arms. He laughed aloud. I feel great. It's all thanks to your chant of Devanaga. Without Xianxia as a troublemaker, only the ox demon and tiger demon's demonic nature remained, so they were relatively easier to pacify. Meanwhile, the phoenix's divinity had become even more powerful, and the demon suppression statuary had advanced by leaps and bounds as well. This balance had instead become even firmer. Even if Xianxia gave him the same great gift again, he would not be in such a sorry state anymore. Although he still had not broken through to the 5th layer of the tiger demon, he had already reached the peak of the 4th layer. Li Qingshan could sense that he only needed a true, evenly matched battle to announce his breakthrough. The ox demon transformation had strengthened slightly as a result, but the spirit turtle's divinity had been corroded by the demonic nature. This was not something that could be resolved with nirvanic rebirth. He needed time to recuperate and recover. Little N listened to Li Qingshan's description and nodded. It really is an extremely powerful innate ability. It's equivalent to having an extra life, but it also has many weaknesses. Don't risk your life against others just because you have this ability. Of course, if I were to face an opponent like the Dragon King of the Sea, it'd just be an extra kill for him. And after nirvanic rebirth, I'll need a relatively long time to recover. However, while it's not perfect, it can still be regarded as a divine ability. If I encounter an opponent who is on par with me or stronger than me, after he kills me with all his might, and I come back to life in the blink of an eye, imagine what kind of expression he will have. Haha. Li Qingshan naturally recognized the shortcomings of the divine ability itself, but he wouldn't belittle himself. The original Phoenix Nirvana could only be used to escape or cultivate, but now that it had real battle value, it could be used as a crucial trump card. Its value couldn't be compared to the past. Little N lay in his arms, her delicate arms wrapped around his neck. She looked at him from the side. Seeing that although he was happy, he did not lose his calm, she finally relaxed and buried her head in his neck. As he embraced Little N's soft body and rubbed against each other's ears, Li Qingshan felt a hint of strangeness in his heart. He thought, looks like I'm still under the influence of the demonic nature. I need to deal with the problem of the spirit turtle as soon as possible. So he let go of Little N and said, let me show you this. Li Qingshan took a few steps back and gave off surging demon chi, condensing into a brand new set of black and red demonic armor. The demonic armor had changed drastically. It no longer wrapped around him tightly, becoming much simpler. It consisted of a helmet, pauldrons, breastplate, gauntlets, armors, battle boots, and so on. At first glance, it instead seemed much simpler, but whether it was the ox horns on the helmet or the tiger's head on the breastplate, they all gave off a primitive, simple beauty. The power they contained was even greater than before. As it shattered and condensed again and again, whether it was the traitorous demon sword or the ocean pearl, all of his distracting thoughts were shattered. His demon heart had never been so pure before, and it had never been so powerful. There's more. Li Qingshan's body swelled up, turning into a towering demon again. The demonic armor expanded as well, still covering his body tightly. However, it had become slightly simpler, protecting his vital points. However, the additional power was real. This was all thanks to the Phoenix's Nirvana this time. Last time, the Phoenix's Nirvana had only focused on harmonizing the 4 transformations, and the demon heart had only been introduced into his body afterwards. This time, however, the various powers in his body had merged into one, becoming more and more compatible. Originally, as the strength of his demon cultivation increased, his human cultivation had already become extremely useless. It could only increase his overall strength by an extremely limited amount. In crucial battles, he basically could not provide any help at all, so maintaining the identity of Li Qingshan became more and more pointless. All that seemed to be left was emotional ties. Now, Li Qingshan could finally confirm the value of his human cultivation. Although it could not compare to a peerless divine ability like the 9 transformations of demons and gods, merging these 2 powers together, even if it could only increase his battle prowess by 10%, was extremely rare. The demon suppression statuary could increase his overall strength by more than 10%. He believed that as long as he could completely merge the demon suppression statuary, it would definitely become an indispensable part of his strength. In the future, if he could obtain an even higher and stronger cultivation method, the increase in his strength would be even greater. Xianxia's generous gift had almost choked him to death, but he still ended up swallowing it. The myriad poison ancestor has returned. Let's go out. Li Qingshan thought of something and left the Azura field with Little and congratulations on defeating your inner demons, my king. Your cultivation has taken another step forward, and you've become even more handsome. Qing bowed. Although Li Qingshan had run out of demon chi and had only recovered a little, he seemed like a brand new person. His bearing had undergone a subtle change too, vaguely giving off an indescribable bearing of nobility. It was different from the so-called nobility of humans. It seemed to originate from his soul, and even his facial features seemed to have become a little more handsome. Li Qingshan touched his face, but he did not become happy because of this praise. North Moon had always been ridiculously handsome. Instead, he frowned slightly and asked little Anne, have there really been changes? And Zhong reached out to touch his face and said simply, yes. Li Qingshan turned into North Moon again. And now? Little Anne nodded. That's true. North Moon's image originated from Li Qingshan's imagination, so he could not help but be influenced by the customs of his past life. Although he was almost devilishly handsome, he could not help but seem a little feminine. Now, he seemed a little more angular. Li Qingshan stroked his chin in thought. Not only did the rebirth bring about the fusion of the two powers of human and demon cultivation, but the boundary between human and demon gradually blurred too. Perhaps there would be a day when Li Qingshan and North Moon would cease to exist. Is there something wrong? Yin Qing asked in confusion. There's nothing wrong. Just now, it's fine as long as I haven't hurt you. Li Qingshan smiled and reached out to pat Yin Qing's shoulder. He felt her body tense up, ready to hide in the void at any time. He couldn't help but re-examine her. Her tight clothes outlined her impressive figure, her lips were as red as blood, her breasts were protruding and proud, her waist was supple and strong, and her legs were slender and straight. Pursing his lips, he suddenly felt a strong temptation. Then I'll return to the azure field first. If your majesty needs something, you can summon me again. Yin Qing seemed to sense something, smiled slightly, and returned to the azure field. After Xianxia's descent, Li Qingshan felt like his plan might fail, but he still held on to the thought that the bone-eating shaman king might be retarded. After the myriad poison ancestor returned alone, he could not help but give up on this retarded thought. The myriad poison ancestor drifted into the hall. Before Li Qingshan could even ask, he went up and bowed deeply. I failed in my mission, failing to trick the bone-eating shaman king over. Please punish me, my king. Li Qingshan asked about what had happened, and only then did he understand why Xianxia had suddenly descended. He never thought the bone-eating shaman would just happen to run into some bullsh** tea ceremony of the 10 abominations or something. Was this a blessing or a curse? You've done very well in this matter. It's also because the bone-eating shaman king's death hasn't arrived yet, so it's not your fault. Do you think the bone-eating shaman king will lose his patience and attack Savage Mountain in the future? Li Qingshan still held on to a sliver of hope. If he could fight the bone-eating shaman king, he would definitely be able to break through to the 5th layer of the tiger demon, and his strength would undergo a qualitative change. The 9 transformations of the demonic and divine became more and more difficult the more he practiced it, but it also became more and more powerful. Right now, he could clash with 3rd heavenly tribulation masters mainly because of the great destructive power of the 5th layer of the ox demon. He probably won't. The bone-eating barbarians worship the god of evil, Xianxia. After receiving a warning like that, they definitely won't act recklessly again. And the bone-eating shaman king seems to be worried about something. He's rather unsettled. Alright, you can continue refining poison for Ru Xian. Li Qingshan thought. Looking at the current situation, it was not a good time for him to declare war against the bone-eating shaman king. He would make plans after he recuperated for a while and recovered with the phoenix's nerva. If he doesn't come, we'll go find him in the future. Little Anne said. She had benefited quite a lot this time too. 100,000 bone-eating shamans and 1,000 crystal skulls were enough to support her cultivation for a very long time. Yeah, let's destroy these damned deviants first, and then we'll skin that Xianxia alive. Li Qingshan yawned. Although he seemed like a brand new person after undergoing nerva, the exhaustion from battle could not be dispelled so easily. The battle between gods and demons in his mind was far more tiring than fighting against humans. Follow me. Little Anne suddenly grabbed his hand and walked towards the back of 8 Baron Hall. Where are we going? Li Qingshan followed her to the back of the hall and found a simple stone door. Behind the stone door was a tunnel that led deeper into the mountain. Li Qingshan had once probed around with his soul sense. There was a spiritual spring in the depths of Savage Mountain, but that was nothing out of the ordinary. A blessed land of cultivation as rare as this obviously had both mountains and rivers. Wherever the spirit vein was, the spring water would become a spirit spring. You'll know when we get there. Little Ann pulled him down the stairs and walked step by step towards the spirit spring. Fine, it's up to you. Li Qingshan rubbed her head affectionately. He suddenly remembered that she didn't want him to do this, but she didn't object this time. When he reached the end of the stairs, he saw another stone door. Spiritual light shone through the crack of the door. He opened the stone door, and a gush of hot air filled his face. It contained pure spiritual qi, and there was the sound of gurgling bubbles. Li Qingshan was surprised. As it turned out, the spiritual spring was actually a hot spring. He would not have noticed these details when he probed it with his soul sense. There were many volcanoes in the Mist Province, and there were many of them in the south in particular. There were also great mountain ranges like Firemelt Mountain. Savage Mountain was not a volcano, but the underground lava flowed very close to the surface, boiling up the spiritual spring. A simple pool was constructed from spiritual stones in the surroundings. The steam rose up to the ceiling of the cave before condensing into tiny droplets and falling down. Some fell into the pool, while others landed on the rocks, but they evaporated into mist very soon. It seemed like it was drizzling the entire time, filled with mist. The pool water shimmered in the darkness. Even the mist was filled with light. It was beautiful. In the very beginning, the cave masters of Savage Mountain could come down separately to collect water for alchemy and artifact forging, but demonic cultivators were all selfish people who refused to suffer any losses. They would collect as much water as possible as soon as they arrived. Even if they could not use it right away, they would never let others take advantage of it. Very soon, many conflicts arose due to the uneven distribution. If it were not for the Blood Oath Scroll, a great battle would almost have broken out. In order to prevent the conflicts from intensifying and the spiritual spring from running out, they just sealed it up with the 8-point formation in the end. No one was allowed to touch it. If they wanted to use the spiritual spring, they could only use some tributary springs with thinner spiritual qi, which were much less valuable. They basically settled the conflict. After Li Qingshan became the king of savages, even fewer people were bold enough to ask him for this. After several centuries, the density of spiritual qi here became extremely startling. It was even denser than in the 8-point hall. Although it was not enough for daily cultivation, it was excellent for recuperation. Little Ann said, "You can rest here." What a great place. It's always been right under my nose, but I actually didn't notice it. You're really meticulous, Li Qingshan praised. He went up and parted the thick fog, jumping into the pool with a plop. The hot air contained spiritual qi, entering every pore of his body. He immediately let out a long sigh of comfort, lying on the edge of the pool and stretching his limbs. Suddenly, he heard the sound of clothes falling to the ground. His heart skipped a beat, and he turned around. Little Ann walked out of the thick fog. She had already taken off the white lunar monk robe, leaving only her white undergarments. They were soon soaked through by the steam, almost transparent. Her long, black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, parting on her white shoulders. Only then did it barely serve as a cover. However, as she walked, her beautiful body was faintly discernible, enough to drive any man crazy. Li Qingshan could not help but sigh inside. She's no longer a child. If she wasn't Little Ann. He stopped thinking about it. Little Ann had already reached the edge of the pool. Her slender feet broke the surface of the pool, and she slid into the water like a fish, creating a shallow ripple. When she reached Li Qingshan's side, his heart seemed to slow down a beat. A warm and soft body approached him. Little Ann raised her head and stared at him. Her large eyes were no longer empty and emotionless, but clearly contained deep feelings that were not any weaker than anyone else. Her cheeks were also dyed with a layer of red, like a goddess from the legends, extremely beautiful and moving. "Qingshan, am I beautiful?" Little Ann asked. Her seaweed-like hair fluttered in the water, and her voice also seemed to ripple. "Extremely beautiful," Li Qingshan said seriously. She was so beautiful that he could not bear to profane her. What he did not want to profane even more was the feelings between them that surpassed the love between a man and a woman. Really? Little Anne's eyes rippled with joy from the bottom of her heart. Although she knew that Zhu Yan was only an illusion, she really wanted to receive his praise. Really? Li Qingshan smiled and nodded. Then can you kiss me? Little Anne asked with an almost innocent expression. Not good. Li Qingshan bluntly refused. Her little face immediately collapsed, and she could not help but laugh out loud. Her laughter echoed in the cave, stirring up the rolling fog. Hearing his laughter, Little Anne felt a little shy. It was not because they were seeing each other with sincerity, but because her meaningless actions had caused him to laugh at her for no reason. Li Qingshan lowered his head and pecked her lips gently like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. Are you satisfied now? Little Anne touched her lips, and finally revealed a satisfied smile. She threw herself into his arms. Harboring a stray thought, Li Qingshan closed his eyes and slowly sank into the hot spring. Even the scorching hot spring water could not cover the warmth of the delicate body in his arms. A warm current surged in his heart, far surpassing that insignificant little desire. Sleeping with their necks intertwined, time seemed to freeze at this moment, and they were indeed looking forward to it. Until a sudden clap of thunder passed through the thick earth and rocks, Li Qingshan suddenly opened his eyes. This was no ordinary thunder, but someone was going through a tribulation. The thunder contained the power of heaven, and he reckoned that it was the second tribulation. Could it be Xianxia? Let's go out and take a look. With a splash, Li Qingshan carried Little Anne and jumped out of the spring. With one hand, he picked up the clothes on the ground, and with the other, he lifted her long hair. Without the long hair and water covering her, her beautiful figure was fully revealed. Li Qingshan's breath paused for a moment, and he did not shy away from admiring her for a while before continuing to dress her. Little Anne stretched her arms and put her hands into her sleeves, enjoying his care. The moment Li Qingshan helped her put on her clothes and fastened her belt, he actually felt a hint of reluctance. It was like covering a pearl with a piece of cloth, covering up this alluring beauty. However, when he thought about it again, the pearl belonged to him, so he came to an understanding. And shoes. Little Anne lifted her slender feet and shook them, a smile on her face. You really know how to enjoy yourself. Li Qingshan squatted down and held one of her slender feet. They were so full that they could not bear to be held in one hand, and the light pink cardamom dot on her feet was unexpectedly beautiful. He could not help but play with it, and a bell-like laughter rang in his ears. He then helped her put on her shoes and socks. This should be fine, right? Li Qingshan was about to put on his clothes, but Little Anne stopped him, and said with a smile, I'll let you enjoy yourself too. Instead, she turned around and began to serve him, but her actions were indescribably gentle and delicate, tidying up his clothes meticulously. Looking at her serious expression, Li Qingshan also felt at peace. While putting on his shoes, she secretly tickled the soles of his feet. Before he could laugh, she laughed first. When they returned to Ba Huang Palace, Little Anne did not follow Li Qingshan out to watch the heavenly tribulation. Instead, he stayed behind to cultivate. Li Qingshan had already sensed that the person undergoing the tribulation was not Xianxia. He went out to take a look, but it was the matriarch of a certain clan of night roamers. After so many years of arduous cultivation, she had finally made it to this step. Bolts of heavenly lightning shuttled through the void and bombarded a dark shadow. Although the process was rather thrilling, with the advantage of being a mutant and the many years of accumulation, he managed to survive the second heavenly tribulation without any mishaps. As a result, Li Qingshan gave her a dwelling on the main peak of Savage Mountain, as well as some pills. With He Mingzhu as an example, the mistress was very respectful. After thanking Li Qingshan for his reward, she returned to her cave abode to recuperate. Looks like I'll still need some time. Li Qingshan glanced at Xianxia's dwelling. He did not disturb her. He gave some instructions to Yi Liusu before returning to the Ba Huang Palace. Several months later, the myriad poison ancestor arrived before the Ba Huang Palace and reported to Li Qingshan. Xianxia's plan to refine viruses had already reached a certain level, but she still needed to undergo the second heavenly tribulation and raise her plague ghost to another realm before she could actually carry it out. As a result, she entered secluded cultivation. She told me to pass this bottle of medicine to the king. The myriad poison ancestor offered up a small jade bottle. What's the medicine in here made of? Li Qingshan held the small jade bottle. It was all thanks to Xianxia's medicine that balanced water and fire that he could comprehend the second innate ability of the phoenix at a critical moment this time. Otherwise, he would have taken a very long time to be reborn, and he would not have been able to merge with the demon heart. There are many materials used in this medicine. They're not particularly precious, but in my opinion, the most important ingredient is her heart blood. Heart blood? Li Qingshan seemed surprised, but he also seemed to understand. The heart blood the myriad poison ancestor mentioned obviously did not mean she had spent her heart blood, nor was it simply the blood of her heart. The heart was the dwelling of the soul, the master of the blood, the master of the meridians. It was extremely important to cultivators. Heart blood was also known as essence blood. During critical moments in battle, they would often bite the tip of their tongue and spray a mouthful of essence blood onto an arcane treasure or arcane artifact, which would greatly increase their power and turn the tables. However, it would also take quite a lot of damage to their cultivation. It could even lead to death. If he had guessed correctly, her talent was even greater than regular other folks, and she practiced a supreme cultivation method like the heavenly tome of cloud furnace, yet she still could not undergo the tribulation until now. Li Qingshan could not help but sigh inside. Although I provided her with a lot of assistance in her cultivation, I've also dragged down her cultivation before I knew it. She clearly harbors a deep grievance that she can't let go of, but she'd rather fall out with me than let me take the risk with her. Why must she do this? After getting the myriad poison ancestor to continue practicing the scripture of the poison assimilating ghost king, Li Qingshan returned to the hall. The samadhi flames of white bone that were as transparent as glass basically filled the entire hall. There were twisted faces of bone-eating shamans in there, but at a closer glance, there were only transparent, white flames. It seemed like it was all an illusion. Little and sat in the flames. Her flesh and blood had become transparent too, almost to the point of nothingness. A set of shiny, white bones was clearly visible. Skeleton demons danced around him, clanging their teeth together like they were singing a terrifying ballad, but it was vaguely filled with zen. A dragon's cry swam through the flames. Clearly, Little and had also integrated the chant of Devanaga into her cultivation of the path of white bone and great beauty. Li Qingshan stared at her for a very long time before shrugging helplessly in the end. He sat down and watched over her. It was said that the sight of great beauty reduced to white bones could make ordinary people understand that beneath the beautiful skin was terrifying white bones, and that all forms of beauty were nothing but an illusion. Unfortunately, when he looked at her white bones, he felt a sense of familiarity and fondness from the bottom of his heart. He did not feel any fear at all. He felt like every single bone gave off a different sense of beauty. It had to be mentioned that his sense of beauty had always been very problematic. He had always felt like his original form as a demon was even more domineering and cool than the handsome North Moon or the robust Li Qingshan. He was tempted to maintain his original form as a demon and run around the land, between the mountains, naked. He had thought about it seriously before. Once he no longer had to hide his identity and settle all his grievances, he would set off from the coast of the South Sea, pass through the 9 provinces, and rush to the Frost Province. Haha, everyone in the world will be dumbfounded if that happens. Am I a freak? No, rather than calling it a freak, you might as well call it a feeling of realizing myself. Don't tell me I'm a freak? Forget it, I don't care what it is, as long as it's me. Li Qingshan agreed with Xianxia in some aspects. Calculating the pros and cons with pure rationality and constantly seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages would certainly lead to long-term success. But if everyone did the same, then what difference would there be between him and others? Punishing evil and promoting good would also allow him to receive kindness from kind-hearted people and obtain a good reputation, forming a real trend. But what could he get by punishing good and promoting evil? Since evil people were evil people, they certainly did not know how to repay kindness. This was completely a kind of behaviorism without the slightest benefit. It was just to satisfy one's interests and challenge the conventions. It was simply like a naughty and willful child, but it contained a free and unrestrained self. In the water margin that he had read in his previous life, the opening chapter named the true nature of the 108 heroes, the 108 heavenly spirits and earthly fiends suppressed in the demon-subduing hull. Among them, there were those who killed people and ate their hearts, and there were also those who used violence to fight violence. They seemed to be very different, but there was no difference in essence. Whether it was good or evil, the wanton acts that had transcended rationality were just the word demon. The reason why it could be passed down and praised by the people was because it portrayed the demonic nature in great detail. It allowed people to bring a hero into the book to do things that they normally couldn't do and didn't dare to do. They could say that they were happy. The demonic and divine in the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine are not just good and evil. The spirit turtle focuses on longevity and does not get involved in right and wrong, while the phoenix cherishes its feathers. Even if it doesn't do evil intentionally, it won't have the heroic spirit to stand up for injustice. Various thoughts flashed through Xianxia's head. He gained a deeper understanding of the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine. At the same time, Xianxia removed all her clothes and sat in the jade melting cauldron. Her entire body shone with the luster of jade. After ingesting a precious 10-year virtue accumulation pill, she powered the jade melting cauldron and refined herself like a pill. Then she used the heavenly tome of cloud furnace to form a cloud furnace in her body to refine the virtue accumulation pill. Alchemy focused on fire and water complementing each other. The jade melting cauldron spewed out water and fire. With a twist of her hands, she drew the water and fire into her palms. They actually fused together in a wondrous manner, turning into a cloud of fire that gradually spread over and swallowed her body. The power of water and fire actually surged out from the cloud furnace in her body as well, and it was much purer than the water and fire from the jade melting cauldron. They fused together naturally, rapidly refining the virtue accumulation pill. Let alone regular cultivators, even if they could not do it like this. The violent effects of the pill immediately filled her limbs and bones. Even her body, which had turned into tough jade, almost exploded from the overload. There was no doubt that such a method of cultivation would require great pain. However, it was as if she had truly become an unconscious jade. Her expression did not change at all, and only her eyelashes trembled slightly. She was multitasking, controlling the jade melting cauldron to suppress the effects of the pill from the outside. At the same time, she used the heavenly tome of cloud furnace to refine her body while refining the virtue accumulation pill. At the same time, she had to balance the power of water and fire inside her body. She did not hesitate to push the speed of her cultivation to the extreme. If she was not careful, there would be the danger of the cauldron exploding. If that happened, it would not only be the jade melting cauldron that would explode, but the cloud furnace in her body would also explode. This was not because she was in a hurry to break through the second heavenly tribulation, but because she had to take a risk to cultivate the heavenly tome of cloud furnace. The history of the 9 states was vast. The heavenly tome of cloud furnace was not the only high-level cultivation method that had been passed down from beyond the heavens. The reason why it had not been passed down was that cultivators treated it like a treasure and refused to pass it on to others. It was also because the difficulty of cultivating it was not just ordinarily high, but also because the requirements for talent were not just ordinarily high. Even if one's talent was lucky enough to meet the requirements and overcome all difficulties, it was still extremely risky. It was unknown how many geniuses had died on this path. She did not know if Chu Tian had noticed something when she was saving him, but the heavenly tome of cloud furnace was extremely compatible with her. Her progress in cultivation was very fast. Of course, it was also thanks to the vast amount of resources that Xianxia had provided. Just the 10-year virtue accumulation pill that she had obtained from the 10,000 poison order was something that could only be encountered by chance. There was no time in the cave. The sun and moon shuttled back and forth, and time flew by. She did not know how much time had passed. A thunderous sound came from the distant horizon. She opened her eyes. Over 18,000 kilometers to the south of the coast of the South Sea was a large, spacious island. It was long and neat, shaped like a huge ship on the sea. It was called Giant Ship Island. 3 mountains stood parallel to each other on the island, with a large center and 2 smaller sides, like the sails of a huge ship. They were called Major Cloud Mast Mountain, and Minor Cloud-Massed Mountain. There were thousands of palaces on the three mountains, possessing the unique architectural style of the South Sea. It was grand, hidden in the clouds like the residences of immortals. It was where the greatest cultivation sect of the South Sea, the Cloud-Massed sect, resided. Two long, white stone bridges that resembled rainbows pierced through the clouds, connecting the three mountains. If the sea breeze dispersed the clouds, it would be possible to overlook the thousands of households below from the bridge, the rows upon rows of houses, the long streets, and the surging people. It was filled with the atmosphere of a mortal world. People surged out of the city, gathering on an open beach to the south of the island. It was a dark mass, like ants whose nest had exploded. Who knew how many thousands of people had gathered there, raising their heads and gazing at the depths of the ocean? Groups of soldiers maintained order. There were also many cultivators hovering in the air. They did not disguise themselves at all, proudly basking in the reverence of the mortals below. It was the 8th month. Even though it was scorching in the south, the sea breeze still brought a hint of coolness. The sun gradually sank below the surface of the sea like a ring of red jade, dyeing the sky and the ocean red. The coolness grew. The sea breeze was calm. Gentle waves surged towards the shore one after another. The port was filled with ships of various sizes, ranging from longboats and huge ships to two-row dinghies. They all rose and fell with the waves. At this moment, there were even a few ships that drifted over from the sea, searching for a place to dock in a hurry. Clearly, the people gathered there were not just people from Three Sail City. They clamored with their own dialects. If they did not yell, they would not be able to hear anything, so it became even more noisy. Oh my God, why are there so many people this year? When is the Merfolk Sea Fair ever lacking people? But this is just too many. You're still too young. Shoo, I'm telling you, the Merfolk are about to fight a great battle against the fire people in the north. They've definitely brought quite a lot of stuff this year. What did you say? I can't hear you. There was a hill behind the beach that was surrounded on all sides. Mortals were not allowed to approach. There was a majestic platform on it with 81 white sails fluttering in the wind. There were many seats arranged in the middle. An old man with hair as white as snow sat in the main seat. His disciples stood to his left and right. He was the master of the Cloud Sail sect, Ji Changfeng, who was waiting there with his disciples. Ji Changfeng gazed at the depths of the sea. Although he was sitting still, he gave people a feeling that he was about to fly away. Father, it's fine if the mermaid comes. Why do you need to welcome her personally? A handsome young man beside the old man said disapprovingly. Qingyu, the Merfolk king might come this year. Ji Changfeng turned his head and was exceptionally gentle towards his talented youngest son. Merfolk king. Ji Qingyu was shocked. In the past Merfolk sea markets, it was usually the Merfolk elders who led the team. He did not expect that the Merfolk king would personally come this time. The Cloud Sail sect was one of the few large sects on the islands of the South Sea, watched over by the great cultivator known as the Wind Gale King, Ji Changfeng. They could be regarded as the leaders of the sects of the South Sea, but they were nowhere close to the royal court of the Merfolk in terms of strength. Moreover, the Cloud Sail sect was located on the South Sea alone. It was not restricted by the Great Xia Empire, so it was not protected. Even if it was destroyed, no one would care. Maintaining good relations with the Merfolk was particularly important. However, he still felt like this was far too polite. It was beneath his status as the Wind Gale King. Then just wait on Cloud Sail Mountain, father. It won't be too late to come out and receive the Merfolk King once she comes. Fellow Yi from the Sword Pavilion has also sent a message saying that she will be coming with her disciples. Ji Changfeng's gaze was deep. If it was just the Merfolk king, they could be considered acquaintances. There was no need for him to be so polite. The master of the Sword Pavilion. Ji Qingyu became even more surprised. The South Sea Sword Pavilion was located on the South Sea, but its geographical location was relatively close to the 9 provinces, and they rarely interacted with the sects of the South Sea, so they were often recognized as a sect of the Mist Province. Sword cultivators did not care about material possessions, so the Merfolk Sea Fair was not that important. Out of all the past masters of the Sword Pavilion, this pavilion master Yi was the first to attend the Merfolk Sea Fair. who knew what his intentions were? Ji Changfeng continued, there's also the myriad poison ancestor of the south, the head caretaker of the king of Yu's estate, and a white hawk commander. Ji Qingyu had already become speechless from shock. The myriad poison cult was several tens of thousand kilometers away, but the myriad poison ancestor's reputation was still very resounding. The head caretaker of the king of Yu's estate did not have a cultivation at the third heavenly tribulation, but the significance of his appearance here was no less than that of a great cultivator. The Merfolk Sea Fair was a grand event of the cultivation community of the South Sea, but to people like that, there was not a lot that caught their attention. Their transactions and interactions were all within small circles of the same level. There was no need for them to show themselves. The Merfolk Sea Fair this time seemed very different. Though, what was the deal with the White Hawk commander? He was just a second heavenly tribulation golden core cultivator. There were quite a lot of people who had come to the Merfolk Sea Fair this time. The cultivation community of the South Sea had never been fond of these lackeys of the empire. No wonder father is so solemn. None of these seniors can afford to slight them, but this White Hawk commander? The White Hawk commander is called Li Qingshan. He's a figure who's risen up recently in the south. He currently occupies Savage Mountain, and he's known as the King of Savages. The King of Savages? Ji Qingyu immediately wanted to laugh. Even a White Hawk commander was bold enough to call himself a king. However, only when he saw Ji Changfeng's stern expression did he stop laughing in a hurry. His name is Li Qingshan. You can't underestimate him. He comes from the Green Province in the north, and in just a few short years, he swept through the various sects of the south, using the Blood Oath Scroll to forcefully gather a group of subordinates. The myriad poison cult has suffered greatly at his hands in the past. Basically all of their disciples are dead or injured, and even the myriad poison ancestor can't do anything to him. It's said that the king of Southern Yu's estate even wanted to make him an honored guest, but he turned it down, said Ji Changfeng. The king of Southern Yu's estate had also wanted to make him an honored guest in the past, but he turned it down because he did not want to become involved in the disputes of the cultivation community of the 9 provinces. However, he was unable to see through this Li Qingshan at all. Yet he's still bold enough to come. Isn't he afraid of the myriad poison ancestor? Ji Qingyu was filled with disbelief. This Li Qingshan really was something else. With his cultivation at the second heavenly tribulation, he was actually bold enough to fall out with the myriad poison ancestor, and he even came to the Merfolk Sea Fair fearlessly. Was he not afraid of death, or was he bold because of his skill? The first cave master of Savage Mountain, Yu Wufeng, was originally the first senior brother of the South Sea Sword Pavilion. He's currently trapped by the Blood Oath Scroll, serving Li Qingshan as a servant. Oh right, that Li Qingshan is around the same age as you. He's not even 40 yet, and he underwent the second heavenly tribulation before the age of 30. Ji Changfeng guessed that it was very likely that the myriad poison ancestor had come this time to deal with Li Qingshan, while the master of the Sword Pavilion probably had not come for the Merfolk Sea Fair either, but to save his own disciple. Was that Li Qingshan the only reason why he was so fearless? He was underestimating great cultivators a little too much. Yi Duanhai was very stubborn. How could he be threatened so easily? By then, who knew who would be the one threatening who? However, who knew? He had heard that Yu Wufeng was already close to the third heavenly tribulation, and he wielded the arcane treasure, the Fogbow sword. The South Sea Sword Pavilion could not afford to not care about a successor like that. Ji Qingyu widened his eyes. He could be regarded as a slightly renowned genius in the cultivation community of the South Sea, but his cultivation was only at late foundation establishment. He planned on accumulating his cultivation for another decade or two before attempting the second heavenly tribulation. In comparison, the master of the Fogbow sword, Yu Wufeng, was a renowned genius, yet he had actually been restrained by Li Qingshan, serving him as a servant. Just what kind of power was that? He vaguely understood what Ji Changfeng was trying to say. The waters here ran too deep. It was not something he could take part in. As long as they were mentioned, even if he was the Wind Gale King's beloved son, he could not afford to offend them. Father, I understand. Ji Qingyu was rather reluctant to accept this, but the difference in cultivation was real. Ji Changfeng glanced around the platform again. Just now, the conversation was not loud, but they did not purposefully hide it. With the sharp ears and eyes of cultivators, they could hear every single word clearly. They all became stern, lacking some of the arrogance of a master. Ji Changfeng nodded slightly, but he let out a long sigh inside. If only the Cloud Sail sect had a Li Qingshan. He could not tell who could inherit his legacy among the current disciples. At the end of the day, the 9 provinces were the foundation of this world. At the very least, it was the foundation of human cultivation. The South Sea was vast, and there were many cultivators on the scattered islands, but there were barely any who could reach his realm of cultivation. Instead, there were quite a few water demon kings in the depths of the sea. The situation was completely reversed from the 9 provinces. The forces of other folk and demons far surpassed the forces of humans. This was something that could not be avoided. Unlike the merfolk and water demons, who were born with the sea as their home, humans still had to stand on the ground at the end of the day. Without billions of people, how were there thousands of cultivators? The islands of the South Sea were vast, with many cities and even countries, but their populations were extremely limited. Often, after years of hard work, a single storm could kill millions. Cultivators could still endure a natural disaster like that, but if a demon king wanted to change up his diet, it would immediately lead to the destruction of the entire sect. Even if some demon commanders took action, there were not a lot of cultivators who could stop them. Of course, there were actually not a lot of cultivators who were so unlucky. Water demons were used to eating fish and prawns, so they might not be willing to switch to eating humans. The South Sea was far too vast, and the islands were scattered far too widely, so there were not as many conflicts. Regular cultivators could live in relatively peace. They could just casually occupy an island and cultivate. Being self-sufficient was not difficult, so there were a lot of hidden cultivators and independent cultivators. However, they faced another problem. The resources were far too limited, and communication was far too lacking. As a result, the development of the cultivation community could not compare to the 9 provinces. The South Sea Sword Pavilion had always maintained a connection with the Mist Province, constantly fighting against the myriad poison cult. It seemed like a pointless loss, but the legacies of every single master of the Sword Pavilion had never been severed. As Ji Changfeng pondered, the last ray of light was about to disperse. Suddenly, he thought of something and stood up, casting his gaze into the depths of the ocean. There's a new activity at Qidian called Realizing the Author's Dream. It's right next to the place where the votes are issued. Actually, I noticed it a long time ago, but I didn't have much confidence. I felt that it would be very difficult to collect 2,000 books. However, if I don't realize my dream, I'm not worthy of being a dream teller. Today, I'm going to shout, don't miss it. Do you want to see the plot of your dream become a real picture? Do you want to see Li Qingshan's demon body and Little Anne's white bones? Absolutely. If we succeed in realizing our dream, I'll give you a beautiful picture album, and there should be my autograph. My motivation to write will be especially high, and I'll run into the sky. If we fail, the Qidian coins will be returned. We've tried our best, and there's only one word, no regrets. As the saying goes, it doesn't cost money to try. It's as easy as dreaming. Okay, *1 oh haha to be continued. The wind suddenly began to surge, and the sea surged with it. The fierce wind swept the waves towards the shore, and the ships in the port rocked and struggled in the great waves. The larger ships barely managed to maintain their balance, while a few smaller ships directly capsized, leading to cries from the crowd, "Oh my ship." But very soon, no one paid any more attention to the ships. The wind blew even more violently, making it difficult for people to stand still. The crowd fell backwards like a wave of wheat. The waves on the sea became even larger, each one taller than the last, pushing over in an overwhelming manner. It was almost like a tsunami. Many unlucky people who approached the shore were directly sucked into the huge waves, dying a violent death. Clouds of blood permeated the surroundings as tiger sharks swam through the waves. The huge waves surged over, and the people on the beach all fled backwards. They pushed and shoved, trampling over one another. Cries and screams rose and fell, mixed with the sobs of children. It was a mess. Father. Ji Qingyu frowned heavily, and the other disciples were displeased too. The deaths of a few mortals was nothing, but it was far too shameful for the Cloud Sail sect. In the past, mortals would die in every seafarer, but there would never be such a great storm, nor would there be so much chaos. When the Merfolk King sets out, there will naturally be wind and waves accompanying her. Ji Changfeng raised his hand, gesturing for Ji Qingyu to calm down. He even smiled. He felt slightly irritated, but it was not for the Merfolk, but for the mortals under his rule. The mortals of Three Sails City had truly lived in peace under the protection of the Cloud Sail sect for far too long. There were actually so many unrelated people who had come to watch the show this time. Did they really think they could do whatever they wanted just because they had the numbers advantage? So be it if they treated the Merfolk, the hegemon of the South Sea, as outsiders, but there were actually people who were bold enough to discuss the taste of Merfolk meat despite clearly knowing that the Merfolk were about to arrive. They even spouted obscenities. They really did not know what was good for them. The Merfolk King had only lost her temper, which was already quite the restraint. In order to maintain the foundation of the Cloud Sail sect, he was also afraid that his disciples would become twisted, so he did not encourage them to treat mortals like lambs and ants. If they committed any crimes, they would even be punished according to the sect rules. Most of the disciples of the Cloud Sail sect came from the clan of Three Sails City, so their relationship was rather complicated. As time went on, the reverence mortals held towards cultivators was no longer as deep. As a matter of fact, they had quite a few complaints about the way the Cloud Sail sect was governed. It was time for them to learn a lesson today. The armored soldiers below began to take action, but their numbers were too small, and no one listened to them at all. They directly used their weapons to maintain order, and those who disobeyed were directly smashed with their spears. But when tens of thousands of people were in chaos, how could it be so easy to calm them down? Some of the cultivators in the air above the shore wanted to help. After all, they were all humans. No one would be happy if they died so pointlessly in the aftermath of the Merfolk's attack. However, when they glanced at the platform, they all dismissed that thought. Since even the host was not doing anything, outsiders like them might end up offending the Cloud Sail sect or even the Merfolk if they casually interfered. It really was not worth it for the lives of some mortals. The huge waves were still coming, and soon, a large empty space was cleared on the beach. At the same time, tens of thousands of spectators were still rushing over from Three Sails City. They had no idea what was happening on the beach, and the scene was becoming more and more chaotic. With a thought from Ji Changfeng, 3 auras surged over from the north. The thick demon chi took the lead, while the second aura vaguely shone with Buddhist light followed closely behind. The last aura seemed to surpass the first 2 in cultivation, but for some reason, it was willing to fall behind. The 3 of them were all second heavenly tribulation cultivators, but the auras they gave off were far beyond what regular golden core cultivators could contend with, and they all moved with startling speed. They arrived above Giant Ship Island in the blink of an eye. The Buddhist light and sword chi stopped, while the demon chi swept past the disciples of the Cloud Sail sect, the countless cultivators of the South Sea, and even Ji Changfeng, the sect master, without any fear. It descended from the sky and directly landed in the bay. A man in white stood between the sea and the sky. His clothes ruffled as his long hair danced in the wind behind him. At that moment, the surging ocean suddenly calmed down. The water was still. The man's large figure seemed to block the sea breeze as well. Before the mortals could even respond, he turned around and bellowed out impatiently, "Shut up!" His voice was like a clap of thunder, filled with great deterrence. It drowned out the cries of the several tens of thousand people. They all froze where they were, afraid to move. Who is he? Ji Qingyu could not help but ask the question on the minds of all the cultivators. The sea fair was about to begin, and the Wind Gale King and the Merfolk King were about to meet, yet he was actually bold enough to interfere. Was it just for a few mortals? Part of Ji Changfeng's guess was correct. Li Qingshan had indeed agreed to meet the master of the sword pavilion here, and it was obviously not just for a single Yu Wufeng. He had calculated when the Merfolk Sea Fair would begin and hurried to Giant Ship Island with Yu Wufeng and Little Anne. He heard the cries from several dozen kilometers away. When he rushed over to take a look, he saw the surging waves and several tens of thousands of people trampling about. He personally believed he was not some kind-hearted person, but there was no reason for him to not save lives if he could lift a finger. He had no time to worry about what these cultivators were thinking. It was probably the tune of mortals being ants again. He suppressed the situation with a single roar and gazed at the depths of the ocean again. The feeling. An enormous presence that was as deep as the ocean surfaced from the depths of the ocean. This was a presence that only kings had. Xian had guessed correctly. The merfolk king had indeed come. At the same time, countless pairs of cold gazes passed through the inky blue seawater and gathered on Xianxia. The six senses of the merfolk were very sharp. In the quiet depths of the ocean, the noise of several tens of thousands of mortals was already very disturbing. No one liked to be watched as an outsider. If this was the seafarer of the past, Ji Changfeng's senses were far superior to the elders of the merfolk, and he could announce the arrival of the merfolk in advance. The elders in charge of communicating with the merfolk would then have the mortals restrain themselves and maintain silence. This year, Ji Changfeng had personally come out to welcome them. He did not care much about these small details, and the disciples did not dare to give him pointers. This caused the merfolk king to hear many things she should not have heard. Some of the topics even touched upon taboos, so she purposely did not restrain her waves. It was not really revenge, but just to let the mortals know how powerful they were. Originally, this was not a big deal. At most, a few mortals would die. Would humans pay attention to not trample over ants on the ground when they walked? These minor details would not affect the communication between the two kings in the slightest. However, there was someone who did not know what was good for him and came out to be a hero. He directly suppressed the waves and even stood in front of the harbor. This was very displeasing. "Your Majesty, let me teach this brat a lesson." In the depths of the ocean, the high priestess said to the merfolk king. Although her clothes were luxurious and made of the highest grade merfolk silk, it looked as soft as water. In reality, there were dozens of layers. However, her face was already very old. Even the scales on her tail had become very dim. In particular, only the whites of her eyes remained, making her look rather terrifying. The merfolk king supported her face and half reclined on the ice crystal throne that looked like a couch. In the darkness, her close-fitting robe outlined her perfect figure, and her long hair draped over the ground. Her eyes were tightly shut, as if she was completely unaware of what was happening. Her pale chin nodded slightly. The high priestess bowed and retreated. She held up a crystal ball that clearly reflected the scene in the bay. She wiped her hand on the crystal ball lightly, and a thick fog filled the air. Seeing that the crowd had already calmed down and were no longer trampling over each other, Xianxia wanted to return to the island. He did not plan to directly challenge the merfolk king here. Suddenly, a white fog rose from the ocean and spread out hazily. Before Xianxia could react, he had already been enveloped in it. Many palaces could be vaguely seen in the fog. They had red walls and golden tiles. The eaves and corners were arched, and they looked very realistic. Xianxia suddenly realized that he was standing on the streets of a busy city. The fog had already dissipated, and the peddlers were loudly selling their goods. A group of frolicking children ran past him. When he looked at himself again, he had already turned into a peddler carrying a pole and was selling his goods along the street. He carried the pole and smiled. He simply stood there without moving. Among the five elements, the water spirit was the most unpredictable. There were many illusions among the water spells that could confuse people's minds. As an innate water spirit, the merfolk were naturally very skilled in these illusions. The fog was somewhat similar to the clam king of Mirage Sea's clam chi, but after his trip to the Mirage Sea, these illusions were like child's play when he looked at them. They could not shake his resolve at all. The illusions changed. Suddenly, it was an alluring paradise. Fairies danced in the sky, and immortals came to receive them. Xianxia only admired and pondered, but he was not moved. The illusions changed again. Suddenly, it was a terrifying realm of ghosts. Evil spirits and yakshas lunged at him, but Xianxia did not dodge. He allowed the evil spirits to lunge at him, and then they turned into fog and dispersed. No matter how the illusions changed, they could not harm a single hair on Xianxia's body. He turned around and walked toward the shore. With every step, the illusions shattered layer by layer, and he walked out of the illusions in the blink of an eye. At this moment, a moving song suddenly reached his ears. It entered his ears like gossamer and wrapped around his heart, shaking his soul. This was not an auditory hallucination. The female merfolk's song was naturally seductive. There were often fishermen who threw themselves into the sea after hearing it. They would drown alive with happy smiles on their faces. Li Qingshan seemed to be entranced as well. He stood where he was and listened. He felt that the sound was similar to the dolphin sounds of his previous life, but it was countless times more beautiful. The mortals on the beach became noisy again. Regardless of whether they were men or women, old or young, they all charged toward the sea as if they had gone mad. At this moment, the vast and ethereal roar of a dragon descended from the sky. It drowned out the singing and woke everyone up. Looking down from the sky, an enormous shadow swiftly swam toward Li Qingshan under the smooth surface of the sea. An enormous bubble suddenly rose next to Li Qingshan. It grew larger and larger until it was several dozen meters tall, bursting through the silk-like surface of the sea. An enormous shadow lay silently on the surface of the sea, almost sealing off the entire bay. Humans were not skilled at forging artifacts. Even if they did, they would only forge some water-type arcane artifacts. Storage items like 100 treasures pouches and summer rings were nowhere near as common as in the Green Province. As a result, mere people would drive whales to Giant Ship Island every time there was a merfolk sea fair. They would form caravans with all sorts of goods to trade with the cultivators of the South Sea. Many merfolk stood on the whales. There were both beautiful merfolk women and sturdy merfolk men. They looked at Li Qingshan with gazes that were either curious, cautious, cold, or hostile. Half of the whale's eye beside Li Qingshan was revealed. It was over 30 meters wide, like a lake that clearly reflected his figure. It was a demon commander, and one close to the peak of the second heavenly tribulation at that. Although it was still far from being comparable to the Great Whale King, it was still extremely massive. Li Qingshan ignored all the gazes and raised his head to look at the merfolk queen on the whale. He met a pair of eyes. At first glance, the eyes were still light blue, so clear that the bottom could be seen. But gradually, the light blue turned azure, and then inky blue. His mind seemed to be pulled into the deep sea, sucked into a bottomless abyss. It was dark and cold, constantly sinking. His body also felt a tangible pressure, like the water pressure of the deep sea. The surrounding merpeople all had different expressions. Some smiled cruelly, some sighed in pity, and some remained cold. The merfolk high priest licked her sharp teeth, her face filled with bloodthirsty delight. She thought of the last human cultivator who had met the merfolk queen's eyes and exploded with a bang. All the cultivators on the beach saw this. Some could not help but examine the merfolk queen, but before they could admire her beauty, they could not help but be drawn in by her eyes, forgetting about their surroundings. Xianxia was one of them. Before he could see the merfolk queen's appearance clearly, he felt a strong sense of suffocation. He was like a mortal who did not know how to swim, or even the terror of being on the brink of death. Just when he thought he was going to die, he suddenly woke up and discovered that he was still standing on the platform, panting heavily and drenched in cold sweat. All the cultivators who dared to look at the merfolk queen reacted the same way. They all fell from the sky, no longer daring to look at the merfolk queen. That's far too terrifying. She can kill all the cultivators present apart from father with just a pair of eyes. She clearly controlled me in the end, which was why I could break free, and that's just the aftermath. Just like the wind and waves just now, it's not directed at us at all. As it turns out, we're no different from mortals before her. Doesn't that mean the man who meets her eyes is dead for sure? However, to the merfolk, Li Qingshan, but to King, Li Qingshan, Spirit Li Qingshan, Spirit Li Qingshan, Li Qing, Li Qingshan. Spirit turtles like to hide in the deep sea. A single slumber could last 1,000 years, avoiding all entanglements of karma and disasters. The spirit, and in with the spirit, and spirit, li, and spirit, the lily spirit, a spirit, he, the lily turtles li, s, and li c. As, and a, long, and a, and, as, and, li, as. Li, of. A sliver of surprise flashed through the merfolk queen's eyes. She blinked her eyes. It would have been fine if he had only been able to resist the gaze of her deep-sea pupils, but this man seemed to be enjoying it. Furthermore, the sense of tranquility that came from his pitch-black eyes seemed to have infected her, causing the little displeasure in her heart to disappear. What beautiful eyes! Li Qingshan praised from the bottom of his heart. He was tempted to stare at her a little longer. After getting rid of those eyes that were as deep as the sea, he looked at the merfolk queen again. She was half lying on the ice crystal throne, wearing an exquisite ice crystal crown on her head that tied up her long ice blue hair. Her slender neck was also wearing a gorgeous ice crystal necklace that hung down to her breasts. Her mermaid silk dress hung down to the bottom of the throne and was also decorated with many ice crystals. One of the long fishtail could be vaguely seen. Apart from that, she also possessed some characteristics of a foreign race, but the noble, icy-cold aura she gave off was enough to make people forget about all of this and become enchanted. However, while Li Qingshan was a lecher, he was also a battle maniac. He secretly assessed and sighed, her cultivation is higher than the myriad poison ancestors. She's mid-fire-devouring king at the very least. Her strength is probably on par with the fire-devouring King Zhu Yan, or perhaps even a little stronger. If I consider these godfolk and their innate talents and abilities, I'm still not her opponent right now. How rude. Where are the guards? The great priest called out. A group of merfolk guards surrounded them on tiger sharks. The leading merman was particularly sturdy, also a second heavenly tribulation cultivator. In terms of cultivation alone, he was on par with Li Qingshan. He held an anchor covered in glyphs in his hand, eyeing Li Qingshan covetously as he considered where to smash it from. However, Li Qingshan did not even glance at him. He continued to stare at the merfolk queen, quietly waiting for her to speak. "Who are you?" the merfolk queen asked. Her voice was extremely cold, but it possessed natural charm. It was even more enchanting than the chorus of mermaids just now. Li Qingshan was not used to raising his head and talking to people, so he leapt onto the whale's back gently and arrived before the merfolk queen. He answered, "Li Qingshan." Apart from the merfolk queen and the great priest, there was also a group of merfolk elders on the whale's back. They were all at the second heavenly tribulation, giving off the tremendous aura of the ocean as they berated him loudly. Some told him to piss off, some told him to kneel, and some were basically about to capture him. Their auras were like the raging tides of the ocean, ready to erupt at any moment. Die! A bellow rang out from behind Li Qingshan, and a black figure lunged over. The captain of the merfolk guards was completely infuriated by Li Qingshan's disregard. He swung the anchor viciously at his head, possessing the terrifying power of the tides. It was a shocking sight. Li Qingshan, the merfolk queen repeated. She had heard of this name before. Although she was far away in the depths of the South Sea, as a king, she naturally had sharp ears and eyes. At this moment when war was about to erupt, she had to gather all sorts of information. Although the 3 words "King of Savages" were still somewhat exaggerated, just based on the battle with the myriad poison cult, he was no longer an insignificant character. "What about you?" Li Qingshan asked in return. The expressions of the merfolk elders changed, but it was no longer because of his rudeness. He grabbed the anchor with his right hand without looking back. The eyes of the captain of the merfolk guards almost popped out of their sockets. He gritted his teeth and pressed all his strength on the anchor, but he could not move it at all. Is he really a human? Although Gongkuan's cultivation is not extremely strong, he is born with great strength. The tidal anchor weighs 5,000 kilograms. If it smashes down like this, I'm afraid no one can withstand it other than Her Majesty. Me? The merfolk queen was silent for a moment, as if she had not expected him to ask this. Her name was known throughout the entire South Sea. He had clearly asked this only for the sake of equality. She glanced at the anchor in his hand again. However, she had wrongly accused Li Qingshan. He really did not know her name. Although he had heard Xian introduce the situation in the South Sea, for some reason, Xian did not say what the mermaid queen's name was. Li Qingshan did not care. After all, when it came to a person, it was just a symbol. It did not matter what their name was. During this short conversation, the captain of the merfolk guard, Gongkuan, felt like he had been humiliated before the queen, which made him even more furious. He abandoned the anchor, and the muscles on his arms bulged, immediately becoming covered in scales that flickered with a metallic luster. He suddenly turned into a blurry blur, hurling a barrage of punches at Li Qingshan's defenseless back. Every single punch possessed the power to split mountains. Li Qingshan did not seem to feel it. He did not even look at it, much less dodge. The black and red demon chi automatically protected him, turning into vortexes that easily dispelled the force of the punches. The fists could not even touch his clothes. This was a battle technique from ocean wielding. Although he had completely refined the ocean pearl, his use of this battle technique had become even more exquisite. Idiot, do you think that my overlapping waves technique is only this? I'll show you how powerful it is now. The force was like a torrential wave, continuously stacking and surging. The demon chi vortex was gradually unable to withstand it. Die! Gong Kuan suddenly roared. His right arm thickened again, and he punched at Li Qingshan's back. Are you done playing? Li Qingshan finally turned around. He raised his left palm to block Gong Kuan's fist. Looking at Gong Kuan's twisted and shocked face, he had the urge to swing the tidal anchor in his right hand. He only needed a light smash to kill this mermaid. Even the mermaid queen would not be able to save him. However, he gave up after thinking about it. He was not here to start a feud with the mermaids of the South Sea. Gong Kuan, step down. Gong Yuan's eyes flashed. Feeling the sudden change in Li Qingshan's aura, she could not help but sit up straight. She was shocked by his audacity. He actually dared to have murderous intent in front of her. He was either arrogant or fearless. The elders all looked at one another. Sure enough, Li Qingshan's title as the King of Savages was not just for show. Gong Kuan attacked with all his might, but he could not even test out his true strength. It was as if he was a naughty child messing around with an adult. If he angered the adult, he would be slapped, and the naughty child would be half dead. Other than the queen, no one was his match. Furthermore, he was so young. Meant that as long as he did not die, he would definitely become a great cultivator in the future. The 9 states had many talents. Gong Kuan retreated before he received the order. He was stunned for a moment before bowing. Yes. He was still in a state of shock. Just now, when their eyes met, a murderous aura surged towards him, as if he was facing a terrifying deep-sea giant beast. Now that he had come back to his senses, it was just an ordinary man with a smile on his face. According to the standards of the merfolk, he could not be considered handsome, but he had a heroic spirit that could not be ignored. Humph, as the captain of the guards, I am not afraid of death. Stupid Kuan, who allowed you to come up here? Get out of here. Gong Kuan was about to stand guard beside the ice crystal throne when a voice rang in his mind. His expression became more and more strange. It was because the person who spoke was not someone else, but the giant whale below. It was impatient of being stepped on by him, so it sent a telepathic message to chase him away. This blue whale demon general was the exclusive mount of the mermaid queen. It had grown up in the South Sea and was said to be the descendant of the great whale king. It was already more than 7,000 years old and had witnessed the countless changes of the South Sea mermaids. It was at the peak of the second heavenly tribulation. Once it passed the third heavenly tribulation, it would become the divine beast protector of the mermaids. Its position in the tribe was extremely high, and it was called Elder Blue. This Elder Blue had a bad temper. Normally, it would not allow anyone to get on its back. Today, the queen was traveling and had to discuss matters with the elders along the way, so it reluctantly gave them a ride. Now that Li Qingshan had stood on its back for so long, it did not react at all. Instead, it was chasing him away. Gong Yuan, as deep as the ocean. What a good name. Li Qingshan casually threw the anchor back to Gong Kuan. Gong Kuan looked at Li Qingshan with dissatisfaction. Li Qingshan had already turned his head to talk to the mermaid queen. He could only get off the back of the whale helplessly and look at the lake-like eyes of the whale with a face full of complaints. Sigh, you still refuse to admit it when I say you're stupid. Why don't you take a look at your anchor? This kid might only be at the second heavenly tribulation, but his strength is unfathomable. Even I'm probably not his opponent, so what do you have to be displeased about? He's the White Hawk commander of the Hawkwolf Guard, and his master is the monk king of the Chan monastery of Devanaga. As long as a guy like him doesn't directly oppose us, it's fine even if he's slightly rude. Don't tell me you want to create an enemy for us for no reason? Elder Long communicated with him. To put it bluntly, politeness and impoliteness depended on strength. If mortals spoke carelessly, they should be killed and taught a lesson. However, even if Li Qingshan climbed onto the whale's back and asked for the mermaid queen's name, it would still make perfect sense. Gong Kuan looked down and saw that there was a handprint on the anchor. He was shocked. He had picked up this anchor from a sunken giant ship. He did not know how many times he had refined it to this size. It was incomparably sturdy, but he had actually left a mark on it. He looked at the back of the whale again. Under the stars, the man's figure suddenly grew taller. The name Li Qingshan is a little mediocre, said Gong Yuan coldly. Gong Yuan said coldly. Although she had managed to recognize Li Qingshan's strength, it did not mean they could treat each other as equals. Then you can call me Erlang. I'm the second in the family, said Li Qingshan with a smile. There was clearly a hint of mockery in his words. The merfolk elders were all enraged, but the merfolk queen still had a cold look on her face. Little Li the Second, why are you blocking my way and obstructing the sea market? Little Li the Second? Li Qingshan rubbed his nose. He never thought the mermaid queen's mouth would really resemble Ru Xian's a little. At a closer glance, although her bearing was cold and filled with the dignity of a king, her facial features really did resemble Ru Xian slightly. Was she somehow related to Ru Xian? All he saw was Gong Yuan's expression becoming colder and colder. How can a mere waiter block your majesty's path? I've come to lead the way for you. Li Qingshan turned around and raised his hand. Please look. That's where the sea fair will be held. It's called Giant Ship Island, and there are 3 mountains on it. They're called Major Cloud Mast Mountain, Center Cloud Mast Mountain, and Giant Cloud Mast Mountain. Li Qingshan introduced Giant Cloud Mast Mountain and the seafair fluently. He had heard it all from Ru Xian at the last minute, so there were many mistakes and omissions. The expressions of all the merfolk became extremely strange. Who knew how many times they had already held the sea fair, yet they still needed an outsider to introduce it. If you want to introduce it, you should at least ask around a little more. What's with Giant Cloud Mast Mountain? With a snigger, a mermaid laughed. The great priest glared at her, and she covered her mouth in a hurry, but she was unable to hide the smile in her eyes. This human sure is bold. He's actually bold enough to spout nonsense before the queen. He might not be handsome, but he's rather interesting. And even that vicious bastard, Gong Kuan, isn't his opponent. Look over there. That's the sect master of Cloud Mast Mountain, fellow Ji Chongfeng. He's known as the Wind Gale King, and he wields the Philian flag. Li Qingshan smiled at the laughing mermaid before pointing at the platform on the beach. The corner of Ji Chongfeng's eye twitched. Not only did Li Qingshan not say anything bad about him, but he even praised him very highly instead, saying things like the Wind Gale King shakes the South Sea with his might, and even the King of Southern Yu has to show him some respect. However, he felt indescribably irritated. He was tempted to wave the Philian flag and blow him back to the Green Province. This Li Qingshan. Ji Qingyu was speechless, but he could not help but feel admiration for him. Before countless cultivators and merfolk of the South Sea, he was able to speak and smile at ease between 2 kings, without losing out at all. This was the king of savages. Shut up. We don't need you to introduce us. Get down, the mermaid high priest rebuked furiously. Li Qingshan glanced at her. When I'm speaking with Her Majesty, it's best if you don't interrupt us. You. Ji Chongfeng felt like he could not keep watching like this. He coughed lightly and clasped his hands. Fellow Gong, long time no see. And, my friends, you've come from afar, so I failed to welcome you. Please enter the port. And this, little friend, thank you for your introduction. That's enough. Don't make everyone wait too long. After a moment of hesitation, he still ended up referring to Li Qingshan as a little friend. This form of address contained a sense of treating him as an equal, but it was also not a fellow on equal footing. You're far too polite, old friend. I basically said everything. Since you don't need me, I'll be taking my leave first. Li Qingshan clasped his hands at Ji Chongfeng. Although he was slightly surprised, he had already achieved his objective. This sort of acknowledgement seemed like an empty title, but it was actually extremely important. It was directly related to a series of plans. I must say, as a king of a race, your majesty's breadth of mind far surpasses that bastard Zhu Yan's. Hold on. You've met Zhu Yan? Li Qingshan said. He was about to leave when Gong Yuan, who had been cold the entire time, finally changed. I've met him once, but it wasn't a pleasant experience. Li Qingshan shrugged. Gong Yuan seemed to be in thought. She glanced at Li Qingshan deeply. Little Li II, you stay here and enter the port with us. It's an honor. But if you can change the way you refer to me, I'll enter the port. Gong Yuan ordered, and the blue whale swam towards the port. Li Qingshan shook his head. He turned around and arrived on the blue whale's head, standing against the wind. Interacting with this merfolk queen was much smoother than interacting with the fire-devouring king. While other folk were favored by the heavens, they were also influenced by their natural elemental attributes, especially the 7 great other folk races. The Yin attribute night roamers were sinister and mysterious, while the fire attribute fire devourers were violent and easily angered, while the water attribute merfolk were a little more gentle and tolerant. Of course, this was only in comparison. The merfolk queen was ice-cold and deep, like the ocean abyss. She was definitely not someone easy to deal with. The main reason why she was willing to tolerate his rudeness was because of his strength and background. The battle against the myriad poison cult played a decisive role too. The first time Egua met Zhu Yan was after this battle. Zhu Yan probably wouldn't be so irritable. If he had transcended the 3rd heavenly tribulation, Zhu Yan would definitely listen to his conditions in exchange for the divine Wutong wood. Even if he was angry, he wouldn't directly fall out with him. If he reached the Banyan Tree King's realm, Zhu Yan would have to consider whether to make the deal. Even if he rejected, he would be quite polite and show the other side of the fire-devouring folk. In the end, the tongue of the weak couldn't compare to the nonsense of the strong. The group of cultivators led by Ji Chongfeng saw Li Qingshan riding the whale over in the wind. He was at the highest point of the merfolk, as if he was the main character of the sea market this time. Kid, it's fine if you're standing on my back, but how dare you stand on my head? Don't you know how to respect your elders? Li Qingshan was slightly stunned. He understood that the one who spoke was the blue whale under his feet. He could not help but laugh. Respecting elders is a human's idea. If we're talking about age, demons should be the leaders of all living beings. Why are you being ordered around by a mutant and not learning from the great whale king to roam the deep sea? Humph, you have a sharp tongue. When the sea market opens, I'll compete with you and see who's stronger. Elder Blue said indignantly. Sure. Li Qingshan knew that this was most likely Gong Yuan's instructions. She wanted to test his true strength. Just a title alone could not suppress her. However, he had expressed some hostility towards the fire-devouring folk, so it was not convenient for her to personally take action. Letting this blue whale demon commander take action was only a competition, not an enemy. Humph, then come and try. You're so young, yet you dare to talk about the great whale king. Do you know what the great whale king looks like? Although Elder Blue instinctively felt that Li Qingshan was not easy to deal with, his heart still jumped when he heard him agree so painfully. I was lucky enough to hear a whale song. Ah, you're really lucky. You're also very lucky. Humph, of course I've heard the whale song. That's not what I'm talking about. Then what is it? You met me. What kind of blessing is that? In the future, you can tell people that you once carried me on your back and chatted with me. People will definitely praise you for your good fortune. Stinking brat, you dare to make fun of me? Do you believe that I won't throw you down right now? Who's making fun of you? I'm serious. Serious? Elder Blue was stunned for a moment. He sounded serious, as if he was telling a fact that was inevitable, just like the sun rising from the east and setting in the west. Bah! I was almost fooled by you. Just you wait. Li Qingshan laughed, and his laughter echoed throughout the bay. Because he was communicating with Elder Blue, no one knew what he was laughing about. They all looked at him in surprise, not knowing what he was laughing about. When the whales arrived near the shore, the sky had already completely darkened. The starry sky above the sea was especially brilliant. The large clouds were like islands in the sea of stars, blotting out the moon from time to time and casting darkness. There was not a single spark on the beach or even in the entire three-sail city. Merfolk were naturally averse to fire, so lighting a fire before them was a form of disrespect. In the beginning, only those who participated in the sea fair were allowed to do so. Afterwards, it became a tradition on Giant Ship Island that the entire island was forbidden from using fire during the sea fair. However, the bay was resplendent. A large school of fish swam about in the dark blue, transparent water. They shone with a faint green light, while thousands of jellyfish shone with a faint blue light as they bobbed up and down in the water. There were also strange fish with tentacles on their heads that seemed like lanterns, as well as shrimps that flickered and swam about like fireflies. They seemed to scatter a handful of stars in the water, illuminating the sea magnificently. What was even more dazzling was the backs of the whales. Deep-sea pearls were stored in baskets made from coral and seaweed. They shone with a pure, white, and gentle light. The pearls were multicolored, competing with one another for beauty. The most eye-catching thing was a coral mountain the size of a fake mountain. Its colors constantly changed in a dazzling manner. The huge whales seemed to be carrying the treasures of the entire world, competing with the bright moon and stars in the sky. Clouds and mist rose up from the surface of the sea. The merfolk rode on the clouds, moving the dazzling array of marine goods from the backs of the whales onto the soft clouds, drifting to the beach with the sea breeze. Although merfolk could conjure legs, most of them were not used to the feeling of having a split tail. The disciples of the Cloud Sail sect came over to receive them. They were in charge of registering the goods and classifying them before sending them to the Skysea Pavilion on Little Cloud Sail Mountain for people to choose from. However, the most eye-catching things were the beautiful merfolk women. Every single one of them was a beauty created by the heavens, but they were all beautiful in their own way. They did not follow the etiquette of the human world, laughing and joking freely, but they did not seem unrestrained at all. They seemed pure and innocent. Under the encirclement of the clouds and the illumination of the treasures, the bay seemed to become a paradise. Let alone the mortals, even the cultivators were unable to shift their gazes away. Xianxia was used to this, so he was amazed too. In ancient times, other folk referred to themselves as godfolk. They were not exactly boasting. In the eyes of mortals, they really did seem like godfolk. In particular, races like the night roamers, fire devourers, and merfolk possessed innate strength and lifespan that far surpassed mortals. Even their appearances were utterly perfect, making people completely overlook the characteristics of other races. As a matter of fact, they even possessed a special charm. Even if human beauties could compare to them in terms of appearance, they would not be able to match up to them in terms of bearing. In terms of value, these merfolk women were indeed the most precious goods present. If a merfolk woman was sold to the Dragon Province, she would be worth even more than the goods on the backs of whales. Their tears could be turned into precious merfolk pearls, their eyes could be made into priceless condensed jade pearls, their scales were precious medicinal ingredients, and even their tails were a supreme delicacy. It was a dish that could not be missed in the imperial court's banquets. For the sake of tasting the most delicious merfolk meat, some of the most fastidious diners would imprison the merfolk women in special rain trays before using extremely sharp ice blades to slice off extremely thin pieces of meat, eating them immediately without adding any seasoning. The coldness from the ice blades would freeze the wounds, preventing them from bleeding. The merfolk women had to remain conscious. Not only did they have to endure the pain of death by 1,000 cuts, but they also had to endure tremendous mental pain, making them cry out in despair. The sound of their tears falling onto the jade trays was the most beautiful music in the world. Then, they admired the merfolk's beautiful figure and appearance, allowing the diners to enjoy multiple senses of sight, hearing, and taste. This dish was called Flowing Pearls of the Bright Moon. Back then, Xianxia could not help but sigh when he heard that, if you don't have a heart of stone, how are you supposed to eat it, let alone enjoy it? Although other folk and humans both shared the same word, their hatred for one another was so deep that it completely surpassed their hatred for the demons who ate the most humans. It was probably because demons could not tell so much from eating, and being killed and eaten was a common occurrence. What surprised Li Qingshan even more was Ru Xian's attitude. Just like how she felt for her own kind, she was extraordinarily indifferent towards merfolk, as if she did not treat herself as a merfolk at all. At the same time, she did not treat herself as a human either. Thinking up to there, Li Qingshan glanced around the beach, but he did not find any traces of Ru Xian. They had split up, so he had no idea where she was right now. However, he was not worried either. With the myriad poison ancestors' protection, she definitely would not be in any danger. The duration of the merfolk seafair was not fixed either. It could be as short as a night or as long as several days. This time, Gong Yuan had come in person, so it would probably be a little longer, so he was not afraid of missing it. "Kid, we've already reached the shore. Why aren't you getting off?" Elder Blue lost his temper. He swung his tail and kicked up a huge wave. Gong Yuan had already disembarked from the whale's back with the elders, currently meeting with Ji Chongfeng on the platform. The two of them glanced over from time to time. Only Li Qingshan remained standing on the large blue whale, as if he was waiting for something. He smiled at Ji Chongfeng and Gong Yuan before crossing his legs and patting Elder Blue's smooth head. "Don't be in such a hurry. I'm waiting for someone." "TSK, kid, are you really treating me as your mount? Get off me right now." If it were not for the fact that Elder Blue was afraid of disrupting the seafarer, he would have gone all out against Li Qingshan right now. As he said that, another figure flew over from the cloud mountains on the horizon. His target was Elder Blue's head. "Let's see who else dares to come." What a beautiful little girl." Elder Blue was surprised for a moment. He forgot to get angry and let little and land on his head. That is. A ray of light flashed across Ji Chongfeng's eyes. When he was young, he was also very promiscuous and flirtatious. Now that he had reached this age, although he had long thrown this thought out of the 9 heavens and thought that he had seen all kinds of beauties, he would no longer be stunned by them. However, at this moment, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. There's actually such a beauty in the world. There are so many talents in the 9 prefectures. Ji Qingyu and the rest of the cultivators with weaker composure were even more stunned, unable to shift their gazes away. The mermaid girls were indeed beautiful, but compared to her, it was like the difference between a pearl and the moon. They could not compete with her in terms of splendor. She didn't have any accessories on her, it was as if there were only 2 colors of black and white. Her hair was black, her eyes were white, and her skin was snow white. She was even better than the mermaid queen. "She's little Anne." Just now, the dragon's roar came from her mouth. It said that she's even younger than Li Qingshan. She shouldn't even be 30 yet. Such cultivation is truly terrifying. Although most humans are mediocre, with billions of them, a genius would occasionally appear, and even gods would be left in the dust. That's how they were able to unify the 9 prefectures. Gong Yuan thought to herself, but do Buddhist disciples also cultivate the art of charm? It's not as simple as the art of charm. Although the path of white bone and great beauty contained many techniques such as artifact forging and alchemy, there was no such thing as the art of charm. It derived the path of life and death, the appearance of emptiness. Great beauty is color, white bone is emptiness. The 2 words great beauty contained the pinnacle of beauty in the mortal world, and only then could it reflect the emptiness of white bone. It was not the art of charm, but it far surpassed all other arts of charm. It originated from the very essence, directly targeting one's heart. The people from the Sword Tower sure are slow. This is probably the so-called show of strength again. "Humph, do you think I'm the one begging you? If you're so good, then don't come." Li Qingshan found a bronze mask and had little and put it on. Then, he called out to the sky, "Yu Wufeng." The South Sea Sword Tower was just a pawn in the first place. It was not like he was the one asking the master of the Sword Tower for help, so it was good that they did not come to make trouble for him. Yu Wufeng stood in the sky and stared in the direction of the South Sea Sword Tower, but he did not see any sword flashes flying over. When he heard Li Qingshan's call, he showed a helpless expression. He turned into a streak of white light and arrived before Li Qingshan, but he did not land on the whale. He clasped his hands and said, "What are your orders, my king? It's not good to keep waiting like this." The brother below is already unwilling. If your master wants to come, he'll naturally come. Let's go ashore first. Li Qingshan said. Yes, Yu Wufeng said. You're Yu Wufeng? Elder Blue exclaimed in surprise. Although they had only met once many years ago, both that streak of white light and that head of white hair left too deep of an impression. It's been many years. I didn't think Elder Blue would still remember me. Yu Wufeng smiled. After little and put on the mask, he had just caused a wave of disappointment. Yu Wufeng's appearance immediately caused an even greater uproar. It really is him, the Fogbow swordsman, Yu Wufeng. Didn't he betray the South Sea Sword Pavilion? Why does he still dare to come to the South Sea? Your information is too outdated. This is the South Sea Sword Pavilion's plan. They wanted him to seize Savage Mountain. However, they never thought that this Li Qingshan would interfere. Not only did he fail to become king of savages, but he even lost himself in it. Yu Wufeng sighed inside when he heard these discussions. When he looked back, there were quite a few familiar faces among the South Sea cultivators on the beach. Just now, he was unwilling to come down because there were too many familiar faces below. However, he was calm now, clasping his hands from afar to show that he had met them. Almost all the cultivators returned the greeting from afar. In terms of reputation among the South Sea cultivators, Yu Wufeng was much more renowned than Li Qingshan. He had been a great genius in the past, wielding the Fogbow sword and roaming the South Sea alone. He had been in the limelight for a time. Afterwards, he betrayed the South Sea Sword Pavilion and became the first cave master of Savage Mountain, which added to his legend. Now that he had returned to the South Sea, the Fogbow sword was still the same, but his cultivation had improved. He was only a step away, which should have been something worthy of celebration. However, he had been bound by the Blood Oath Scroll and become someone else's slave. How could people not sigh emotionally? A few of Yu Wufeng's old friends made their way over as soon as they saw him, but when they saw him refer to Li Qingshan as king and stand behind him silently, they all stopped and hesitated. They felt very conflicted inside. They would rather they had never seen this. Wufeng, you're quite popular in the South Sea, Li Qingshan smiled. My king, don't look at how I am now. I was once a swordsman too. With this meter-long sword, I saved people from danger, Yu Wufeng said. Yu Wufeng said. After experiencing the various matters, he had already accepted Li Qingshan wholeheartedly. In particular, the myriad poison ancestors' fate delighted him greatly. He no longer considered becoming enemies with Li Qingshan anymore. This was not because he feared Li Qingshan's strength. As a sword cultivator, if he did not possess a staunch and unyielding character that would rather break than bend, it would have been impossible for him to reach his current level of cultivation. He accepted Li Qingshan out of admiration and recognition. Yeah, you don't seem like a demonic cultivator to me. Don't worry, even if your master doesn't come, I'll remove the blood oath in the future. Li Qingshan patted his shoulder. Someone like him had not taken the initiative to become enemies with him, nor was he a demonic cultivator who was guilty of countless crimes. If it were possible, Li Qingshan was willing to let him continue down the path of cultivation. Then thank you, my king. If I'm lucky enough to undergo the third heavenly tribulation, I'll definitely repay you. What Yu Wufeng feared the most was that Li Qingshan would use the Blood Oath Scroll to suppress him for the rest of his life. Suddenly receiving this promise, he could not help but be taken aback. He knew that Li Qingshan was not a person who kept his promises easily, so he could not help but admire his breadth of mind. If it were someone else, even if they had no use for Yu Wufeng, they would never spare him so easily, afraid that he would take revenge after undergoing the third heavenly tribulation. However, Li Qingshan was not afraid. His breadth of mind and boldness originated from absolute confidence. Once he underwent the third heavenly tribulation, even if Yu Wufeng fell out with him, all he would have to do was kill him with a single punch. I hope it's not revenge. Li Qingshan smiled. He believed in his own insight. As a genius sword cultivator, Yu Wufeng was not a petty person like that. If the gentleman of heavenly blubber or some other demonic cultivator were in his position, he would never have done this. Even if it was a promise, it would probably be a bluff. Never. I can swear on my heart of the sword that I'll never become your enemy. Actually, we shouldn't have been enemies in the first place. It's all just a coincidence and fate. However, that's not necessarily a bad thing. I'm in a hurry to return to the South Sea Sword Pavilion, so actually, the chances of me undergoing the tribulation aren't great. Perhaps it's my fortune instead that I've been dealt this blow and tempered a little more. I only hope that we can speak as equals when the time comes. I don't have to call you king anymore, Yu Wufeng said from the bottom of his heart. If he cast aside their conflict, everything that Li Qingshan had done in the Mist Province, subduing the cave master of Savage Mountain, sweeping through the demons of the south, destroying the myriad poison cult, and slaughtering 100,000 bone-eating shamans, were all things that he wanted to do but could not. Even if he underwent the third heavenly tribulation and became a great sword cultivator, he would not be able to subdue the myriad poison ancestor, nor would he be bold enough to fall out with the bone-eating shaman king. If he had a choice, he would be extremely willing to befriend Li Qingshan. Sure. Actually, I don't want to trample on others and abuse my authority, but there are some people who won't treat you as a human if you don't trample on them. Li Qingshan shook his head. Because he had once ridden on Brother Ox's back, he refused to lower his head to anyone. It was also exactly because he had witnessed Brother Ox's strength that he understood how distant the 9 heavens were, which was why it was very difficult for him to develop the mentality of a so-called expert who treated mortals like ants. Looking down from above, he was just a slightly stronger ant. He had just gained some strength, yet he thought he was impressive, acting all high and mighty. Even he himself found it embarrassing. He had only stood before the Merfolk Queen and said a few words normally, yet he had been labeled as arrogant. He had only called Zhu Yan fellow, yet he had been mocked without restraint. Just who was the arrogant one here? Yu Wufeng felt ashamed. If he had conversed with Zhu Yan as an equal in the past, it would have never ended up like this. He had been confident in his strength and possessed a geographical advantage, so he did not take Li Qingshan seriously at all. He even blamed him for ruining his plans on Savage Mountain. In the end, he only thought of befriending him after being trampled underfoot, which basically answered what he had said. Get down here. Elder Blue flew into a rage. It's not like I'm talking about you. Alright. I'll get down right now. Li Qingshan suddenly discovered that if he said that from Elder Blue's head, he would really be pointing at a bald man and scolding a monk. He had been implicated while he was doing nothing. The rumors really are true. His current cultivation is actually a little more powerful than I anticipated. He really is a genius of the sword. Who can give up on a disciple like that so easily? If my sect had a successor like that, I'd probably have to agree to whatever conditions Li Qingshan brings up. It'll be enough to ensure that the Cloud Sail sect remains in power for a millennium. Yi Duanhai's in for a headache. As Ji Changfeng pondered, he gave Ji Qingyu a meaningful look. Ji Qingyu flew over. I am Ji Qingyu. I've come under the sect master's orders to invite the 3 of you to the platform. He could not help but glance at Little and again, meeting Yu Tong behind the bronze mask before immediately shifting his gaze. Looks like your master still cares quite a bit about you, Li Qingshan said to Yu Wufeng with a smile. Yu Wufeng subconsciously tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword and gave an almost undetectable grunt. That was his master. The ray of sword light that was grand and resplendent like a star seemed to have noticed Yu Wufeng's existence as well. It suddenly sped up like a shooting star that tore through the sky, leaving behind a long trail of light as it flew over. Everyone on the beach raised their heads and stared at the star's descent. The resplendent light rapidly expanded in their vision, and in the blink of an eye, the star landed and turned into a middle-aged man. He had a grayish beard and wore a large cloak. He wore a tall crown on his head that was adorned with dark golden ornaments. His wide sleeves were folded before his chest, and he held a simple sword in his arms. He and his sword radiated with a stern, murderous aura. He was the master of the sword pavilion, Yi Duanhai. Master. Yu Wufeng took a few steps forward and knelt on one knee, leaning on his sword with his right hand. Rise. Yi Duanhai was so stern that he was almost cold. He did not even have any intentions of helping Yu Wufeng up. However, the sea-splitting sword in his arms clearly thrummed, demonstrating his inner turmoil. I'm useless and have failed you. Please punish me, master. Yu Wufeng lowered his head. The fogbow sword in his hand flickered with white light. Your cultivation is fine. You haven't wasted all these years. Once you return, go to the Sword Punishment Pavilion and receive your punishment. Yes. Yu Wufeng stood up. Only now did Yi Duanhai shift his gaze away from his disciple. This great sword cultivator filled with determination did not even waste a single moment to look at Gong Yuan and Ji Changfeng. He immediately locked onto Li Qing. You're Li Qingshan? Li Qingshan felt like he had been cut by a sword wherever his gaze passed by. He was only 10 steps away from Yi Duanhai. Even to mortal swordsmen, this was a lethal distance, let alone one of the few great sword cultivators in the world. Sword cultivators had the sword as their heart. Even their nascent souls were sword nascent. The path of attack dominated the world. At the same level of cultivation, sword cultivators could basically completely defeat other cultivators. It was as if a peerless sword was placed across Li Qingshan's neck. With just a thought, he would be beheaded. However, Li Qingshan completely believed that Yi Duanhai wanted to do that very much. No one liked being threatened, especially by a weakling. Li Qingshan was extremely glad that he had fought the myriad poison ancestor in the past and not the one before him. He probably would have blown up his sword nascent without the slightest hesitation and taken him down with him. That's right. Li Qingshan stared back fearlessly, a smile involuntarily appearing on his face. If the feeling of staring into the merfolk queen's eyes was extremely comfortable for the spirit turtle, then this was the rhythm that the tiger demon liked the most. Powerful enemies, suppressed killing intent, and lethal threats. The moment he saw Li Qingshan, Yi Duanhai knew that the situation was troublesome. With his many years of experience, he could tell with a single glance that Li Qingshan was one of the few brave and resolute people in the world. He would not be easily threatened. As he said that, he made a surprising discovery. This kid isn't afraid of fighting me. He even seems to desire it. This could not be faked at all. However, it was already extremely rare for a second heavenly tribulation cultivator to maintain his fighting spirit when he faced a great sword cultivator. What was with his fighting spirit becoming more and more exuberant? Was he really not afraid of death, or did he have some sort of confidence? Yi Duanhai's plan was to directly restrain Li Qingshan and search for the Blood Oath Scroll. It was simple and straightforward. Even if he could not restrain Li Qingshan in time, he refused to believe that Li Qingshan would be so disrespectful to his life that he would actually try to take him down with him. However, when he saw how Li Qingshan behaved, he could not help but hesitate. However, it was only for a split second. His mind immediately recovered its calmness, almost icy cold. As a matter of fact, he even dismissed his worry for his beloved disciple and dealt with the matter with absolute rationality. The sea-splitting sword was about to be drawn. A battle was about to erupt. A figure suddenly stood between him and Li Qingshan. Master, please reconsider. After receiving Li Qingshan's promise, Yu Wufeng felt much more at ease. At the same time, he made up his mind that he could not allow the South Sea Sword Pavilion to become enemies with Li Qingshan. Only he knew just how terrifying of an enemy he would be. Yi Duanhai frowned. No one knew a disciple better than a master. This disciple of his had never been someone who feared death. He would not back down from this gamble just because his life was in danger. Very good. Yi Duanhai spat out those two words as if they were gold before turning around and making his way towards the platform. This matter had to do with his disciple, as well as the future of the entire South Sea Sword Pavilion. After receiving such a clear warning, he would not stubbornly insist on taking the gamble. He was prepared to think of a countermeasure and observe the situation. It was not like Li Qingshan and Yu Wufeng were here, so the situation could not worsen. He was confident about that. His gaze paused on Little and for a moment. He had already guessed her identity, and he sensed a profound and unpredictable sword intent. With her age, it was impossible for her to possess such a sword intent. Moreover, she was not a sword cultivator. Was she hiding a treasured sword? His senses were very accurate, but it was not because he had discovered the existence of the Buddha-slaying sword. After Li Qingshan gave up on the path of the sword, he had given the three absolutes calligraphy to Little and to Refine. They complemented each other. Li Qingshan nodded towards Yu Wufeng, indicating that he could move about freely. He showed a hint of gratitude as he deliberated over his words, considering how he should tell his master. After all, the blood oath scroll was present. If he accidentally leaked the secret, the blood oath would be no laughing matter. He had finally reached this step after so much difficulty, and he could already see the light at the end of the tunnel. If he lost his life because of a single careless word, that would be the greatest joke in the world. His life was fine, but once he was cursed to death by the blood oath scroll, the South Sea Sword Pavilion would definitely not rest until Li Qingshan was dead. He would become a sinner of the South Sea Sword Pavilion. He was about to catch up to Yi Duanhai when calls of surprise and joy rang out by his ears. "Senior brother!" Wu Feng. Peng Jingni and the other disciples of the Sword Pavilion immediately surrounded Yu Wufeng, Li Qingshan and Little and exchanged glances. As long as Yi Duanhai did not fall out with them as soon as they met, the chances of them taking action would be greatly reduced. Everything was going according to plan. Most importantly, he had no fundamental conflict with the South Sea Sword Pavilion. He did not plan on using Wufeng to threaten Yi Duanhai. This was just a deal. "I've captured your disciple in a battle of life and death, and he knows many of my secrets. Of course, it's impossible for you to take him back as soon as you open your mouth. It makes sense for you to pay a slight price. If it were Ji Chongfeng or the Merfolk Queen making this deal, it would be perfectly normal. Yi Duanhai would not have behaved like this at all. Instead, he would have negotiated from the very beginning. As a result, the crux of the matter was still equality. It's been several years since we last met. Your cultivation has improved." Peng Jingni stood out from the crowd and took the initiative to greet Li Qingshan. Although Li Qingshan had hidden his demon qi, he did not purposefully suppress the demon qi from his demon heart. After exploding and condensing many times, his demon heart had become much more powerful than before. "At least it's not too slow. I just never thought the promise of the past would only be fulfilled now." Li Qingshan thought back to when Peng Jingni and Qian Liangmu had visited Savage Mountain together. Before he knew it, several years had already passed. If this is slow, then there's nothing fast in the world. In just a few years, you've swept through the demonic cultivators of the south, defeated the myriad poison cult, and slaughtered countless bone-eating tribes. Right now, who doesn't know the name of the king of savages in the Mist Province? "I just hope we can reach a satisfactory conclusion today," Peng Jingni said from the bottom of his heart. Probably no one had imagined Li Qingshan would rise up so quickly. "That'll depend on whether your master takes me seriously or not." Li Qingshan smiled. "Who can take the mighty king of savages lightly?" Peng Jingni shook his head with a bitter smile. The two of them conversed happily, but the elders and disciples of the South Sea Sword Pavilion behind them were not so friendly. Many of them showed hostility in their eyes. Not only had Li Qingshan destroyed the South Sea Sword Pavilion's plans, but he had even enslaved Yu Wufeng, forcing the master of the Sword Pavilion to lead everyone to Giant Ship Island. They were obviously not in a good mood. Some of the older elders were still able to keep a straight face, but the younger disciples were not as good at maintaining their composure. If Peng Jingni had not expressed his stance quickly, probably some of them would have been unable to hold themselves back from mocking Li Qingshan, which would have led to many more setbacks in their lives. Yu Wufeng saw this and nodded to himself. Junior brother Peng had already done a very good job as the first senior brother. "Sir," Ji Qingyu called out carefully from the side. "I've made you wait. We'll be going right now." Li Qingshan arrived on the platform with Little and unclasped his hands. "I've long heard of the Wind Gale King's great name. Now that I've seen you today, you really do live up to your reputation. I'll be troubling you for the next few days. The King of Savages has graced the Cloud Sail sect with your presence. Please wait a moment. There really is quite a lot of goods this time." Ji Chongfeng returned the gesture politely, treating Li Qingshan as an equal. "Although there are many things, there doesn't seem to be anything particularly precious." The goods on the whale's back were naturally priceless to ordinary cultivators, but Li Qingshan did not think much of them. Of course, he knew that the truly valuable goods would not be placed outside, but in the Sumera ring and 100 treasures pouch. That was very strange. Could it be that the two great cultivators and the Merfolk Queen were here just to look at these common goods? The myriad poison ancestor had the right to do so, but according to the plan, the myriad poison ancestor would never appear at a time like this. This was clearly stated in the letter of visit. And the master of the sword pavilion definitely would not be willing to wait. After speaking a little with Gong Yuan and Ji Changfeng, Yi Duanhai arrived on the edge of the platform alone with his sword. He was currently conversing with Yu Wufeng. He was extremely serious, but he did not show any dissatisfaction at all. When the seafair opens, fellow Daoist will naturally see it. However, fellow Daoist might not know this. Ji Changfeng paused for a moment. This time, the head butler of the Yu King's mansion, Mr. Ram, isn't he here? Yu Wangfu. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. This was not within his expectations. He had no idea whether it would affect the plan or not. Whatever. How could he calculate everything in life? He'd just take it one step at a time. In the northern sky, a mountain of clouds moved against the wind. Suddenly, a huge ship broke through the mountain of clouds, speeding over under the moonlight as it glowed with silver light. What a huge ship! Li Qingshan was taken aback. The huge ship was around 3,000 meters long, and it was rather similar to the soaring dragon ship. Its lines were even sharper and smoother, and it was 10 times larger than the soaring dragon ship. It hovered in the sky like the sword of a god. It's the Silver Dragon King. Don't be fooled by its size. If it flies at full speed, it won't be much slower than Pavilion Master Ye's sword. Ji Changfeng was taken aback before introducing with a smile. However, Li Qingshan could clearly sense that his expression was no longer as carefree as just now, while Gong Yuan's gaze had become slightly colder. Yi Duanhai stopped talking with his disciple and stared at the incoming Silver Dragon King. He did not refute Ji Changfeng's words. The South Sea Sword Pavilion is relatively close to the Mist Province, but they've always maintained their independence. Yi Duanhai isn't an honored guest either. The Cloud Sail sect is isolated in the ocean, so they only need to maintain good relations with the merfolk of the South Sea. It's even less likely that they'll pay any attention to the King of Southern Yu. As for the merfolk, there's no need to even mention them. They've always hated humans, and they seem to have even clashed with the King of Southern Yu's estate in history. The three of them are all powerful figures in the world. Against a mere caretaker, a golden core cultivator who's a ram or a yu, they all have to get serious. The King of Southern Yu's influence is just too great. Oh, I forgot to include myself. I'm a genius cultivator from the enemy's camp, and I've clearly refused to become an honored guest of the King of Southern Yu's estate. Although the Banyan Tree King is keeping things in check, the King of Southern Yu definitely doesn't like me very much. If that's the case, we're all so-called outsiders. When Li Qingshan thought of that, he suddenly felt a chill inside. The creed of ambitious figures throughout history had always been, if you don't work for me, you'll be killed by me, and how can I allow someone else to sleep by my bedside? According to the Banyan Tree King's analysis of the situation in the Mist Province, the King of Southern Yu's estate had already begun gathering the strength of the Mist Province's cultivation community to prepare for the war that was drawing closer and closer. Right now, there was a group of rather powerful outsiders in the south, or even potential opposition. The King of Southern Yu would definitely be very tempted to make them all vanish. And through the Merfolk Sea Fair, they just happened to gather together. The Silver Dragon King drew closer and closer. It was clearly an inanimate object, yet it gave off a great pressure. After Ji Changfeng said that it was very fast, he lost interest in talking. However, Li Qingshan knew that regular soaring dragon ships were not renowned for their speed. Instead, they were renowned for their indestructible defenses and terrifying destructive power. He doubted whether they could take down this thing even if they worked together. Only a single person knew the answer among everyone present. It was not Ji Changfeng, Gong Yuan, or Yi Duanhai, but Little and, as the King's estate of the Green Province also possessed a similar Scarlet Dragon King. And the answer was, absolutely not. This was a war machine that great cultivators of Moism had created after expending tremendous amounts of time, effort, and materials that could be used to forge many arcane treasures. Compared to regular soaring dragon ships, it was like the difference between nascent soul cultivators and foundation establishment cultivators. Its purpose was not to deal with individual cultivators, but to destroy sections. If the Silver Dragon King launched an attack, the protective formation of the Cloud Sail sect would definitely fall. A single shot from the main cannon of the dragon's roar would be enough. Just like how regular soaring dragon ships were equipped with a large number of puppet soldiers, the Silver Dragon King was no different. There was probably a puppet king in there, and there might even be more than one. Coupled with the price of hiring the great cultivators of Moism, even large sects would not be able to afford it, let alone a single cultivator. Only a king's estate that ruled over an entire province possessed the strength, but they could only create a single one. November was finally over. Although the updates were still not that great, it was at least better than last month. I wrote 30,000 more words. Next month's goal is to write another 30,000, the month after that another 30,000, the month after that. Alright, it's fine as long as I fantasize about it, too much will cause me to have a nosebleed. However, things are always developing in a good direction, not only in terms of quantity, but also in terms of quality. I'm quite satisfied with the part about the fantasy sea, but reading it chapter by chapter might make people feel puzzled, or even inexplicable. It's better to read it all in one go. Perhaps it's because of my emotions, I wrote especially freely, as if I was drunk. Oh right, I've never been drunk before. No matter how painful or uncomfortable it is, my rationality will always be like a spirit turtle, firmly suppressing all kinds of emotions. Even if my stomach is already overturning rivers and seas, I will still clench my teeth and refuse to vomit. However, my father said that this is also my biggest problem, that I've walked to the other extreme. Those invisible accumulated negative emotions sometimes become turbulent like a tide, and then I understand why people go crazy, and then I understand my own weakness. Alright, it's all some pointless self-entanglement. However, since ancient times, writers hate fate. As an otaku who was born in a peaceful era, since he can't experience too much misfortune in life, if he doesn't entangle himself a little, then what's the point of writing a novel? The world is too noisy, and sometimes only in loneliness can one hear the whispers of the heart. Although sometimes it will turn into roars or even wails, one can still hear it more clearly. Correspondingly, my ability to appreciate it has also improved a little. Van Gogh's Starry Night is really a masterpiece. Munch's Scream is also amazing. However, I don't want to understand the works of mental patients, but I heard that Munch's mental state improved a lot after he got mental. Originally, I still had a lot of things I wanted to say, such as looking forward to the future, but suddenly I don't feel like writing until here, so let's stop here. Oh right, this is a speech to ask for votes. After reading until here, do you have a strong impulse that you can't suppress no matter how hard you try, like a tide surging up and drowning you? Give up, no matter how much you endure or resist, it's all useless, hurry up and vote. To be continued. If you like this work, I welcome you to come to Xianxia and vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. If the situation doesn't look good, we'll retreat. Xianxia called out to Little and secretly. Whoosh. He tried using the spirit turtle to sense around, but he could not sense any danger. However, he dared not be careless either. If the king of Southern Yu really was determined to eliminate them, he would definitely confuse the heavenly secrets. The Silver Dragon King slowly slowed down and stopped firmly in the sky above Giant Ship Island, casting a huge shadow over it. Everyone on the island stopped what they were doing and raised their heads. They could not help but hold their breaths. Xianxia suddenly raised an eyebrow. He sensed two extremely familiar auras. Why were they on the Silver Dragon King? Three figures descended from above. The one in the middle was an old man with a goatee dressed like a scholar. The most eye-catching part was the pair of curved goat horns on his head, clearly possessing the bloodline of demons. Mr. Ram's nickname, Ram, was actually true to his name. To the left and right of the head caretaker of the King of Southern Yu's estate were two people that Xianxia could not be more familiar with, the myriad poison ancestor and the masked Ru Xian. This was different from the plan. However, at least they did not directly start fighting without saying anything. Ji Changfeng clearly let out a sigh of relief, and the merfolk queen lowered her eyes too. Yi Duanhai gazed at the myriad poison ancestor and frowned. Why had he become a ghost cultivator? Although their auras didn't weaken, and instead became stronger, this world was the young world, and ghost cultivators would be suppressed by nature. Therefore, even a world-famous sect like the mysterious dark sect would mainly control ghosts, and the cultivators would still retain their human bodies. The myriad poison ancestor shot a vicious glare back at him. Yi Duanhai looked away before exchanging glances with Yu Wufeng beside him. He thought about what he had said. Yu Wufeng had made it clear right from the beginning that he could not divulge Li Qingshan's secret because of the Blood Oath Scroll. He asked for his master's understanding, but he had repeatedly expressed one thing very clearly, which was to never become enemies with Li Qingshan. Yi Duanhai understood his disciple's temperament extremely well. He was not the type to nag, even if it was for his own life. Suddenly, an unbelievable thought occurred to him. Had the myriad poison ancestor's body been destroyed by Li Qingshan? That was far too unbelievable. Had the myriad poison ancestor spent all his years living like a dog? So be it if he could not take down Savage Mountain, but his body had been destroyed by a junior, forcing him to become a ghost cultivator. The biggest problem was, how could he endure this? Please investigate clearly, Master. Yu Wufeng had a lot of things he wanted to say, but he didn't dare to say a single one. He didn't even dare to give too obvious a hint. He was very tempted to tell Yi Duanhai that the myriad poison ancestor's body had not just been destroyed. Instead, he had been completely subdued by Li Qingshan. However, even if he said that, Yi Duanhai probably would not believe him. My apologies, I've made everyone wait for a long time. Originally, the timing was just right, but I heard that an imperial official was also coming. Oh, it's this senior myriad poisons beside me. His prestige has shaken the southern border for many years, so I don't need to introduce him. So I took a detour and missed the opportunity to welcome Her Majesty. It's really a sin. As soon as Mr. Ram landed on the platform, he apologized profusely. He behaved very humbly, even a little wretched. He did not possess the awe-inspiring bearing of the head caretaker of the King of Yu's estate at all. He was the complete opposite of Li Qingshan's high profile. Li Qingshan was forced to maintain a high profile. No matter how polite this Mr. Ram was, who would dare to look down on him? As the host, Ji Changfeng was as amiable as he could be. Let alone the King of Yu's estate, just the Silver Dragon King hovering in the air gave off a tremendous sense of deterrence. There was also the myriad poison ancestor, an imperial official of the king's estate. The myriad poison ancestor's eyes were half opened, and he clasped his hands casually in greeting. He stared at Li Qingshan resentfully as if he was ready to strike and kill him at any time. Li Qingshan sneered in disapproval before shifting his gaze and making his way over to Yi Duanhai's side. Pavilion Master Yi, your sword sure is a fine one. That was basically the same as the weather is nice today. In the eyes of others, he was borrowing Yi Duanhai's influence to make the myriad poison ancestor afraid of acting recklessly. If it were not for his conversation with Yu Wufeng, Yi Duanhai would have believed that too. Now, he glanced at Li Qingshan deeply. I heard you also practice the path of the sword. This left the people in the surroundings greatly surprised. They never expected Yi Duanhai to respond. Sure enough, their successor was under someone else's control. Even someone as proud and aloof as Yi Duanhai could not be stubborn to the very end. As for those who thought further ahead, they believed the South Sea Sword Pavilion intended to work with Savage Mountain to fend off the great enemy that was the myriad poison cult. Sure enough, the myriad poison ancestor showed a hint of hesitation, holding back his urge to strike. Yu Wufeng roared inside, Master, don't be fooled by their acting. They're together. Li Qingshan glanced at Ruxian. She wore the gas mask she wore when refining poison and retreated behind the myriad poison ancestor, bowing like a disciple. She did not even glance at Li Qingshan the entire time. Li Qingshan and Yi Duanhai conversed a little absent-mindedly. Mr. Ram strode over and bowed with his hands clasped. Ever since we parted in the sword pavilion, the pavilion master remains as graceful as ever. Congratulations. I wasn't a good host last time. You're welcome to visit the sword pavilion again, sir. Yi Duanhai also let go of his airs a little. You're too kind. Of course. Mr. Ram chatted a little more. He knew that Yi Duanhai did not like to talk, so he turned to Li Qingshan and said, You must be someone who shakes up the South. You're such a genius at such a young age. You've really put us old coots to shame. His face was filled with undisguised admiration. It was clearly from the bottom of his heart. You're too kind, sir. Li Qingshan returned the gesture politely. He could truly sense Ji Changfeng and Yi Duanhai's feelings. The king of Yu's estate was far too powerful. In the 10 millennia of history before Great Xia was founded, the Mist Province had always been a part of the kingdom of Yu. It had been passed down until now, so its heritage was just too deep. Even great cultivators and large sects were under its rule. The South Sea Sword Pavilion and the Cloud Sail sect were still on the South Sea after all, while Savage Mountain was truly under the king of Yu's rule. Even if his plan succeeded and he successfully took over Fire Melt Mountain, he would still need time to cultivate. If he fell out with the king of Yu's estate, he would not be able to defend it at all. All he could do was run back to the Green Province. Fortunately, this Mr. Ram was very good with his words. He did not make people feel like he was being oppressed by the king of Yu's estate. However, anyone with a rational mind could not ignore the existence of the king of Yu's estate behind him. Though, what exactly has he come for? Li Qingshan had a vague guess, but he was unable to verify it from Mr. Ram's expression. Esteemed guests have gathered here today. This is an unprecedented event for our Cloud Sail sect. Please come with me to Cloud Sail Mountain to properly celebrate. The master of the Cloud Sail sect, Ji Changfeng, waved his hand, and a gentle breeze rose up from beneath everyone's feet. Apart from the people on the platform, there were also a few cultivators from the South Sea Cultivation community. They were all at the second heavenly tribulation or above, which was why they had the right to attend the banquet in the main hall on Cloud Sail Mountain. The regular merfolk and cultivators had their own designated people to guide them, setting up banquets on Cloud Sail Mountain and Cloud Sail Mountain. Only after the banquet did the seafair formally begin. Li Qingshan allowed the gentle breeze to drag him towards Cloud Sail Mountain. He arrived at the Filian Hall at the top of the mountain, and the seats had already been set up, waiting for everyone to take their seats. As the host, Ji Changfeng modestly declined slightly before sitting down in the seat of honor. Gong Yuan called herself the master of the South Sea, as well as half the host of this seafair, so she sat on the same level as Ji Changfeng. The master of the Sword Pavilion and the myriad poison ancestor sat on the left and right, facing each other. However, the seats on the right were a little more honorable, so the myriad poison ancestor occupied them. Ji Changfeng was originally rather worried. Originally, he had arranged for Yi Duanhai to sit on the right and Mr. Ram to sit on the left. That would be the most suitable, and no one would be able to find fault with it. He never expected the myriad poison ancestor to appear out of nowhere and mess up his plans. However, seeing how Yi Duanhai had no objections, he stopped worrying. Further down, it was much simpler. Mr. Ram sat on the right without any modesty at all. No matter how great his background and organization were, his cultivation was still there. It was impossible for him to be more honorable than a great cultivator's seat. Politeness was politeness, but the king of Yu's estate was still much more powerful than Savage Mountain. Their cultivation was higher too. Li Qingshan did not think too much about it. He had never planned on sitting next to the myriad poison ancestor in the first place, so he sat right next to Yi Duanhai as a matter of course. Just like that, he set the tone of the banquet this time. The 6 of them were the most honorable, while the seats below were rather casual. However, there were people who were displeased, such as the Golden Core cultivator who sat in the 7th seat. He stared at Li Qingshan a few times, as if he was blaming Li Qingshan for stealing his seat. He was also a renowned sect leader. His sect was only second to the Cloud Sail sect in the cultivation community of the South Sea. He did not feel like Li Qingshan had the right to be seated higher than him. He was just a second heavenly tribulation cultivator. He had not even reached the peak of the South Sea. What king of savages was just a bluff. However, there were a few great cultivators present today, and Li Qingshan seemed to be chatting happily with them, so he did not stand out. Otherwise, if any of them found him displeasing to the eye, he would be in huge trouble. The banquet began very soon. Delicacies with a distinct flavor of the South Sea were served up like flowing water. None of them were seafood filled with spiritual qi, and there was even singing and dancing to liven things up. It was as graceful as the sounds of nature. Li Qingshan ate heartily. Just as he was eating happily, a gust of wind rushed over from behind. He raised an eyebrow, but he did not dodge, allowing a huge hand to strike his shoulder. Damned brat, don't forget that we still want to spar. Li Qingshan looked back and saw a large man in blue smiling at him with ill intentions. The man in blue stood over 9 feet tall. He was well built, with a bulging stomach and a bulging chest. His upper body seemed particularly thick. If it were not for his simple, honest face, which was not vicious enough, he basically seemed like a mountain god from a temple. So it's Elder Blue. How did you transform? You don't even look human. Li Qingshan smiled as soon as he saw him. What does it have to do with you how I transform? You can't escape now. Elder Blue widened his eyes. Li Qingshan glanced at the merfolk queen nearby. Is she still going to test me? Whatever, I might as well follow the plan. With the king of Yu's estate supporting me, I have even less reason to fear Gong Yuan falling out with me. You're right, Mr. Ram. Originally, I wanted to make arrangements, but ordinary people probably won't catch your eye. Now that the king of savages has taken action, it really is for the best. Hee hee. Ji Chongfeng immediately expressed his agreement. At the end, he could not help but laugh. The corner of Li Qingshan's lips twitched, and he replied, hee hee. Before he had even finished speaking, a red-faced old man below stood up. I've been the South Sea Sword Pavilion's cultivation method elder for many years. I've heard that the king of savages is skilled in the way of the sword, so I'd like to ask for your guidance so that I can witness the supreme techniques of the Green Province. That's unfortunate. I've recently given up on the way of the sword and changed to the way of the spiked club. Li Qingshan laid out his hands. Even someone from the South Sea Sword Pavilion had jumped out. It was probably under the instructions of the master of the sword pavilion beside him. Yi Duanhai sensed Li Qingshan's gaze and turned around. He said indifferently, thank you, fellow. Referring to him as fellow was an extremely great acknowledgement, but the underlying meaning was that if he could not handle this round, he would not be worthy of this title. What right? Did he have to make a deal with him? That's unfortunate. I've already given up on the way of the sword. I don't want to use the sword anymore. During the 2 years that Ru Xian had been in secluded cultivation, Li Qingshan would take out the 2 clubs to play with whenever he had nothing to do. The more he played, the more he found Yin Qing's words to be reasonable. It was exactly because he accepted this setting that he found it rather interesting. The way of the sword really did not suit him. Oh? What a coincidence. The cultivation method elder stared at Li Qingshan. He did not believe him at all. His face was flushed, not only because he was tipsy, but also because he was excited from discovering his opponent's weakness. If Li Qingshan really had the strength, he would definitely agree to it right away. Now that he was actually trying to shirk the responsibility, he was clearly afraid. What a coincidence. I've already changed to the way of the spiked club, so I can't give you any guidance in the way of the sword. Li Qingshan casually grabbed an unknown fish and stuffed it into his mouth. He then gulped down a few mouthfuls of alcohol as he mumbled. Mace Dao? What kind of Dao is that? Kid, don't try to bluff. It doesn't matter if you don't use your sword, but you can't run away from us. Elder Blue's voice was as loud as thunder, shaking the entire table. Haha, as expected of the king of savages. Your boldness is not something we can match. Most people, even if they knew that they were no match for their opponent, would still wait until they were defeated before reluctantly agreeing not to use their swords again. But to say that they would never use their swords again without waiting for their opponent to make a move, this is what a wise person would do. It can be said that you are in an invincible position. I admire you. The one who spoke was none other than the 7th seat. Even a fool could hear the sarcasm in his words, and it immediately caused a roar of laughter in the hall. It was as if they were of the same breath and branches, and even their thoughts were similar. We're all at the same cultivation level. You're so young, and you're even a dog of the imperial court. What right do you have to be above us? Daring to proclaim himself a king at this level, what a joke. I was almost fooled by you just now, but now I've finally exposed myself. To be able to sit in this main hall, which one of them was not a well-known figure for a long time? Which one of them did not have some pride? No matter how greatly Qingshan's renown was in the south, all he could hear about in the South Sea was an illusory legend. What you hear may be false, but what you see is true. arrogance, suspicion, xenophobia, and an unspeakable jealousy. Under the influence of all these emotions, it would be strange if Li Qingshan could obtain their good impressions. When Li Qingshan was strong, he talked freely with the Mermaid Queen, ignored the Sword Pavilion Master, and showed off his abilities. Even the head butler of the Yu King's residence had to praise him. Who dared to take the initiative to provoke him? Now, these three all had the intention to test him, but he did not decisively accept their challenge. Once he showed a slight weakness, this hostility was immediately revealed. Sitting on the same level as these experts seemed to be incomparably glorious, but in reality, the tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. Dozens of pairs of eyes fell on Li Qingshan, all of them waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Mr. Ram sat opposite him, holding half a cup of wine in his mouth and smiling mysteriously. "Hurry up and get up. I've been standing here for a long time." Elder Blue urged again. "If you're tired of standing, then sit down. You won't be the first in line anyways," Li Qingshan said without turning his head. "You." Elder Blue forcefully grabbed Li Qingshan's shoulder and almost made a move. But if he did that, it would not be a test and competition, but a direct confrontation, which went against the original intention. "King of Savages already has an order in mind?" Mr. Ram asked. He also felt strange. Since he was not willing to accept the Sword Pavilion Elder's challenge, his opponent could only be this whale demon. Also, what order was there to talk about? Yes. Li Qingshan held a pot of wine and stood up. Elder Blue felt an unstoppable force. Rise up. His huge, fan-like hand was actually unable to suppress it. However, he had wanted Li Qingshan to stand up and fight in the first place, so he did not forcefully suppress it. He let go and took a step back. Li Qingshan strolled to the front of the seventh seat and laughed. "How about you count in as well? Although I don't cultivate the sword Dao, I can still use the mace Dao to give you some pointers." "Sure, that's what I was thinking. Let me try out King of Savages means." The seventh seat was stunned. He did not expect that not only did he offend a few strong enemies, he even took the initiative to challenge him. Although his heart was beating like a drum, how could he show weakness in front of so many people? After hearing the word first, Li Qingshan turned his head and used his hand to point at the heads one by one, and you all count in? He casually pointed at almost everyone in the hall. Other than a few more experienced and prudent cultivators who just now did not laugh, everyone was counted in. Everyone's expression changed, especially the seventh seat. Li Qingshan clearly did not care about him. The hall suddenly went silent, and then everyone became excited. They all stood up to accept the challenge, and then they felt the same anger as the seventh seat. This was because Li Qingshan had already turned around. He did not waste a second to see their reaction, and pointed at Elder Blue. "You will be the last." Elder Blue's face immediately turned green. Li Qingshan even comforted him. "Don't worry, I can wait." The crowd mocked, undisguised mockery. He almost perfectly pulled everyone's hatred. Even Mr. Ram was greatly surprised. "Alright, I will be the first. I'm afraid there is no need for a second fellow Daoist." The seventh seat suddenly stood up, the spiritual energy on his body surging, and a hook-shaped magic treasure was already in his hand. "Oh, no, you are not the first. Seeing that you are so enthusiastic, you will be the second. Come. The elder of cultivation methods over there, you are the first." Li Qingshan waved his left hand and beckoned at the elder of cultivation methods with his right. The seventh seat only felt anger attack his heart. He was almost tempted to slap Li Qingshan's face. The elder of cultivation methods' face became even redder. He held back his anger and stood up to enter the hall. "Didn't you say you don't use the sword anymore? It's not like I said I was going to guide you." Li Qingshan dodged to the side, revealing a graceful figure standing behind him. "Shaoan, give him some guidance on his sword style." Veins bulged on the elder of cultivation methods' forehead. Fortunately, he had trained his patience over many years of teaching disciples, which was why he did not erupt. Yi Duanhai nodded at the elder of cultivation methods. Li Qingshan had made so many opponents, so there was no longer a need for the sword pavilion to probe him. He could use this opportunity to probe the mysterious woman beside him. Don't underestimate her just because she's young. Her path of the sword completely surpasses mine. Li Qingshan pressed against Little An's shoulder and smiled at the elder of cultivation methods. It's the same for everyone. Come, the elder of cultivation methods said coldly. Afterwards, Little An's indifferent reply almost drove him mad. I don't have a sword. Pfft. Cough, 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 then what do I do? I'll find one for you. Li Qingshan gave Little and a thumbs up inside. Good girl, you've already inherited my legacy. Little and did not say that completely to help Li Qingshan anger. She had spent almost a year and used 30,000 bone-eating shamans as materials to refine the Buddha-slaying sword to a brand new level. It could rival the famed swords of the Sword Collection Palace, but it was inconvenient for her to take it out. Behind the bronze mask, she blinked and glanced around the hall. She said, there's no need. Afterwards, she made her way to the corner of the hall. A peach tree was planted in a large flower pot. The peach blossoms were in full bloom, giving off an intoxicating fragrance. She extended her hand and snapped off a section. The twisted peach branch was around 2 feet long, with a few pink, tender peach blossoms on it. With a gentle breeze, they almost drifted away. She walked back. It's done. At the very least, the elder of cultivation methods was quite angered. The corner of his eye twitched, and his face reddened. He had been immersed in the Tao for 4 centuries. So be it if a little girl who was less than a tenth of his age wanted to compete with him, but she did not even use a sword. What is this? This is an undisguised insult. The hall fell into an uproar. The cultivators all looked at one another, almost doubting their ears. Ji Changfeng thought to himself, as expected of 2 people who hang out together. Even their arrogance is the same. Yi Duanhai's expression became slightly colder as well. He said to Li Qingshan, are you serious? Although it's a competition, if we really fight, I'm afraid swords and blades will be blind, and you'll end up injuring this little friend. A competition? Isn't it guidance? I don't have a sword in my hand, but I have a sword in my heart. Elder over there, are you afraid? Li Qingshan never expected Little An to do something like this. He could not help but sigh inside. Sure enough, the student surpasses the master, the new generation surpasses the old, I'm already old, and so on. However, he did not worry for Little An at all. This girl was even more meticulous than him. Since she was bold enough to do something like this, she had absolute confidence. Only mortals would believe that. Even the slightly more experienced people of the Jianghu would not believe that, let alone the great swordsman Yi Duanhai. Unless the difference in strength between the 2 sides was too great, the effect of a divine weapon was absolutely decisive. Cultivation was not useless, but when it came to actual combat, it was still a battle of strength. If an old monk who had studied the Buddhist Dharma for his entire life did not cultivate, all he could do was pray to the Buddha to keep the tiger from hunger if he encountered a tiger. She was using a peach branch as a sword against a true treasured sword. And, the owner of the treasured sword was a sword cultivator who had undergone the 2nd heavenly tribulation and condensed a sword embryo. She seemed like she was looking to die no matter how she looked at it. Afraid? I don't even know how to write that word. The elder of cultivation methods' eyes shone with cold light. The temperature in the entire hall plummeted. I can teach you. Little An's voice remained as calm and emotionless as before, as if she really believed the elder of cultivation methods did not know how to write. Sharp-tongued girl, cut the nonsense. How about I witness the sword style of the Chan monastery of Devanaga? The long sword was unsheathed, and a purple light illuminated the entire hall, accompanied by the low rumbling of thunder. This sword is 3 feet, 7 inches, and 5 fen. It is named Violet Lightning. The technique imparting elder's robes fluttered even though there was no wind. Arcs of electricity coiled around his body as he held his sword horizontally in front of his chest with his right hand. His left hand brushed across the blade of the sword, causing electricity to surge between his hand and the blade of the sword. In an instant, he seemed to have become a completely different person. He was calm and composed without a trace of anger, just like the sword in his hand. This is not a sword, but a branch of peach blossom. Little An replied calmly. Compared to the elder of technique imparting elder's magnificent aura, she did not have any aura at all. It was as if she had already fallen into a disadvantageous position even before she had attacked. Sword chi surged, and lightning was about to strike. Her figure became more and more delicate. Only his right hand, which was holding the peach branch, glowed with a faint golden light. If one did not look carefully, they would almost miss it. However, no matter how hostile the people present were, they still possessed some insight. They could all tell that the Buddhist light was extraordinary. Mr. Ram thought, her Buddhist cultivation method really is profound. Across the entire South Sea, there probably isn't a single Buddhist disciple who can rival her apart from the mysterious divine nun of the South Sea. It's just a pity that this is a competition of the sword. If her strength far exceeds her opponent, then so be it, but this elder of the sword pavilion is already at the peak of the second heavenly tribulation. Apart from the few people above, no one can claim to possess a higher cultivation than him. I'll ask. You won last time. Are you really not going to change your sword? The elder of technique imparting elder stood with his sword. The electricity blazed even more intensely, producing a hissing sound. He no longer seemed to hold a sword in his hand, but a bolt of lightning plucked from the sky. It twisted and trembled as if it could break free from his hand at any time and kill his opponent instantly. Everyone could tell that once he struck, it would definitely be an earth-shaking strike of lightning. Perhaps he would not even need a second strike to determine victory. Little and said nothing. She shook her head gently. In that moment, the elder of technique imparting elder vanished. Only a bolt of violet lightning remained in the hall. He had become one with his sword, and the lightning sword chi he had accumulated for a very long time erupted instantly, but there was only a flash of lightning. The violet lightning was as thin as a snake, twisting and turning. It was unpredictable, but it was also extremely fast. There were not many people in the hall who could see the purple lightning clearly. The blazing lightning and the roaring thunder caused the weaker cultivators to be unable to see or hear. They were shocked. If the target of this sword was me, wouldn't I be dead for sure? Even the more powerful cultivators became stern. I never thought the elder of technique imparting elder would actually be so impressive. It's not without reason that the South Sea Sword Pavilion has always looked down on the cultivation community of the South Sea. The combination of a sword cultivator and a treasured sword is far too terrifying. It's basically unstoppable and unstoppable. Even Seventh Seat felt that the reason the elder of technique imparting elder was willing to sit below him was because he did not care much about his reputation. Otherwise, he really would have to give up his seat. The rumbling only subsided after a very long time. Little and remained where she was. The peach branch drooped beside her, scattering the peach blossoms. It was as if she could not even swing her sword in time to block the strike. She wore a mask, so no one could see her expression. The elder of technique imparting elder stood 10 steps away with his back towards her. His expression was stern as he slowly sheathed the violet lightning sword. The outcome had been determined. That was what all the cultivators thought. Although most of them did not even see the strike clearly, it did not stop them from evaluating the outcome of the battle. In the end, it was Seventh Seat who sensed that something was amiss, as Yi Duanhai, who had always been solemn and expressionless, was actually stunned. His cup of alcohol stopped by his mouth just like that. Ji Chongfeng and Gong Yuan both looked at Little and in surprise. They did not look at the elder of technique imparting elder who was even closer. Only Mr. Ram looked at the elder of technique imparting elder's face. His expression was also one of surprise. The elder of technique imparting elder's back trembled slightly. His breathing became rather disorderly. As for the detestable Li Qingshan, he stood with his arms crossed. His smile became even more detestable. Li Qingshan, how can you still smile? It'll be our turn once they're done. I definitely won't be the last. I'll fight you first. Elder Blue glared at Li Qingshan. Alright, I've already given you guidance on the path of the sword. You're next. Li Qingshan said. You're still talking about guidance? Are you out of your mind? Just now, if it weren't for the fact that this old man showed mercy, this girl would be dead already. Elder Blue pointed at his own eyes, expressing that he had seen it very clearly. You know, with your age, it's impossible for you to possess such a path of the sword. The elder of technique imparting elder suddenly turned around. His expression was both excited and haggard, as if he had aged a decade in that instant. His face was extremely pale, making the faint red dot on his forehead stand out. It was obviously not from him. Ah. If that's the case, that doesn't make sense. The old man was one with the sword earlier. He didn't even show his head. Elder Blue was stunned. He did see little and swing the peach branch, but compared to the violet lightning, it was far too slow. Little and adjusted her mask and said nothing. Apart from Xianxia, she had never liked talking nonsense with others. She directly practiced silent meditation in the Chan monastery of Devanaga, so she did not want to explain anything right now either. Xianxia smiled. I've already said I don't have a sword in my hand, but I have a sword in my heart. Do you believe me now? I'm not using a real sword because I have no grievances with you. I just don't want to take your life. No one knew that he was actually telling the truth. However, this was not a victory of cultivation. Little and might be a talented prodigy, but she was not a sword cultivator after all. No matter how powerful her swordsmanship was, it was impossible for her to surpass the elder of technique imparting elder who had immersed himself in the path of the sword for 4 centuries. This was a victory of strength. Although she only had a peach branch in her hand, there was sword chi that contained the 5 absolutes immortals profound path of the sword in her heart. In the moment they clashed, she had used the path of white bone and great beauty, going from life to death, from color to emptiness. As a result, the elder of technique imparting elder's sure kill strike lost its target. His heart of the sword was like a blind man. She used this state to completely unleash the 5 absolutes immortals path of the sword. It was almost like the 5 absolutes immortal had possessed her. If it were a regular person, such as Xianxia, they would not be able to unleash it to such a level even if they refined the 3 absolutes calligraphy. The elder of technique imparting elder had immersed himself in the path of the sword for 4 centuries, but compared to a legendary figure like her, he was still worlds apart. It was impossible for the sword chi she had nurtured with the 3 absolutes calligraphy for so long to be weaker than a regular strike from him. To put it bluntly, this was the path of white bone and great beauty crushing the sword pavilion's cultivation method, and the 3 absolutes calligraphy crushing the violet lightning sword. The peach branch was purely to help Xianxia infuriate him. She could win even if she was empty-handed. The elder of technique imparting elder's defeat was completely justified. With that, let alone the elder of technique imparting elder, even Ji Changfeng, Gong Yuan, and Yi Duanhai were shocked. The king of savages had been in the limelight for far too long. It was very easy for the woman who followed him silently to be overlooked. Even with her alluring beauty and reputation as a genius, it was unavoidable for others to look down on her once she was willing to serve as a foil to someone else. However, at that moment, no one dared to look down on her anymore. Even the people above were not confident that they could definitely receive that strike. In particular, Yi Duanhai understood the significance of that strike the most as a great sword master. Even if he struck out with his full strength, the power of that strike would only be SOSO. Moreover, she had only used a peach branch. What would happen if she used a treasured sword as well? They all knew there were many prodigies in the world, but a prodigy who could even ignore major realms of cultivation was far too exaggerated. In this aspect, they had actually underestimated Little And's strength. Due to the wonders of the path of white bone and great beauty and the uniqueness of the 3 absolutes calligraphy, none of them could tell that Little and had used an arcane treasure, and it was an extremely powerful arcane treasure at that. They thought it was Little And's own strength. Actually, that was all Little and could unleash. If she faced a great cultivator directly, even if she used the Buddha-slaying sword, she would not be able to kill them in a single stroke. However, while it was a miscalculation, it was not an overestimation. She had not killed the 100,000 bone-eating shamans for nothing. If she had unleashed her true strength, she could have easily defeated an opponent like the elder of technique imparting elder. Little and returned to the corner of the hall and reattached the branch of peach blossoms into the distance. In that moment, green buds sprouted from the branch again, blossoming into peach blossoms. They shone brilliantly, even more than before. This move was basically even more surprising to Ji Changfeng and the others than the strike just now. Just how fragile was the branch? Using it as a sword to unleash such a magnificent strike had already completely severed its vitality. When its aura dispersed, it should have been reduced to dust immediately. Yet, she was actually able to reattach it, allowing it to sprout and bloom again. Who knew how many times more difficult this was than reviving a withered tree? It was basically resurrecting the dead. Little Anne gazed at the blossoming peach blossoms on the branch for a while before turning around and returning to Li Qingshan's side. The past 2 years had not gone to waste. She had gained a deeper comprehension of the path of white bone and great beauty. She was already close to the 3rd layer. You've worked hard. Li Qingshan poured her a cup of alcohol with a smile and massaged her shoulders. He seemed very attentive. It left the jaws of the cultivators who had just witnessed his arrogance dumbfounded. Was the king of savages just a label, and he actually relied on this mysterious woman, Little Anne, to live off her? Even Yi Duanhai had the same doubts. Was this Little and a reincarnated celestial? Otherwise, it was impossible for her to possess a path of the sword like that at her age. If that was the case, many things could be explained. With a path of the sword like that and her ability to instantly conceal her aura just now, she only needed a treasured sword to launch a sneak attack when he least expected it, and it would not be strange for the myriad poison ancestor's body to be destroyed. As for Wu Feng, his defeat was just too obvious. However, what Yi Duanhai did not know was that when she fought the myriad poison ancestor back then, Little and had yet to obtain the 3 absolutes calligraphy. Her comprehension of the path of white bone and great beauty was not that deep either, or there really was no need for her to hunt him down. Little Anne lifted her bronze mask slightly, revealing her vermilion lips that curved into a smile. She drank the alcohol Li Qingshan had given her. When she was expressionless, she possessed a beauty that could topple the world. When she drank wine with a smile, although only half of her face was revealed, it caused the hearts of many cultivators in the hall to tremble. I couldn't tell that this little sister is not only a beauty but also has such skills. Li Xiao, you are really lucky. I think you should give up your title of King of Savages to her. The Merfolk Queen suddenly said. She had only wanted to test Li Qingshan and did not pay much attention to Little Anne. She did not expect that her test would produce such a shocking result. Hence, she changed the topic and tried to test the relationship between the two of them. They couldn't possibly be lovers, right? The Chan monastery of Devanaga was a renowned holy land of Buddhism after all. Were they supposed to be so open-minded? However, if he was a man, he would also be tempted by such a woman, and Li Qingshan was obviously not a person who liked to suppress himself. Under all kinds of reasonable inferences, the more he thought about it, the more he couldn't figure out their relationship. That's obviously my good fortune, but it's not nice to be called the king of savages by a girl. Li Qingshan helped Little and put on her mask. Little and glanced at Gong Yuan. Gong Yuan immediately sensed it. She actually felt a hint of fear. As a woman, she knew that most women held grudges, and their thoughts were unpredictable. After witnessing that strike, she was reluctant to incite hostility from a woman like that for some baffling reason, so she said, I see. At the very least, there was one thing that she could be certain of. Little and valued her relationship with Li Qingshan very much. However, Li Qingshan's behavior made her feel rather contemptuous. Little and had already done so much for him, yet he still cared about the title of King of Savages. However, all men in the world were like that. They valued their reputation even more than their lives, so there was nothing strange about that. Actually, Li Qingshan did not sense her instigation at all. Shaking up the world had always been a man's ambition, and he was no exception. However, let alone the fact that the title of King of Savages was absolutely nothing on his path to the 9 heavens, no matter how important it was, it definitely could not reach the level where it could be mentioned in the same breath as Little Anne. As for Little Anne, not only did she have no concept of fame and fortune, but she did not even have the concept of giving anything. Their thoughts differed from those of ordinary people in many aspects, which made their relationship even more difficult for outsiders to understand. Fascinating. That's far too fascinating. The King of Savages sure has many hidden talents under his command. It's amazing. Mr. Ram clapped his hands and praised. His cultivation was not low, but it was not high enough for him to see through the mysteries of Little Anne's strike. Only after communicating with the myriad poison ancestor beside him did he understand what the strike meant. He was greatly shocked. His Majesty, the King of Yu, has been drawn away too much by this Xianxia. I never thought this woman would actually be the big fish. If someone like her returns to the Green Province and becomes enemies with the Mist Province again, it'll be terrible. However, I refuse to believe there really isn't any discord between the two of them. Since ancient times, it has been the hardest for geniuses to get along with one another. Perhaps I can split them apart. No wonder you've given up on the path of the sword. Yi Duanhai downed the cup of alcohol by his mouth. The elder of cultivation methods had been defeated in a single stroke. Not only had it humiliated him, but it also made him feel threatened. Perhaps he would be forced to swallow his pride and sit down to make a deal with Xianxia, so he went along with Gong Yuan and Mr. Ram's conversation. No matter how stupid Xianxia was, he could tell that every single one of them was trying to drive a wedge between them. Although it was absolutely impossible for him to fall for it, it still made him feel disgusted. Just now, he had been provoked by 7th Seat and mocked by the cultivators of the South Sea. His reaction seemed intense, but it was actually just out of interest. He did not take it seriously at all. However, he had a sore spot too. That's part of the reason. However, this elder of cultivation methods under Pavilion Master Ye's tutelage better not give up on the path of the sword like me after just a few pointers. If I make the disciples of the South Sea Sword Pavilion give up on the path of the sword too, then I'll be committing a grave sin. Oh right, Mr. Ram, I wonder what was so interesting about that strike earlier. Did you see it clearly? And, Your Majesty, the word beauty doesn't really suit little Anne. You better keep it to yourself. With that, Yi Duanhai looked down. Killing people in a fit of rage had always been the duty of a sword cultivator. Gong Yuan's eyes turned cold. How could the dignity of the queen be offended in the slightest? Mr. Ram was still smiling, but it was slightly unnatural. His modesty was established on the basis that no one dared to show him any displeasure. As the head caretaker of the King of Yu's estate, he was no kind person. The atmosphere in the hall immediately froze. The cultivators of the South Sea suddenly realized that as it turned out, Xianxia had not been particularly arrogant earlier. He was not exactly provoking them either. Now, this was arrogance, this was provocation. From the beginning until now, I've never purposefully caused any trouble. You can say that I've shown you respect. You're just seeing that I haven't undergone the third heavenly tribulation. If you want to test me, then test me. Don't be so underhanded and ruin your reputation. Xianxia had never liked scheming and putting on airs in the first place. It was only because of the spirit turtle's influence that he had feigned civility with them for so long. Now that he had been provoked like that, he might as well just expose the truth. At worst, he would just fall out with them. He just happened to have broken through to the 5th layer of the tiger demon. Coupled with Little and the myriad poison ancestor, he could guarantee that there would be less than a handful of people who could make it out of the hall alive. The smile that had been hanging on his face the entire time vanished. His face sank slightly. It was just one. It was just a simple change in expression, but it was like a vicious demon had ripped off its disguise, replaced by ruthlessness. Originally, the impression he gave off was that of gallantry, but that was only a description for humans. The tiger demon did not have the so-called gallantry, only brutality and bloodthirstiness, grinding its teeth and sucking blood, going on a rampage to eat people. Just like how the subject had to die when the master was humiliated, the merfolk and elders of the sword pavilion all stood up when they saw how the queen and the pavilion master had been provoked. They were just about to go up and berate Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes narrowed slightly. Scarlet light flashed, glancing past their faces. They were tongue-tied and immediately felt fear, as if they were about to be killed on the spot in the next moment. They retreated instinctively and assumed a defensive posture. The group of people all stood up at the same time before shrinking back. Although they immediately returned to their senses, their presences had already been completely overwhelmed. Their furious words of rebuke became stuck in their throats. They were rendered speechless. Xianxia did not use any abilities, but the tiger demon had already merged with his blood and soul. His movements and stillness, his anger and laughter, all appeared. What a heavy evil aura. Mr. Ram shivered inside. Although he had life-saving arcane treasures on him, he did not feel safe at all. He subconsciously glanced at the myriad poison ancestor beside him. You really are a boorish man with a death wish. Humiliating those cultivators of the South Sea is nothing, but do you really think the few of us are people you can provoke? Let alone the fact that we've been very vague, even if we're trying to sow discord in the open, you'll have to endure it. If you don't, you'll die. But perhaps this is an opportunity. He already has a grievance with the myriad poison ancestor, and now he's fallen out with the master of the sword pavilion and the merfolk queen. Does he really have 3 heads and 6 arms? Why don't we just give up on the original plan and put him to death? As the head caretaker of the king of Southern Yu's estate, no matter where he went in the Mist province, Mr. Ram would show him some respect. Even great cultivators had to be polite to him. He had already forgotten just how many years it had been since someone had mocked him to his face like this. He could not help but make up his mind to hide his sliver of fear. He had always been a person who planned things out before taking action. He never thought Xianxia would be so unwise. He weighed his words and considered the pros and cons and sighed, struggling to make up his mind. What a brute! Gong Yuan sneered. Since she was a woman, it was impossible for her to not care about her appearance. Xianxia had asked her to keep the word beauty for herself. It could be said that he had hit the nail on the head, making her very uncomfortable. What was even more unbearable was that her dignity as a ruler had been offended. From ancient times until now, the dignity of those in power was the most fragile. A single wrong word was disrespect. Directly calling someone by their name was treason. Even their name had to be avoided. When an ordinary man is enraged, blood will be splashed 5 steps away. Xianxia turned his head and glanced at the merfolk queen from the corner of his eyes. A lack of forbearance in small matters would spoil great plans. In order to maximize benefits, forbearance was necessary. Compared to the ox demon's stubbornness and the tiger demon's bloodthirst and warlike nature, the spirit turtle's calmness and intelligence were the best ways to seek fortune and avoid disaster. He understood all of this. However, understanding didn't mean that he was willing to do it. If life was full of schemes and only did the right thing, what was the point? Sometimes, he just couldn't bear it and didn't want to retreat. So what if he was wrong? Alright, let's see how you're going to bleed. I've shown you some respect, and you really think you're the king of savages. Elder Blue, teach him a lesson. Gong Yuan immediately became as deep as an abyss. She had always rejected and detested humans. Originally, she had reluctantly accepted Xianxia as her equal out of curiosity, so she had already accumulated some dissatisfaction. Now that she saw how he did not know what was good for him and actually thought he was someone important, she immediately erupted. If he were a regular person, perhaps she would just teach him a lesson. However, a genius like that had to be killed once they became enemies. Elder Blue hesitated. His huge hand reached towards Xianxia's shoulder. Xianxia suddenly looked back. He did not dodge at all. Do you really want to be the second one? Of course. Elder Blue's heart tightened. He already knew that Xianxia's ability was very weak. However, he didn't expect that when it came to an enemy, he would give him such a huge pressure. He couldn't help but think of a sentence that Xianxia once said, "Some people, if you don't step on their heads, they won't know how to treat you as a human." Elder Blue pressed both of his huge palms on Xianxia's shoulders. He smiled. This place is too small. Little rascal, let's go out and fight. He said telepathically. Don't be stubborn. It's not worth it for a sentence like that. Although the two of them bickered a lot, he didn't hate Xianxia. Instead, he felt a little admiration. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed Xianxia to sit on his head until they reached the harbor. He was thousands of years old. Although the mermaid queen was strong, she was still a little girl in his eyes. He didn't think that Xianxia deserved to die just because he offended her with one sentence. You're not bad. You can leave now. Xianxia looked deeply at Elder Blue and loosened his right fist slightly. Elder Blue had no idea that he had walked on the edge of life and death. If he had really listened to Gong Yuan's order to teach Xianxia a lesson, Xianxia no longer planned to hold back. Although he had a good impression of him, since they were standing on the opposite side, he could only kill. He was both relieved and a little regretful. The tiger demon's killing intent boiled like fire. It made him feel hot all over. This was the feeling he liked the most. Elder Blue was secretly anxious. He wanted to use force to drag Li Qingshan out, but he was shocked. This 7-foot body was like a mountain, not moving an inch. This is impossible. His strength is far above mine. Then, Li Qingshan said to the cultivators of the South Sea, just now, the people I haven't chosen can leave as well. Perhaps the spirit turtle's perfect plan did not suit him at all. Wanting to reach a certain level of strength before exposing his identity as the North Moon and fighting the Dragon King of the Sea was far too conservative. Whatever, I can't think too much about it. I'll just use these guys as practice for now. Without any surprise, Little and removed his bronze mask and stood beside him quietly. Everyone in the hall shivered inside when they heard Li Qingshan's words. What was he trying to do? Regular people would definitely be thinking about how to flee and avoid her wrath when they spoke rudely and angered the Mermaid Queen. Yet, he seemed determined to remain here. Gong Yuan frowned heavily. For some reason, she felt a hint of fear. My king, please reconsider. Yu Wufeng blocked Li Qingshan's way. Apologies, there's no wind. Looks like I'll have to go back on my word. Li Qingshan smiled again, but it was completely different from just now. It seemed much more sincere, giving off a sense of joy from the bottom of his heart. If he killed any elder or disciple of the South Sea Sword Pavilion today, he would develop irreconcilable grievances with Yu Wufeng. He obviously would not act pretentiously or care about his promise. He would let Yu Wufeng undergo the third heavenly tribulation before seeking revenge. That's just a small matter. It's not worth mentioning. However, those who achieve great things do not bother with trifles. My king, please focus on the great things. Yu Wufeng tried to persuade Li Qingshan as he cast a pleading gaze at Yi Duanhai. What he feared the most was not his own safety, but the entire South Sea Sword Pavilion falling into danger because of him. Mount Cloud Mast stood above the surging waves. Before they knew it, the clouds had become connected, shrouding the vast starry sky. They weighed down on the mountain heavily, as if they were about to touch the roof of the Phylian Hall at the very top. The Silver Dragon King hovering in the air was vaguely visible in the sea of clouds. A storm was brewing, and the world was dusky. The gale swept the soybean-sized droplets of rain into the Phylian Hall. The noble, scattered chandeliers illuminated the large, empty hall like it was daytime, pressing down on everyone's shadows beneath their feet. On the mural behind Gong Yuan and Ji Chongfeng, the legendary god of wind, Phylian, gazed down at the surprised and stunned faces. For a moment, there was only the sound of wind and rain. With a rumble of thunder, the elder of cultivation method's shadow used the even brighter lightning to escape from beneath his feet, arriving before little Anne. Everyone's gazes gathered on Yi Duanhai. What was the meaning of this? Was it his idea? Surely he wasn't giving in, right? Yi Duanhai continued to hug the ancient sword as he stared at Li Qingshan with a frown. Suddenly, he stood up and slowly made his way towards Li Qingshan. A mortal swordsman could kill with 10 steps. So what if he was a great sword cultivator? Let alone 5 steps, 3 steps, and 1 step. The sea-splitting sword thrummed. Sword intent condensed like it was tangible. With each step, even the ocean parted to the side. However, Li Qingshan did not retreat. He stared at Yi Duanhai with his head held high, like a pillar of support. Faced with the great sword cultivator's threat step by step, his battle intent did not weaken at all. Instead, it skyrocketed, rushing out of the hall and into the clouds. Yi Duanhai stopped. The gazes of the two equally tall men clashed. Time seemed to come to a standstill. Their auras condensed without erupting. Everyone held their breaths as if a boulder was weighing down on their chests. The thrumming of the sword immediately stopped. He clenched his right hand into a fist. Yi Duanhai pressed down on the hilt of his sword. Li Qingshan frowned, but he instead loosened his fist. Yi Duanhai then opened his eyes. You've won this competition. You've won. After you've eaten and drunk your fill, we'll talk in private. Without waiting for Li Qingshan's response, he came to the side of the cultivation imparting elder and patted his shoulder. Then, he walked out of the hall, facing the wind and rain without looking back. His back view was a little bleak, and the elders and disciples of the Sword Pavilion followed closely behind him. Everyone found it hard to believe that the Sword Pavilion's master, who was famous for his unyielding and decisive temperament, was actually a Sword Pavilion master. Facing a junior who hadn't even undergone 3 heavenly tribulations, he was actually forced to retreat in a head-on confrontation. Yu Wufeng let out a long sigh. He was both relieved and sighed. "Master, I'm not sure. It's Windless who let you down." Killing in a fit of rage was the duty of a sword cultivator, but Yi Duanhai was not alone. He was also the pavilion master of the South Sea Sword Pavilion. He needed to consider the bigger picture and the entire sect, so he was unable to swing his sword in the end. When Li Qingshan didn't want to care about the big picture, someone else did. Hee. Just now, we're just joking. Why do you have to be so serious? If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me. I will punish myself with a cup of wine as an apology to you. Mr. Ram stood up with a smile. He picked up his cup and drank it all in one gulp. Sect Master Ji, I can't handle alcohol. I'll be going to rest first. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. Oh right, His Majesty, the King of Yu, knows the King of Savages is a wine lover. He specially made me bring a jar of fine alcohol this time. Even I covet it very much. I'll be basking in his glory tomorrow. Before Ji Chongfeng could stand up and see him off, he strode off. The myriad poison ancestor caught up with him and walked beside him, while Ru Xian followed behind. Everyone was dumbfounded. The head caretaker of the King of Southern Yu's estate had actually taken the initiative to apologize. Was he different from what they had imagined? Was this Mr. Ram really a good person who was as good as he seemed? Yi Duanhai's decision to back out was understandable. After all, his beloved disciple was in his hands, but what was Mr. Ram afraid of? Was he afraid Li Qingshan would suddenly attack him? The Silver Dragon King was right in the air, and the myriad poison ancestor was right beside him. Who could harm him? Not to mention, didn't the myriad poison ancestor have a deep grievance with Li Qingshan? Let alone them, even Ji Chongfeng was greatly surprised. The King of Southern Yu has taken the initiative to give him alcohol to express his goodwill. Just what are Li Qingshan's origins? Why does he have such great prestige? Don't tell me the head caretaker of the estate's main objective this time is Li Qingshan? Otherwise, why would he put up with this? He had no idea that Li Qingshan had once gifted the King of Southern Yu a jar of alcohol. He was merely returning the favor. All he knew was that he could not drink the alcohol. Mr. Ram crossed the door sill and actually felt his body lighten. He could not help but glance back. Li Qingshan was also looking at him with some pity. He clasped his hands with a smile and glanced past the myriad poison ancestor. His heart sank. Just now, he had already made up his mind. He wanted to destroy the 2 geniuses of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, Li Qingshan and Little and, in the Filian Hall, and he could use this opportunity to suppress the cultivation community of the South Sea. Right when he was about to communicate with the myriad poison ancestor beside him, he suddenly sensed something amiss. The myriad poison ancestor had behaved far too calmly. Li Qingshan had almost destroyed the myriad poison cult after all. Ever since the myriad poison ancestor entered the Filian Hall, he had actually not said anything about this irreconcilable grievance at all. Even when Li Qingshan provoked everyone, he did not say a single word against Li Qingshan. If the myriad poison ancestor were a person of deep emotions, then so be it, but he just happened to be renowned for his narrow-mindedness. There was definitely something wrong when something was out of the ordinary. An unpredictable change had happened to the person he relied on the most for this trip, which made Mr. Ram very uneasy. He no longer communicated with the myriad poison ancestor. Instead, he carefully observed his reaction. When Yi Duanhai retreated with his disciples, the myriad poison ancestor showed no intentions of doing anything either. Mr. Ram could clearly sense a hint of danger, so he immediately decided to give up on this opportunity and hold it in, returning the matter to its original trajectory. When Li Qingshan no longer wanted to hold it in, someone chose to hold it in. Cough cough, Sect Master G, about that. I'll be taking my leave as well. I've drunk too much today and said some nonsense. I've really made a fool of myself. Haha, please forgive me. Seventh Seat smiled, but his smile was rather unnatural. A moment ago, he was so high-spirited that he wanted to fight Li Qingshan to the death, but now, it was like that did not exist at all. He cursed himself inside. God damn it, it's just a seat. Only if I'm crazy would I get involved in this mess. When those important figures fight, what does it have to do with me? I cultivate in the South Sea precisely because I don't want to get involved in these battles. Can't I just watch the show properly? Why did I have to jump out myself? Even the king of Southern Yu has to show respect to that kid Li Qingshan, so why should I be angry with him? If we really do fight, just that woman called Little and will swing her sword over. I'll struggle to block her. Sigh, I can't hold my liquor either, so I'll be taking my leave first. Please forgive me, Sect Master G. The cultivators who had been singled out by Li Qingshan had already felt like they were sitting on pins and needles. With Seventh Seat taking the lead, they all stood up and bid farewell. The light in their eyes flickered as their gazes basically moved past Li Qingshan. Some of them even lowered their heads and looked at their toes. Stop right there. Li Qingshan called out. Don't go overboard. This is the Cloud Sail sect. This is the South Sea, not your savage mountain. Seventh Seat shuddered and turned around. His expression was extremely ugly. Some of the other cultivators stopped, while others just made their way out with their heads lowered. They even sped up a little. When the people who had stopped saw this, they gritted their teeth and followed him in a hurry. They thought to themselves, he might not necessarily be calling for me. No matter how powerful you, Li Qingshan, are, you can't make me stop just because you want me to. The more you make me stop, the more I want to leave. Swish. 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 Over a dozen streaks of light flew out of the Philian Hall. Gazing at the sky covered in dark clouds, their moods immediately lightened up. Not only am I leaving, but I'm also leaving. What can you do to me if I walk out? Fortunately, you're not calling for me. Some of them glanced back at Seventh Seat and said, good luck. Some of them did not even look back. They even grumbled inside, if it weren't for your nonsense, we wouldn't have been dragged into this. Why did we have to provoke this king of savages for no reason? Cultivating in the South Sea is about peace. You're also the leader of a sect, yet you don't even understand that. Regardless of whether they looked back or not, they did not slow down at all. The group of people vanished into the curtain of rain very soon, only leaving Seventh Seat standing there facing Li Qingshan. His expression became uglier and uglier, and he was filled with regret. Why did I stop? Fellow Li, when it's possible to forgive, one should forgive. Ji Chongfeng said. Seventh Seat glanced at Ji Chongfeng gratefully. It was not that he was afraid of death. If a great enemy truly stood before them, he would not hesitate to fight to the death. He just did not want to die for some random reason, he had said something too rash. This feeling was like touching a tiger's but for no reason, only to end up being eaten by the tiger. Such a stupid way of dying would probably make him the laughingstock of the entire South Sea cultivation community. Just looking at his slightly bitter face, Li Qingshan felt like he was going to turn his stomach. What was the point of killing someone like that? He was very surprised that the matter had developed to this point. Originally, he was prepared to fight to the death, but he never thought Yi Duanhai and Mr. Ram would actually give in. It was not like he had any deep grievances with the South Sea Sword Pavilion or the King of Yu's estate. They had already admitted defeat and apologized, so there was no reason for him to cling on to it and fight them to the death. However, there was still a big fish. Li Qingshan turned around. Gong Yuan, what do you think of my anger? The Merfolk Queen's expression wavered. If Li Qingshan had been bold enough to call her name so rudely a moment ago, she definitely would have taught him a lesson. Yet now, as she gazed at the hall that had suddenly emptied out and the figure that Seventh Seat had flown out of the hall like he was fleeing, she was actually speechless for a moment. Even the Merfolk elders felt uneasy. They no longer dared to casually scold the man before them. Ji Chongfeng opened his mouth, but he said nothing. He could persuade Li Qingshan to spare someone who had nothing to do with him, but when it came to the Merfolk Queen, he could only let them deal with it themselves, just in case they offended either side. Yi Duanhai could admit defeat for the sake of his disciple, and Mr. Ram could apologize for the sake of his safety, but Gong Yuan could not swallow her pride. Just now, she could still fall out with Li Qingshan without any hesitation, but right now, she was unable to make that decision. Let alone just how much strength Li Qingshan was hiding, just the little and was difficult to deal with. She was fearless, but the merfolk under her command were not that powerful. She could not lose them pointlessly. If Ji Chongfeng assisted them, then the formations of Cloud Sail Mountain would be enough to suppress the two of them. However, Ji Chongfeng clearly had no plans to do that. He maintained a neutral stance. Ji Chongfeng was only cooperating with the merfolk of the South Sea. He was not their lackey, nor would he fall out with the Chan monastery of Devanaga over the momentary displeasure of the Merfolk Queen. Li Qingshan crossed his arms and gazed at the Merfolk Queen, who was caught between a rock and a hard place. He was delighted inside. After making his choice, it was now her turn to make her choice. A thin layer of cold mist radiated from Gong Yuan. The delicacies before her were immediately covered in frost, and the cup in her hand immediately shattered. Crack, crack. The frost crawled up the white jade table, producing cracks. The temperature in the hall plummeted. The coldness was oppressive. The surprised cries of mortals rang out in Three Sail City. Both the adults and children arrived on the streets, raising their heads and gazing at the mountain. As soon as the rain approached the top of the mountain, it turned into snow and hail, pitter-pattering against the glazed roof tiles. Has the Merfolk Queen finally taken action? Merfolk sure are domineering. That kid, Li Qingshan, is probably done for this time. The cultivators who had left the Philian Hall did not return to cultivate like they had said. Instead, they gazed at the mountain from a safe distance. Master, senior brother, he. Peng Jingni gazed at Yi Duanhai's back as he stood with his hands behind his back. He was worried. If Li Qingshan could not defeat the Merfolk Queen, he would definitely have to order Yu Wufeng to take action. He would basically die for sure. Yi Duanhai said nothing. As long as he's dead. Mr. Ram let out a long sigh inside before shaking his head. It was completely unreasonable, but he just felt like the kid would not die in battle. Strange, far too strange. The cold mist slowly pressed towards Li Qingshan. The sound of freezing grew closer and closer. A layer of ice seemed to cover Gong Yuan's face, beautiful yet cruel. Her eyes turned pitch black, as deep as the ocean abyss. Ji Chongfeng was forced to stand up and leave as well, avoiding the coldness that grew heavier and heavier from her. He thought, she's really angered this time. If I refuse to assist her, I'll definitely be blamed in the future. He also grumbled about Li Qingshan inside, since you've already gained the upper hand, why don't you know when to stop? Why don't you give Gong Yuan a way out? If you really anger her, what good will that do? However, he also understood that at this point, even if Li Qingshan gave her a way out, Gong Yuan might not necessarily accept it. Instead, she would probably take advantage of the situation and attack. Gong Yuan was not Yi Duanhai. There was no need for her to worry about her disciple's safety. It was not Mr. Ram either. She had relied on her own strength. It could be said that her strength was the strongest on Giant Ship Island, and her faction was the strongest in the South Sea. Yi Duanhai and Mr. Ram had their reasons to retreat, but she did not. Although she did have some misgivings, it was not enough for her to put down her dignity as a ruler and submit to a lackey of the imperial court who had undergone the second heavenly tribulation. Thus, she chose to attack, forcing them step by step. If they retreated, they would immediately show their weakness, and then she could attack with all her might. If they didn't move, the cold air would slowly freeze them until they lost all ability to resist. If they were to retaliate, that would be for the best. It would allow the Merfolk elders to retreat, and then she would no longer have any misgivings. At this moment, Li Qingshan moved. He didn't retreat, but advanced, stepping into the domain of ice and frost. The Merfolk elders were all experienced and wise, they wanted to leave the Philian Hall. At this time a white shadow flashed, and Little and stood in front of the main hall, staring at them expressionlessly. So fast. The Merfolk elders stopped in amazement. Thinking back to the sharpness of that strike, none of them had the confidence to escape from it. Damn it, but since you dare to split up, I'll take care of you one by one. Gong Yuan's dark eyes gazed at Li Qingshan as he walked over step by step, as if she was looking at a dead man. She cultivated a cultivation method passed down by the merfolk from the ancient divine kingdom. It was called All Water to Ruin's End. Ruin's End was the legendary bottomless abyss, the place where all water gathered. Even the heavenly river would flow there in the end. In order to cultivate the All Water to Ruin's End, she had to hide in the abyss of the ocean all year round, using the merfolk's secret technique to communicate with the mysterious Ruin's End. The process of cultivation was extremely difficult. Not only did she have to endure the heavy pressure of the ocean, but her mind was also tormented. There were many times when she almost fell into despair, and her soul was completely sucked into Ruin's End. Compared to that, the physical pain was nothing. Even during the era when the merfolk flourished, there were not many people who cultivated this cultivation method, and there were even fewer who succeeded. It was precisely this kind of cultivation experience that made her cold and deep. At the same time, she was prone to hysteria. Even the merfolk were extremely afraid of her. The cold chi that she was releasing now contained the deathly cold power of Ruin's End. It was pervasive. Even Ji Changfeng could not endure it for a long time. Li Qingshan was simply courting death by walking over step by step. The black and red demonic chi that Li Qingshan released was of no use at all. Waves of cold pierced into his bones. His clothes were frozen and shredded in the blink of an eye, and the demonic armor that replaced them was still useless. The White Eagle commander's uniform was almost equivalent to a supreme-grade defensive artifact. It was impervious to blades and spears, and impervious to water and fire, but it could not even last a moment in this cold chi. The distance between them was less than 30 steps, but it was as far as the horizon. Every step he took felt like he was walking into an abyss. His exposed skin quickly turned blue and purple, and a layer of frost appeared on his demonic armor. He didn't know when it would shatter like his clothes. His battle boots were frozen as soon as they touched the ground. He needed to use force to lift them up and continue onwards. Li Qingshan should have sped up and rapidly closed the distance between him and Gong Yuan so that he could engage her in close combat, or he could just stand a little further away and launch an attack. Without a doubt, this was an opportunity for Gong Yuan to push the All Water to Ruin's End to the limit. But for some reason, he continued to walk forward step by step, neither too fast nor too slow. Don't tell me he's so confident in his strength? Even I wouldn't compete against Gong Yuan in cultivation like this, as there's no chance of victory at all. Even if the fire-devouring kings were bold enough to do this, defeat would be certain. Even if he's a supreme genius, it's impossible for him to win. The outcome has really been determined this time. Ji Changfeng secretly shook his head. He was forced to activate the formation, not because he wanted to help either side, but because he was afraid that the Philian Hall would be destroyed by Gong Yuan. Originally, there were still a few bold cultivators of the South Sea who lingered around, but they had all been forced out by the coldness now. There was no need for them to risk their lives just to watch a show. If they died to the shockwaves of the battle, that would be an undeserved disaster. Large areas of Li Qingshan's body suffered from frostbite and necrosis. His eyes turned white too, covered in a layer of frost. However, he continued to stare at Gong Yuan with his blind eyes. What he saw was no longer the noble, ice-cold merfolk queen, but a pitch-black, bottomless abyss. He could not help but think of a saying, when you stare into the abyss stares back at you. Right now, that was exactly what he felt. The abyss was ice-cold and deathly still, but it seemed to possess its own consciousness. However, what he felt was not terror or despair, but a call from the depths of his soul. It was exactly this wondrous feeling that prevented him from attacking in a hurry. When the ground became frozen soil, the tiger bone stiffened, and even the phoenix lost its endless vitality. However, the spirit turtle's mind became especially clear. The spirit turtle's method of sea suppression circulated at an unprecedented speed, radiating with divine light. What's going on? Li Qingshan was perplexed. Back when he met Gong Yuan's gaze on the whale's back, he felt very comfortable. However, when Gong Yuan struck out with her full strength, the feeling was no longer just comfortable. It was basically gratifying. There was no longer any ruthlessness on his face at all. He became extremely peaceful. What's going on? Gong Yuan also wanted to know why Li Qingshan, who should have been frozen a long time ago, could still walk towards her. Why was his expression so strange, and why did his presence give her a sense of intimacy, even instinctively wanting to get close to him? What's going on? Ji Changfeng felt like he was at a loss as well. If he only looked at their expressions, he would never believe that they were about to fight to the death. Finally, Li Qingshan stepped over the white jade table that had been frozen into shards and arrived before Gong Yuan. Their presences intertwined, and the feeling of intimacy reached the limit. If I can maintain this state, breaking through to the 5th layer of the spirit turtle will be a piece of cake. Li Qingshan sighed inside, but there was also a hint of joy. The 9 transformations of the demonic and divine was easy in the beginning, but it became more difficult the further one progressed. The wondrous power that Gong Yuan gave off had undoubtedly opened a window for the spirit turtle's cultivation. As for Gong Yuan, she just closed her eyes as if she was sensing something silently. She practiced the all-water to Ruin's End all year round. Even when she left the ocean and stood among people, she still felt like she was in the abyss of the ocean, facing the unfathomable Ruin's End. It left her extremely exhausted, which led to a severe inner demon. Being prone to hysteria was one of the external manifestations of inner demons. If she could not suppress her inner demons, not only would it be difficult for her cultivation to increase, but she might even face the danger of suffering from qi deviation. Inner demons were different from demonic nature. They were very difficult to deal with through external methods. They could only be dealt with by themselves. Many cultivators ended up ruined by this, which was also known as qi deviation. This was not as simple as falling into the demonic path and becoming a demonic cultivator. Instead, it was losing control of the mind. It was easier for demonic cultivators to suffer qi deviation than regular cultivators. When regular people lost control of their minds, they would only go mad. Cultivators possessed great power in the first place. Once their minds lost control of this power, the consequences were self-evident. But at this moment, she felt her mind become unprecedentedly peaceful. It was so comfortable that she almost wanted to moan. Whether it was Gong Yuan or Li Qingshan, neither of them knew that the mysterious Ruin's End was the home of the spirit turtle, the final resting place of the spirit turtle. Because newborn spirit turtles could not survive in Ruin's End, adult spirit turtles would reproduce outside Ruin's End. Once the little spirit turtle matured, it would swim back to Ruin's End like a river flowing back to the ocean. This cycle repeated itself. The environment of Ruin's End was far too deathly still. Only spirit turtles liked it. Even water element divine beasts that were no weaker than spirit turtles would not stay there for long even if they could endure the environment there. However, to spirit turtles that pursued peace and longevity, it was the most ideal paradise. Just like how humans referred to the Mother River, they also treated Ruin's End as their mother. Meanwhile, the mysterious will or laws of Ruin's End also treated spirit turtles as their beloved children. This was why the two of them had such a wondrous reaction. But at this moment, Li Qingshan was in an extremely dangerous state. Although his body was tough, it was almost frozen solid. His expression remained calm as he slowly extended his hand. With every movement, the sound of ice cracking and shattering could be heard. Even his tiger bones became fragile in the extreme cold. Gong Yuan shuddered and opened her eyes. Her ocean blue eyes were filled with incomparable shock. However, after glancing at Li Qingshan, it immediately turned into embarrassment and anger. It turned out that even the demonic heart in Li Qingshan's body had been frozen. Naturally, the demonic armor could not be maintained and his muscular naked body was exposed. Although she was not an innocent girl and could not bear to see a naked man, the problem was that this naked man was standing in front of her, less than a foot away. One of his hands was even on her shoulder. The corner of Li Qingshan's mouth twitched with difficulty. He could not tell if he was apologetic or proud. At the side, Ji Changfeng's eyes widened. He had never seen such a strange scene in his life. The naked man stood in front of the noble and elegant mermaid queen with one hand on her shoulder and a strange smile on his face. "Take off your dirty hand." The cold air that Gong Yuan emitted became even denser. Her voice was also as cold as ice. Not only did Li Qingshan not do that, he raised his other hand and placed it on her other shoulder. He did not have much killing intent now. Instead, he was more concerned about the secrets on her body. Although Gong Yuan appeared angry, he could clearly feel that her hostility had been appeased. Moreover, he believed that she could also feel the change in him. It was a very strange feeling. However, if this continued, he was afraid that he would be frozen to death. He would not place all his hopes on his opponent. At this distance, as long as he used his hands to grab her neck and release. The power of vibration, although Gong Yuan's physique was strong, it might not be comparable to the corpse king from before. He could turn this situation around in an instant. Gong Yuan frowned slightly. Her expression changed. Her breasts rose and fell. She took a deep breath and suddenly took a step back. She retracted the cold air. "I'll spare your life today." Then, he flicked his sleeves and left. When he brushed past Li Qingshan, he even glanced at him. There was no longer any hostility in his gaze. Instead, it was as if he had seen some kind of rare and precious item. At the same time, this item contained some kind of disgusting attribute, so he couldn't decide what to do with it. When they arrived at the entrance of the hall, Little and stepped aside without saying a word. Gong Yuan glared at her fiercely. Elder Blue felt strange. Although his thoughts were not meticulous, he had still watched Gong Yuan grow up. He could keenly sense that there was a subtle change in Gong Yuan's temperament. There was less melancholy and cruelty. He looked at Li Qingshan in surprise, wondering what had just happened. Only Li Qingshan and Gong Yuan were clear about the changes in their auras. Others could not understand it. The flames of the phoenix warmed his entire body, and the necrosis on Li Qingshan's body rapidly healed. His skin recovered its normal color in the blink of an eye. He looked at his hand and smiled. He never thought he would reap such an unexpected benefit this time. However, calling it an accident was not really an accident. Just like how the fire devourers possessed the divine Wutong tree, it made perfect sense for merfolk, who were born with the spirit of water, to possess items that could assist in the cultivation of spirit turtles. After all, they had both been passed down through the ancient divine kingdoms. Even though they had declined now, there were still very few that could rival their heritage. In the blink of an eye, the large Filean hall emptied out. Only Li Qingshan, Little and the dumbfounded Ji Chongfeng remained. Fellow, just what did you do?" Ji Chongfeng hesitated for a very long time, but he still could not help but ask. "I used my charm, of course." Li Qingshan smiled. Really?" Ji Chongfeng laughed dryly. He could not tell what startling charm Li Qingshan possessed. "You might not believe me, but my charm is useless against men, but against women, it's... You better put on some clothes first." Ji Chongfeng could no longer listen to him anymore. Li Qingshan found a set of clothes from his summer ring and put them on. Little and came over to help him tidy up. Seeing this, Ji Chongfeng immediately confirmed that this was not a relationship that outsiders could drive a wedge between them. With her alluring beauty, talent, and cultivation, there was no reason for her to do something like this for a man. For a moment, he almost believed in Li Qingshan's so-called charm, but he immediately dismissed this nonsensical thought. "Everyone's gone anyway. It's perfect. I was just worried that I wouldn't have enough to eat by myself." Li Qingshan glanced around and nodded in great satisfaction. Everyone who disliked him had all left, so he could do as he pleased. The corner of Ji Chongfeng's eye twitched. He was still in the mood to eat. However, after hesitating for a moment, he still ordered the banquet to resume. Originally, he was just trying not to offend Li Qingshan. But now, he really put Li Qingshan on the same level as him, so much so that he even felt that Li Qingshan was unfathomable. "Fellow cultivator, you're really impressive today. You've really broadened my horizons. You're only at the second heavenly tribulation, yet you're already so impressive. If there's a day when you pass through the third heavenly tribulation, won't you be invincible in the world?" "How could that be? I'm still far from it. Being invincible in the world is not as simple as being number one in the world. I can defeat everyone from number 2 to number 1 in the world. But thank you for your auspicious words. I will be invincible in the world sooner or later, haha." When Ji Chongfeng heard the first sentence, he thought, "You brat finally know how to be humble." But when he heard the next sentence, he suddenly didn't know what to say. The world is so vast. If all the experts of the 9 provinces and 4 seas are counted, I'm afraid I can't even be ranked in the top 100. As for those who reached the so-called invincible in the world realm, there hasn't been a single one since ancient times. If Li Qingshan spoke to him like this 2 hours ago, he would definitely mock him a little. But now, facing Li Qingshan's admiring expression of "you have good taste," he could only pick up the wine cup and drink. "You're indeed ambitious. This old man admires you. Let's drink." Not long after, Ji Changfeng couldn't sit still anymore. "I've drunk quite a lot tonight. I'm also a little drunk." "It's all right. Fellow cultivator, you can go and rest." "You're welcome." Li Qingshan supported his head with one hand and held the wine cup with the other. He reclined on the main seat and leisurely enjoyed the singing and dancing below. As a result, only Li Qingshan and Little and remained in the large hall a while later. He simply waved his hand and dismissed the singers and dancers as well. "It's really clean now," Li Qingshan communicated. He picked up the wine cup and clinked it gently with Little and in his arms, drinking it all in one gulp. "Why?" Little and took his wine cup with one hand and placed his own into Li Qingshan's hand with the other. Li Qingshan drank it all in one gulp again. "The aura that Gong Yuan gives off is extremely strange. It seems to be very beneficial to the spirit turtle transformation, and the aura of the spirit turtle seems to be beneficial to her as well. You want to dual cultivate with her?" "Of course. She's a queen after all." Li Qingshan pinched Little An's little face. "Hee, I'm just joking. She's definitely not a good person. If it weren't for the fact that she doesn't have the confidence to capture me, she definitely would have taken action and interrogated me about my secrets. Let alone the fact that the merfolk queen won't dual cultivate with a human, even if she's willing, I won't agree to it." He was lustful, but he was not so lustful that he would lose his mind and think with his lower body. Gong Yuan was different from Lolth. Not only was she extremely powerful, but the organization behind her was extremely powerful as well. If Lolth slept with her, then so be it, but if he got too deeply involved with Gong Yuan, there would definitely be no benefits. "You overestimate yourself." Little and turned her head away in disapproval. Li Qingshan rolled his eyes. He said angrily, "You damned girl. Even when you stripped naked in front of me, didn't I still manage to control myself?" "That's because you're a coward." Little and curled her lips. "You dare say I'm a coward?" Li Qingshan glared at her. "I've already said that." Little and glared back at him. Forget it, forget it. I'm afraid of you." Li Qingshan pulled her into his arms helplessly and thought, "Originally, I had no idea what I should exchange with the merfolk, but I finally have a target now. I need to find a way to contact Xianxia." At this moment, the banquets between the regular cultivators and the merfolk reached an end on Central and Lesser Cloud-massed mountains. The goods the merfolk had brought from the sea had been properly arranged too. The banquets dispersed, and the seafair officially began. "Let's go. Let's go for a walk too." Li Qingshan stood up and said to Little and walking through the antique pavilions, they were surrounded by a dazzling array of goods, but most of them were not worth much. They were just warming up right now. There would be an auction in 3 days' time. That would be the climax of the seafair this time. As low-level cultivators still made up the vast majority, it was still extremely lively. However, wherever Li Qingshan and Little and went, the place would fall silent. The cultivators avoided them from afar, and even if they could not avoid them, they lowered their heads and maintained a respectful attitude. Only when they had traveled far away did they quietly discuss among themselves. Everything that had happened in the Philean Hall had already spread. The cultivation community of the South Sea had basically accepted the King of Savage's might. However, the one who attracted the most attention was still Little Anne. The sight of her descending from the sky had already become an unforgettable memory for many people. Li Qingshan and Little Anne looked around. Sure enough, there was nothing worth paying attention to. They arrived on the balcony outside the pavilion and leaned against the railing, gazing into the distance. The heavy rain was still pouring down, falling into the South Sea in an overwhelming manner. The waves constantly surged towards the shore, splashing against the rocks and cliffs. The raging waves beat against the shore, stirring up 1,000 piles of snow. The landscape is like a painting, and how many heroes have there been in a time? Li Qingshan said slowly. Little Li II, even if you don't recite poems, we are still friends. A familiar voice suddenly appeared in his mind. On the balcony of the lower floor, Ru Xian was leaning against the railing, gazing at the night rain. What is your relationship with Gong Yuan? Li Qingshan originally had a stomach full of questions, but when it came to the most gossipy one, it was at the tip of his tongue. Ru Xian was silent for a moment, then said, "Next question. What kind of cultivation method does she cultivate?" Li Qingshan could hear that she was not in a good mood, so he went straight to the point. All water to ruin's end, a cultivation method passed down from the divine kingdom. The end is the legendary place where all water gathers. It is a mysterious and unpredictable world. Ru Xian introduced the all water to ruin's end. When Li Qingshan heard the two words ruin's end, he felt an incomparably intimate feeling. He then asked, "Do you know this cultivation method?" This surprised Li Qingshan greatly. Originally, he had only asked casually. Probably even the merfolk elders he met today did not know about something as secret as all water to ruin's end. He never thought she would actually know about it. He became even more certain that her resemblance to Gong Yuan was not just a misconception. However, since she refused to say anything more, it was inappropriate for him to pry, so he cut to the chase. "Can you teach me?" "Yes," Ru Xian agreed without any hesitation. "However, even if I teach you, you won't be able to cultivate it." "Why?" "Cultivating this cultivation method requires you to connect with ruin's end. That's not something you can achieve just by finding a random sea abyss. According to what I know, it can only be done with the heart of the abyss, but that's a supreme treasure that only merfolk can refine. It's in Gong Yuan's hands right now. Then what if I exchange it with her? For example, I can use that virus of yours." "That's impossible. The refinement method for the heart of the abyss has already been lost. The imperial court of the merfolk only has a single one. Once it's lost, Gong Yuan's cultivation will stagnate, and I've already thought of what I want to exchange for it." The path of cultivation was crucial to any cultivator, and it was even more so to experts like Gong Yuan. Li Qingshan suspected that even if he threatened her with the fate of the entire merfolk race, she might not necessarily hand over the heart of the abyss. "That's a little troublesome. Whatever, I'm not in a hurry anyway. I'll think about it when the time comes." His priority right now was to raise the phoenix transformation to the 4th layer. Once his strength increased, forcefully stealing it was not impossible. "Oh right, what do you want to exchange for?" Li Qingshan asked curiously. "The lost stocks of the King of Yu." What's that?" "One of the things that the King of Southern Yu wants the most. More accurately speaking, it's an incomplete stock. That's the main objective of the Ram's trip." "I still don't understand." In ancient times, a king of Yu skilled in divination attacked the Crystal Palace in an attempt to take the South Sea under the Kingdom of Yu's control. Because of a great storm, as well as the tenacious resistance of the merfolk, it finally ended in failure. Moreover, half of a set of calculation rods refined from dragon bones and dragon horns was lost in the Southern Sea. It is known as the King of Yu's remaining calculation. Refined with dragon bones and dragon horns. Li Qingshan was slightly surprised. Just by looking at the materials, he could understand the value of this calculation token. Legend has it that in the ancient times before the humankind unified the world and established the divine kingdom, the demon race once ruled the 9 regions. At that time, there were many mythological beasts such as the phoenix, Xianxia, and Xianxia, while the dragon race was the leader of all demons. This was where the name of the dragon province came from. The minds of merfolk are unfathomable, which is why the King of Yu ordered the myriad poison ancestor to accompany him, as well as the Silver Dragon King as a form of deterrence. As a result, I hitched a ride, which makes it easier for me to bargain with Gong Yuan. Doesn't that mean you'll be in direct conflict with the King of Southern Yu's estate? Little and said you've already been suspected by that Mr. Ram. The King of Yu's remaining calculation was not of much practical use to Li Qingshan. Even if he obtained it, it would be incomplete. However, it was different to the King of Southern Yu. Right now, a war with the Green Province was imminent. Just like how it was said that the more you calculate, the less you calculate, the more you calculate, the less you calculate, the less you calculate. The use of the path of divination in a war like this could be described as crucial. It could basically determine the outcome of the war. This aspect also happened to be the greatest shortcoming of the Mist Province. The Green Province was much smaller than the Mist Province, but the system of the academy was relatively complete. The school of Yinyang specialized in this aspect, while the Mist Province was far too chaotic. Basically no one was willing to practice the path of divination that was slow to cultivate and lacking in battle prowess. As a result, the King of Southern Yu's remaining calculation was one of the items the King of Southern Yu wanted the most right now. It was not wrong at all. However, it was exactly because of this that the King of Southern Yu's estate would view anyone who tried to sabotage or obstruct them. If the saboteur just happened to run over from the Green Province, then they could basically label them as spies immediately. They would not stop until they were completely killed. At the very least, right now, Li Qingshan still did not want to directly clash with the King of Southern Yu. Otherwise, his attack on Fire Melt Mountain would be completely pointless. If the Silver Dragon King above him blasted wildly, no formations would be able to protect him. If you suspect him, then so be it. It's not like we'll ruin his plans. We'll just let him negotiate with Gong Yuan first. Though, with that woman's temperament, once you obtain the King of Southern Yu's remaining calculation, you'll have done the King of Southern Yu's estate a great service. Of course, I can't just hand over such a precious treasure so easily. It'll be the King of Southern Yu's estate's turn to beg me. Li Qingshan came to a realization. He was already relatively close to the Banyan Tree King. If he dealt with the King of Southern Yu too, just who in the Mist Province could touch him? Whether it was Savage Mountain or Fire Melt Mountain, his position would be as stable as a rock. He felt rather touched inside. Ru Xian had considered so much, still helping him out at the end of the day. Apart from devoting myself to you, there's really nothing else I can do to repay Miss Ru Xian's kindness. You're doing this for revenge. Haha, compared to repaying kindness, I still prefer revenge. Ru Xian fell silent for a while. All she heard was the desolate night rain. Suddenly, she said, when you're free, come with me somewhere. Even if it's a mountain of blades or a sea of fire, I won't turn it down. After Ru Xian left, Li Qingshan shared the information he had obtained with Little and thought for a while. I was originally worried that helping the merfolk take down Fire Melt Mountain and disrupt the balance between the two races would be beyond the King of Southern Yu's tolerance. Now it's safe. Li Qingshan also felt like the path ahead had become much clearer. Right when he was about to leave the building and return to his residence, a streak of white light passed through the night rain and arrived before him. Yu Wufeng said, "My king, my master invites you over. From tonight onwards, there's no need for you to call me my king anymore. After all, the path of the sword is about being unyielding and resolute. It's not good to always be under someone else's command." Li Qingshan's voice was filled with confidence. Let's hope so. Yu Wufeng smiled. Sure enough, when Li Qingshan arrived before Yi Duanhai again, what he received was the equal treatment he had been anticipating for a long time. There were not a lot of people present. Only Yi Duanhai, the elder of cultivation methods, Li Qingshan, Little, and Yu Wufeng were present. They negotiated amicably as equals. The actual process was extremely short. Yi Duanhai did not make any small talk at all, cutting right to the chase. One strike. Li Qingshan did not demand an exorbitant price, which allowed Yu Wufeng and the elder of cultivation methods to let out a sigh of relief. Compared to a genius disciple who could become a great sword cultivator and an arcane treasure fogbow sword, the conditions could basically be described as generous. When, where, and who? The King of Southern Yu's estate definitely won't do. There's also the royal court of the merfolk. Don't worry, it's neither of those places. It won't bring disaster to the South Sea Sword Pavilion either. You'll naturally know when the time comes. How can I trust that you'll keep your promise? Look at your heart. I also have some secrets that require Yu Wufeng to swear not to divulge. Only then can I remove the blood oath. However, there's no oath that can bind a great sword cultivator. All you can do is look at your heart, Li Qingshan said calmly. All right. Yi Duanhai did not waste any more time. See our guest off. Farewell. Li Qingshan still liked this kind of straightforwardness, but in order to obtain this straightforwardness, he really did put in quite a lot of effort. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Torrential rain poured down, whistling through the surroundings. It showed no signs of stopping. Gazing at the surroundings, the sky flashed with golden light, gilding the clouds. Sunlight shone on the ocean. If one looked from above, they would discover that the entire island was enveloped by a thick layer of dark clouds, while the other places were sunny, with white clouds drifting about. A mountain of clouds approached the sky above Giant Ship Island with the sea breeze. As if it had been swallowed, it merged into the thick clouds, making the rain even heavier. No matter how the sea breeze blew, the dark clouds remained unmoving. This was obviously the work of the merfolk. Merfolk did not like to leave the ocean and come to land. Only rain could make them slightly more comfortable. Regular merfolk obviously did not possess such methods, but there were many powerful merfolk led by Gong Yuan in the seafair this time. As natural spirits of water, and they were in the moist South Sea, it was nothing for them to summon clouds and rain. Legend had it that when dragons traveled, they did not need to use any techniques. They were accompanied by clouds and rain, which was also known as dragons following clouds. At the center of the storm was a lake. A magnificent palace rose out of nowhere on the lake. The pillars, walls, and eaves were all constructed from jelly-like water. The rain fell on the palace, kicking up ripples. Enveloped in the hazy mist, it was filled with illusory beauty. At this moment, the mist above the lake parted. An old man with a goatee and goat horns appeared. He arrived on the shore under the accompaniment of a merfolk elder. "There's no need to send me off." Mr. Ram clasped his hands and emerged from the merfolk palace once again. Even with his mental fortitude, he could not hide his bad luck. This was already the 5th time he had tried to persuade her in the past few days. The price he offered each time was higher than the last, already infinitely close to his bottom line. However, Gong Yuan never relented. If it was just that, then so be it. In the past few days, he had visited Ji Changfeng, Yi Duanhai, and the detestable Li Qingshan one after another. He only had a single objective, which was to pull them onto the chariot of the kingdom of Yu and make them honored guests of the king's estate. However, all of his attempts had ended in failure. This result was far too difficult to accept. It was basically one of the rare mistakes he had made in his life. Li Qingshan. Mr. Ram gritted his teeth in hatred. He'd had a premonition about this outcome since the moment he was forced to retreat in Philian Hall. With his cultivation at the second heavenly tribulation, Li Qingshan had to be a little more forceful. Only then would he be able to treat Yi Duanhai and the others as equals and carry out the transaction smoothly. How could Mr. Ram not need to display the might of Yu King Manor? He was also a second heavenly tribulation cultivator. He never thought he would be forcefully suppressed by a cultivator whose cultivation was even lower than his as soon as he arrived at the Cloud Sail sect. This invisibly created a great impact. And the myriad poison ancestor's strange behavior had disrupted many of his plans. Originally, he planned on using the myriad poison ancestor's hostile relationship with the South Sea Sword Pavilion and Savage Mountain to threaten them to a certain extent. The king's estate did not need to take action directly. All they needed to do was support the myriad poison ancestor slightly, and Yi Duanhai and Li Qingshan would have to consider the consequences. It was still in the Philian Hall. How could the dissension between him and the myriad poison ancestor escape the eyes of those shrewd people? A single misstep resulted in a series of mistakes. Apart from the very beginning, he had come alone whenever he negotiated with Gong Yuan, so his momentum had weakened by quite a lot, let alone threatening Yi Duanhai and Li Qingshan. Sure enough, nothing good comes out of this kid's visit to the Mist Province. The potential that he and that little and have demonstrated is far too startling, so I need to get His Majesty the King of Yu to consider it and take preventive measures. If I can keep them in the Mist Province forever, the benefits won't be any less than killing 2 great cultivators of the Green Province. Though, perhaps there's no need for that. Mr. Ram gazed at the Silver Dragon King in the clouds, and a sliver of coldness flashed through his eyes. He vanished into the curtain of rain. Soon after Mr. Ram's departure, a masked figure arrived before the merfolk palace and bowed. "I request an audience with your majesty." A while later, the mist parted again. Xianxia stepped onto the surface of the lake, making her way towards the merfolk palace step by step. Enchanting laughter rang out from the raging surface of the lake. Beautiful figures swam about, studying her. A beautiful mermaid poked her head out of the water and asked curiously, "Hey, what's your name?" Xianxia glanced at her and thought of a distant name, but she said nothing. She arrived in front of the merfolk palace and stopped for a while, studying it. She revealed a look of nostalgia, but it was hidden under the heavy mask, so no one could see it. "South Sea, I've returned." She stepped into the merfolk palace, and the whistling rain suddenly grew distant. A world of water unfolded before her. Many beautiful mermaids swam and played around in the water. Their tails of various colors, such as dark blue, crimson, dark green, and so on, left behind colorful trails. The trade of regular goods had already been completed. Most of them were bartering for resources that did not exist in the sea, as well as some reserves for war, such as pills, talismans, food, and so on. They finally did not have to conjure up legs to deal with those ugly humans anymore. Splitting their tails did not feel comfortable at all, and walking was very difficult too. It was nowhere near as difficult as swimming. The mermaids who had only just conjured up legs felt like they were walking on the tip of a blade when they walked on land. Once the auction ended the next day, they would be able to return home, so everyone was in a very good mood. What made them the happiest was that the queen who had always been cold seemed to have become much gentler. When she was free, she would even guide them in their cultivation. This had never happened before. Xianxia spotted Gong Yuan on the crystal throne with a single glance. She sucked in a deep breath and adjusted her emotions. The feeling of being a bystander in the crowd was completely different from being in front of her. "You're the myriad poison ancestor's disciple?" Gong Yuan asked from above. "Yes." "How dare you? You're a coward. You're requesting an audience with the queen. Why don't you remove your mask and state your name?" The captain of the guards, Gong Kuan, scolded. "Due to refining poison, my appearance has been ruined. I don't want to show it to others, so please forgive me, your majesty. As for my name, it's just a code name. It can be real or fake, so it's not important at all," Xianxia said hoarsely. Gong Yuan waved her hand and dismissed Gong Kuan. Demonic cultivators who refined poison would often turn themselves into something that was neither human nor ghost. Looking at her figure, she was still a woman, so it made sense for her to be reluctant to show her face. Most importantly, she definitely had the myriad poison ancestors' orders for this trip. There was no need for her to provoke that narrow-minded old man over something as small as this. "Since it's a merfolk sea fair, I want to make a deal with your majesty," said Xianxia. "Oh? Tell me, what do you have, and what do you want to exchange with me?" "I want to use the lives of all the fire devourers who have yet to undergo the heavenly tribulation in Fire Melt Mountain to exchange for something with your majesty." The hall suddenly fell silent. The mere people were all taken aback. The greatest weakness of other folk was their difficulty in reproducing, which was why they valued every single clansman very much. In particular, it was even more so in this age where humanity flourished. Even the weakest of the clansmen might be able to produce powerful descendants. Fire Melt Mountain stretched for several hundred kilometers. There were only around 100,000 fire devourers, and around 100,000 of them had yet to undergo the heavenly tribulation. However, killing 100,000 fire devourers was much more difficult than killing 1 million or even 10 million mortals unless they completely destroyed Fire Melt Mountain. However, that was basically impossible. Across the entire Mist Province, only the Banyan Tree King and the King of Southern Yu's estate possessed the strength to do so. However, if they started a war like that, they would have to pay a corresponding price. Demon kings and great cultivators would definitely die. Don't tell me it's another scheme from that old dog from the King of Southern Yu's estate, trying to trick the lost stocks of the King of Yu into returning. But isn't that a little too stupid of a lie? Gong Yuan stared at Xianxia coldly and thought to herself. "I want to use the lives of all the fire devourers who have yet to undergo the heavenly tribulation in Fire Melt Mountain to exchange for something with your majesty," Xianxia repeated calmly. Even her tone had not changed at all. All right. I'd like to hear what you have to say, Gong Yuan said with the mindset of I'd rather believe it than not. The security of Fire Melt Mountain is tight, so normally speaking, you have to kill the fire-devouring kings and breach Fire Melt Mountain before you can massacre fire devourers on a large scale. However, even great cultivators can't achieve something like that. If you have something to say, just say it. Stop beating around the bush, Gong Yuan said impatiently. All right. I've studied medicine for many years, and I've come up with an idea. Do you know about plagues, Your Majesty? Xianxia asked. Fire devourers feed on fire. They're immune to all diseases, so how can they be infected by plagues? Is this your idea? Gong Yuan asked. Regular plagues obviously won't work. Please take a look at this, Your Majesty. Xianxia fished out a grayish-white stone from her sumeru ring. The water surged and swept the stone over to Gong Yuan. She glanced at it and said, "This is just a regular stone. What are you trying to pull? Don't tell me Your Majesty doesn't find the shape of this stone rather familiar?" Originally, Gong Yuan had only used her soul sense to investigate whether there was anything strange in the rock or not. Only with Xianxia's reminder did she take a closer look and become slightly surprised. This seems like the heart of a fire devourer. The heart of a fire devourer was equivalent to the demon core of a demon. However, demon cores had to be condensed after birth, while the heart was innately present. It was the source of power for fire devourers. However, it should be emitting a crimson glow and containing a dense amount of fire spiritual energy. That's right. This is the result of being infected with the plague. The hearts of fire devourers will turn into lifeless rock. I've already tested it on many fire devourers. This plague is very contagious, and it has a certain degree of latency. Once it breaks out, death is certain. Stone heart, Xianxia said. Do you think I'll believe you just because you took out a heart carved out of a random rock and boasted about it? Gong Yuan closed her hand gently, and the stone heart turned to dust. She waved her hand. See off the guest. Xianxia bowed and actually said nothing more, turning around and leaving. Gong Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Speaking of which, her back seemed rather familiar, but she could not recall where she had seen it before. Xianxia was about to make her way out of the hall when Gong Yuan's voice rang out from behind, "Stop. What other orders do you have, Your Majesty?" Xianxia seemed to be expecting this a long time ago, so she turned around gently. Who are you exactly? The sense of familiarity from the way she turned around intensified. Gong Yuan had a vague feeling that there was a mysterious connection between her and this mysterious visitor, as if they were connected by an invisible thread. At her realm of cultivation, intuition was no longer just intuition. It was almost like divination and prophecy. Your Majesty shouldn't be concerned about my identity, but our deal, Xianxia reminded her. You said you study the path of medicine, but I don't recall the myriad poison cult having any path of medicine. Even across the entire Mist Province, there aren't a lot of disciples of the school of medicine. If what you said is true, then you've gone to so much effort to refine a plague that targets fire devourers just to make a deal with me. Gong Yuan doubted. Why not? Xianxia answered with a question. Gong Yuan curled her right index finger, and the flowing water before Xianxia suddenly condensed into a blade of ice. It was thin and transparent, almost invisible. It was even sharper than a blade. With Xianxia's cultivation that had only recently undergone the second heavenly tribulation, she was unable to respond at all. She only felt a sliver of coldness sweep across her face, and the mask silently split into two. Seeing her face clearly, Gong Yuan, who had always been cold and dignified, revealed a stunned expression of disbelief. She cried out involuntarily, "Little sister." However, she immediately returned to her senses. No, that's impossible. Who are you exactly? Although her appearance was roughly similar, there were still some differences. However, the sense of familiarity from that moment was far too intense, overlapping with the image in her memories, which was why it created a false impression. Her little sister's expression had never been so cold. Even when she left the South Sea, she was as gentle as before. Your little sister is already dead, so of course she can't stand before you again. Ru Xian's face seemed like it was carved from white jade. Apart from the movement of her lips, she did not reveal any expression at all. Her voice was so calm that it seemed like she was stating a fact that had nothing to do with her. "So it's you, you wretched child," Gong Yuan said sternly. Right now, what she felt was no longer just familiarity, but a deep connection of blood. The distant past surged through her, and her heart was filled with mixed feelings. Did she regret it? Did she feel guilty? For a moment, she was unable to describe what she felt. "It's me, you wretched child. I didn't think your majesty would still remember me. I'm still alive. You must be very disappointed, your majesty. What do you think? After seeing my face, have you become a little more interested in our deal?" Ru Xian asked. "The final outcome isn't what I want to see either. Originally, I thought they could leave the Mist Province. Forget it. Thousands of clansmen died at the hands of the fire devourers. Even if she's my younger sister, she's just one of them. Since I'm a queen, I can't be selfish. Whether you're telling the truth or not, stay behind. I'll avenge you." Gong Yuan suppressed her various emotions and recovered her composure as a merfolk queen. If what she said was true, then she had to be in her hands. She would be the trump card for defeating the fire devourers. Perhaps she could even end the war completely. "Unfortunately, I don't need you to avenge me. If I need to rely on someone's strength, that person won't be you. I'm not asking you. This is an order." "Then that's even more of a pity. I'm not a merfolk, so I don't have to follow the merfolk queen's orders. If your majesty isn't willing to carry out the deal, then I'll be leaving." With that, Ru Xian turned around and left. "That's not up to you." Gong Yuan's eyes turned cold, and she clenched her right hand. The water around Ru Xian immediately froze into a prison of ice. She finally sneered. There was a flash of green light, and with a boom, the prison of ice shattered. The entire palace shook. After becoming a poison-assimilating ghost king, the myriad poison ancestor had gone from being a living being to a ghost, so he could hide very well. When Ru Xian came to see Gong Yuan, she had already guessed this worst-case scenario, so why would she not make any preparations? "Humph, myriad poison ancestor. How dare you interfere with the matters of our royal court?" Gong Yuan saw the myriad poison ancestor, but not only was she fearless, but she even swung her tail and immediately approached the myriad poison ancestor. Her eyes became as deep as an abyss. She refused to believe that everyone possessed a wondrous ability like Xianxia. Sure enough, the myriad poison ancestor was slightly taken aback. He sensed the iciness and deathly stillness of Ruin's End. Because ghosts did not possess bodies, they were even more susceptible to mental attacks like this. Gong Yuan turned into a streak of blue light, making her way around the myriad poison ancestor and straight for Ru Xian. At this moment, an inhuman roar exploded in her ears. The myriad poison ancestor returned to his senses. His expression twisted and changed, and his body swelled up, going from a dignified, gloomy old man to a vicious ghost with a green face. A ghost claw the size of a millstone swung towards Gong Yuan. Gong Yuan struck back without even looking back. The flowing water froze into ice, but it was unable to stop the ghost claw at all. Countless pieces of ice spattered, but they directly passed through the ghost claw. Gong Yuan shivered inside. After becoming a ghost king, not only has this old monster's cultivation not weakened, but his close combat abilities have actually become so powerful. It's just a small trick. How can it stop me? Boom. The entire giant ship island shook gently. The Merfolk Palace shattered loudly, and the lake water surged, surging towards the horizon. The poison-assimilating Ghost King's colossal body staggered back a few steps. A layer of frost covered him, and even the poisonous flames in his eyes dimmed. Although he could incorporeal his body and avoid the direct attack of the ice, the coldness it contained could directly freeze the soul. As for Gong Yuan, she took advantage of the situation and grabbed Ru Xian. She turned around and said coldly, "Myriad poison ancestor, I respect you as a great cultivator, so I'll show you some respect. Don't be so ungrateful. I have to keep this person. No one has ever stolen anything from me. If you don't want these small fries to die, you can leave them here." Gigi. The poison-assimilating Ghost King's eyes burned with green poisonous flames as it let out a creepy laugh. "Your Majesty, this is bad. There's poison," Gong Kuan said with difficulty, his lips turning blue. The mere people in the surroundings all lost their senses and fainted. Their bodies were dyed in a layer of green. Even the merman elders had to circulate their magic power to resist. Since it was called the poison-assimilating Ghost King, it naturally did not focus on close combat, but on controlling poison. Killing without a trace. The myriad poison ancestor knew he was not Gong Yuan's opponent, so when he appeared to help Ru Xian break out of the ice prison, he treated the merfolk as targets and silently dispersed his poison. After he became a ghost cultivator, his methods of poisoning became even more insidious and secretive. Even an Azura commander could not endure his poison. Not everyone possessed a body as tough as Li Qingshan's. Gong Yuan also felt her hand turn numb. She lowered her head and took a look. Her face had turned green too. The myriad poison ancestor's silent release of poison was already startling, let alone forcefully taking a palm strike from him. "You other folk think you're some god or something, but you're nothing in my eyes. If you touch my disciple, I'll kill all of your elders. If you're so capable, come to the Mist Province and attack the myriad poison cult." "Humph, I don't think you have the courage either. Cut the bullshit and release her, or I'll make them all die from the poison with a single thought." The myriad poison ancestor reverted to his original appearance and stood with his hands behind his back, displaying his true nature as a demonic cultivator. "I'll release her if you remove the poison, or your disciple will die with them too." Gong Yuan grabbed Ru Xian's shoulder with her left hand and squeezed it gently. The sound of ice shattering immediately rang out. Ice condensed on her right hand, and with a gentle shudder, the ice shattered. The color of her hand had already returned to normal. The other mere people clearly did not possess what she was capable of. If it were not for the myriad poison ancestor's intentional control, the weaker mere people would have been reduced to a puddle of water a long time ago. "You're still threatening me? She's just a disciple. If she dies, then so be it. I've already poisoned her. Even if you don't kill her, I'll kill her. Don't even think about getting me to give away what she's developed for free. I'll count to 3. If you don't release her, I'll leave right now. Can you really make me stay?" This was the strength of demonic cultivators. They did not care about benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, emotions, or morals. Let alone capturing a disciple like him, even his own son would be useless. If Yi Duanhai were a demonic cultivator, Li Qingshan would never have come to discuss a deal with him. It was not without reason that even gods and ghosts feared the wicked. "You can leave, but can the head caretaker of the King of Yu's estate leave?" Gong Yuan frowned. She understood that someone like the myriad poison ancestor was definitely capable of something like that. She could defeat him, but killing him was basically impossible. Once they fell out, he could poison all the mere people present to death before running back to the myriad poison cult. No matter how powerful the mere people were in the South Sea, they would not be able to do anything to him. "As long as I can leave. If you're willing to fall out with the King of Southern Yu's estate, what does that have to do with me?" The myriad poison ancestor cut right to the chase before beginning to count. 1. "Is this what you want?" Gong Yuan stared at Ru Xian closely. Her familiar face remained calm and cold the entire time. Even when the coldness had cracked her shoulder, she did not show the slightest hint of pain. "What do you think?" Ru Xian replied with a smile. 2. The myriad poison ancestor was ready to go, not to fight or save Ru Xian, but to flee. "You vile spawn, piss off." He gritted his teeth and sent a palm strike towards Ru Xian's back. Originally, he wanted to heavily injure her, but a face suddenly appeared before him, and his heart softened. All he felt was coldness. "Humph, at least you know what's good for you." The myriad poison ancestor was complacent. He did not even look at Ru Xian. "You still haven't cured her?" Gong Yuan said coldly, "I've already planted coldness in her body. I've already said it. She's just a disciple. If she dies, then she dies. Don't make me say it a second time. Before I cure her, let's complete our deal first. If we can't make a deal, keeping her alive is useless." Feel free to kill her. You still want to make a deal with me? What do you want? Gong Yuan was both surprised and furious. Normally, great cultivators would still have some sense of pride, whether they were righteous or evil. She never expected the myriad poison ancestor to be so shameless. She gritted her teeth. She had never been so humiliated in her life. The lost stalks of the king of you. Sure enough, it's still that ram who's behind all this. Fine, I can give you the lost stalks of the king of you, but we'll talk about it after you, my disciple, fulfill your promise and kill 100,000 fire devourers. Not a single one less. As soon as Gong Yuan heard the lost stalks of the king of you, she confirmed that this was Mr. Ram's scheme. After all, this item was useless to regular cultivators. She also hated herself for being agitated when she saw this wretched spawn, which was why he managed to poison her successfully. Mr. Ram is about to leave. I want it right now. The myriad poison ancestor extended his hand. Your Majesty, we can die, but we can't lower our heads to humans. Spurt. A merfolk elder propped himself up and said, but as soon as he said that, he coughed up a mouthful of poisonous blood and collapsed on the ground, unconscious. You're still blabbering. The myriad poison ancestor sneered. We'll never lower our heads. Old monster, feel free to kill us. The merfolk all called out before coughing up blood again and fainting. They still cherished the glory of the ancient times, looking down on the despicable, shameless humans. They would rather die than yield. Don't worry. If you die, I'll immediately destroy the lost stalks of the king of you and bury them with you. Since the king of you's estate wants to restart the war, then come. Gong Yuan calmed down and stared at the myriad poison ancestor coldly. Hee, why must you? My stoneheart isn't fake. You should be able to tell. I've studied it painstakingly for all these years, returning without any hesitation to help the merfolk kill powerful enemies. I'm much more loyal than these elders or whatnot. Your Majesty should be rewarding me. Xianxia stood up on the surface of the lake and made her way over to Gong Yuan, staring straight into her eyes. Don't you claim to be calm and rational? Don't you have to consider the entire merfolk race? Don't you say you can't make decisions based on your emotions? Come, give me the lost stalks of the king of you. I'll help you kill 100,000 fire devourers, or you can kill me. It's fine. This group of merfolk will be buried with me anyway. Oh right, I'll have to endure the king of you's wrath too. There's the threat of the destruction of the entire race. Hurry up and think about it, Your Majesty. Come. After the residence of the merfolk shattered, it rapidly recovered. The entire hall fell silent. All that could be heard was the pouring rain outside. Xianxia's voice echoed through the hall, growing louder and louder until it was almost a roar in the end. Gong Yuan fell silent for a while before taking out a handful of stalks. The black ones were dragon horns, while the white ones were dragon bones. After who knew how long, they still gave off the deep, unfathomable might of a dragon. Xianxia accepted the lost stalks of the king of you and turned around, arriving before the myriad poison ancestor. The myriad poison ancestor examined them and confirmed they were real, but he raised his head. Why are you missing 2 stalks? There were a total of 49 stalks of the lost stalks of the king of you. The king of you's estate had 30 stalks, so Gong Yuan should have possessed 19, but there were only 17 here right now. She was missing a black stalk and a white stalk. It was just like how as long as there was a hole at the bottom of a bucket, it was a broken bucket. It could still be used to draw water, but it would be much less effective. The lost stalks of the king of you were the same. Once we're done, I'll give you the 2 stalks. Gong Yuan closed her eyes, no longer willing to look at them. She was afraid she would lose control and attack them. Alright, then it's a deal. Just when the myriad poison ancestor was about to say something, Xianxia could tell that Gong Yuan had already backed away as far as she could. If she continued to force the issue, she would only end up falling apart, so she beat him to it. The lost stalks of the king of you were only used to keep the king of you's estate busy anyway. Whether they could collect them or not was the king of southern you's concern. The myriad poison ancestor said nothing more. With a wave of his hand, specks of poisonous fire flew out from the mere people, and they all returned to their senses. Gong Yuan suddenly realized this wretched spawn of hers was definitely not as simple as the myriad poison ancestor's disciple. Otherwise, why would a disciple make a decision for their master without any objections from their master? However, it was too late to say anything now, and she did indeed need the stone heart to destroy the fire devourers. Very good. You've triumphed over your personal feelings once again and made the correct choice. You've earned my admiration. Farewell, Your Majesty. Wait for my good news. Someone once told me that a person's hatred will be avenged 100-fold, which is why I think 100,000 fire devourers is still a little too little. The rest will be up to you. Xian recovered her composure. Before she left the residence, she said to Gong Yuan from behind. Gong Yuan was alarmed. She also considered how the fire devourers would respond after she used the stone heart. This battle would probably not end until one of them was dead. The commotion caused by the human palace had alerted everyone on the island. However, by the time they arrived, the human palace had already returned to its original state. It was impossible to tell from the outside. Xian arrived by the lakeside alone, allowing the rain to fall on her face. She was still rather agitated, but the heaviness in her chest had eased up by a lot. Afterwards, she put on her mask again and returned to her residence. What are you doing here? Mr. Ram suddenly appeared and stopped Xian. He asked in doubt. I've come to discuss some private matters with the queen, Xian said with a hoarse voice. I'm leaving. Do you want to come with me? Mr. Ram did not pry too much, asking meaningfully. Right now? But the auction is tomorrow. Xian was slightly surprised. I'm already done with what I have to do. I have to report back. I can't help it. Mr. Ram let out a long sigh. Alright, I'll go ask my master about it right now. That night, even though he had been turned down time and time again, Mr. Ram still bid farewell to Ji Chongfeng, Yi Duanhai, and Li Qingshan very politely. Only then did he board the Silver Dragon King with the myriad poison ancestor and Xian. Mr. Ram stood at the front of the ship and clasped his hands with a smile before turning around and returning to the cabin. His expression became rather sunken, and he forced a smile at the myriad poison ancestor and Xian. Are you interested in visiting the interior of the Silver Dragon King? I left in too much of a hurry when I came, so I didn't have the time to be a good host. Now that I'm back, I won't be in such a hurry. That's exactly what I was thinking, said the myriad poison ancestor. Please. In the long, silver passageway, Mr. Ram led the way at the front, introducing the various designs of the Silver Dragon King. This was the first time the myriad poison ancestor and Xian had ventured so deeply into the interior of the Silver Dragon King. They were both shocked. Once again, they felt that the colossal organization that was the King of Yu's estate was not something that individual cultivators or sects could contend with. Turning around a corner, Mr. Ram suddenly fell silent. He even tidied his clothes and passed through a long, covered bridge, arriving before a set of silver, metallic doors. In front is the core region of the Silver Dragon King. Xian thought to herself, could it be that this Mr. Ram flew into a rage out of humiliation and wants to control the Silver Dragon King to attack Giant Ship Island? But that shouldn't be the case. No matter how unhappy he is, he has to consider the consequences. Flattening Giant Ship Island is easy, but killing Ji Chongfeng and Gong Yuan is very difficult. One of them can control the wind and is extremely fast, and the other is the overlord of the Southern Sea. It will not be difficult for her to escape. Making two great enemies for no reason doesn't seem like something the Yu King's residents would do. The metal door opened, revealing a luxuriously decorated room. A silver humanoid puppet walked over and said in a cold mechanical voice, Mr. Ram, you're back. His Majesty the King of Yu is waiting inside. The King of Southern Yu. Xian and the myriad poison ancestor were both surprised. As a result, the puppet king before them was no longer as surprising anymore. They developed many doubts. The King of Southern Yu has actually been hiding in the Silver Dragon King the entire time. Yes, apart from him, who else has the right to control the Silver Dragon King? But does the mighty King of Southern Yu really have to hide like this? You said His Majesty the King of Yu was here. Why didn't you tell me in the beginning? The myriad poison ancestor frowned. His Majesty the King of Yu will personally explain this to the two of you. Please wait here for a moment. Mr. Ram made his way towards the wooden door at the end of the room with green carvings alone. Before long, the wooden door opened again, and 3 people emerged side by side, 2 men and a woman. They were all well built, with messy hair like fire and scarlet eyes like charcoal. They were actually 3 fire devourers. There were 2 men and a woman in total. The one in the center was the oldest. His hair and beard connected together, making him as disheveled as a male lion. The aura he gave off was the strongest too. To the left was a female fire devourer filled with wildness. Even her skin was fire red. To the right was the current fire-devouring king, Zhu Yan. His aura was the weakest. In that moment, all the myriad poison ancestor felt was a wave of heat. When he sensed it carefully again, the surrounding temperature had not changed at all. As it turned out, it only originated from the heat in his mind. The 3 fire devourers were like 3 volcanoes. Terrifying power was hidden within their bodies. Once they erupted, they could destroy everything before them. Why were they here? The 3 of them ignored the myriad poison ancestor. They strode over, like a rampaging ball of flames. The myriad poison ancestor could not help but dodge to the side. His poison was not particularly effective against fire devourers, and ghosts were innately suppressed by open fire. As a matter of fact, he even had a feeling that if he clashed directly with the 3 of them, he would be dead for sure. However, he could not be bothered to consider this, as when he dodged, Xianxia actually did not dodge at all. She simply stood there without moving at all. As soon as Xianxia saw Zhu Yan, she stiffened up. She also felt heat. Her blood seemed to be on fire, and the scorching, piercing pain was unbearable. She became restless uncontrollably. This was the taste of hatred. She had once thought that after so many years, her hatred had already weakened. After drinking so much water of oblivion, the past should have blurred a little. Only now did she discover that not only had her hatred not lessened, but it had even grown with the passage of time. She had never left that fiery night. Make your choice. Do you want to be a merfolk or a fire devourer? You're not allowed to turn your head. You're not allowed to blink. If I see you shed a single tear, you'll suffer the same fate. Faced with the 3 people charging over, not only did Xianxia not dodge or retreat, but she could not help but take a step forward instead. Right when she was about to collide with the 3 of them, a force swept her to one side. The myriad poison ancestor pressed down on her shoulder and barked, "Have you lost your mind from fright?" The old, lion-like fire devourer and the female fire devourer both showed contempt. Zhu Yan glanced at Xianxia in a strange manner. He could clearly sense intense hostility. However, he had something important to do right now, and the 2 of them were guests of the King of Southern Yu, so he said nothing. It was just a puny human who had just undergone the 2nd heavenly tribulation anyway. He could kill her with a single finger. Xianxia blanked out for a moment before slowly calming down. "Please come in." Mr. Ram greeted them at the entrance. The myriad poison ancestor and Xianxia finally stepped into the mysterious room. A handsome young man stared at them with a faint smile. He was the King of Southern Yu, Qianlingji. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The myriad poison ancestor bowed. The moment he saw the King of Southern Yu, he came to a realization. He thought, legend has it that the secret technique of the Kingdom of Yu, the duality soul transformation technique, can condense 2 soul nascences. It's actually true. As it turned out, it was not the King of Southern Yu's original body here, but a soul nascence clone. Its aura was connected to the entire Silver Dragon King, actually using the Silver Dragon King as its body. At the top of Cloud Sail Mountain, Ji Chongfeng stood against the wind. The mountain breeze ruffled his robes. He stared at the Silver Dragon King, floating in the air, completely unaware of it. Actually, he did not directly turn down the King of Southern Yu's invitation. Instead, he agreed to provide a certain amount of resources and support, but who knew whether the King of Southern Yu would make an example out of him and destroy the Cloud Sail sect first. Before they knew it, the storm had eased up slightly. Gong Yuan held a black and a white divination token in her hand. Her eyes were as deep as the sea as she thought, King of Southern Yu, oh King of Southern Yu, if you take action right now, you won't have the chance to obtain the 2 lost amulets of the King of Yu anymore. Yes, one of the main reasons why she agreed to give most of the lost stocks of the King of Yu to Ru Xian was because she wanted to give the King of Southern Yu a certain amount of hope. She did not want any unexpected problems to arise when they were about to declare war against the Fire Devourers. However, she had no idea there were so many twists and turns involved. Only Yi Duanhai was not too worried. As a sword cultivator, he was not afraid of being sucked into war like Ji Changfeng. However, even if he wanted to join the King of Southern Yu's estate, he would have to wait for an appropriate time. The South Sea Sword Pavilion had always been isolated overseas. They did not have much contact with the cultivation community of the Mist Province. Instead, their grievances with the myriad poison cult ran deep. Most importantly, the South Sea Sword Pavilion was not a demonic sect. If they joined from the very beginning, they would easily be ostracized or even reduced to cannon fodder. It was better to wait until a critical moment to make a decision. Sending charcoal in snowy weather was better than icing on the cake. Mr. Ram should be able to understand this. This was the might of a king's estate that guarded a province. Although Mr. Ram's persuasion was a complete failure, every single person who turned him down had made a certain level of preparation, afraid of actually falling out with the King of Southern Yu. Even Li Qingshan was no exception. Finally, the Silver Dragon King slowly set off, parting the rain clouds and heading to the distant north, leaving behind a starry heavens trail. As a result, everyone let out a sigh of relief. In particular, as the host, Ji Changfeng was the happiest. Phew, we've passed another obstacle. I knew the King of Southern Yu wouldn't be so unwise. Though, there seems to be fire at the bow of the ship? The clouds closed up, and the rain poured down. Li Qingshan watched the Silver Dragon King leave, but he felt a little uneasy. He couldn't get anything even with the Spirit Tortoise's divination. He said to Little Anne, "Let's get ready to retreat too. Are you not going to wait for the auction tomorrow?" "I won't wait any longer. It's not very useful to me anyway. I'll go back and prepare to cooperate with Ru Xian's operation." Li Qingshan muttered Ru Xian and frowned as if he had overlooked something. He thought, with the myriad poison ancestor watching over her, she should be fine. Ji Changfeng was about to return to the Philian Hall when he suddenly sensed something and turned around. What's that? The instant the clouds were about to close, he saw several dazzling scarlet stars appear in the resplendent river of stars. Radiance radiated in all directions like fire. "Your Majesty!" The myriad poison ancestor took a step forward. Right when he was about to say something, the King of Southern Yu raised his hand and stared straight at Ru Xian. "I'm not talking to your disciple." This was already a warning. The myriad poison ancestor furrowed his brows firmly as he rapidly thought of a countermeasure. Li Qingshan had ordered him to protect Ru Xian no matter the cost, but if he took action here, he had no confidence at all. "All right." Ru Xian bowed slightly. Even when the King of Southern Yu had exposed her identity, she did not panic at all. She slowly took off her mask with both hands. Zhu Yan, who was about to cross the covered bridge, suddenly looked back, but all he saw were 2 doors that had closed one after another. "Ru Xian? I've never heard of that name before." The old, lion-like fire devourer asked through his soul sense, "What's wrong?" Zhu Yan said, "Nothing." "Then prepare to do it. With these 3 divine fire tablets, we can definitely burn that bitch Gong Yuan to a crisp." King Fan, the divine fire tablets really are the divine artifacts of the kingdom passed down from ancient times. We've searched for them for so many years, yet we still couldn't find them. I didn't think they'd been hiding them in the King of Southern Yu's estate the entire time. But are we really going to help the King of Southern Yu fight? Zhu Yan asked. In order to obtain the heirlooms of the fire devourers, they had paid a considerable price, becoming honored guests of the King of Southern Yu's estate and setting foot on the Mist Province's war chariot. However, there were no godfolk who were willing to submit to humans, especially the violent fire devourers. Zhu Fan said, "That's right. We fire devourers aren't as hypocritical as humans. Since we've agreed to it, we won't go back on our word. However, don't even think about sending us to our deaths. we, the three gods, are attacking together. If we want to fight, we'll fight. If we want to leave, we'll leave. Who in the world can stop us? We can use this opportunity to burn more humans to death. Once they've run out of internal strife, the world is in chaos right now. It's a heaven-sent opportunity for us to rise up again. As they spoke, the three of them stepped onto the deck of the Silver Dragon King. Their gazes pierced through the sea of clouds, gazing at giant ship island below. The three of them glanced at one another and raised the divine fire tablets at the same time. With a clang, they struck each other. The divine fire tablets were around a foot long and scarlet red, like 3 pieces of red-hot branding iron. At the top were 3 balls of flames that merged together. The tablets were engraved with the words heaven, earth, and man. They possessed the power to incinerate everything. The scorching heat dispersed the thick clouds. In the moment they struck each other, there were bright sparks that rose extremely high into the sky. However, they seemed to have become much larger, as if many dazzling scarlet stars had lit up in the sky. Heavenly fire, meteors fall. Zhu Fan held the fire medallion of heaven in his hand and pointed at Giant Ship Island. Star after star flew downwards and grew larger and larger, dragging long tails of fire behind it. It whistled through the clouds and illuminated the dark and rainy night as well as everyone's eyes. Meteors of the heavenly fire, kill the merfolk. Unrelated people, die quickly. Zhu Fan laughed madly. He actually wanted to wipe out the entire cultivation community of the South Sea in a single stroke. My Cloud Sail sect has no grievances with your Fire Melt Mountain, so why are you attacking our headquarters? Aren't you afraid I'll come for revenge? Ji Chongfeng called out in a hurry. At the same time, he powered the protective formation of the island. A faint, green barrier of light enveloped the entire island, blocking the meteors of the heavenly fire. However, before he had even finished speaking, there were 3 great rumbles. The meteors had blasted through the protective formation of the island. The surface area of Giant Ship Island was just too large. The outermost formation was only used to block the wind and rain of the sea and protect the mortals on the island. Its defenses were very limited. Boom. 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 The endless explosions were deafening. The entire island was covered in flowers, immediately reduced to a sea of fire. A meteor landed in 3 Sail City. The human and livestock residences in the center were directly vaporized, not even leaving behind ashes. Scorching waves of heat whistled past, reducing the city to burning ruins. There was not a single survivor. The residences of Li Qingshan and the other esteemed guests happened to be on the large cloud sail. They watched as a meteor smashed over. The terrifying aura made all the powerful cultivators close their eyes subconsciously. It was like the end of the world had arrived. Li Qingshan frowned and widened his eyes, watching as the meteor smashed into the protective formation. Flames flooded the surroundings, filling his vision and basically enveloping most of the mountain. They stuck to the mountain and burned for a long time. They would not stop until everything was reduced to ashes. The waves of heat swept over through the formation, and the cultivators all retreated. When they opened their eyes and discovered they were actually still alive, they did not feel any joy at all. There was only fear. They, who had always been particular about cultivating in seclusion, had finally become embroiled in a war, and it was a war they had absolutely no control over. Li Qingshan was extremely surprised as well. Fire devourers really are a fighting race renowned for their destructive power. This power is simply terrifying. These flames aren't regular flames either. Even with my phoenix bloodline, I'm not bold enough to take it head-on. Suddenly, a huge ball of ice burst through the sea of fire, passing through the protective formation and landing on Mainmast Mountain. The cultivators basically cursed aloud. Li Qingshan frowned too. Now, this really was troublesome. Your Majesty, why have you come? As it turned out, the ball of ice was Gong Yuan and the Mare people. The moment the meteor struck the protective formation on the outskirts, Gong Yuan immediately took action, condensing the entire residence and lake into a huge ball of ice and rushing towards Mainmast Mountain. Only after dodging a few meteors did she finally arrive. Boom. 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 The moment the ball of ice landed, 3 meteors struck mainmast mountain consecutively. The protective formation shook violently, demonstrating the fire devourer's determination to kill them all. It made people doubt just how long the formation could last. Gong Yuan glanced at Li Qingshan and was in no mood to pay any attention to him. She raised her head and gazed at the horizon. 3 tremendous, scorching auras rushed into the clouds. They were the 3 kings of the fire devourers, Zhu Fen, Zhu Zai, and Zhu Yan. What was even more shocking was that the flames on them were connected, forming the simplest formation of the 3 in the sky. However, their auras enveloped the entire island, gazing down like gods. In the sky even further away, the Silver Dragon King was about to cross the sea. Gong Yuan ground her teeth. The king of Southern Yu. Fire devourers were known for their ability in battle, but they were not skilled in hiding their auras, let alone obscuring the heavenly secrets. Only by hiding in the Silver Dragon King that prevented all detection could they venture deep into the South Sea silently. Originally, even if they ventured deep into the South Sea and launched a surprise attack, Gong Yuan would never have taken them seriously. The ocean was her home ground. Even if she was not their opponent, she could still escape easily. However, just the protective formation of Mainmast Mountain was very difficult for them to breach. Their wild bombardment would only push Ji Chongfeng over to her side. As long as they could last a little longer and request reinforcements from the Crystal Palace, they would be able to surround or even kill them instead. However, the divine fire insignia in their hands had destroyed her last sliver of hope. They had come to take her life. Giant Ship Island burned, dispersing the clouds and rain and illuminating the sea and sky. Even from 50 kilometers away, the surging flames could be seen. Only the 3 peaks on the island stood in the sea of fire, enduring the bombardment of the meteors through the protective formation. Ji Chongfeng, you're tangled up with the merfolk. Just how many seafarers have you held? Do you still want to hide away until now? Just watch. You and your Cloud Sail sect will all be reduced to ashes. Only now did Zhu Fen respond to Ji Chongfeng's questions and threats. His voice was filled with contempt. The merfolk of the South Sea constantly used the seafarers to communicate with humans in exchange for resources that the sea did not possess. The temperaments of fire devourers were not suited for interacting with humans, so as a result, the Cloud Sail sect had become a great problem for the fire devourers a long time ago. However, they were not confident in killing Ji Chongfeng in the past, so they gained a powerful enemy, which was why they had held it in until now. Now, this hatred had completely erupted, blazing like fire. Ji Chongfeng's face was dyed bright red by the firelight. The cool mountain breeze turned into surging waves of heat, causing his clothes to ruffle violently. The surroundings were filled with the sound of burning flames. Looking down from the top of the mountain, there was only boundless flames. 1,000 years of hard work on Cloud Sail Mountain had been reduced to ashes in a single day. Originally, one of the main reasons why Gong Yuan had come this time was to ask him to help her deal with the fire devourers, but he turned her down politely. Only now did he realize he had already become too deeply involved in the war, unable to extricate himself. He roared out furiously, "From today onwards, my Cloud Sail sect and Fire Melt Mountain will never stop until one of us is dead." The Philian flag appeared in his hand, growing to 30 meters in length in the wind. On the green flag, the Philian divine beast bared its fangs and brandished its claws, ready to take off. 10,000 kilometers of wind, extinguish. Ji Chongfeng gripped the flagpole firmly with both hands and swung it violently. The Philian let out a roar, which also sounded like the roar of the fierce wind. The wind swept through, dispersing the flames on Cloud Sail Mountain before suppressing the flames on the entire island. The sky cleared up. "Fellow Taoist Ji, let me lend you a hand." Gong Yuan flew to the top of the mountain. Faint blue coldness whistled out, merging with the wind from the Philian flag and turning into surging streams of cold air. A few meteors fell from the sky, but they were frozen before they could even hit the ground. "I'd like to see how you destroy my Cloud Sail sect. If the Cloud Sail sect isn't destroyed today, I'll definitely make you pay tenfold in the future." Ji Chongfeng's hair and beard ruffled in the wind. He seemed rather violent as he swung the flag furiously. The wind blew over from the sea in all directions. The surroundings were filled with the whistling of wind, while his voice merged with the wind, like the furious roar of a god of wind. However, Gong Yuan's coldness was not as imposing, but it was even more effective against the flames. Silently, the entire mountain froze up. It could no longer feel any heat at all. Instead, it became like winter. She spread her arms and sang a moving mermaid's song softly, like a prayer, like a chant, like a curse. At the same time, she raised the crystal scepter high into the air, shining with resplendent blue light along with the crystal accessories on her. The sea roared in response. Wave after wave surged over, constantly being evaporated by the flames, but it did not stop. The steam became thicker and thicker, piling up layer by layer outside Giant Ship Island. It was dyed red by the flames, presenting an extremely magnificent sight. On the top of Cloud Sail Mountain, green and blue light shone together, clashing with the 3 fire-devouring kings. Of the 3 fire-devouring kings, one of them was the master of Mount Cloud Sail, while the other was the ruler of the South Sea. The mountains and seas would provide them with endless support, and they had formations to block the fire devourers' attacks, so they could unleash their full strength without any qualms. The attacks from the 3 kings are quite fierce, but they are cloud kings. Kings are as cloud changers, but cloud. However, getting through the protective formations of a large sect like the Cloud Sail sect in a single stroke won't be that easy unless the Silver Dragon King attacks. Li Qingshan also guessed that the Silver Dragon King was the reason why the fire-devouring kings could suddenly appear here. He looked at the horizon again. The Silver Dragon King had already vanished into the horizon. As it seemed, the King of Yu's estate did not plan on directly taking action. Is Mr. Ram really that confident in taking down the Cloud Sail sect? Nothing will happen to Xian, right? However, thinking about how no one would be bold enough to touch Xian as long as the King of Southern Yu did not directly fall out with the myriad poison ancestor, a honored guest, he stopped worrying and continued to watch the show. In the fiery red sky, Zhu Yan said, "This Wind Gale King really does have some tricks up his sleeves. They have a geographical advantage, so it'll be disadvantageous to us if time goes on. It's just a trifling trick. Let me do it." The only female fire devourer, Zhu Zai, said in disdain. "All right. Destroy their formation." The bombardment of the meteors suddenly stopped, and the flames on Zhu Fan suddenly dimmed rapidly, passing to Zhu Zai. Zhu Zai raised the fire tablet of earth high into the air and pointed at the mountain from afar. "Let the earth blaze. Scorch the earth for thousands of kilometers." With a rumble, Giant Ship Island shook violently, as if a huge, violent beast was suppressed below, awakening from its slumber and trying to break free from its restraints to unleash destructive power. "I see." Li Qingshan suddenly understood. As it turned out, the meteors that fell from the sky were just preparations for the attack right now. Above the ocean and at the top of the mountains, Gong Yuan and Ji Chongfeng did indeed possess a geographical advantage. If the fire devourers wanted to win, they had to destroy their geographical advantage first. The craters created by the meteors suddenly rose up high again, turning into over 100 hills. Cracks appeared at the top, shining with dazzling red light. "You!" Ji Chongfeng's expression changed. Boom! 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 Within the endless rumbles, the hills turned into volcanoes. Lava gushed out, immediately, bursting through Gong Yuan and Ji Chongfeng's suppression. Black smoke rushed into the air as rivers of fire flowed about recklessly, reducing Giant Ship Island to scorched earth. It made Li Qingshan recall the situation of Fire Melt Mountain. Giant Ship Island was basically equivalent to a miniature Fire Melt Mountain. Even the boundless ocean had to be supported by the earth, while beneath the earth was the surging sea of lava, which allowed the fire devourers to possess a geographical advantage no matter where they went. However, Giant Ship Island was not. It was a mountain island. If they wanted to draw out the surging flames of the earth, they had to bombard it with the flames of the heavens first. The meteors from before were only the prelude. Now was the main show. The grade of the formation only played a half part in the defensive power of the protective formation. The other half came from the geographical advantage. The more blessed the land of cultivation, the stronger the defense. However, the surging flames of the earth wreaked havoc on the blessed land that was Giant Ship Island, eroding the underground spiritual veins wildly. Originally, Mizzenmast Mountain still held on stubbornly, but with the invasion of the flames of the earth, the protective formation rapidly dimmed. Very soon, the flames directly burned through it. The halls, terraces, flowers, and trees were immediately reduced to ash. A group of cultivators flew up in an attempt to flee for their lives, but before they could even fly very far, they were set alight as balls of fire, falling out of the sky. The weapons on them were forcefully melted away, becoming a part of the sea of fire. Only a young man rode a feather that resembled a small boat, soaring through the sea of fire and waves of heat, flying towards Mainmast Mountain. However, the feather also began to burn very soon. Ji Qingyu called out, "Save me, father!" Ji Changfeng swung the Filian flag, and a whirlwind rushed through the sea of fire, sweeping towards Ji Qingyu. Die! Zhu Zai swung the fire tablet of earth. Boom! A volcano erupted, unleashing a pillar of fire and forcefully cutting off the whirlwind. Ji Qingyu's handsome face was filled with fear. In the blink of an eye, he was reduced to a skeleton before turning to ash. Qingyu! Ji Changfeng was utterly furious. In order to nurture his beloved son, he had made Mizzenmast Mountain host the situation and receive the weaker cultivators of the South Sea, establishing a foundation for his future development. He never thought he would encounter such a disaster. If mortals died, he could find a way to gather them again, but Mizzenmast Mountain was filled with disciples that had been carefully selected. Every single death pained Ji Changfeng, and the loss of his beloved son, who was connected to him by blood, was an irreparable loss. He roared furiously, "I'll never stop until you fire devourers are dead. Foolish human, save your own life first before we talk about anything else. It's been a long time since I've burned to my heart's content. I just love turning your blessed land into a land of disaster. I, Zhu Zai, will be the disaster of you humans." Zhu Zai laughed madly with hysterical hatred towards humans. Fire-red cracks extended upwards from the foot of Mizzenmast Mountain, all the way to the top. With a great rumble, magma gushed out, and Mizzenmast Mountain became an erupting volcano. At the same time, the protective formation of Mizzenmast Mountain reached the brink of collapse. With the great rumble, the entire giant ship island shook violently, and the formation of Mizzenmast Mountain shattered as well, bursting into flames. There were a few more cries for help, and a few more balls of sparks were reduced to ash. Boom! Another volcano was born, and the flames on Giant Ship Island grew more and more vicious. Ji Changfeng was furious, but the surging waves of heat forced him away instead. As soon as the coldness Gong Yuan had released left Mizzenmast Mountain, it was nullified. The thick mist around Giant Ship Island was also swallowed by the black, oppressive ash. Mizzenmast Mountain had become a lone island in the sea of fire. "We're in deep trouble now." Li Qingshan and Little and exchanged glances, and Little and nodded in agreement, as Mizzenmast Mountain was shaking too. The protective formation flickered with light. Who knew when it would shatter? Who knew when it would shatter? By then, it would be the true killing move. The flames of heaven and earth were already so violent and vicious, so what would happen to the flames of man? That would truly be a case of fish in the moat being caught in a fire. However, he had come to deal with the fire devourers in the first place, so he was not exactly a fish in the moat. It was just that they had come knocking on his door before his scheme had even arrived. This efficiency was truly worth learning from. As for the cultivators of the South Sea, they were the true fish in the moat. Never did they think they would lose their lives in the Merfolk Seafair this time. Against the combined attacks of the three fire devourers, they did not have the slightest chance of survival. Fellow cultivators, the other folk are vicious. In this moment of life and death, if we don't work together to fend off the enemy, when are we going to wait? Ji Changfeng called out, and the elders and disciples of the Cloud Sail sect all responded. Many of their friends and relatives had been burned to death by the fire devourers. The merfolk went without saying. They had already worked together to put out the fire. Although they could not pose any threat to the three fire-devouring kings, every bit of strength they expended would increase their chances at victory. Sect Master Ji, this is an internal conflict among the other folk. What has it got to do with us? Please forgive me for my shallow cultivation, but I can't help you with anything. I'll be taking my leave first, said a cultivator. Li Qingshan glanced over. It was Seventh Seat who had once made things difficult for him. Seventh Seat did not wait for Ji Changfeng to say anything. He took out a great shifting talisman and immediately activated it. "Don't, fellow," Ji Changfeng said. Seventh Seat had already vanished, but he did not move several hundred kilometers away. Instead, he ran headfirst into the crater of the volcano on Mizzenmast Mountain. How did this happen? Seventh Seat paled in fright. He used his powerful cultivation to charge around in the sea of fire, wanting to fly back to Mizzenmast Mountain. What a foolish human. They've put on such a great show. If they can't even seal off the region, Gong Yuan would have fled a long time ago, alright? Li Qingshan shook his head and sighed. Great shifting talismans were precious, but he did not lack them. However, Yin Qing in the Azura field had already told him that the surrounding space had been disturbed by a great power. Even if she used a spatial movement technique, she might not necessarily be able to escape. If a layman tried to rush out with a talisman, he would be courting death. Gong Yuan glanced back and shot a glance at Li Qingshan. I don't know if you're really that bold, or if there's something wrong with your head. Do you really think the fire devourers will spare you out of the kindness of their hearts? I'm not that naive. They can spare anyone, but not me. I'm guessing I'm their third target after you and fellow Ji, right, fire-devouring kings? Li Qingshan asked loudly. Yes, but you're wrong about something. Oh? What's wrong? You're their second target. Zhu Yan said, you managed to escape last time, but you're dead for sure this time. That took everyone by surprise. They all looked at Li Qingshan. The fire devourers had actually treated him as an enemy only second to the merfolk queen, even ranking above a great cultivator like Ji Changfeng. Just what had he done to the fire devourers? In the beginning, Zhu Yan did not take Li Qingshan too seriously. He had merely chased away a foolish mortal with delusions of his own accord. However, after Li Qingshan destroyed the entire myriad poison cult and killed 100,000 bone-eating shamans, Zhu Yan no longer dared to think like that anymore. He had not undergone the third heavenly tribulation, yet he was already so vicious. If he really did undergo the third heavenly tribulation, then what would happen to him? With his age, that was basically a given. Compared to Ji Changfeng, who was nearing the end of his lifespan, he was a truly terrifying threat. He had to be nipped in the bud. Gong Yuan suddenly found Li Qingshan to be much more pleasing to the eye. Compared to Ji Changfeng, that overcautious old man who only wanted to maintain a neutral position, this was called having a firm stance and soaring. Ambitions. Of course, it would be even better if he managed to kill a fire-devouring king. Li Qingshan laughed heartily. Zhu Yan, I didn't expect you to have such good eyesight. However, it's still unknown who will live and who will die. Fire-devouring queen, what did I say? I have grievances with the fire-devourers. You should be glad you didn't fall out with me in the Hylian Hall right now. Then why aren't you joining hands with us to fight against the enemy? Gong Yuan's voice softened. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. At this juncture of life and death, that little conflict of the past was nothing. Sure. Li Qingshan flew to the peak of the mountain and transmitted his voice, however, I have a small condition. I heard that you have a heart of the abyss. If you give it to me, I will help you escape. How about it? How did you know? Gong Yuan's expression changed slightly. Very few people cultivated all water to ruin's end. Even among the merfolk, there aren't a lot of people who know about the heart of the abyss, so how does a kid from the Green Province know so much? An idea flashed through her head. You know that wretched spawn? Don't worry about how I know. All I'm asking is whether you're going to give it to me or not, said Li Qingshan. Don't even think about it. Gong Yuan was infuriated by Li Qingshan's actions of taking advantage of the situation. She tossed aside the sliver of good impression she had just developed. That's up to you, but I'd advise you to consider the bigger picture. Li Qingshan returned to his original position and stood with his hands behind his back, continuing to watch the show. The current situation was indeed dangerous, but after considering it calmly, he discovered that the danger was not fatal. Instead, it was an opportunity. If the three fire-devouring kings had come for him, then he would truly be in life-threatening danger. The danger was no less than when he faced the Dragon King of the Sea. However, their primary target was still Gong Yuan at the end of the day, and he did not believe he was second. Once Ji Changfeng escaped, they would truly become sworn enemies. The significance of killing Gong Yuan on Fire Melt Mountain would diminish drastically. With the two of them at the front, he was confident that escaping would not be a problem. The Phoenix's nerva was enough to withstand a fatal attack, and his tremors of the Ox Demon was enough to blast through the seal of the domain. As long as he left Giant Ship Island and directly used a great shifting talisman to flee, it would be impossible for the fire devourers to split up and chase after him. Perhaps he could even do something while Fire Melt Mountain was empty. Gong Yuan's expression stiffened. If it were not for the fact that a powerful enemy was right beside her, she basically could not help but kill Li Qingshan. She became doubtful again. Don't tell me he really has a way to escape? That's impossible. The 3 divine fire seals have already turned Giant Ship Island into a domain of fire. Even I can't think of a good way to escape. Their communication through soul sense only happened in a split second. They did not waste a single second. Mainmast Mountain trembled gently. Scorching lava surged at the foot of the mountain as the flames blazed fiercely. The protective formation gave off waves of light to defend, but after losing its foundation, it rapidly dimmed. You're about to die, yet you're still so stubborn. Alright, I'll make you die together and send you to the afterlife together. Zhu Zai snorted coldly. The fire tablet of earth produced a ring of flames. The flames on Giant Ship Island all surged towards Mainmast Mountain. In a single moment, it actually enveloped the entire mountain, turning it into a mountain of flames. Ji Changfeng no longer cared about waving the Hylian flag. He focused on controlling the protective formation. Even his hair and beard were dyed red by the firelight. He roared out, "Fellow Yi, what are you hesitating for?" Yi Duanhai remained motionless the entire time. In terms of direct battle prowess, it was very likely for him to be the strongest on the island as a great sword cultivator. Pavilion Master Yi, we fire devourers have clear boundaries. You should leave with your disciple. However, you should reconsider His Majesty's invitation, or the flames of the cloud. Sail sect might even reach the South Sea Sword Pavilion in the future. Zhu Yan said right afterwards. This was both an order from the King of Southern Yu, as well as a concern for Yi Duanhai's strength. Their primary objective this time was still to kill Gong Yuan. If the enemy gained another great sword cultivator, it would add a lot of variables, so they might as well just let him go. Feel free to come. A sliver of cold light flashed through Yi Duanhai's eyes. He understood that the fire devourers had purposefully mentioned the King of Southern Yu to draw their hatred. He had never planned on getting involved in this mess in the first place, or he would have taken action a long time ago. Right when he was about to leave with his disciple, he glanced at Li Qingshan again. He had agreed to help Li Qingshan once, and right now, it seemed like Li Qingshan needed help the most. If Li Qingshan spoke up, he would truly be troubled. He had some confidence in escaping after a great battle against the fire devourers, but his disciples would probably all die here. He secretly made up his mind to never bring so many people with him again in the future. As a swordsman, he had to do things alone, without any ties or ties. Pavilion Master Yi, there's no need to look at me. You can go. 3 measly fire devourers aren't enough to take my life. You can take Yu Wufeng with you too. Go back and cultivate properly. Once you've made up your mind to undergo the tribulation, I'll remove the blood oath. Li Qingshan waved his hand in an unconcerned manner. He could not waste this opportunity he had obtained after so much difficulty here. Fellow Li, aren't you cutting off your own path of survival? Ji Changfeng panicked, and Gong Yuan also hated Li Qingshan so much that she ground her teeth. Like that, the situation became a little more dangerous. They had basically lost their final chance of survival. There's no need to look at me. They have no grievances with the fire devourers, so they never planned on fighting in the first place. Do you really think you can beg someone else for your own path of survival? There's only a battle. Li Qingshan said. What a king of savages. I, Yi Duanhai, will remember this. Yi Duanhai clasped his hands towards Li Qingshan, showing a hint of respect. With his disciples, he fell into a sword formation and rushed out of Mainmast Mountain. Sure enough, the fire devourers opened up a path. The sea of fire parted, allowing Yi Duanhai to dive into the ocean. He vanished in the blink of an eye. Wait, we have no grievances with the fire devourers either. Don't fire devourers draw a clear line between love and hate? Please spare our lives. Yeah. I've always hated merfolk. I have no intention of becoming enemies with Fire Melt Mountain. The cultivators of the South Sea called out loudly, solemnly swearing to sever their ties with the Cloud Sail sect and the merfolk of the South Sea. Zhu Fan said, do you know what fire devourers hate the most? Weaklings. Because you're too weak, you're all going to die today. The cultivators of the South Sea cursed aloud, but it only made Zhu Fan laugh madly. He said to Zhu Yan, King Yan, it's about time. It's time for you to take action. I've been running out of patience a long time ago. Zhu Yan raised the fire tablet of man high into the air. Zhu Fan and Zhu Zai's powers gathered on him alone, and the fire tablet of man blazed with flames. Fire of man, descent of the fire god. All of you can die. The flames that burned through Mainmast Mountain suddenly swept up and gathered together. With a loud dragon's roar, a fire dragon whistled out of the sea of fire. It was complete with scales and claws, and its claws and teeth were distinct. It swung its tail viciously against the formation, and the light flickered. That's it? Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. Compared to the flames of heaven and the flames of earth, the fire of man was a little too weak. The fire dragon possessed the strength of a regular demon king, but that was all there was to it. And it even said something like all of you can die. Gong Yuan suddenly communicated with Li Qingshan in a hurry, if you can help me break free from here, I'll lend you the heart of the abyss for a year. I'll lend you the heart of the abyss for a year. 10 years. 3 years. 5 years. All right. As if she was extremely worried, Gong Yuan agreed to Li Qingshan's request very soon. In that short moment of communication, another dragon's roar rang out. The two dragons swam about, and Gong Yuan's expression became sterner and sterner. Suddenly, the backs of the two dragons bent down, and a pair of huge feet condensed from flames stood on the dragons. Gazing up along the feet, a colossal figure flickered in and out of the sea of fire, gradually taking shape. It was a giant god of fire that stood on two dragons. Its well-defined body was like a mountain, and it radiated with a primitive, savage aura. Its face was distorted and indistinct in the flames, but every single cultivator felt an unprecedented pressure. They were all shocked. Li Qingshan frowned. He basically felt like he was facing the Dragon King of the Sea, and compared to the Dragon King of the Sea's unpredictability, this giant god of fire that radiated with a violent aura was without a doubt more offensive. Once it struck, it would definitely be earth-shattering. None of the people present would be able to face it head-on. The three fire-devouring kings in the air were all excited. Holding the divine fire tablets with both hands, they bowed towards the giant god of fire from afar. Burn everything, great god Jerome. The cultivators of the South Sea and the merfolk all covered their ears and collapsed on the ground, wailing out in fear like mortals. Yes, they viewed mortals as ants, but in the face of this legendary god, weren't they also like ants? Not to mention getting up to fight, they couldn't even muster the will to resist. This was a huge disparity in their nature. The roar was only a roar to vent. It was nowhere near an attack. Li Qingshan also felt his blood surge as his ears rang. He used the spirit turtle in a hurry to compose himself. This definitely isn't the real fire god Jerome. It can't even directly descend like Xianxia. There's only a sliver of his aura at most. He doesn't even have a consciousness of his own, yet he's already so powerful. How spectacular! Li Qingshan, why aren't you doing anything yet? Gong Yuan took a step back almost instinctively. Water should have countered fire, but against a godlike existence like this, even she had lost the confidence to emerge victorious. The divine fire tablets truly were the divine artifact of the fire-devouring kingdom after all. They fell into formation, sealed off the region, bombarded it with heavenly fire, and seethed with earthly fire. In the end, it was all to summon the god that the fire-devourers worshipped, Jerome. You're a mighty merfolk queen, yet you're placing your hopes on a second heavenly tribulation human like me. Isn't that a little too much? The demon heart in Li Qingshan's body flickered. surging demon chi condensed into a set of demonic armor. Before he knew it, his eyes had already turned scarlet red. His face was hidden behind the horned helmet, but his smile did not change. Instead, it was filled with excitement. For the first time, Gong Yuan did not find his audacity to be so detestable anymore. As a matter of fact, she even felt a hint of relief that she refused to admit. No regular person could remain in high spirits before an existence like that. Little and beside him was even stranger. He remained expressionless, as if the giant god of fire did not exist at all. Li Qingshan adjusted his helmet and sensed the various pitch-black powers. He nodded at Little and beside him. With two rumbles, the giant god of fire rode on the fire dragon, extending his arm and wrapping it around a small portion of the mountain. The protective formation twisted and collapsed, about to shatter in an instant. The giant god of fire suddenly exerted its strength and rammed its head against the mountain peak, making everyone's souls leave their bodies. Li Qingshan did something that nobody expected. He strode, accelerated, and spread his wings to charge at the giant god of fire. Is he tired of living and seeking death? Whether it was the lofty fire devourers or the regular cultivators of the South Sea, they all thought the same thing. Li Qingshan was the first to charge out of the spell formation. He was still several hundred meters away, but the heat waves that swept towards him had already turned his demonic armor bright red. The blurry face of the giant god of fire filled his vision, filled with violence and destruction. Compared to this giant god of fire that was several hundred zhang tall, he was as insignificant as a bug. The sense of danger and fear screamed in his heart, but it also made his blood boil and burn, giving him a kind of freedom that could cast aside everything. Within 1,000 feet, the helmet softened, the armor melted, and the devil chi was depleted. Within 10 zhang, his flesh was burning, and his bones could be seen. He was also burned red. The instant he threw himself into the flames, he pushed his right hand forward, and the azure field appeared in his hand. The blood-colored vortex spun and expanded. It was like a great, gaping mouth that swallowed the giant god of fire. The firelight that filled the surroundings suddenly dimmed, which actually made the people on the mountain feel rather uncomfortable. They looked at one another. What's happened? It was not just the giant god of fire. Even Li Qingshan vanished. A red-haired, red-eyed man appeared in the air, holding the azure field in his hand. With a flash, he returned to the top of Cloud Sail Mountain, handing the scorching, trembling azure field to Little and said indifferently, "The fire person has already been temporarily sealed. If you don't fight him now, when are you going to fight him?" Alright, the king of savages really does live up to his reputation. Today, I'll fight the fire devourers to the death. Ji Changfeng suddenly tore off his loose clothes, revealing his old but sturdy body. Then he swung the Philian flag in his hand, and the Philian hull collapsed loudly, producing a shrill howl of wind. A whirlwind rushed out of the dust and whistled over. Ji Changfeng leapt up and just happened to ride on the whirlwind. Only then did he discover that the whirlwind was the Philian divine beast from the murals. If Zhurong was the god of fire, then the Philian was the god of wind. Although it was nowhere close to the giant god of fire summoned by the 3 fire-devouring kings with the fire god's tablets, it still possessed some power after being worshipped by the Cloud Sail sect for several millennia. It was on par with early Third Heavenly Tribulation demon kings, and its speed was startlingly fast. Ji Changfeng and the Phalian's figures both blurred. Only a long gust of wind rose into the air, attacking the 3 fire-devouring kings. Gong Yuan swung her crystal scepter and produced a streak of cold, azure light, directly targeting the weakest of the 3, Zhu Yan. What's going on? Zhu Yan, get the fire god to destroy the arcane treasure. Zhu Fan bellowed out, swinging the fire tablet of heaven to block Ji Changfeng's swift and fierce attacks. They had summoned the giant god of fire together. Originally, they were at their strongest, but now, they were at their weakest. No, great god Zhurong's aura is far too powerful. Even I can't control it properly. Zhu Yan frowned. As he dodged the incoming cold light, he gripped the fire tablet of man firmly, ordering the giant god of fire to attack without any regard for the consequences. The giant god of fire was far too powerful. It was impossible for him to control it with ease. All he could do was give some simple orders. Actually, there was only one way to attack. At most, he could only choose a target to attack. As for how to attack, it would all depend on the giant god of fire's instincts. The giant god of fire was extremely powerful, but it lacked any intelligence. It only inherited a sliver of fire god Zhurong's will to advance bravely and destroy everything, which was why it charged headfirst into the azure field. Otherwise, no third heavenly tribulation expert would have been trapped by the azure field so easily. You two men are not even as good as me, a woman. What's there to be afraid of? It's just an arcane treasure with a space of its own. The fire god will destroy it before long, and by then, it'll be their deaths. With the three of us working together and the divine fire tablets in our hands, do you really think they'll be able to escape? With that, Zhu Fan and Zhu Yan returned to their senses. The divine fire tablets definitely did not just consist of these three axes. It possessed a combination formation. They stabilized their footing, only defending and not attacking, waiting for the giant god of fire to break free. No matter what Ji Chongfeng and Gong Yuan did, they were unable to break through the simplest formation of the three immediately. The giant god of fire did not break free as quickly as the fire devourers imagined it to be. Both sides were extremely worried. Just what had happened? It was impossible for a mere arcane treasure to possess such great sealing power. Was there some powerful existence hidden within that kept the giant god of fire busy? Or was it just Li Qingshan? That was impossible. Even if he underwent the third heavenly tribulation, the giant god of fire would still crush him to pieces. In the azure field, Li Qingshan stood on the ground and gazed up. He found the giant god of fire to be even more indomitable, its pressure like that of a god. The scorching heat emitted by the giant god of fire quickly evaporated the water vapor in the azure field. The vast clouds and mist filled the air, illuminated by the firelight, turned bright red. The forest was set ablaze, and black smoke blended into the clouds. Roar! The giant god of fire roared at the ant in front of it. Without the obstruction of the formation, Li Qingshan could truly feel the power of this roar. It was like a typhoon passing through. The soil and rocks around him were blown 100 miles away, melting into magma in midair. The giant god of fire turned its head, ready to break through this domain. Although it didn't have much intelligence, it had the most basic combat awareness. With the strength and realm of that ant, it should have been reduced to ashes after taking this roar head-on. But in the next instant, the giant god of fire turned its head again. If the blurry face of flames couldn't make an expression, then it would definitely be surprise and doubt. Amidst the smoke and the boiling magma, Li Qingshan stood where he was without moving. His scarlet hair danced, and his scarlet eyes were like fire as he stared at the giant god of fire. He suddenly spread his arms, and his body rapidly expanded until it was almost 100 meters tall. Just now, he stopped. His hair was like flames, and his skin was like black iron. He was like a demon. His ox hooves stepped forward, and the earth cracked. He roared at the sky, and the wind became fierce. A gust of wind twisted and rolled like a dragon, rushing into the clouds, breaking through the layers of flames and blasting the giant god of fire's face. Sparks flew everywhere. The giant god of fire raised its head slightly, but that was all. Even when Li Qingshan unleashed the tiger demon's breath at full strength, he was actually unable to cause any actual damage to him. However, he had achieved his objective of provoking him 100%. Roar! The giant god of fire was infuriated. The flames on his body burned wildly, and he lunged at Li Qingshan on the fire dragon. Even if Li Qingshan's body had grown to an unprecedented height, almost equivalent to a 100-story building in his previous life, compared to this giant god of fire, the difference was like the difference between a child and a strong man. As the giant god of fire approached, the temperature of his body kept rising. Scorching, melting, boiling. There's no chance of victory if I fight him head-on. Li Qingshan made his judgment. The magnificent phoenix wings suddenly spread open, and at the same time, he activated the wings of wind. His huge body soared into the clouds, and he was about to use the palm technique that descended from the sky again when a scorching heat rapidly approached. The gigantic figure of the giant god of flame appeared from the clouds, and he flew over on the twin dragons. His speed was even faster than Li Qingshan's. The giant flaming palm blotted out the sky and came whistling towards him. Li Qingshan raised his red eyebrows. He had no time to dodge at all. He only felt his right leg tighten and heat up. The giant god of fire grabbed Li Qingshan and jumped down from the fire dragon, throwing him onto a small hill. Boom! The hill instantly turned into a basin. Li Qingshan's entire body felt like it was about to split apart. The two fire dragons coiled around him and locked his arms tightly like chains. They spat out two streams of blazing dragon fire, wanting to burn him alive into ashes. Is this the difference in power? Not only is it hard to win, but I can't even fight him. I can't even run away. But this is the opponent I want. If I don't even have a life and death crisis, how can I break through the fifth tier of the tiger demon? Tremors of the ox demon. Li Qingshan roared angrily. Black cracks tore apart the flames around him. He reached out and grabbed the heads of the two fire dragons, slamming them together violently. Only then did he break free. The giant god of fire's hand trembled and froze in midair. However, it still clenched tightly without letting go. This was Li Qingshan's most powerful mystical ability that had always been successful, but it could not crush such a powerful opponent head-on. Li Qingshan used the strength of the ox demon and punched the giant god of fire's wrist with all his strength. The power of tremors whistled out. Only then did the giant god of fire finally let go, allowing him to pull out his leg. His flesh had already been burned away, leaving only the leg bone that had been burned bright red. However, he did not have the time to look at it. Instead of retreating, he advanced and threw himself at the giant god of fire, slamming his fist into the giant god's face. Flames surged and scattered. The giant god of fire's blurry face was also forcibly scattered. However, Li Qingshan did not feel the slightest bit complacent, because it was not because his punch was fast or fierce, but because the giant god of fire had no intention of dodging or escaping. It had directly met his attack with an attack. Before he could enjoy the pleasure of slapping its face, a scorching and violent power slammed into his chest, and the sound of bones shattering rang out. Li Qingshan was blasted dozens of kilometers away and slammed heavily into a great snow mountain. Only then did he come to a stop. The sturdy ice and boulders collapsed, almost burying him. Before he could get up, the scorching sensation assaulted his face again. Boom 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 boom. The giant god of fire swung its fists furiously. The fists rained down on Li Qingshan's body. It was not regular rain, but a meteor shower. The power of every single punch was on par with a meteor shower. The great snow mountain shook violently, or perhaps it could no longer be called a snow mountain anymore, as all the ice and snow had evaporated. The thousands of tons of rock that had collapsed had melted into scorching magma. Li Qingshan was unable to put up any resistance at all. He was punched into the mountain again and again. At a time like this, what kind of ability should he use? What kind of ability could he use? The power of tremors? Useless. The spirit turtle's profound shell? Useless. The nightmare tiger's demonic eye? Useless. 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 Everything was useless. Against such overwhelming power, even if he had 1,000 variations and 10,000 abilities, it was useless. His attacks posed no threat, and his defenses were as fragile as paper. It seemed like he could only accept his fate and accept death. However, Li Qingshan did not admit defeat. His flesh was burned to ashes, and the tiger bones that he was so proud of were covered in cracks. At this time, it was already too late to escape from the azure field. The flames on the giant god of fire were so intense that even the void distorted from the heat. There was no way to teleport out. If he could not defeat it, only death awaited him. Even until this moment, he did not have the slightest chance of victory. Instead, he had fallen into fatal danger. The ox demon's great strength sinks into the mud, enduring and unmoving like the earth. Earth divine power. Li Qingshan simply gave up on all efforts to attack and defend. He fused all his consciousness into the boundless earth and activated earth divine power. Suddenly, he entered a wondrous world that he had never seen before. It was as if he had really become a part of the earth, silently enduring the blows of wind, frost, rain, and snow for billions of years, holding up the sea and the sky. The raging fiery fists continuously bombarded his body, and then were drawn into the mountains and the earth. The speed at which his body was collapsing and being destroyed suddenly slowed down. I see. Li Qingshan seemed to have understood something. In the past, no matter when or against any enemy, he had never been like this, giving up on all actions and enduring all attacks. He now had a deeper understanding of the innate divine ability, strength of the earth. Still, this move really is a little useless in battle. I can't attack, I can't defend, and I can't even escape. Isn't this just a big sandbag? I can't just divert all my attacks into the earth. There will come a time when I can't hold on if I keep getting beaten up. Still, at least for now, his big sandbag still played a certain role. It allowed the giant god of fire to throw many more punches. Streaks of cracks climbed up the great snowy mountain. As Li Qingshan channeled the damage into the earth, the great snowy mountain was collapsing at an accelerated rate. Li Qingshan's body was also on the brink of shattering. The giant god of fire's attack suddenly paused. It clenched its fists and raised them high. The flames on its body dimmed and gathered on its fists. It raised them high like torches, blazing like the sun and scorching the skies. Then, it swung them down fiercely like a falling comet, crashing into the earth. Li Qingshan's tiger bones shattered, and a wave of air swept across the entire azure field. The great snowy mountain trembled violently, and then collapsed with a rumble, burying him like a new grave. The giant god of fire took a few steps back. As if tired, it suddenly turned its head. It was at this moment that an Azura commander wielding a giant battle axe descended from the blood-colored vortex in the sky. The fierce battle between the giant god of fire and Li Qingshan, or rather, one-sided suppression, had stirred up unprecedented fighting and killing intent. It was absorbed by the Azure field, and another Azura commander was summoned. When the Azura commander saw the giant god of fire, his eyes widened. Fire god Zhurong! Roar! The giant god of fire let out a furious roar, and the Azura commander blocked with his battle axe instinctively, only to be blown away by an unstoppable force. His body turned to ash in the air, unable to recover no matter how great his life force was. The battle axe melted into a lump of metal. Having conveniently dealt with a fly, the giant god of fire was about to break out of the world when it suddenly looked back and gazed at the collapsed snowy mountain. The aura that it had personally destroyed seeped out from the rock once more. Boom! Thousands of tons of rock collapsed, and Li Qingshan leapt out. The phoenix's nerva had been reborn in fire, so he was completely unscathed. He said to the giant god of fire, "Don't fret. There's still the second round." Before he had even finished speaking, flames surged over. Spirit Turtle's profound shell, block. Li Qingshan waved his hand, and the pieces of the Spirit Turtle's profound shell assembled into a smooth, mirror-like wall. Under the giant god of fire's attack, it only lasted for a split second before shattering with a clang. Li Qingshan crossed his arms in a defensive posture, but he was blown away again. He adjusted his posture in the air and stabilized himself, but a sliver of joy appeared on his face. He could finally see a chance at victory. If it were before the Nerva, the Spirit Turtle's profound shell would have served no defensive function at all apart from distracting him and wasting his demon chi. Once the difference in strength reached a certain level, even the greatest technique would become a pointless trick. But it was different now. After a series of furious attacks, the flames on the giant god of fire had already dimmed slightly compared to the beginning. Even its body had shrunk slightly. Although it was still much larger than Li Qingshan, its strength was clearly declining. This was the greatest flaw of the giant god of fire. Although it could rival the Dragon King of the Sea at its peak, it was not a living existence after all. Its strength would be depleted. Originally, this was not a flaw. If it were on Giant Ship Island where lava flowed and flames roared, the giant god of fire would be able to last a very long time. It could basically crush and destroy all existences. However, in the Azure field, there was no opportunity to replenish its strength. Every sliver it used was a sliver less. It was exactly because of this judgment that Li Qingshan was bold enough to drag it into the Azure field for a battle to the death. He had gone to the lengths of rebirth exactly to deplete the giant god of fire's strength. Otherwise, while it was battle-hungry, it did not like throwing its life away. However, no matter how low his chances of victory were, it was completely different from having no chances at all. The most important thing was that his various abilities were beginning to come into play. Just now, the spirit turtle's profound shell had only blocked for a split second, but it had reflected a portion of the damage. The power of the giant god of fire's attack on him had been weakened by 30% at the very least, which was why he could endure it. If I'm killed again, I'll really be dead. However, this is what you call a true battle to the death. If I know I can be reborn and always think about escaping, how can I break through to the 5th layer of the tiger demon? Li Qingshan let out a violent tiger roar, but his eyes became as calm as the deep sea. Suddenly, he vaguely saw the trajectory of fate. In a single moment, the giant god of fire arrived before him. Flames raged and waves of heat surged. I see it. Li Qingshan's eyes flashed, and he saw a shadow appear on the giant god of fire. Its left hand punched over while its right hand formed a claw, ready to strike. The most dangerous part was that the 2 dragons beneath its feet flew over, wanting to wrap around his legs. His heart sank. If he waited for the giant god of fire to actually strike before dodging, it would be impossible. Once he was caught again, all that awaited him was being burned to death. In the next moment, the shadow became real. Sure enough, the giant god of fire struck out like that. Within its endless violence, it demonstrated its powerful instincts for battle. Gravity of the earth. A powerful gravitational force suddenly appeared between Li Qingshan and the giant god of fire, rapidly closing the distance and forcing him into the giant god of fire's arms. The giant god of fire's killing move immediately missed, and it swiped at its chest. Tiger demon digs out the heart. Flames surged from the giant god of fire's chest and abdomen, spewing out meteors that slammed into Li Qingshan one after another. Flames shot out, and within the rumble, Li Qingshan was sent flying again. The burn on his chest was bone deep, but he smiled. So you're not without weaknesses. Li Qingshan suddenly unfurled his phoenix wings and rushed into the clouds. The place where he originally stood became a sea of fire and magma. The giant god of fire stood in it, roaring at the sky and soaring into the air on a fire dragon. Pitch-black cracks and scorching flames constantly intertwined in the sky. 2 huge figures danced around in the sky, chasing each other and killing each other. Sometimes they approached each other, and sometimes they separated. The azure field, which spanned several hundred miles, was really too small. For them, it was like a large cage, not allowing anyone to escape at all. Li Qingshan knew that he did not have the strength to fight the giant god of fire head-on. With the spirit tortoise divination, he always predicted the enemy's moves and resolved the crisis at the critical moment. Sometimes, he would counterattack. The water god seal in his body continuously transferred the spiritual power accumulated in the Great Cloud Dream Swamp to him in order to maintain a sufficient amount of demonic aura. However, the consumption of his thoughts could not be made up. Although the divination technique of predicting the enemy's moves was powerful, it could not be maintained for too long. Especially in such a fierce battle, the sea of consciousness faintly surged and millions of ripples appeared. If not for the fact that the giant god of fire was not a true cultivator and only possessed a trace of the fire god's aura. Otherwise, any great cultivator would possess the ability to interfere with divination. The current spirit turtle was unable to divine at all. Only if it reached the 5th layer and underwent the 3rd heavenly tribulation would it be able to suppress and remove the interference. The giant god of fire suddenly stopped and landed on the ground again. The 2 fire dragons coiled around its body as if it had lost interest in pursuing Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan finally caught his breath. His calm and tranquil eyes returned to normal, but there was a hint of deep exhaustion. He had used this move to the point where he could not use it again. However, before he could even catch his breath, an unprecedented sense of danger from the start of the battle to now filled his heart. The giant god of fire spread its feet and stood on the ground. Surging fire gathered in its right hand, turning into a straight, scarlet spear. It gripped the spear of fire firmly, and its body tensed up. It raised its right arm, assuming a throwing posture. It was like the image of a god raising a spear and hunting a colossal beast in the primordial age. This image was frozen in the cave murals, becoming an inextinguishable image. It was not a move from any cultivation method, but something that surpassed all cultivation methods and techniques. In that instant, the giant god of fire that was originally just a condensation of tremendous power seemed to possess a sliver of extremely glorious and primitive divinity. Its blurry face suddenly opened its eyes and stared at Li Qingshan. It was not fire, but all of its desire to survive, gathered in this spear. Li Qingshan felt that he was a colossal beast that was about to be hunted. He instantly suppressed his turbulent sea of consciousness, and his eyes became tranquil once more. He saw the trajectory of the spear of fire, but he could not dodge it. It was as if fate had descended upon him. Fear and despair made it impossible for his sea of consciousness to maintain its calm. Was he going to die here? But so what? A smile appeared on Li Qingshan's face. Matters of life and death were nothing out of the ordinary. He did not want to die with such a ridiculous expression on his face. Since I can't avoid it, then come. The giant god of fire threw with all its might. The spear was like a shooting star that shot through the sky, piercing through Li Qingshan in an instant. The exploding sparks practically dyed the entire sky of the azure field. No one could survive an attack like this, not even Gong Yuan or Ji Changfeng. This was an attack that could kill an ordinary demon king. The giant god of fire lowered its hand, and the flames on its body dimmed significantly. Judging by its combat instincts, Li Qingshan was dead for sure, but because of the strangeness just now, he still stood there without moving. He watched as the flames in the sky dissipated, and the flames on his body suddenly surged. This was because Li Qingshan, who had clearly been blasted to smithereens, actually appeared in front of the giant god of fire once more. His body was covered in visible burns, but they were not fatal. He said, "The second round is over. Now it's the last round." Inside his body, the divine talisman of great creation flowed with multicolored light. Almost all of its light had faded, and it had used all of its power to condense a fake body to take the blow of the spear in his place. At first, he did not have much hope, because the giant god of fire's consciousness had locked onto him firmly. Perhaps because it had been contaminated by the Clam King of Mirage Sea's blood, the existence it had created was as real as a dream, surpassing the normal power of the divine talisman of great creation. That was why it could fool the giant god of fire's consciousness. The giant god of fire stood still, and its body rapidly shrank. In the blink of an eye, it was less than 600 meters tall, and even the two fire dragons had merged into its body. Meanwhile, the flames on its body burned fiercely once more. It raised its right arm high into the air again, and it made a throwing gesture. The flames gathered into a spear that was pointed diagonally at Li Qing. Li Qingshan ran madly towards the giant god of fire. If he waited for this spear to be thrown, he would die. The wind howled past his ears, and his heart beat so hard that it felt like it was about to shatter. The distance that should have been covered in an instant seemed so far now. He watched helplessly as the giant god of fire raised its arm to its limit and suddenly swung it forward, the tip of the spear pointing straight at his forehead. There was no fear, no hesitation. This was the fight of a cornered beast, and there was only madness. An unconscious roar came from its mouth, and it turned into a tiger's roar. Killing intent surged, and battle intent boiled. The blood-colored vortex spun endlessly, but no more Azure commanders descended. At this moment, it was as if he had become one with the Azure field, and he was communicating with the vast and mysterious Azure realm. From the depths of the vortex, a wondrous and tremendous will shot down and gathered on his body. It seemed to be filled with praise and joy. Li Qingshan's body suddenly lightened, and new power surged out of his body. His speed suddenly doubled, and he pounced forward. The giant god of fire threw with all its might, but the spear did not fly out of its hand. It was grasped tightly by a ferocious tiger claw, and it shattered into pieces. There was a loud noise, and the flames swept out for hundreds of kilometers. The flames dissipated, and the giant god of fire's body shrank by several hundred meters again. In front of it stood a ferocious skeleton that was more than 100 meters tall. Its flesh and blood had been completely devoured by the flames, but it still stood tall. It flickered with a metallic luster, and there was not a single crack on it. After countless battles and being killed by the giant god of fire twice, he finally broke through to the 5th layer of the tiger demon. His empty eye socket stared at the giant god of fire in front of him, and there was no longer a hint of weakness. Roar! Roar! The giant god of fire and Li Qingshan let out furious roars at the same time. Flames and gales clashed intensely, and they were evenly matched. Immediately after, the two bodies that were almost as large as each other collided violently. Iron fists shook, and fiery meteors rained down on the other party's body in a frenzy. However, neither of them took a step back, and they fought attack with attack. Boom, 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 boom. It was as if thunder had exploded in the azure field. The blood-colored vortex spun rapidly, and another azure commander fell from the sky. He was swept into the aftermath of the battle, and his body was smashed to pieces. No one cared about it. Li Qingshan's tiger bones were scorched red, as if they were steel that had just been tempered in a furnace. Not only did they show no signs of softening, but they even became more and more solid under the tempering of the flames. However, Li Qingshan was still at a disadvantage. Even though he had broken through to the 5th layer of the tiger demon, in terms of pure strength, he was still inferior to the heavily weakened giant god of fire. But my chances of winning now are 100%. Li Qingshan said confidently. And so, the situation began to reverse. Li Qingshan's fist landed on the giant god of fire's face. Unable to withstand it, the giant god of fire took a step back. This was the first time it had retreated since the start of the battle. Then, it was the second time, the third time. Li Qingshan's iron hooves advanced, ignoring the giant god of fire's counterattack. Attack, attack, attack. The giant god of fire staggered backward, bursts of flames erupting from its body. Its originally blurry face became even more blurry, and the flames on its body weakened at a visible rate. Li Qingshan had the strength of earth and the water god's seal. His strength was endless, and his demonic qi was endless. He gradually adapted to the new strength of the 5th layer of the tiger demon in battle, and the more he fought, the stronger he became. However, the giant god of fire could not be replenished at all. As the battle went on, the giant god of fire's body shrank until it was even a head shorter than Li Qingshan. As if it could also sense the impending defeat, it let out an indignant roar. However, it reversed the situation of its continuous retreat. The originally insignificant ant had already become a ferocious beast that it could not contend against. The giant bone claws grabbed the giant god of fire's neck, and the huge mouth with intersecting fangs let out a howl of wind. It was a maniacal laughter. Tiger demon steals heart. Li Qingshan's right claw stabbed deep into the giant god of fire's chest, dug out a scorching red heart, and casually tossed it into its mouth. In the angry and indignant roar, the giant god of fire collapsed and dispersed. In the blazing flames, Li Qingshan opened his arms and roared into the sky. The blood-colored vortex expanded, and as if a door had been opened, a mysterious call came from within. In the sky above Giant Ship Island, a blurry figure flew around. Ji Chongfeng rode on the Filian, stirring up fierce winds and swinging the flag. He constantly attacked and harassed the 3 fire-devouring kings with his advantage in speed. In order to summon the fire god, the 3 fire-devouring kings had all expended quite a lot of their strength, and they were slightly suppressed above the ocean. They also had to maintain their formation and seal off the region, so they were unable to do anything to him for the time being. All they could do was wait for the fire god to rush out and kill this annoying fly. However, no matter how they waited, the fire god never appeared. Instead, it snowed heavily. The top of Mainmast Mountain flickered with extremely resplendent, blue light. Gong Yuan raised the crystal scepter high into the air. The light originated from a rhombus-shaped ice crystal at the tip of the scepter. It was a colossal piece of 10,000-year-old frigid arcane, like a frigid star. The light shot into the air, turning into snowflakes. A snowflake landed in a river of magma and directly turned the boiling magma into frozen soil. Although it was melted by the flames of the earth very soon, the snowflakes constantly drifted down, gradually suppressing the fire on Giant Ship Island. It no longer burned fiercely. Not only was the flames of the earth that gushed out from the earth's crust the source of power for this formation, but it also gave the fire-devouring kings a geographical advantage. Gong Yuan could tell this. As long as she extinguished the fire devourers would not be able to last for too long. She thought to herself, Li Qingshan, oh Li Qingshan, you have to last a little longer. Why? Why hasn't the fire god appeared yet? Zhu Fan questioned Zhu Yan. His scarlet hair and beard all turned into flames, like a furious lion. I don't know. Something must have happened. Zhu Yan said frantically. This was the first time he had summoned the fire god. He could only obtain some experience from the ancient records he had left behind. He still could not use it as he wished. But now, the fire god seemed to have been angered, completely severing the fragile connection. He could not even sense the fire god's situation right now. No, we can't wait any longer. We have to steal the arcane treasure, release the fire god immediately. Zhu's eyes, fiery red eyes, stared at Little and on the cloud-massed mountain and cursed, damned humans. Alright, 3 flames in 1, kill. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them abandoned Ji Changfeng and turned into 3 streaks of fiery light. Then, they combined the heaven, earth, and human flames into one, forming a huge fire in midair. Like an incomparably dazzling comet, it fell towards Little and with a long fiery tail. Wild dance of the wind god, flying sand and rolling stones, darkening heaven and earth. Ji Changfeng knew that the Dharma treasure in Little An's hands would be the key to this battle. If he let the giant god of fire come out, no one would be a match for it. At this moment, he no longer held back and attacked with his full strength. Waving the flag with all his might, an incomparably huge black tornado whizzed forward. For a moment, the world was filled with the roar of the wind, and even the sound of the raging fire was suppressed. The Fei Lian beneath his feet let out a furious roar and charged forward, arriving in the midst of the tornadoes. The black tornado twisted and surged into the Fei Lian's body, making it several times faster. Even its form changed, turning into a bird's body with a human face. It seemed to possess a sliver of divine nature. It unfurled its 300-meter-wide black wings and lunged towards the fire-devouring king. The black storm immediately swallowed the fire-devouring king. Shatter! With a furious roar, the flames erupted and pierced the Fei Lian wind god's chest. The fierce wind dispersed. The flames had weakened by quite a lot, but their presence was unstoppable, becoming more and more scorching. As the race that loved battle the most among other folk, no one dared to underestimate their battle will. Gong Yuan, stop them. Ji Changfeng no longer bothered with politeness, directly calling her by her name. There was a hint of anxiety on Gong Yuan's cold face. She swung the crystal scepter, and thousands of snowflakes whistled over, gathering into a misty pile of snow that blocked the path of the fire devourers. However, everyone understood that this was nowhere near enough to stop the fire devourer's sure-kill move. Get over here. Gong Yuan turned around and called out to Little Anne, but she discovered that the place where Little Anne originally stood was empty. An ethereal, indifferent voice suddenly rang out from behind. Don't be afraid. The fire god is about to lose. I'm not afraid. Gong Yuan was alarmed. She had been concentrating on dealing with the fire devourers, but she should not have failed to sense someone approaching her. If this kid carries out an assassination, he'll be terrifying. But hold on, the fire god is about to lose? Gong Yuan doubted her ears. She already found it unbelievable that Li Qingshan could keep the fire god busy. As for defeating the fire god, she personally believed that even she did not possess the strength to do so. No matter how powerful Li Qingshan was, he was just a great cultivator at most, so how could he possess such strength? She glanced at the azure field in Little Anne's hand and thought, just what is hidden in there? Boom! The snowy clouds dispersed, and the flames were already right before their eyes. The wave of heat arrived first. With the divine fire tablets in hand, the combined attack of the 3 kings was no weaker than the flame spear the giant god of fire had hurled. It directly struck Little Anne. Even I'll have to use everything I've got to break free from an attack like that, so how can I spare the energy to protect others? Forget it. Gong Yuan gritted her teeth and spat out an inky blue pearl. It gave off a deep, distant, cold, and deathly presence, as if the entire abyss had condensed into the tiny pearl. It was the heart of the abyss that connected to the world of Ruin's End. All water to Ruin's End, eternal silence of the abyssal sea. Gong Yuan chanted softly, like a song. An indescribably strange power suddenly expanded with the heart of the abyss as its center. The wave of heat immediately vanished. The sounds of wind and fire vanished too. Even the hint of worry in Gong Yuan's heart immediately settled down, almost to the point of deathly stillness. Everything in the surroundings seemed to be sealed in thick, inky blue glass, frozen and motionless. Ruin's End. Here, the constantly surging, changing, and flowing waters that never had a moment of peace finally obtained eternal peace. They no longer had to surge and flow, nor did they have to turn into clouds, mist, and ice. Here, the spirit turtle no longer had to work so hard to suppress the vast ocean, nor did it have to work so hard to divine fortune. It could sleep in peace, without worrying about any disturbances. This was not a world of the dead like the Hell Realm or the Hungry Ghost Realm, but it was even more deathly silent. At the very least, there were still pots of boiling oil and the cries of ghosts in hell, while in the Hungry Ghost Realm, there were corpses and ghosts devouring and killing one another at the very least. Here, however, it was absolutely peaceful. 10,000 years felt like a single day. This was not a feeling that regular living beings could endure. Even Gong Yuan could not. With her final thought, she said to Little Anne, "Guard your mind. Don't let yourself be devoured and assimilated. I hope you're telling the truth, or we'll all die." Afterwards, her eyes lost all emotions. All she did was power the heart of the abyss coldly and mechanically, constantly drawing in the aura of Ruin's End. The flames that flew over suddenly made a detour around the Cloud Sail Mountain. The violent, belligerent fire-devouring king seemed to feel fear, afraid of entering the force field created by the heart of the abyss. The Fire Lord leapt and leapt about. Ruin's End, where water gathered, was extremely effective against the natural fire spirit's ability to devour fire. If the three of them worked together, they were actually completely capable of charging into the field of force created by the heart of the abyss and killing the immobilized Gong Yuan. However, once they were contaminated by the aura of Ruin's End, they would develop an extremely great inner demon, which could even dim and extinguish the flames in their hearts. As a result, even with how vicious fire devourers were, they dared not barge in forcefully. "Ha ha ha ha, we've already won." Zhu Fan laughed madly. Zhu Yan and Zhu Zai exchanged glances and also laughed aloud. Their strongest, Gong Yuan, was in dire straits. After losing the Fylian divine beast, it was impossible for Ji Changfeng to stop the three of them together. Even without the giant god of fire's assistance, victory was already within their grasp. All that remained was to see how Gong Yuan died. Undue delay is fraught with complications. Let's kill this old bastard first. Ji Changfeng, are you prepared to die? The three fire devourers simply ignored Gong Yuan. They aimed the divine fire tablets at Ji Changfeng. "If you want my life, then you'll have to exchange it with your own." Ji Changfeng stood in the air with the Fylian flag in hand, panting gently. After a bitter battle, he was utterly exhausted, but the fierce winds around him became even more violent. He was fearless. The sect had been destroyed, the disciples had been slaughtered, and even he was in a situation of certain death. This was a tragic situation that was enough to drive regular people mad, yet it made him feel a strange sense of lightness. As if an invisible burden had been lifted from him, his cultivation that had remained stagnant for so long showed signs of breaking through. He was born with the Sun spiritual constitution. From the moment he was born, he had received everyone's expectations, doted on by everyone. He climbed up to the throne of sect master step by step, becoming a great cultivator that reigned supreme over an entire region. He was highly regarded by the entire cultivation community of the South Sea. It seemed like his life had been smooth sailing, but he also had to shoulder heavy responsibilities, the expectations of his seniors and the reliance of his juniors. The survival of the entire sect was tied to him, so he was forced to maintain the balance carefully. Even the frivolity of his youth had been completely worn away. "My name is Changfeng. When have I ever traveled thousands of kilometers, free and unrestrained?" When the fire devourers destroyed the Cloud Sail sect that he had fought so hard for, they had also forcefully severed his ties. They used hatred to recover his fighting spirit, allowing him to see the possibility of advancing further with his cultivation. "If you don't kill me today, I'll definitely extinguish the fire in the future. Then we'll fulfill your wish. Die." Zhu Fan and the other two spoke at the same time, their voices overlapping as if they were one. They raised their divine fire tablets high and were just about to attack when a calm voice came from behind them. "You lost." The voice was a little muffled, as if it came from the deep sea, but it was still pleasant to listen to. Zhu Fan and the other two turned around at the same time. Little and walked out from behind Gong Yuan. Though his steps were a little clumsy, his expression was as calm as ever. You, this woman, are actually not affected by the aura of the ruins of End. But what nonsense are you talking about? Heh, seeing that you're somewhat good-looking, hand over that magic treasure, kneel and beg for mercy. If you become our slave, we can consider sparing your life. You lost. Little and repeated calmly. There was no change in his tone at all, causing Zhu Fan and the other two to feel strangely irritated. As if there really was something important that they had missed out on, they cursed, "Bitch, you're courting death." Little and slowly raised the azure field in her hand. A faint smile actually appeared on her face, captivating and alluring. You lost. Suddenly, Zhu Yan's expression changed, revealing an expression of disbelief and shock. What's going on? Zhu Fan asked with a frown. The fire god has been killed. Zhu Yan said with great difficulty. The moment the giant god of fire's heart was dug out, that intense fury and indignation had passed through the barrier of the world and entered his heart. That's impossible. Didn't you say that you couldn't sense the fire god? Don't be fooled. Zhu Fan and Zhu Zai retorted at the same time. The giant god of fire's strength was already close to the peak of this world. Though it was extremely flawed, only those legendary figures whose names shook the world could kill it. Could an expert on the level of the Banyan Tree King be hiding in that tiny magic treasure? That was impossible. There must be something strange about the arcane treasure. Zhu Yan completely ignored Zhu Fan and Zhu Zai. His eyes widened as he murmured. The thought the giant god of fire had given him before it was killed had dealt a great blow to his mind. It was basically equivalent to a backlash. This news made Gong Yuan's heart ripple slightly, but it immediately returned to stillness. The ink-blue field of force rapidly expanded. The heart of the abyss had already lost control, and the all-water to Ruin's End operated madly, assimilating with Ruin's End. Even the crystal scepter in her hand dimmed, and the indestructible profound coldness gradually melted away. The ink-blue, spherical field of force rapidly expanded, enveloping Mainmast Mountain in the blink of an eye and rapidly growing larger. Splash! The sound of tides suddenly rang out in the surroundings. The seawater that had been kept out by the divine fire tablets seemed to be drawn in by an invisible power, turning into surging waves that surged towards Giant Ship Island. Clouds gathered over from all directions, forming a thick layer of clouds in the sky. The internal and external pressure destroyed the seal of the fire-devouring king's domain. Zhu Fan suddenly threw a punch at Zhu Yan's face and bellowed, "You've just destroyed a puppet that possesses a sliver of great god Zhurong's presence. You can still summon it in the future, so stop whining like a sissy." Zhu Zai shot a glance at Zhu Fan. What's wrong with being a sissy? She said to Zhu Yan, don't listen to that little bitch's nonsense. Killing that bitch Gong Yuan is already a win, and if we kill that old bastard Ji Chongfeng, it'll be a complete victory. What's there to lose? Thank you for your guidance, Second King. I've lost my composure. Zhu Yan lowered his head and accepted the guidance. Then he glanced at Mainmast Mountain and thought, no matter what, the outcome has already been decided. Little and suddenly felt like she was drowning. Although she could endure the deathly aura of Ruin's End, the power of the heart of the abyss was growing stronger and stronger, producing actual pressure. The peak of Mainmast Mountain collapsed and collapsed silently. The grass, trees, and pavilions were all reduced to nothingness. She furrowed her brows slightly, but it was not because of the pressure. She murmured, Qingshan. Li Qingshan stood in the surroundings, gazing at the center of the blood-red swirl. He experienced an irrepressible urge to throw himself into the azure realm and slaughter and battle. The wings of wind unfurled in an unprecedented manner. He only needed to flap them gently, and he could fly into a brand new world. Suddenly, he thought of a face. He sucked in a deep breath and comforted the eager tiger demon. He pulled back the wings of wind and called out to the sky, I will go, but not now, and not to take part in some endless battle of blood. After a pause, he continued, I will defeat all the Azura and reign over the entire Azura realm. I will end this endless battle of blood. The obscure voice fell silent as well. Only a while later did it say, reign over the Azura realm. How anticipated. Perhaps you are the person in the prophecy. I've already waited for far too long, but there's no harm in waiting a little longer. Li Qingshan extended his hand and grabbed the object, taking a look. It was a rock over 30 meters in size, enveloped in a faint, blood-red color. It was engraved with the images of hundreds and thousands of weapons, as well as many profound talismans. What's this? Surely it's not something I tossed out to smash people with, right? It looks more like an altar. Whatever, I'll ask Yin Qing when I have the time. She should recognize something from the Azure realm. Li Qingshan gazed at the sky again, feeling extremely curious. Was that voice really the consciousness of the Azure realm? Was the world of the 9 provinces conscious? However, now was not the time to consider that. Between the jagged ribs that flickered with a metallic luster, a scorching, fire-red heart radiated with thousands of resplendent rays of light. It was the heart of the giant god of fire he had swallowed. Not only did it contain pure, scorching fire spiritual qi, but it also possessed a rare hint of divine nature. Li Qingshan immediately practiced the phoenix's scripture of Nerva and began refining the heart of the fire god. Right now was the perfect time for him to break through to the 3rd layer of the phoenix. 3 balls of fire pursued a whirlwind, whistling back and forth above Giant Ship Island. The 3 fire-devouring kings wielded the divine fire tablets, surrounding and killing Ji Changfeng. Ji Changfeng was obviously not their opponent. He had tried several times to charge out of Giant Ship Island, but he had failed. With no other choice, he just charged headfirst into the inky blue sphere of the heart of the abyss. By now, the inky blue sphere had already swallowed half of Mainmast Mountain, turning into a colossal object almost 3,000 meters tall, hovering above Giant Ship Island quietly. The seawater rose higher and higher, like mountains, rushing towards Giant Ship Island one after another. They were reduced to steam by the flames, piling up layer by layer until they reached the horizon, connecting with the low-hanging clouds. As a result, it formed a spectacular sight. The entire Giant Ship Island was enveloped in thick clouds, dyed red by the flames. What fell from the clouds were no longer raindrops, but streams and rivers, gushing towards the heart of the abyss. They were evaporated by the flames mid-air, turning back into clouds. Just like that, the clouds constantly pressed down. The divine fire domain can't last for much longer. Zhu Yan said. Don't worry, we definitely won't be the ones to give way first. That bitch Gong Yuan will soon suffer from qi deviation and assimilate with Ruin's End. The heart of the abyss will completely lose control and shatter. Once this power erupts, they'll all die. Though, we have to prepare to leave too. Don't get sucked in. As the oldest fire-devouring king with several thousand years of life, Zhu Fen was extremely knowledgeable. With a single glance, he could tell that Gong Yuan had already reached her limits. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the abyss, and echoed through the surroundings. Of flames. You dare to leave after offending me? Zhu Fan and the other 2 were shocked. It was only then that they realized that a figure wearing armor and a horned helmet had appeared at the center of the dark blue sphere at some point in time. His crimson eyes shot out a sharp gaze that seemed to have substance, piercing through the thick layer of dark blue. It was breathtaking. After refining the heart of the fire god and breaking through to the 3rd layer of the phoenix, Li Qingshan immediately stepped out of the azure field. He sensed the heavy aura of Ruin's End and felt refreshed. Then he saw Little and sitting with her legs crossed with her eyes firmly shut, resisting the great pressure of Ruin's End. He pulled her into his arms in a hurry and asked gently, "Are you fine?" The pressure vanished. Little and opened her eyes and let out an enchanting smile. "I'm fine." Li Qingshan smiled. He happened to hear Zhu Fen's words, so he could not help but turn around and bellow out. "Li Qingshan?" Zhu Yan said in disbelief, but he was also rather uncertain. "That's me, your grandfather," Li Qingshan said with his head held high. "There's no need to waste your breath on him. He's just someone who's about to die," Zhu Fen said in disdain. Before he had even finished speaking, the inky blue sphere suddenly stopped expanding. This was a sign of collapse. "Let's see who dies first." Li Qingshan pulled Gong Yuan into his arms, hugging her left and right. Just when Zhu Fan and the others were confused, thinking he was going to take advantage of her before he died, the inky blue sphere that was on the brink of collapse actually stabilized. A hint of vigor suddenly flashed through Gong Yuan's empty and deathly still eyes. When the heart of the abyss began to communicate with the deep and mysterious ruin's end, she could no longer see anything. There was only endless darkness and deathly silence. It was the bottomless abyss known as Ruin's End. Her body had been forgotten somewhere. It must have been crushed a long time ago. Only her soul continued to fall into the abyss, falling into an even darker place. She could not resist at all, nor did she want to. Compared to this eternal deathly silence, what was a temporary existence? Compared to this torment day and night, death might be a form of release. Thinking that, the darkness seeped into her soul bit by bit. She sighed gloomily. Little sister, I'm so lonely. Then, she closed her eyes and allowed the dark abyss to devour her. Suddenly, a warm current flowed over and quietly surrounded her. It gave off a tranquil and intimate aura. Little sister, is that you? Have you come to pick me up? I miss you so much. Her heart shivered and she searched through the darkness. In that moment, she seemed to return to many years ago, when she was playing hide-and-seek with her younger sister in the coral reefs in the deep sea, but she was unable to find her no matter what. She was both angry and worried. She suddenly stopped falling. Did this ruin's end have a bottom too? A huge spirit turtle rose up from the abyss, floating upwards with her on its back. Gradually, a sliver of light descended from above, growing brighter and brighter as if they were already approaching the surface of the ocean. Her eyes gradually turned from pitch black to a bright blue. The various scenes became clearer and clearer, and there were sounds as well. With a splash, she burst through the surface of the ocean. And various scenes entered her vision. The burning island of giant ship, the stacked clouds of fire, the violent fire devourers. Her memories returned, and Gong Yuan suddenly discovered she was currently being hugged by a man. She could not help but become furious and embarrassed, struggling to break free. Her waist tightened, and a tremendous force that she could not resist was hugged even tighter instead, pressing firmly against the man's sturdy body. A commanding voice rang out by her ear, "Don't move around." Why would a mighty merfolk queen listen to someone else's orders, let alone a human? But for some strange reason, she stopped struggling, allowing Li Qingshan to hug her. What's going on here? Gong Yuan rubbed her forehead. She also found this extremely strange. After all, she was not a little woman who would become flustered from a man's hug. She sorted through her thoughts very quickly and recognized the demonic armor. You're Li Qingshan. We'll talk later. Relax your mind and work with me. Let's kill these 3 bastards first. Li Qingshan said sternly. He had no intentions of taking advantage of her right now. Although hugging Gong Yuan felt nice, it was more important for her to calm down and control the tremendous power from Ruin's End so that he could launch a counterattack. All right. Gong Yuan was slightly taken aback. She obviously understood the severity of the matter, and just now, when her consciousness had basically been assimilated by Ruin's End, Li Qingshan had already taken advantage of the situation. The spirit turtle that had appeared in her sea of consciousness was a manifestation of Li Qingshan's consciousness, which was why she obeyed his orders subconsciously. She understood that it was impossible for her to control this power with her own strength, so she simply let go of her mind completely and allowed Li Qingshan to do as he pleased. In that moment, their auras merged and their consciousnesses intertwined. They were extremely compatible, entering a state similar to dual cultivation. Gong Yuan was in a daze. She originally thought she would experience great discomfort, but instead, she felt a sense of peace and serenity that she had never experienced before. Ruin's End no longer seemed so terrifying. Li Qingshan grinned at little Anne. He also felt carefree and relaxed, as if he had finally returned home after running around for many years. The aura of Ruin's End penetrated deeply into the demon core, allowing him to gain a deeper understanding of the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression. As the home of the spirit turtle, the land of eternal rest, Ruin's End was far too compatible with the spirit turtle. Gong Yuan needed Li Qingshan to help her stabilize her mind and eliminate her inner demons, but why would Li Qingshan not need Gong Yuan's power of Ruin's End? The inky blue sphere suddenly shrank, becoming only half its original size and turning pitch black. Ji Changfeng suddenly broke free, gasping for air. He was still rather shaken up. He did not want to experience the feeling of suffocation a second time either. The three fire-devouring kings could no longer pay any attention to Ji Changfeng. Although they were still rather confused about what had happened, the sense of danger grew heavier and heavier. They glanced at one another and made up their minds at the same time. Retreat. Stay behind. Li Qingshan's voice rang out from the pitch-black sphere and the clouds in the surroundings. It was mighty and filled the surroundings. The burning clouds in the sky suddenly surged and churned. A colossal hand several thousand meters long condensed from clouds slammed down, like the full-powered strike of a god from beyond the heavens. It enveloped everything, blanketed everything, and suppressed everything. Blaze to the heavens! The three fire-devouring kings raised the divine fire tablets high into the air at the same time. With a clang, the tips of the tablets collided. Flames gathered on their bodies from the ground, rushing into the sky. Boom! The huge hand of clouds landed on an invisible barrier and shook violently. The clouds dispersed. Humph, sure enough, it's just a facade, huh? Before Zhu Fan had even finished talking, he saw a huge hand condensed from water appear after the clouds. Dispersed. It was much smaller, but it was even more condensed, pressing firmly against the invisible barrier and pressing down inch by inch. A shattering sound rang out in the surroundings. Well done. That's how it is. Break their domain seal first. Li Qingshan and Gong Yuan communicated with each other faster than telepathy. Almost as soon as his thoughts moved, there was a response from the other side. This was the so-called heart-to-heart. This immense power, in essence, still belonged to Gong Yuan. It was the power that she had drawn from the ultimate using the heart of the abyss. It was just that she did not have the ability to control it, and if Li Qingshan wanted to control it, he needed her absolute cooperation. Otherwise, it would be difficult to control it as he wished. After all, this power was just too great. Li Xiaoer, you don't need to tell me. I know what to do. Gong Yuan was somewhat dissatisfied. She was still not used to being ordered around like this. It's good that you know. Then, don't have so many distracting thoughts. If you still have so many defenses and dissatisfactions, just throw them away. Li Qingshan bellowed. With his current level, it was impossible for him to keep the three fire-devouring kings here. Defeating and killing them were on two completely different levels of difficulty. Gong Yuan's chest heaved, but the situation was beyond her control. As the merfolk queen, she had to take responsibility for the merfolk race and do her best to kill the fire-devouring kings. She gritted her teeth and gave it a try. No, I can't do it. Opening up her mind and letting Li Qingshan's consciousness delve into her sea of consciousness was already her limit. Asking her to completely lower her guard and heart-to-heart with him was not something that could be achieved with just hard work. Perhaps only her little sister could make her lower all her guard and trust her unreservedly, but that was a deep affection that had accumulated over who knew how many years since she was young. It was not something any man could compare to. Even if you can't do it, you have to do it. Don't resist. Li Qingshan sniggered. What? Ah. Gong Yuan cried out. Li Qingshan used the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression and directly suppressed her thoughts. Since they could not play together happily, then he would just suppress her with brute force. Bastard, don't you even think about it. Gong Yuan was filled with humiliation and fury. She felt like a man was about to force himself on her, yet not only was she unable to struggle or resist, but she even assumed a posture to cooperate. This was something her dignity could not allow. With a difference of major realms of cultivation, it was virtually impossible for the spirit turtle to suppress the consciousness of a merfolk queen. Gong Yuan was not just slightly stronger than the myriad poison ancestor. Her mind was as tough as ice. The two consciousnesses clashed with one another, greatly disrupting their compatibility. After all, they were not the real spirit turtle and Ruin's End, but two main bodies with a strong belief. The huge hand in the sky trembled and shattered, and the inky blue sphere twisted. Let's go. The three fire-devouring kings used this opportunity to rush off towards the north without the slightest hesitation. What the hell? Do you want revenge or not? Li Qingshan roared inside. No matter how great the power was, it could not pose any threat without the control of a will. It could even backfire on the wielder of the power. Revenge. Gong Yuan's heart shuddered. Suddenly, she thought of that gentle face and let out a long, gloomy sigh. Sister, I'll avenge you today. This is probably my retribution. As a result, she gave up on all resistance. Li Qingshan's will suppressed her, sweeping away all of her selfish thoughts and emotions. If two hearts were to be completely compatible, they would either require an extremely deep foundation of affection, or one of them would abandon everything to follow her. Li Qingshan used the latter, forceful method to achieve a perfect compatibility. Gong Yuan let out a gentle moan and leaned against Li Qingshan's chest gently. She no longer possessed the iciness and arrogance of a queen. Instead, she possessed a rare sense of softness, which made her seem lovable. However, Li Qingshan could not be bothered to show any tenderness towards the fairer sex. Their telepathic conversation was as fast as lightning. The three fire devourers had only just arrived on the northern coast of Giant Ship Island. Li Qingshan waved his hand, and another huge hand of cloud chi appeared in the thick clouds. It was twice as large as before, almost as tall as Mainmast Mountain. It descended from above, basically like a mountain crushing down. Boom! The world shook, and the ocean surged. Spurt! The three fire devourers coughed up a mouthful of blood at the same time. The flames on them withered slightly. The divine fire domain was different from the giant god of fire. The giant god of fire was only a colossal puppet. It was extremely powerful, but its connection with them was very weak. Even if they killed it, there would not be any backlash. However, the divine fire domain was different. Its connection with them was extremely close. Never did they think that when they wanted to use the divine fire domain to trap Giant Ship Island, the cloud chi that had accumulated outside the island would instead become their cage. Again. Li Qingshan riled up. With a wave of his left hand, another huge hand of cloud chi slammed down. It became even more agile and swift, as if it was his own arm. Boom! 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 The two huge hands of cloud chi slammed down one after another, and a laughing face vaguely appeared in the thick clouds. It happened to be Li Qingshan's face. Ji Changfeng was also dumbfounded by this sight. How can it be him? It really is him. How can he be so powerful? He's far too powerful. The two huge hands of cloud chi pressed against the invisible barrier. Li Qingshan's cloud head pulled back slightly and slammed down. The sea seemed to flip upside down. Giant Ship Island was immediately swallowed by the water, and even the roaring flames of the earth were extinguished. The entire island collapsed, only leaving behind a few mountains vaguely visible between the huge waves. Li Qingshan, I want you dead. Zhu Yan let out a hysterical roar. He could not understand how a perfect ambush could end up like this. Yes, all of this was because of Li Qingshan. He was the only variable. Not only did he destroy the fire god, but he even helped that bitch Gong Yuan stabilize the heart of the abyss, completely ruining their plans. You want to kill me with words? Come fight me. The surging clouds condensed once again, turning into Li Qingshan. He said. King Yan, don't get caught up in the battle. There's plenty of time in the future. Once we get back, we'll destroy his savage mountain first. Zhu Feng grabbed Zhu Yan's shoulder and also ground his teeth in hatred towards Li Qingshan. Zhu Zai also said, that's right. If we keep fighting, it'll be detrimental to us. Let's return to Fire Melt Mountain first and come up with a proper plan. You're dreaming if you want to keep us here. Heavenly fire. Earthly fire. Human fire. The three of them raised the divine fire tablets and swung them through the air at the same time, leaving behind three trails of fire. They connected and formed a triangle. Gate of divine fire, open. The triangle of fire suddenly lit up with dazzling red light. Huarong could actually be vaguely seen inside. The divine fire tablets truly lived up to their reputation as the divine artifact of an ancient divine kingdom. They could not be compared to regular arcane treasures. They could turn into a domain of divine fire when attacking and summon the fire god. They could open a gate of divine fire when retreating and teleport thousands of kilometers away without leaving any openings. If it were not for that value, how could the arrogant fire-devouring kings lower their heads and become honored guests of the king of Southern Yu's estate? Li Qingshan frowned heavily. With this new and old grievances, once the three of them recovered their strength and attacked Savage Mountain, it would be impossible for them to stop them even with the Banyan Tree King controlling them. The threat was no less great than the Dragon King of the Sea. However, it was all too late. The Gate of Divine Flame quickly stabilized. Zhu Yan and the other two were just about to pass through the door of Divine Fire when a circular blade suddenly flew out of the void and into the door of Divine Fire. It immediately melted and shattered, but a crack also appeared on the door of Divine Fire. The three of them hurriedly stopped, not daring to go forward. A crack in the void. Like this was extremely dangerous. Yin Qing's figure flashed out of the void. She had been hiding at the borders of the Azura field all this while, hiding in the void to observe the battle between Li Qingshan and the giant god of fire. Only when the domain of divine fire was shattered and the void was no longer sealed and disturbed did she emerge. She hid in the void and waited for an opportunity to assassinate Li Qingshan. However, the three fire-devouring kings were far too powerful, and their auras were linked like they were one. If she took the risk and attempted an assassination, not only would it be ineffective, but she would most likely be killed instead. He had patiently waited for this moment, finally waiting for this opportunity to destroy the Gate of Divine Flame. Well done! Li Qingshan praised. Yin Qing smiled sweetly, yet she couldn't help but ponder in her heart, is he really a legendary person? She purposefully flew near the Gate of Divine Fire in a provocative manner to attract the attention of the fire-devouring kings. The three fire-devouring kings were furious, but they held themselves back. They said, "Don't worry about her. The Gate of Divine Fire will repair itself. I'd like to see whether she's bold enough to come over or not." The three of them wielded the Divine Fire tablets and stood in front of the gate, ready for battle. Whether it was Ji Chongfeng's fierce winds or Li Qingshan's huge hand of cloud, they blocked both of them regardless of the price. Sure enough, the Gate of Divine Fire recovered rapidly, and it was unaffected by the shockwaves of the battle. Only Yin Qing's attacks and Li Qingshan's power of tremors could destroy it, but none of them were able to approach it. Li Qingshan said to Gong Yuan, "Don't just stand there. They're running away. Hurry up and use whatever you've got." Gong Yuan had been charging up since the moment the three fire-devouring kings drew out the Gate of Divine Fire. She raised the crystal scepter high into the air right now. Without the seal of the Divine Fire domain, the vast South Sea had become her home field once again, and she no longer had to worry about losing control. She could unleash the all-water to ruins end fearlessly. The 10,000-year-old frigid profound condensed once more, becoming even more resplendent. Her earrings, necklaces, bracelets, and other crystal accessories all shone with dazzling, cold light. She seemed like a goddess of ice as she chanted loudly. Icebound domain. 12 pillars of ice rushed out of the surface of the ocean and reached into the clouds, spreading out like 12 branches of the earth and freezing the region within several dozen kilometers. The Gate of Divine Fire immediately became dyed with a layer of icy blue. The faces of the three fire-devouring kings changed. They never thought she could unleash this move alone. In the icebound domain, the surging ocean immediately froze, and the pouring rain turned into hail and snow. Not only did it freeze the Gate of Divine Fire, but it also suppressed the fire devourers tremendously, making their already terrible state even worse. Actually, even Gong Yuan herself was extremely surprised. She glanced at Li Qingshan and thought, "I didn't think we could unleash such power when we worked together. Little Li II, I'm going to focus on maintaining the icebound domain. The rest will be up to you. Leave it to me." Li Qingshan laughed aloud. He raised his hands and pushed them down slowly. The thick, dark clouds flooded down. After breaking through to the 5th layer of the Tiger Demon and the 3rd layer of the Phoenix, he was already confident about clashing with the three fire-devouring kings. However, while the three fire-devouring kings had expended a great deal of their strength and suffered a backlash, they still possessed the Divine Fire tablets after all, so they definitely could not be underestimated. And, he still had to help Gong Yuan suppress her mind. Surely he could not carry her into battle. Fortunately, the power from the heart of the abyss was extremely great, even greater than his own strength. He could use this overwhelming power to crush the three fire-devouring kings. Fellow Li, let me lend you a hand. Ji Changfeng originally thought he was already in dire straits, but the sudden reversal of the situation made his face glow. Mustering his remaining strength, he leapt to his feet and swung the Philian flag again. The snow and hail immediately turned into a blizzard, whistling towards the three fire-devouring kings with the delight of revenge. Fellow Ji sure is hale and hearty with age, Li Qingshan said. Fellow Li is the real hero. I admire you. I will never forget your kindness in saving my life. Ji Changfeng waved the flag loudly. As he watched the fire-devouring kings roar out furiously under his attacks, but there was nothing they could do, he laughed aloud until tears ran down his face. It was as if an invisible shackle had shattered loudly. He had broken through and reached the mid-third heavenly tribulation. The whistling wind immediately became a little swifter and sharper. Stash this fire tablet of earth away. I'll go open up a path. Don't forget about this, Zhu Zai said resolutely. I still don't need a woman to save my life. Move aside. This fire tablet of heaven must be passed down, Zhu Fan said. Li Qingshan smiled viciously. Did they really think they could escape like this? Basically, the tiger demon transformation and the phoenix transformation determined his speed. Now that they had both increased by a realm of cultivation, he still had to try to find out just how effective they were. We can't, two kings. Only when the three of us work together can we unleash the power of the divine fire tablet. In our current state, even if we escape, we probably can't escape from the South Sea. Zhu Yan immediately rejected the idea. Then what do you think we should do? Are we supposed to just wait here for death? What are you talking about? Zhu Fan and Zhu Zai exchanged glances. They had never taken the identity of honored guest of the king's estate seriously. They would not risk their lives for the king of Southern Yu, nor did they count on him to save their lives. Don't tell me you really think the king of Southern Yu returned to the king of Southern Yu's estate after handing the divine fire tablets to us. Doesn't he want to see the outcome of a battle that will affect the overall situation of the South Sea? Doesn't he want to test our true strength? Perhaps he's watching us from somewhere right now. As Zhu Yan said that, Zhu Fan and Zhu Zai also looked around subconsciously, but apart from the dark clouds and water, they saw nothing. Whether it was the divine fire domain or the current icebound domain, they both had the effect of isolating the outside from the outside. Zhu Fan said, let's hope you're telling the truth. Let's give it a try. At the juncture of life and death, they could no longer care about their pride. Since they had already accepted their identities as subjects, taking it a step further was not embarrassing. The three of them bowed towards the north from afar and called out, Your Majesty, please save us. Li Qingshan's heart sank. Sure enough, not only had they snuck over through the Silver Dragon King, but they had even become honored guests of the king's estate. Nothing would happen to Ru Xian, right? Above the frozen sea, the clouds continued to press down. The wind and snow continued to whistle, but nothing happened. Zhu Yan frowned. Could it be that my conjecture was wrong? Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed. Where the sea and sky connected to the north, a bright, silver star suddenly lit up. The Silver Dragon King had returned. The three of them were overjoyed. Sure enough, the identity of honored guest was useful. Zhu Yan secretly let out a sigh of relief. Even the king of Southern Yu could not underestimate their combined strength. Even if he did not help them destroy the merfolk of the South Sea, he would never just watch them die. I never thought you mighty kings of godhood would actually serve as the lackeys of humans. You've really embarrassed your ancestors. Gong Yuan sneered. Other folk did not forget their ancient glory. They all considered themselves as godfolk and looked down on other races. Becoming subjects of humans really was nothing to be proud of, not to mention the fact that during the ancient war, the violent and warlike fire devourers fought the humans and demons the most horrifying battles. Zhu Fan angrily snorted twice. Zhu Zai then cursed, bitch. They were both a bit speechless. Zhu Yan said, Gong Yuan, if this human hadn't interfered today, do you think you would still be alive? Before mocking us, why don't you look in the mirror and see what you look like? Becoming a subject of the king of Southern Yu is still better than becoming a monk's woman. Who are you calling a monk? Li Qingshan was taken aback before realizing the monk was referring to him. He could not help but fly into a rage. At the same time, he thought inside, don't fall for their scheme to drive a wedge between us. Let's see what the king of Southern Yu is trying to do. Gong Yuan let out a soft N and didn't say anything else. The Silver Dragon King quickly approached. When it was still 1,000 kilometers away, the dragon head at the bow suddenly lit up. An incomparably huge beam of dazzling white light flew over 1,000 miles in the blink of an eye, piercing through the extreme ice domain and tearing apart the thick clouds. As if she had been struck by lightning, Gong Yuan shuddered all over, and the blood drained from her lips. Whether it was the fire-devouring kings or her, neither of them could control a technique that sealed off a region as they pleased. By the time the Silver Dragon King launched an attack and wanted to withdraw it, it would already be too late. Originally, it had been rather difficult for her to maintain the extreme ice domain alone. Now that it had been directly pierced by a terrifying technique, and she could not share the burden with the three of them like the fire devourers, she suffered a severe backlash. Li Qingshan could not help but dismiss his final sliver of hope. However, what was even more significant was that the Silver Dragon King's attack had not targeted him and Gong Yuan either. Otherwise, he would have been prepared to retreat right now. The three fire-devouring kings regained their freedom. None of them were stupid, so they noticed this too. They actually understood extremely well that the king of Southern Yu did not trust them, nor did he have any intentions of helping them destroy the merfolk of the South Sea. Otherwise, the Silver Dragon King would have never left in the first place. Right now, he had no intentions of helping them kill Gong Yuan either. Thank you for your assistance, Your Majesty, the King of Yu. We will definitely repay you in the future. Let's go. Zhu Fan clasped his hands at the Silver Dragon King in the sky and called out to Zhu Zai and Zhu Yan before glancing at Li Qingshan deeply. Kid, I'll remember you. Afterwards, he stepped through the thawing gate of divine fire first. Zhu Zai and Zhu Yan followed close behind, expressing their gratitude and hostility towards the king of Southern Yu and Li Qingshan respectively. Making them subjects of humans and ask for help from humans was already their limit. If they begged the king of Southern Yu to take action again and use his connections against Gong Yuan, they would not be able to afford the humiliation. Most importantly, even if they did ask for help without any regard for their dignity, they would probably just be asking to be humiliated. What an unexpected outcome. This Li Qingshan always surprises me. What do you think? In the cabin of the Silver Dragon King, the king of Southern Yu crossed his arms and sat comfortably in a high-backed chair. He was at ease. A series of semi-transparent images hovered before him, displaying the situation of Giant Ship Island from various angles and distances. The myriad poison ancestor and Ru Xian stood to one side, watching the up-and-down battle from beginning to end. They were both calm on the surface, but their emotions constantly changed with the situation of the battle. Even though the Silver Dragon King had flown to a distance that even a normal great cultivator wouldn't be able to detect, the detection abilities of this uncanny mechanical creation were far beyond the imagination of a normal person. Even Yinqing's spatial concealment wouldn't be able to escape its detection. As a moving fortress of war, their first imaginary enemy was still the king's estate that occupied an entire province. They could not afford to leave behind any weaknesses that others could take advantage of. Since Your Majesty wants to take action, why don't you be a little more direct? Ru Xian's eyes locked onto the pitch-black sphere hovering in the air. One of them is your family, and the other is your lover. If I were a little more direct, their lives would be in danger, the king of Southern Yu said in a ruminating tone. What do cultivators need to talk about family and love? Ru Xian was indifferent. What you take them to be isn't important. What's important is what they take you to be. The king of Southern Yu smiled. Ru Xian wanted to say something, but the king of Southern Yu raised his hand. Say no more. You'll know once you try it. As for your problem, you should understand it all too well with your identity. As a chess player, the most important thing is that you can't jump onto the chessboard yourself. Once you become a chess piece, you've already lost half the battle. He used the South Sea as the chessboard, while the fire devourers and mere people were the black and white sides. The Kingdom of Southern Yu's strategy had always been to use Fire Melt Mountain to contain the South Sea, preventing the mere people from developing in peace. Otherwise, Fire Melt Mountain was not hidden in the deep sea like the Crystal Palace either. If they really made up their minds, they could just destroy it. Now that war was about to break out, the king of Southern Yu needed a stable rear even more. He did not want the other folk to take advantage of the war with the Green Province. The 3 divine fire tablets could drastically increase the intensity of the war, leading to an extremely heavy toll on the 2 other folk races. At the same time, he would gain 3 more helpers. However, he would not take part personally. If he supported the fire devourers in completely destroying the Mere people of the South Sea, not only would Fire Melt Mountain become unstoppable, but the Merfolk kings who had been wiped out would definitely resent the king of Southern Yu's estate and carry out brutal revenge. Once a 3rd heavenly tribulation cultivator gave up on cultivation and went all out to engage in guerrilla warfare and assassinations, they would be extremely terrifying. The fire devourers could hole up in Fire Melt Mountain, but where were they supposed to defend against the Mist Province that spanned 100,000 kilometers? Surely they could not all hide in the Mist capital with so many descendants of guest elders. The Merfolk kings only needed to attack all the small and medium-sized sects indiscriminately, and they could heavily damage the foundation of the cultivation community of the Mist Province, which was also the foundation of the king of Southern Yu's estate. At the same time, even though the Cloud Sail sect did not know what was good for them, personally destroying a large sect would serve as an even greater deterrent, and it would make cultivators fear and raise their guard. It was nowhere near as effective as destroying the entire Cloud Sail sect with a gentle nudge behind the scenes. When something happened to the chessboard and Ji Changfeng escaped, he clearly knew this was the king of Southern Yu's estate's plan, but he could only seek out the fire devourers if he wanted revenge. The chess player was high up in the air. Everyone knew he was the one manipulating the chessboard behind the scenes, creating various situations. However, the chess pieces could only fight on the chessboard. Even if they made a wrong move, the chess player would not be harmed. As a result, the king of Southern Yu could not just watch the 3 fire-devouring kings die here, but he would not directly become enemies with the Merfolk either. All of the hatred did not belong to him. Ru Xian said, "It's a pity that you're still forced to personally fiddle with the chessboard in the end. After all, not all chess pieces will act according to the chess player's intentions. What do you think I should do with disobedient chess pieces like that?" Giant Ship Island had basically vanished, covered in thick ice. Only the 3 icebergs of Cloud Mast Mountain remained, and the landscape of the past could still be vaguely made out. Half of Mainmast Mountain had been forcefully swallowed by the heart of the abyss. The towering mountain turned into a curved valley of ice. The surroundings were filled with icebergs that rose and fell, pointing towards the heart of the abyss in the air like thousands of eager hands. At the bottom of the valley, there was a crack, and the tough ice cracked open. A group of people emerged, still shaken. There were both cultivators and mere people. As it turned out, there was also a structure similar to Savage Mountain's hall in the center of Mainmast Mountain. It was a dwelling that Ji Changfeng specially used for secluded cultivation. It was also known as the place with the greatest defense in the Cloud Sail sect. When the giant god of fire appeared, Ji Changfeng knew that this battle was no longer something these people could interfere with. As a result, he ordered the elders of the sect to hide here with everyone. They worked together to maintain the remaining formations of the Cloud Sail sect to fend off the effects of the shockwaves from the battle outside. There were several times when they thought they were dead for sure. Whether it was the giant god of fire smashing through Cloud Mast Mountain, the magma gushing up from below, or the inky blue force field of the heart of the abyss constantly expanding, they were all enough to claim their lives. If the fire devourers won in the end, dealing with them who had managed to escape would just be a piece of cake. In this terrifying, hopeless situation they had never been in before, they were in the same boat. Coupled with their rather good luck, they actually managed to last until the battle ended. Only then did they emerge from the dwelling. Is it over? That's fantastic. The fire devourers have been defeated. Your Majesty, are you fine? The group of people were filled with joy and sorrow from surviving a disaster. Before they could even celebrate the end of the nightmare, their various expressions stiffened. The Silver Dragon King had returned, bursting through the thick clouds and arriving above Giant Ship Island once more. He shone with cold, silver light, assuming an offensive stance. The pressure he gave off made the giant god of fire even more terrifying. They had awakened from the nightmare, and it was a new nightmare, one that was even more terrifying. The Silver Dragon King shot out a beam of light, forming a huge projection. A young man with delicate features appeared in there with a faint smile on his face. The King of Southern Yu. Ji Changfeng was shocked, and his voice contained a trace of irrepressible anger. How could he not know that there was a conspiracy from the King of Yu's estate behind all of this? Furthermore, the attack that allowed his 3 enemies to escape had gone from the shadows to the light, completely sowing hatred. King of Southern Yu, have you made up your mind to stand with the fire devourers and fight to the death against my race? Gong Yuan's voice was as cold as ice. Disregarding her wounds, she activated the Heart of Abyss again, and the pitch-black sphere suddenly expanded, confronting the Silver Dragon King in the sky. The King of Southern Yu said, "They're honored guests of the King of Southern Yu's estate, so I obviously can't just stand by and watch them die. However, I'm not a babysitter either. Regardless of whether they succeed or fail, they have to bear the consequences themselves." Don't you think so? Ji Changfeng and Gong Yuan both let out a sigh of relief. The King of Southern Yu was clearly saying, "Feel free to seek revenge on Fire Melt Mountain. I won't interfere." Right now, Ji Changfeng's greatest enemy was still Fire Melt Mountain, not the King of Southern Yu's estate. He basically had no chance of succeeding in his revenge, so all he could do was direct his hatred towards the King of Southern Yu's estate and slaughter everyone related to them. However, the King of Southern Yu clearly would not be so kind as to help Fire Melt Mountain attract hatred. Gong Yuan was even more worried than Ji Changfeng that the King of Southern Yu would completely stand with Fire Melt Mountain. If that happened, the merfolk of the South Sea would definitely suffer heavy losses. Anyone could tell that this was a scheme, but it was still better than no scheme at all. At the same time, it also expressed that they were temporarily safe. However, Gong Yuan was rather perplexed. Since he had no intention of attacking, why had he come? Did the King of Southern Yu really need to be so careful just to explain a little? She asked, "If that's the case, why have you returned, King of Southern Yu? The people I'm looking for aren't you?" The King of Southern Yu shifted his gaze, passing through the pitch-black sphere and landing on Li Qingshan. "Li Qingshan, should I kill you?" It was Li Qingshan again. Everyone's gazes gathered on the pitch-black sphere. They were all surprised, but their strength was limited, so they were unable to tell what was going on inside. "You can't kill me." Li Qingshan's voice rang out from the black sphere. It was calm and filled with great confidence. A kid who had not even undergone the 3rd heavenly tribulation was actually saying the King of Southern Yu could not kill him. Normally, everyone would definitely treat this as a great joke, but now, they had all become numb from his fearless deeds of challenging the powerful. "Really?" The King of Southern Yu raised an eyebrow slightly, perhaps in surprise or disdain. "Really?" Li Qingshan said. Although he had already lost the opportunity to undergo nirvanic rebirth, he definitely could not be killed so easily with his current speed. But now that you've said that, I want to try it even more. The King of Southern Yu was not someone who feared provocation. But before that, you should know that there's someone else beside me. According to what I know, you've already known each other for many years. You've probably come to the Mist Province partly for her sake. You want to use her to threaten me? Li Qingshan's face changed. This was what he worried about the most. And, the King of Southern Yu had guessed wrong. In the very beginning, most of the reason why he had come to the Mist Province was because of Xianxia. Looks like it's different from what you said. He still cares about you very much. The King of Southern Yu turned around and said to Xianxia beside him with a smile. Xianxia said nothing. She did not say anything along the lines of "Don't worry about me." Why would this man who loved to do whatever he wanted to do listen to her? However, she also believed that he was not the type of person who would hesitate and allow others to threaten him. Then, the King of Southern Yu turned around and asked, "What do you think? Can I use her to threaten you? Don't you find something as despicable as the mighty King of Southern Yu to do something like that?" Li Qingshan asked. The King of Southern Yu considered it. "It's all right. If I can make you work for me and turn an enemy into a friend, then that's nothing. Li Qingshan, I admire you very much. Become my honored guest. What you obtained in the Green Province, I'll give you 10 times, 100 times more in the Mist Province. Give her back to me, and we'll mind our own business." There might still be room for negotiation with other people, but between us, we're either friends or enemies. I don't want to become enemies for no reason because I'm willing for no reason, but I'm not afraid of becoming enemies either. It's not like there's anything to worry about when there's enough lice. I'll definitely get revenge. In other words, you're determined to become enemies with me? The king of Southern Yu squinted his eyes slightly. Li Qingshan's toughness had exceeded his imagination, but it was also within reason. Whether I'm an enemy or a friend is up to you, king of Yu. However, I, Li Qingshan, will never submit to others, sell my life for others, or be threatened by others. Li Qingshan took out a handful of calculation rods, black and white, and held them horizontally in his hands. Before Xian boarded the soaring dragon ship with the myriad poison ancestor, in order to prevent something strange from happening, he gave the lost stocks of the king of Yu to Li Qingshan first. You actually gave him the lost stocks of the king of Yu in exchange for suppressing his inner demons. You actually gave him the lost stocks of the king of Yu in exchange for suppressing his inner demons? In the projection in the air, the king of Southern Yu was rather surprised. Then his gaze landed on Gong Yuan's face, and he understood slightly. He said he had come for Li Qingshan, but actually, his main objective was still to force Gong Yuan to hand over the lost stocks of the king of Yu in exchange for a promise that he would not support Fire Melt Mountain. He never thought there would be another change at the last moment. This Li Qingshan. That's the spoils of war of my clan. I can give it to anyone. In the past, the former king of the kingdom of Yu made a name for himself through divination, but in the end, he still lost by a single move and miscalculated, dying in the South Sea. I'd advise the king of Yu not to take unnecessary risks. If another conflict arises, it'll probably be a grievance that will last for millennia or even millennia. Although the kingdom of Yu had failed to conquer the South Sea in the past, they had dealt a heavy blow to the merfolk of the South Sea. In the end, the two sides negotiated a truce. In the future, the successive kings of Yu all wanted revenge, but none of them dared to get involved in this mess again. They only used Fire Melt Mountain to contain them. Faced with the aggressive king of Southern Yu, Gong Yuan immediately recovered her cold and proud nature as a king. However, her current posture was detrimental to her bearing as a king, so she continued to lean into Li Qingshan's arms. The king of Southern Yu never expected Gong Yuan to stand on Li Qingshan's side in such a clear-cut manner. Was it because she wanted to save Xian? But according to his knowledge, Gong Yuan was not such a gentle person. However, the thoughts of women were unfathomable, so it was difficult to guess. There seem to be 2 stocks missing. The last 2 are with me. Gong Yuan immediately took out the black and white stocks of the lost stocks of the king of Yu and said coldly, "Release her, and you can obtain all of the lost stocks of the king of Yu." The king of Southern Yu fell silent for a while. Li Qingshan, if there comes a day when you become my enemy, I'd rather not have these bargaining chips. The strength that Li Qingshan had displayed was simply too terrifying. If they had no choice but to become enemies, they would have to kill him at all costs. There is no need to swear an oath. Does King Yu think that I will submit to someone? Li Qingshan said loudly. The king of Southern Yu nodded with a smile. He really doesn't. Suddenly, he changed the topic. But after saying so much, you're still wearing your helmet. Isn't that too rude? Li Qingshan shuddered inside. After breaking through to the 5th layer of the tiger demon, his strength had skyrocketed, but the spirit turtle was unable to suppress his demonic nature at all, so he was unable to recover his human appearance. That was why he had been covering himself with the horned helmet the entire time. He never thought the king of Southern Yu would notice something. He ignored the king of Southern Yu's threats and went as far as to fight. He had also been influenced by the tiger demon. The more powerful the enemy he faced, the more violent and bloodthirsty the tiger demon would become. After a moment of hesitation, he made up his mind. Everyone below was extremely nervous. They were afraid that they would suddenly fall out and the king of Southern Yu would suddenly start a massacre. They did not even have the strength to run right now. The coldness of the frozen sea reached into the sky, and feather-sized flakes of snow drifted down. In this icy confrontation, the king of Southern Yu suddenly laughed aloud. I see. I should have thought of that a long time ago. No wonder you're not afraid of becoming enemies with me. Everyone looked at one another, all surprised and curious. They had no idea what the king of Southern Yu had seen. He actually said that Li Qingshan was not afraid of becoming enemies with him. Even though they had become rather numb from the shock from Li Qingshan's various actions, they could not help but feel shocked again now. That was the king of Southern Yu. Even Fire Melt Mountain could only be regarded as a small organization compared to him. Just what was this Li Qingshan capable of? North Moon. Gong Yuan raised her head and murmured softly. When the horned helmet turned into demon chi and dispersed, it revealed a handsome face that was completely different from Li Qingshan's. It had 2 horns on its head, and its scarlet hair was like fire. The 2 words North Moon were engraved on the horns. She was still rather confused, but the king of Southern Yu remembered this name extremely clearly. Back then, the Dragon King of the Sea had pursued him all the way to the Mist Province for this demon. It was no wonder that the Banyan Tree King would favor a human so much. As it turned out, he was not a human at all, but a rare genius of the demon race. The Banyan Tree King probably played a role in him being able to escape from the Dragon King of the Sea's pursuit. Although she had no idea how he managed to fool everyone with his identity as a human, his reason for coming to the Mist Province was as clear as day. He was clearly hiding from the Dragon King of the Sea. Since he had even included one of the 10 demon kings, the Dragon King of the Sea, on his list of revenge, he obviously had no fear of offending another king of Yu. Most importantly, he was not the first demon to infiltrate the Chan monastery of Devanaga. Once his identity was exposed, not only would the Chan monastery of Devanaga no longer tolerate him, but the king of Chu would not tolerate him either. At the same time, he was a sworn enemy of the Dragon King of the Sea, which was equivalent to saying the entire Green Province, both humans and demons, were his enemies. Why would he help the Green Province fight against the Mist Province? Your Majesty, what do you think? Li Qingshan said. After breaking through to the 5th layer of the Tiger Demon, even if the Dragon King of the Sea came after him again, he would have the ability to protect himself. Only strength is fundamental. Very good. The projection in the air suddenly disappeared. After a while, Ru Xian flew down from the Silver Dragon King. Li Qingshan and Gong Yuan threw up the Yu King lost stalks in their hands at the same time. The Silver Dragon King shot down a silver radiance and the Yu King lost stalks flew up along with the silver radiance. The King of Southern Yu stood up. He was also slightly excited as he combined the 2 pieces of divination slips together. In an instant, a dragon's roar rang out, and the shadow of a dragon rose into the sky. In the beginning, it was only as thick as an arm, but in the blink of an eye, it became as large as a water tank, soaring around the Silver Dragon King like a great river. Li Qingshan raised his head and was shocked. The figure of the dragon was extremely blurry. He had seen countless forms of dragons in the past. He had once possessed a demon dragon sword that could transform into a dragon, but it was different from the demon dragon sword, different from the fire dragon of the giant god of fire, and different from the black dragon that Si Qing had transformed into. This was the aura of a true dragon. Quite a while later, the figure of the dragon gradually shrank again, returning to the Silver Dragon King. The myriad poison ancestor said, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. You've regained a great treasure of the kingdom of Yu. Your chances of victory against the kingdom of Chu have increased by a little. Even with this treasure, it can't divine everything that happens in the world. All descendants of the kingdom of Yu should heed the lesson of the previous king. From today onwards, this piece of divination will be called the Yu King Lost Stalks," said the king of Southern Yu. The Silver Dragon King split through the clouds and took off. The king of Southern Yu's voice rang out from afar, "King of Savages, if you want to drink in the future, come to the king of Yu's estate. I'll treat you to the best alcohol in the Mist Province." Since he had decided not to become enemies with him, an existence with startling strength and potential like this was extremely worth befriending. The Banyan Tree King had already expressed his desire to ascend. Perhaps he would be the next demon king of the Mist Province. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Only when the Silver Dragon King vanished into the horizon did Li Qingshan lower his head. Gong Yuan pushed him away gently and broke free from his embrace. She stowed the heart of the abyss away slowly. Li Qingshan withdrew his consciousness too, and the feeling of compatibility was immediately severed. He was still rather reluctant to part with her, but Gong Yuan's expression was so cold that it seemed like a layer of ice had formed over her. She seemed to have turned against him mercilessly. Li Qingshan smiled and did not mind. He put on the horned helmet again and said to Ru Xian, "Are you fine?" Ru Xian smiled. "Fortunately, you're not stupid enough to be threatened." "I was so close." There was some relief in Li Qingshan's smile. Just now, he was not actually as resolute as he seemed. He was certain the king of Southern Yu would not stoop so low as to threaten him with Ru Xian's life, but if the situation really deteriorated to that extent, he would still hold himself back and compromise. He would never watch Ru Xian die in front of him for the sake of something like his pride. Ru Xian's heart softened. She wanted to mock him like usual, but she could not bring herself to say it. However, she had a belief in her heart. She would rather die than watch him lower his head to someone else for her. Then she glanced at Gong Yuan deeply and said, "Thank you." Gong Yuan sucked in a deep breath and pushed Li Qingshan away. She stowed the heart of the abyss away and recovered her cold and arrogant expression. "Don't flatter yourself. I'm only doing this for your stone heart. Don't forget about your promise. Don't listen to her nonsense. She was very concerned about you earlier. She just suffered from qi deviation from cultivation, which is why she's suppressing her normal emotions. The aura of Ruin's End really is far too extreme." Li Qingshan immediately retorted. Just now, he was connected to Gong Yuan mentally, so he could sense all of her emotions. Gong Yuan was furious. "Shut up." Ru Xian smiled. Although she still could not forgive him, she felt slightly relieved. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Ionor. Your support is my greatest motivation. Fellow Gong, I'm willing to assist you in destroying the fire devourers. Ji Changfeng comforted the remaining disciples and elders of the Cloud Sail sect before riding the wind over. He was furious and sorrowful, but he was in high spirits. With the assistance of your divine wind, we can definitely take down Fire Melt Mountain and make the fire devourers pay with their blood. Gong Yuan riled up, and her eyes lit up. Her main objective this time was to rope Ji Changfeng into their group. This would be the most important part of the battle against the fire devourers, but Ji Changfeng had always been evasive. She never expected the fire devourers to help her out so much in the end. Afterwards, she told Ji Changfeng about the existence of Stoneheart. "Is this true?" Ji Changfeng stared at Ru Xian in disbelief. He was very curious about just what kind of appearance she wore behind the bronze mask. He thought, on one hand, she's the myriad poison ancestor's disciple in name, but on the other hand, she's used by the king of Southern Yu to threaten Li Qingshan. She's even connected to Gong Yuan in countless ways. Just who is she? As real as I can be. Ru Xian bowed slightly. If you can really accomplish this, then you'll be the benefactor of my Cloud Sail sect. Please accept a bow from me. For the sake of revenge, Ji Changfeng was already willing to pay any price, but he was not particularly confident in taking down Fire Melt Mountain. Ru Xian's extremely vicious plan of wiping out the clan was just too much to his liking. He was basically like a person about to die of thirst seeing a pool of clear water. Overwhelmed by his emotions, he bowed towards Ru Xian without any regard for his status. It was obvious that if the Cloud Sail sect survived this disaster, the future generations of descendants would all be taught to wipe out Fire Melt Mountain. This hatred would be passed down, constantly being filled with new flesh and blood, growing deeper and deeper until one side was destroyed. Ru Xian returned the bow in a hurry. "You flatter me." Then Ji Changfeng said to Li Qingshan, "Fellow Li, I can't thank you enough. I'm truly unable to return the favor. If you need me in the future, please feel free to ask." "Well said. However, you've ruined the Fire Devourers' plans this time. The Fire Devourers will never spare Savage Mountain. The South cannot be compared to the South Sea." Ji Changfeng analyzed the situation for Li Qingshan. In short, Savage Mountain was very dangerous, and so was Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan listened with a heavy expression, but he understood in his heart that Ji Changfeng wanted to pull him on board so that he could have more power for his revenge. Gong Yuan also said, "You've witnessed the power of the Fire Devourers. The Divine Fire Tablets are the divine artifacts of the ancient Divine Kingdom. They've probably only obtained them recently, so they still haven't unleashed their full power. Once they recover their strength, not only will Savage Mountain be destroyed, but even your life will be in danger. However, for the sake of how you've saved me today, I'll provide you with protection." The two of them echoed each other, which made Li Qingshan secretly sneer. He obviously wanted to take down Fire Melt Mountain very much and obtain the legendary Divine Wutong Tree, but he would not go so far as to be fooled into fighting to the death with the Fire Devourers just because of a few empty words. The most important thing to understand was that Gong Yuan and Ji Chongfeng needed Li Qingshan's help, not the other way around. As a result, he interrupted them. "I'm very glad that the two of you know how to repay a debt of gratitude, but I've already said it in the Filian Hall back then. I don't like these flowery words. First of all, the South is indeed different from the South Sea. The Fire Devourers can indeed destroy my Savage Mountain, but they have to consider the consequences of other folk slaughtering cultivators, not to mention that I'm a white-hawk commander of the Imperial Court. That's one of the reasons. Do you think the Fire Devourers have so many misgivings? The world is about to fall into chaos right now, and the Imperial Court is weak. Why would they still care about the South? They've already become honored guests of the king's estate, so there's even less reason for them to fear some white hawk commander." Gong Yuan retorted coldly. She needed Li Qingshan's power very much to subdue her inner demons and increase her cultivation. And only when the two of them worked together could they push the heart of the abyss to the limit and fend off the Fire Devourer's divine fire tablets. Otherwise, the battle this time would be extremely horrific. That's why there's still the second reason. If it really doesn't work out, I'll just return to the Green Province. Li Qingshan laid out his hands. Gong Yuan and Ji Chongfeng immediately fell silent. Li Qingshan had no grievances with the Fire Devourers, so there was absolutely no need for him to throw his life at them. Savage Mountain was not the Crystal Palace either. It was just a cultivation dwelling that he had stolen in the first place, so giving it up was no big deal. Gong Yuan said, "Just a few threats from the Fire Devourers are enough to scare the mighty king of savages into running back to the Green Province? It's not like I've lost anything anyway. I've just been cursed a little. Once I undergo the third heavenly tribulation, I'll come back for revenge. Isn't that much simpler?" Li Qingshan said like it was obvious. "You dash your majesty, I don't owe you anything. Instead, you still owe me 5 years to use the heart of the abyss." Li Qingshan reminded. "I only hugged you. It's not like I've slept with you. Don't you think you can coax me onto the ship with just a few words?" Ji Chongfeng let out a long sigh. "Fellow, are you really just going to leave like this?" "No, I'll stay behind and assist you in taking down Fire Melt Mountain," Li Qingshan said, "but I'm not your savior. I don't need your gratitude or protection. Instead, I need actual benefits. Since it's an alliance, then there should be sincerity. We need to figure out what each party should receive and what they should pay. The planning before the battle and the distribution after the battle are both indispensable. We can't just stick it all together like this. What do you think? You're still the one who's thought it through." "That's exactly how it should be." Ji Chongfeng immediately agreed. He had already begun planning what Li Qingshan had mentioned a long time ago. It was very easy for the weak to be coerced and sacrificed if they worked together with the strong. There had to be a set of rules. As a result, he said he was willing to lend Gong Yuan a hand, not asking Gong Yuan to avenge him. However, he could not bring himself to do it, so he could not put it as bluntly as Li Qingshan. Most importantly, he did indeed have an irreconcilable grievance with Fire Melt Mountain. Now that Li Qingshan was interested in a formal alliance, he obviously welcomed it with open arms. The main reason why the Cloud Sail sect had faced such a disaster this time was still because of the merfolk of the South Sea. They needed to receive the corresponding compensation, find a suitable island, and rebuild the Cloud Sail sect. "How do you want to form an alliance?" Gong Yuan sank into thought. "First of all, your attitude. What I need is respect, not exploitation. Don't use your grand, high-end schemes of kingship on me." When he reached there, Li Qingshan communicated, "If you were as obedient as just now in my arms, our partnership would be much more pleasant." "Sure." Gong Yuan squeezed out 2 words from between her teeth. "As for the rest, this isn't the place to talk. We both need time to consolidate our cultivation, so why don't we all go back and recuperate first?" We can gather in the Crystal Palace on the next night of the full moon and discuss how we're going to take down Fire Melt Mountain. Gong Yuan and Ji Chongfeng both expressed their agreement, so Li Qingshan bid farewell and left, returning to Savage Mountain with Ru Xian and Little Anne. They flew 500 kilometers away, leaving Giant Ship Island far behind. A cool breeze blew, and the moon shone brightly. The ocean was boundless, and the sound of the waves continued. It was peaceful. The great battle seemed like a dream, but the increase in strength was real. Li Qingshan was in an extremely good mood. The fifth layer of the tiger demon had multiplied his strength. The third layer of the phoenix required him to balance fire and water again to obtain the third innate ability of the phoenix. If it was still the phoenix's nerva, that meant he would have 2 chances at rebirth. If he included the time when he turned into an egg, that would be 3 times. Just who could kill him? The ink sea was already close. The east glowed, and the sky brightened. White seagulls flew past in groups on the gradually fading sea. 2 rays of light streaked across the sky and landed on a small island on the horizon. This was the most common isolated island in the South Sea. The only special thing was that there was a volcano on the island. The volcano was not big, or rather, very small, only 200 or 300 meters tall. A black pillar of smoke rose from it, and it would erupt from time to time, causing the entire island to tremble. Ru Xian stood on the white beach and looked up at the small volcano. She slowly took off her mask, and her expression was somewhat complicated, as if she had sunk into a distant memory. There was indescribable pain and happiness. Li Qingshan looked at her quietly. He had little and returned to Savage Mountain first, and he accompanied Ru Xian to the east, all the way here. Along the way, she did not say a word, and he stayed silent as well. Ru Xian took a deep breath, and her smile was somewhat forced. Come with me to take a look? Although there's nothing to see, Li Qingshan said, lead the way. Ru Xian walked into the depths of the dense forest, and Li Qingshan followed closely behind. He watched as she stretched out her arms like a child, her fingertips sliding across the trees beside her. Every ordinary branch and leaf seemed to record a distant memory. Their field of vision suddenly widened, and an empty space suddenly appeared in the dense forest. Although it was called an empty space, it was only because there were no trees. In the waist-high weeds, under the slanting sunlight, sat a small wooden house. It was covered in moss and entangled with vines. It had long been dilapidated, but one could still feel a sense of delicacy. Its original owner must have put a lot of effort into it. Ru Xian looked back, as if to confirm that Li Qingshan was still behind her. Her expression was like that of a lost child, with an indescribable weakness and confusion. Li Qingshan's heart tightened, and he went forward to hold her hand tightly. It was cold to the bone. The two of them walked along the cobblestone path that was submerged in weeds and came to the door of the hut. The door was tightly locked and rusted, but there were still remnants of the spiritual aura of a spell protecting the hut from the invasion of wild beasts. Ru Xian stretched out her hand and touched it gently. With a crash, the lock of the door broke into pieces. The spiritual aura dispersed and the door was opened. The memories that had been sealed for a long time came rushing back. Ru Xian seemed to have turned into a jade beauty, standing motionlessly in front of the door. The house was not big, and everything was neatly arranged. The previous owner did not seem to have left in a hurry. It was just a long journey, and he hoped to return one day. However, the thick layer of dust silently indicated that no one had returned. Li Qingshan wanted to say something but hesitated. He didn't know what to do. He felt that it was even more troublesome than facing the giant god of fire. After a long time, Ru Xian softly said, I'm back. With teary eyes, she smiled at Li Qingshan and said, it's not as hard as I thought. Where is this place? Li Qingshan used his rough big hand to wipe her tears. Although he wanted to be gentle, the effect was not very good. Don't touch. Ru Xian pushed his hand away. The place where I was born is also my home. Do you think I like to touch? It's as hard as a rock. Your family is really poor. No wonder you had to run away from home and even seek a living in Qingzhou. Poor my ass, what do you know? Li Qingshan chuckled. As the dignified king of savages, I won't stoop to the level of a poor person. If you have anything to say, say it quickly. I'm in a hurry. I won't tell you even if you beg me. Ru Xian glared at him fiercely. Her eyes turned fiery red in an instant. Li Qingshan was slightly taken aback before coming to a slight understanding. He let out an undetectable sigh. I'm begging you, great sister Ru Xian, just tell me. Ru Xian considered it. Fine, since you're begging me like that, it's just an old story anyway. You knew a long time ago that I'm not a pure merfolk bloodline. I'm also a fire devourer, which comes from my father. Don't look at me like that. How would I know what they were doing back then? With how pure their bloodline is, it's clearly difficult for them to produce offspring with their own race. I wonder what kind of bullshit joke the heavens are playing, hee hee. In other words, you're the flower of water and fire I've been looking for? Li Qingshan came to a slight understanding. Sure enough, the medicine that could balance water and fire could only come from her. Merfolk and fire devourers were natural water and fire spirits. Being able to balance water and fire and give birth to Ru Xian was practically a miracle. Is there something wrong with your head? I told you a long time ago that the flower of water and fire doesn't exist. I'm a person, not a flower. Ru Xian roared without a care for her image, startling a flock of birds. Li Qingshan rubbed his nose. The spirit turtle suppresses the seas, I'll endure it. Only after cursing him for being an idiot did Ru Xian explain, my mother searched hundreds, if not thousands, of undersea volcanoes, but she didn't find a single one. The legend is fake. Your mother searched. Li Qingshan was mildly surprised. Do you think balancing fire and water is very simple? Ru Xian tried her best to speak as calmly and as unconcerned as she could, recounting her distant childhood, but her voice could not help but sink. A very long time ago, the child born in this tiny wooden hut was on the brink of death from the day she was born. She suffered from the torment of two different powers. The cold and fever took turns acting up, almost taking her life. Perhaps she was not the first hybrid between a fire devourer and a merfolk. In her words, she was a mongrel, but not a single one of them managed to reach adulthood and become known to the world. Fortunately, her parents were powerful enough, sparing no effort, time, energy, or even their cultivation and lifespan to balance fire and water for her. Whenever the fever flared up, she would suck on the tip of her mother's finger, feeding on her essence blood, and vice versa. Only then did she survive. Parental love truly is great. Li Qingshan could not help but sigh when he heard that. His heart skipped a beat. Don't tell me the spiritual medicine you refined is. You can call me mother, Ru Xian said indifferently. Fuck you. Li Qingshan suddenly scooped up Ru Xian and laughed aloud. What a treasure. If anyone dares to touch a hair on you apart from me, I'll chop off their head. Ru Xian was speechless, but she felt much more relaxed for some reason. Li Qingshan said, Come. Let's tidy up this place. We'll consummate our marriage tonight and comfort your parents' souls in heaven. Ru Xian kicked him in the stomach. Aren't you in a hurry? Comfort my ass. With a series of jokes, the sorrowful atmosphere finally lightened a little. Ru Xian stepped into the room and tidied it up. She brushed away the thick layer of dust, and the household utensils came to life once more. Li Qingshan did not help her. He crossed his arms and leaned against the door frame, sniggering. You say you don't want it, but your body's pretty obedient, huh? Before he had even finished speaking, a pot smashed over. Get out of here. Li Qingshan propped up his head with one hand and held the pot in the other, sitting on the stone steps at the entrance. He opened his mouth and blew gently, and the wild grass snapped, swept into the air by the wind. The courtyard immediately became spacious, revealing wells, streams, and countless tiny, verdant insects, spreading their wings and soaring into the air. He suddenly frowned and stood up, placing the pot beside him. He sensed a familiar aura approach. The woman with the coldness of the abyss stopped at the edge of the island. After a moment of hesitation, she made her way through the jungle and arrived before Li Qingshan. She was all alone. Her magnificent, silken dress and noble crown of ice clashed with the atmosphere of the hut in the woods. When the sunlight landed on her, it seemed to become cold, losing its original warmth. Just when Li Qingshan was about to say something, Ru Xian walked out of the hut. The scorching, furious aura truly demonstrated her bloodline as a fire devourer. "What are you doing here? I didn't think you'd return here," Gong Yuan sighed. "What, you still want to chase me out?" Ru Xian sneered as flames burned in her eyes. Gong Yuan was speechless. After quite a while, she said softly, "Apologies, that's not the outcome I want to see. I originally thought you could leave the south, the territory of Fire Melt Mountain, and start over in a new place. The South Sea was vast, but it could not contain them. A fire devourer, a traitor, and a detestable mongrel." Her apology and explanation seemed to take Ru Xian by surprise. She was left speechless for a moment. "I can compensate you. After all, you're my..." Gong Yuan took a step forward. "Shut up." Ru Xian gradually recovered her composure. "I don't need your compensation. You can't compensate me with anything, nor do we have any relationship. I won't take revenge against the merfolk only because that's not what my mother wants to see. Go, Your Majesty. This is my home. It's not a place you should come to." "Fine then." Gong Yuan did not hope to be forgiven. Instead, it would be more accurate to say that if she was forgiven so easily, it would instead make it even more difficult for her to calm down. She recovered her cold and arrogant demeanor and said to Li Qingshan, "Don't forget about 10 days from now. I'll just wait." Li Qingshan sat down again and fiddled with the jar with his head lowered. The jar was very delicately made. There were beautiful, colorful paintings on it, like a totem mural. It depicted 3 figures, 2 large and 1 small, holding hands as they stood. Although there was no expression on his face, he seemed very happy and serene. After Gong Yuan left, Ru Xian smiled bitterly and said, "I've really embarrassed myself today. You're not as funny as usual today. Why are you still standing there like a fool? Hurry up and tidy up the room. Women should be more diligent." Li Qingshan said without raising his head, as if he was the head of a family ordering his wife. Ru Xian was about to kick Li Qingshan, but she stopped halfway. Li Qingshan held the clay pot in front of his face and said, "Be careful, if you break it, I won't be able to compensate you." Ru Xian snatched the earthen jar and returned to the house. She spent some effort to tidy up the house. The windows were bright and the tables were clean and spotless. All the painted earthen jars of various sizes were neatly arranged. She placed her hands on her waist and examined it with satisfaction. Suddenly, a ball of flame ignited in her palm. With a light toss, it flew out and spread rapidly. The flame soon connected into a large area and devoured the place called home. Crackle, crackle, the furniture burned and the utensils broke. Her face was illuminated by the firelight. She stared at this scene in a daze, her expression constantly changing. If one looked carefully, they would see that it was only the flickering of the firelight. Her expression was still like a jade sculpture. Li Qingshan gently embraced her. She murmured, "Qingshan, as a cultivator, you can't be too emotional. They are talented and should have a very long lifespan and a very long road. Then wouldn't you be gone? I'd rather not have me. If not for me. Do they regret it?" Li Qingshan interrupted. "No." Ru Xian thought for a moment. "Then it's settled. As for feelings or not, it's all nonsense. It's just that they aren't strong enough." Li Qingshan did not believe that there was any supreme truth in the world that could restrict all living beings. He did not believe that good people will be rewarded, just like he did not believe that good people will not be rewarded. Since there was no such truth, why not forget all worries, follow his own will, and stride forward? "Alright, let's just say you're right. But then we can only fight in the wild," Li Qingshan said in a rather regretful manner. The corner of Ru Xian's eye twitched. She resisted the urge to curse. By now, the hut had already completely turned into a torch. The flames constantly extended towards the sky. Li Qingshan stomped down gently with his right foot, leaving behind a deep footprint. The power of tremor silently penetrated the island. With a great rumble, the volcano erupted violently like never before. Boiling lava sprayed high into the air, sprinkling across the entire island. Very soon, the entire island was set ablaze. He had already unfurled his phoenix wings, flying off with Ru Xian in his arms. Then he sighed. Now, we don't even have a place to fight in the wild. Cough, cough, maybe I'm a crude person, so I don't really understand emotions that are too delicate. Compared to remembering my deceased family, I still prefer making my enemies suffer 10 times, 100 times the pain. What do you think? That's right. Ru Xian's eyes became determined from hatred. She gazed in the direction of Fire Melt Mountain. On the main peak of Fire Melt Mountain, the 3 fire-devouring kings stood in the crater of the volcano, gulping in the flames and rapidly recovering their strength. A while later, Zhu Fan opened his eyes first and muttered Li Qingshan viciously. He was tempted to go to Savage Mountain right now and reduce everything to ashes. Zhu Zai advised, there's no need to panic, King Fan. Perhaps that Li Qingshan has already been killed by the king of Southern Yu. He came from the Green Province after all. I refuse to believe the king of Southern Yu will just watch as an enemy like him matures. Zhu Yan also said, our priority right now is still to deal with the merfolk of the South Sea. Originally, I thought we could kill Gong Yuan and Ji Changfeng by taking them by surprise, but I never thought we'd expose the divine fire tablets and make them cautious. Humph, cautious? They still haven't witnessed the true power of the divine fire tablets. This time, it's because Li Qingshan pulled some sort of trick and trapped the fire god, but it's also because your control over the fire tablet of man is still lacking. The fire god only has the appearance, not the inside. He can't summon fire god Zhurong's soul sense, nor can he wield it freely and become one with it. My flames of heaven and the disaster king's flames of earth are much weaker too, or the situation would be completely different. Once we completely comprehend the 3 divine glyphs on the divine fire tablets, we won't even need to launch sneak attacks anymore. We'll directly slaughter our way into the Crystal Palace and burn those damned merfolk to ashes. Zhu Zai and Zhu Yan both expressed their agreement, devoting themselves to the comprehension of the divine fire tablets. At the same time, the fire devourers below the mountain played around in the rivers of lava as they absorbed the flames of the earth to cultivate. Fire devourers were just like their name. They did not eat anything, only eating flames. However, flames of the earth were only one of them. They could also set various items alight to taste flames with different flavors. They even had cooking methods similar to humans, setting various items alight together to create special flavors. As a result, fire devourers liked to set things on fire very much. Just this aspect alone made it impossible for them to establish a close connection with the Banyan Tree King like the Shadow Palace. However, the flames of the earth were still the most important. They were equivalent to the staple food of humans. Dazzling, bright yellow filled their vision, surging, burning, and rumbling. This was the sight of magma that would never change. Boom! Nearby, a bubble suddenly exploded. The violent force collided with the spirit turtle's profound shell and cracked. Scorching heat seeped in through the cracks, and the heavy smell of sulfur was suffocating. What was even more terrifying was the scorching fire poison, whistling past and entering through every opening. If it were not for the fact that both Li Qingshan and Ru Xian possessed innate fire bloodlines, they would have been in danger of dying from that. However, even more terrifying was the invisible underground magnetic field, which made it difficult for his innate abilities to operate normally. It took him quite a while to repair the crack on the spirit turtle's profound shell. It's too deep here. Even I can't maintain it for too long. Li Qingshan communicated with Ru Xian. Once the spirit turtle's profound shell shattered, he could still escape, but Ru Xian would definitely die. Go a little further ahead. We need to approach the center of Fire Melt Mountain. Ru Xian pointed in a direction. All right. Li Qingshan carried Ru Xian as he advanced slowly through the magma. He had to carefully avoid the unstable regions. If he accidentally caused many bubbles to explode at the same time, he would be in trouble. It's here. Ru Xian said suddenly. We're several dozen kilometers above the ground at the very least. Can your virus be effective? Li Qingshan doubted. If we go any further up, we'll approach the formations of Fire Melt Mountain. Don't worry. The myriad poison ancestor can pollute a river that stretches over 100 kilometers with a wave of his hand. This is his painstaking effort as well. water descends while fire rises. This is equivalent to upstream. It's perfect for poisoning. Li Qingshan had discovered a long time ago that the flames of the earth in this region were extremely unstable, rapidly surging upwards. The fire devourers must have purposefully drawn the flames up for devouring fire for cultivation, equivalent to humans digging a well to draw water. However, he was also rather curious. Is the river the same as this? Water and fire oppose each other, but there are also similarities. Brat, your comprehension is still lacking. Just watch obediently. Ru Xian said with a smile. She folded her hands together and quickly formed a hand seal. Her expression suddenly became incomparably solemn. Li Qingshan retreated slightly. Gradually, a ghostly figure appeared on her body. It was the plague ghost that she had painstakingly cultivated for many years. It was a powerful secret art of the medicine clan. It had the miraculous power to infect the enemy with a serious illness. The plague ghost was wrapped in bandages, deformed and twisted, covered in sores and pus, emitting a rotten and filthy smell. Apart from that, his body was also covered in a layer of grayish-white, giving off a deathly aura that made one's heart palpitate. He was like a patient who had been bedridden for many years and had lost all feeling of physical and mental pain. He didn't even have the desire to live. He could only wait for death numbly. The plague ghost separated itself from her and turned around to face her. In that moment, Ru Xian hesitated. She had refined the plague ghost for many years, and it was originally for revenge against the fire devourers. Now that she could finally take action, a dark, old face appeared before her. Doctors were like parents. Fu Huazi's influence on her was far greater than she had imagined him to be. The word forgive was his greatest hope for her. She sucked in a deep breath and murmured, "I'm sorry, Master. I've disappointed you. I can't forgive anyone. You don't understand what your master is trying to say at all. The old man feels like you won't be able to get revenge in this lifetime, so he doesn't want you to die. If he knew the current situation, what do you think he would say?" Li Qingshan said. What would he say? Spare his ancestors and forgive his seventh uncle for killing those fire devourers. Li Qingshan bellowed. My master isn't that vulgar. Ru Xian burst into laughter as if anything that conflicted her became extremely simple from his mouth. His decision of in for a penny, in for a pound, was something that she really could not learn. As a result, with a gentle push, the plague ghost flew out of the spirit turtle's profound shell and suddenly burst into flames. The flames were grayish-white like rocks, merging with the flames of the earth and rising upwards. At this moment, like the final radiance of a setting sun, she let out a scream, which was filled with bone-deep pain and despair. Ru Xian gazed at it blankly. That was the voice that had once echoed through her heart day and night. Only by constantly cleansing and suppressing it with the water of oblivion could she prevent herself from falling into madness before her revenge. Suddenly, she felt her heart empty, as if a boulder had fallen to the ground. She felt unprecedentedly light, yet there was also an indescribable emptiness. Oh no, let's go. Li Qingshan picked up Ru Xian and flapped his phoenix wings. He had only flown a short distance when an earth bubble burst loudly behind him, leading to a series of explosions. A heavy sense of danger surged through his heart. Li Qingshan constantly divined and changed the direction of his flight, dodging the attacks of the earth bubbles at the last moment every single time. The cracks on the spirit turtle's profound shell grew denser and denser. All the volcanoes in the 400 kilometers of fire melt mountain erupted together. In particular, on the main peak, flames surged into the sky, scattering down like a rain of fire. The fire devourers cheered and spread their arms, welcoming the rain of fire from above. They were in a frenzy. Even on Fire Melt Mountain, a volcanic eruption like this was not common. It was treated as a symbol of auspiciousness and celebration, as well as a great opportunity for cultivation. The deeper underground the flames were, the purer they would be. Now doesn't seem like the time to erupt. Zhu Yan said in some confusion. Do you hear something? Zhu Zai turned her head and listened carefully. She seemed to hear a scream, but it also seemed like an illusion within the rumbles of the volcanoes. The surges of the magma have always been unpredictable. Could this be an auspicious omen from the fire god? Let's not worry about that. Let's focus on cultivation and attack as soon as possible. Let's destroy Savage Mountain first. Zhu Fen said. Yes, King Fen. Zhu Yan and Zhu Zai also felt like they had been overthinking things. Were there supposed to be other enemies who would charge through the magma to attack them? That was basically suicidal, and unlike the Cloud Sail sect, the geographical advantage of Fire Melt Mountain could not be destroyed through any means. As a result, they settled down and continued cultivating. A while later, the surface of a tranquil lake surrounded by mountains 500 kilometers away suddenly began to surge. With a great boom, a scarlet figure burst out of the surface of the lake. Flames followed closely behind, rushing into the sky and only dispersing after reaching several hundred meters. The lake immediately began to boil, turning into surging white smoke. Li Qingshan landed heavily on the ground. The spirit turtle's profound shell had already shattered. He unfurled his phoenix wings, and Ru Xian's jade-black eyes were currently looking at him. Her face was brimming with an enchanting smile. Seeing how she was safe and sound, Li Qingshan let out a sigh of relief. His eyes suddenly narrowed. As it turned out, her clothes were quite the impressive arcane artifact, but they had been reduced to ashes under the scorching flames of the earth. It was all thanks to the heavenly tome of cloud furnace she practiced that she had refined her body to become as tough as jade, which was why her jade-white body had not been exposed under the impact of the flames of the earth. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. He lowered his head and kissed her faint, pink lips. All he heard was a moan, and the jade-like body in his arms softened. The white pillar of smoke soared into the sky and blended into the gloomy dark clouds. The world was dark and gloomy. In the dark and dense forest, a white jade-like soft body rippled in the darkness, showing an inhumanly delicate softness. It was slightly less human, but it was so beautiful that it made people's hearts palpitate. Her lips were like red jade, like a red plum blossom on a vast expanse of snow. Her eyes were like black jade, like two spots of thick ink on a white paper, flowing with light and overflowing with color. This exquisite white jade beauty was being held in the arms of a man. His strong and slender body seemed to be cast from ancient bronze. If a beauty was like jade, it would be exquisite, gentle, and elegant. Then he would be rough and unrestrained, without any carving. And at this moment, they seemed to be one, indistinguishable from each other. Heavy rain poured down, falling on their bodies. The raindrops rolled down, but no one noticed. Li Qingshan kissed her deeply as if he had poured all of his attention into the kiss, forgetting about everything around him. What burned in his heart was not the flames of lust, nor was there the excitement and complacency from finally succeeding after yearning for so many years. Instead, there was a deeper tenderness. He wanted to soothe the indescribable pain in her heart. He wanted to obtain all of her reliance and trust. Ru Xian frowned, her eyelashes trembling, as if she was enduring great pain, but also enjoying great joy. A tear rolled down from the corner of her eye. At first, it was indistinguishable from the raindrops, but it condensed into a crystal white mermaid pearl in midair. Their lips parted. Ru Xian opened her eyes and saw Li Qingshan looking at her with a smile. Holding the mermaid pearl in his hand. In her memory, there was someone who looked at her like this, constantly mouthing words to comfort her, "Don't be afraid, don't cry." Then he was swallowed by the flames, turning into ashes. That scene was something she would never be able to forget. It was the most gentle blessing, but also the deepest nightmare. And so she survived, never crying again, until this moment. "Give it back to me." A layer of red appeared on her face, as if she was even more embarrassed than being naked. "No." He dodged her grasp, already putting away the mermaid pearl. "This is your gift to me." "No, you're not going to do it." She straightened up and stared at him. Although he had long known that she was not as ladylike as she looked, she had a rather fiery and bold temperament. But when he heard this, he felt a little overwhelmed. He shrugged and said, "If you don't want to go, then don't. Let me go." She struggled, but he didn't seem to have any intention of listening. Instead, he smiled and hugged her in his arms again. "Let's hug for a while more." Naturally, she was unable to contend against his strength. She could only use her jade-white arms to gently encircle his neck. She quietly nestled in his arms. The rain became more intense. After a long time, he whispered in her ear, are you feeling better? Yes, she murmured. Let's go back. Who are you? Where did you take that lecherously Xianxia who's even worse than a beast? Xian widened her eyes as if she did not recognize him. Li Qingshan rolled his eyes. He could not be bothered with her. Although he had joked about having sex in the open, that was just a joke. He was indeed perverted, but he was not so perverted that he could not control his lower half. She was currently in a state of turmoil. What she needed was peace and comfort, not more stimulation. Xian smiled and stood up gracefully, revealing her slender, pure white body to him without any care at all. She chose a dress from her summer ring and put it on before patting his cheek. That's what you get for pretending to be a gentleman. You regret it now, don't you? A little. Heh, you can't escape from me anyway. Li Qingshan leapt up. Once we take Fire Melt Mountain, we'll properly celebrate. Xian smiled and did not comment. Li Qingshan condensed a suit of demonic armor with demon chi again and rushed into the air with her in his arms, heading straight for Savage Mountain. Returning to Savage Mountain, Xian returned to her dwelling to cultivate. Her experiences in the Cloud Sail sect had benefited her tremendously. The distant memories gradually stopped bothering her, and she found some relief in her mind. If she could settle down and completely eliminate her inner demons, it would be of great benefit to her cultivation. She would truly be able to unleash the wonders of the heavenly tome of Cloud Furnace. And she still had to continue refining pills that balanced water and fire for him. You're useless. Li Qingshan watched as Xian returned to her dwelling, and little and said from the side. What did you say? Li Qingshan doubted his ears. So much for asking to return first, and you actually didn't accomplish anything. Little and turned her head away in disdain. What nonsense are you thinking? What we have is pure friendship. Li Qingshan shot a glance at him. Little and immediately smiled. Li Qingshan sniggered and carelessly rubbed her hair. I'll go discuss this with the Tree King. Sitting before the great banyan tree, Li Qingshan told the banyan tree king everything that had happened during this trip, seeking his wisdom. The banyan tree king said, "You've done very well. I didn't think the flower of water and fire actually meant something like this. It's not a natural spiritual herb, but a hybrid nurtured from the powers of merfolk and fire devourers. There really is a very deep fate between the two of you. There's still a very long road ahead of you, so it's right not to rush things. Feelings need time to build up." Li Qingshan was immediately left speechless. I've come to ask you for advice on strategy, not tips on picking up girls. The fire devourers have become guests of the King of Southern Yu. When we attack Fire Melt Mountain, will the King of Southern Yu really not take action? Or perhaps he'll wait until both of us are heavily injured before rounding us all up in one fell swoop. No one can guarantee that, but the chances aren't great. Why? Because logically speaking, it's impossible for you to take Fire Melt Mountain. What? The merfolk have at least 3/3 heavenly tribulation cultivators. Coupled with my cooperation with Gong Yuan, as well as the Wind Gale King, the Master of the Sword Pavilion, and the Myriad Poison Ancestor, you think we can't take down a single Fire Melt Mountain? Originally, it would have been enough, but the true power of the Divine Fire Tablet still surpasses your imaginations. The fire god you saw was just a small demonstration of its power. Because it was above the ocean, it was even restricted. If the battlefield was on Fire Melt Mountain, the outcome would be completely different. What do I do then? Li Qingshan sank into his thoughts. If the giant god of fire became even stronger, if its power was not depleted, if it was under Zhu Yan's control. Just how terrifying of an existence would they be if the three of them worked together? Right now, all we can do is see the effects of the Stoneheart virus. If it really is as good as Miss Xian says, then the fire devourers will be completely infuriated. Only then will you have the opportunity to take down Fire Melt Mountain. I'll ask the King of Southern Yu for a favor, so you can cultivate in peace for a few years at the very least. Thank you for taking care of me, fellow. Li Qingshan said sincerely. With the Banyan Tree King vouching for him, it could be said to remove his greatest worries. As long as he had a few years, there was a very great chance for him to break through to the fourth layer of the Phoenix's scripture of Nerva. As long as he balanced fire and water, he could become a demon king. By then, there would be nothing for him to worry about anymore. He could go anywhere he wanted in the world. Li Qingshan summoned the cave masters of Savage Mountain to the hall on the top of the mountain again. Many things happened in the Cloud Sail sect this time, but the end result was still pretty good. I've already set a date with the Merfolk Queen Gongyuan. We plan on forming an alliance in 10 days' time in the Crystal Palace to attack Fire Melt Mountain. You need to prepare yourselves. You must be curious about where Yu Wufeng has gone. He's already returned to the South Sea Sword Pavilion with his master. The master of the Sword Pavilion has agreed to assist me when the time comes. After this battle, I'll remove Yu Wufeng's blood oath. It's the same for you. I'll remove the blood oath for anyone who dares to fight and kill and contributes greatly. After this battle, I don't plan on leaving behind anyone's name on the blood oath scroll. The cave masters were shocked. Li Qingshan's intentions were very clear. He wanted them to risk their lives in this battle in exchange for their freedom. However, if they avoided battle passively and dragged out an ignoble existence, only death would await them even if they survived. After breaking through to the 5th layer of the Tiger Demon, Li Qingshan gave off a brutal, bloody aura, which also proved that he was not joking. Don't worry, my king. We'll definitely risk our lives and go through fire and water to help my king take down Fire Melt Mountain. The gentleman of heavenly blubber was the first to stand forward and express his stance. No matter what the other cave masters thought, they all chimed in. Very good. Li Qingshan nodded. He did not care how sincere they were. He stood up and left, leaving behind the 9 cave masters. They were all stern as they looked at one another. The gentleman of heavenly blubber turned around. Don't look like that, everyone. The king of savages has great foresight. Not only is he able to form an alliance with the merfolk, but he even has the guidance of the Banyan Tree King. Since he's determined to attack Fire Melt Mountain, he definitely has a chance at victory. He won't send us to our deaths. However, I know you've always been on good terms, and there are plenty of people who find me an eyesore. But this time, if we don't work together and keep scheming against each other, who's confident they can return alive from Fire Melt Mountain? Li Qingshan had already returned to the 8-point hall in the center of the mountain. He called out to Little and they arrived in the Azure field together. He was just about to ask Yin Qing what the huge stone disc that had fallen from the Azure realm was, when he saw Yin Qing circling around the stone disc, touching it as she looked at it. She seemed very excited. She did not even notice the appearance of Li Qingshan and Little An. This was far too rare for a cautious assassin like her. Li Qingshan asked, Yin Qing, do you know what this is? Of course. This is good stuff. This is called the Azure Altar of Armaments. Don't you lack a suitable weapon, my king? With this, you'll never lack weapons again. Yin Qing's eyes shone. Only after listening to Yin Qing's explanation did Li Qingshan understand the use of the Azure Altar of Armaments. As it turned out, the Azure realm was constantly at war. No matter what kind of weapon it was very easy to damage them. If an Azure died in battle, they could be reborn as long as their battle spirit remained. However, weapons could not be reborn with them. The Azure Altar of Armaments was connected to the legendary Armory of War and Chaos. As long as a damaged weapon was placed there as a sacrifice, they would obtain a brand new weapon. If a large number of regular weapons were sacrificed, they would obtain extremely powerful weapons. There was even a chance for them to obtain a divine weapon. The Azure realm is really generous. Li Qingshan praised. He wanted a suitable weapon, so they sent him an arsenal. He then asked Yin Qing, I haven't had time to ask you, but is that voice really the Azure realm itself? This was what he was most curious about. Could it be that as a world, it also had life and consciousness? Sorry, I don't know either. As an Azure commander, I can't come into contact with such a deep secret. You need to explore it yourself in the future. If you're really the legendary person, you'll definitely be able to unravel this secret. Yin Qing watched the battle between Li Qingshan and the giant god of fire, and her attitude towards Li Qingshan became more and more respectful. It was no longer the perfunctory attitude that didn't care about life and death at the beginning. She showed respect from the bottom of her heart. I'd like to ask, what's the legendary person? The Azure Realm and the Heavenly Tao fight endlessly, but they lose more than they win. It's all because Sakra Heavenly Lord unified the heavens, and all beings in the Heavenly Tao work together. On the other hand, the Azure Realm is like a plate of loose sand without a leader. It's said that an Azure demon god will appear and lead the masses to attack the heavens, obtaining an unprecedented victory. That sounds interesting. Do you think I look like the legendary person? Li Qingshan spread his arms and made a pose. I've never seen the legendary person, so how can I dare to say you look like one? However, since that mysterious existence gave this Azure altar of armaments to you, it must be because it thinks you look like it. Although Yin Qing admired Li Qingshan, it was difficult for her to say that Li Qingshan was the legendary person, as there were far too many legendary people like that in the Azure realm. Every single Azure king she had seen believed they were one. And there were countless Azuras who received revelations and rewards from the mysterious existence. From this angle, if Li Qingshan entered the Azure realm, he could be considered an elite among Azura. He had the spirit and strength to dominate an area, so he was worthy of her loyalty. However, compared to other elites, he wasn't that extraordinary. Li Qingshan smiled. It's not like you'll die if you say something nice. Forget it, I'll try out the magical effects of this Azure altar of armaments. But what kind of weapon should I change to? If you can't decide, why not let the Azure altar of armaments decide? That works? My weapon wasn't a circular blade back then. I got a revelation from the Azure altar of armaments and exchanged it for a void arc. Unfortunately, it was burned. Yin Qing sighed. Don't worry. You fought for me, so I'll help you get a weapon that's no weaker than your original. Li Qingshan patted Yin Qing's shoulder. Yin Qing smiled. In short, Azure believes that the choice of weapon a warrior chooses is a desire from the depths of the soul. It is a kind of fate. Then, I'll give it a try. What is my fate? Qingshan, Li Shan, Yura, Emperor, Dao. Qingshan 2. Say, Shan, Lin, Shan to 2, then, Yura, Lin. In an instant, he saw tens of thousands of weapons floating in the air. The number far exceeded the 18 weapons, but they were all shrouded in a layer of shadow. He waved his hand, and a longsword flew into his hand. He waved all the sword techniques he'd learned in his life, and sure enough, the sword chi crisscrossed, exquisite beyond compare. However, something seemed to be missing, and the shadow on the longsword never faded. He shook his head, threw away the longsword, and picked up a sledgehammer. Time passed bit by bit. Yin Qing and little and stood to the side, watching as Li Qingshan gestured with his empty hands, as if he was using all kinds of weapons. The weapons engraved on the Azure altar of armaments lit up one by one, then dimmed one by one. Li Qingshan frowned. In the blink of an eye, he'd already used 70 to 80 weapons. However, he'd used a dozen sword-type weapons, including giant swords, long swords, short swords, and double-edged swords. There was no need to talk about the others, but he still didn't like them. Yin Qing said that finding a weapon was like going on a blind date, so what he lacked now was love at first sight. He looked around, wondering if something was missing here. Wait, why wasn't there a saber here? Among all kinds of weapons, if one had to say which one was the most common and had the most types, it would definitely be the saber. However, in this space, there were all kinds of weapons, but not a single saber. Not a single saber. So he roared, "Give me a saber." And then there was a saber. It was a very inconspicuous little saber, short and small. It couldn't be called a weapon, but it made Li Qingshan feel that it was very familiar. He reached out and held the little saber in his hand, waved it casually, and suddenly remembered that this was the first weapon he'd ever owned. In that shabby cowshed, with the bonfire boiling meat soup, he'd held this little saber, and forced back his brother and sister-in-law who'd bullied him. It was also this saber that helped him kill his first enemy on that moonlit night after he'd gotten drunk. Li Qingshan was suddenly enlightened, and he let out a long roar, "The gods are watching, justice is only in the saber." With two clangs, the two spiked clubs were first thrown at his feet, and then the various spirit weapons and magic weapons he'd obtained from previous battles were piled on the Azure altar of armaments. 10 weapons, 100 weapons, 300 weapons, 500 weapons. When he put down 527 weapons, the Azure altar of armaments suddenly lit up. Li Qingshan sensed something and knew that this was the limit. It wasn't that the legendary armory of armaments didn't have better weapons, but that with his current cultivation, killing intent, and weapon capacity, he could only exchange for weapons of this level. Li Qingshan felt slightly regretful inside, but Yinqing was very surprised on the side. She had once seen an Azura king use the Azura altar of armaments to exchange for weapons, but the number and quality of the weapons he sacrificed was about the same. As a matter of fact, it was even slightly inferior. This was because the stronger a weapon was, the better. Once it surpassed the user's level of control, the weapon would immediately backfire, and even become the master. This kind of thing was common in the Azura realm. Divine weapons had spirits, and they wouldn't recognize the weak. With his cultivation at the second heavenly tribulation, he was actually able to obtain the recognition of the armory of armaments. Truly inconceivable. If he went to the Azura realm, he would simply be a proud son of heaven, an elite among the elites. Sacrifice! Li Qingshan bellowed out, and the 527 weapons all flew up, spinning into the Azura altar of armaments and vanishing. When the last weapon disappeared, a blood-red light suddenly shot into the sky. When the blood-red light dissipated, a weapon was stabbed into the Azura altar of armaments. Eh? Why is it a sword? I clearly wanted a saber. Li Qingshan's expression changed, and he realized that he'd seen wrong. It really was a saber, but it was long and straight without any curve. If it weren't for the fact that it only had a single edge, it would look more like a sword at first glance. The saber was dark red, as if layers of blood had condensed, and it looked somewhat dim. Apart from that, there was nothing else worth mentioning. There was no guard, no decorations, and even the hilt was straight. Not only did it look very boring, but it also didn't have any sharp aura. This is the treasured saber I exchanged for with more than 500 weapons? Why does it look like the clumsy work of a blacksmith apprentice? I was supposed to forge it into a sword, but my craftsmanship wasn't good enough, so it became a saber. Li Qingshan muttered inwardly as he held the saber hilt. Yinqing frowned in thought. She felt that this saber was a bit familiar, but she also felt that it shouldn't be. After all, the Azura realm was just too big, and there were countless weapons. No matter how experienced and knowledgeable she was, she couldn't possibly know all of them. It wasn't until Li Qingshan held the saber hilt that his heart suddenly jumped. Could it be that saber? Your Majesty, be careful. A sharp pain suddenly came from Li Qingshan's palm. There seemed to be many spikes on the saber hilt that didn't even have decorations, and these spikes were constantly twisting and piercing into the depths of his palm, greedily sucking his blood. As expected, there's something strange. Li Qingshan wasn't shocked. Instead, he was happy. He wasn't afraid of a demonic saber or a demonic saber that would devour its owner. He was only afraid that this saber was too weak. It could pierce through his skin in an instant. Even though he wasn't on guard, it also proved that this saber was unusual. He ignored the pain in his palm and pulled the saber out of the Azura altar of armaments. The originally heavy saber was now covered in dense red lines that looked like blood vessels. Li Qingshan held the saber horizontally in front of him. His left hand lightly brushed the blade, and the dense capillaries spread out from the saber. They pierced into his palm and sucked his blood. Li Qingshan didn't stop it, allowing the strange saber to suck his blood. He wanted to see just what kind of changes this saber would undergo. You want to suck my blood? I might as well let you suck to your heart's content. Li Qingshan backhanded the saber and pierced it into his heart. The strange saber was like a man dying of thirst in the desert who suddenly saw a clear spring, and it madly sucked his blood. Gradually, Li Qingshan's body turned pale, but his eyes became brighter and brighter. While the strange saber was sucking his blood, he took the opportunity to refine the saber. The refining process was unexpectedly smooth. It wasn't that the strange saber didn't have a spirit, but it was very welcoming of its new owner. The reason for this made Li Qingshan's expression a little strange. He murmured, "Blood Jaw." This was the name of the saber. It was quite a spirit, but it only had one requirement, and that was blood. It didn't matter if it was the blood of the enemy or the master. The thicker and purer the blood, the more powerful it was. The reason why it didn't resist and let Li Qingshan refine it was because there was no blood to suck in the arsenal of armaments. Secondly, it was extremely satisfied with Li Qingshan's blood. Li Qingshan cultivated the 9 transformations of demons and gods, fusing the 4 bloodlines of the ox demon, turtle demon, and phoenix. Each bloodline could be said to be peerless. Although it hadn't reached the 9th tier and couldn't be considered truly pure, it was already very rare. After a long while, Li Qingshan slowly pulled out Blood Jaw. He had lost a lot of weight, and his face was very haggard. However, the saber in his hand was blood red, and he was full of vigor. He had a vague feeling that this saber could even break treasured swords like the Fogbow sword and the Demon Dragon sword. This was indeed the strongest weapon he had obtained in his life. And because it was shaped like a sword, it was even more helpful in slowly converting the sword Dao that he cultivated to the saber Dao. It's just that this blood-sucking is a little ruthless. My physique is now stronger than the average demon king's, and with the tiger demon transformation, I don't care about physical injuries. The phoenix transformation can maintain my vitality and make it endless. If an ordinary person were to use this saber, they would probably be sucked to death before they could kill the enemy. Li Qingshan's face was ashen, as if he was terminally ill. There was not the slightest bit of life in him, but his craggy bones stood out even more. His eyes shone brightly, and his might did not diminish in the slightest. Yinqing's words made him ask, "Why is it fortunate, and why is it unfortunate?" Yinqing said, "This Bloodjaw blade is truly a rare treasure blade. Its destructive power is astonishing, and there is almost no weapon of the same level that can compare to it. However, this blade is famous not because of its power, but because it's too difficult to use. The only way to unleash this blade's power is to make it drink its fill of blood, and the quality of the blood is very high. Can't we use battle to nurture battle? As long as we keep killing enemies, it'll be fine." Li Qingshan examined the bright red Bloodjaw blade in his hand and faintly understood the meaning contained within it. It was an insatiable thirst for blood. Who can guarantee victory in every battle? Even if you win, you might not be able to kill a powerful enemy. That's why this blade must see blood when it's drawn. Otherwise, if it doesn't drink enough of the enemy's blood, it will drink its master's blood. Even if an Azura king wields this blade and drinks its fill of blood, it will become very weak. If an Azura commander like me dares to hold the hilt like you do, my life might even be in danger. However, it's precisely because it's so difficult to use that successive owners of the Bloodjaw blade will often offer it on the Azura altar of armaments in exchange for another weapon. Many divine weapons that were stronger than it had been destroyed in the war, but it had been preserved all this time. If your majesty isn't used to it, you can offer it again. It's great to be able to monopolize an Azura altar of armaments. No, I feel that this blade is quite good. It's perfect for wounding people. Also, don't forget that this world isn't the Azura realm. The intensity and density of the battles aren't that great, so there's plenty of time to recover." As he spoke, Li Qingshan stuffed a spiritual pill into his mouth. He had the bloodline of the phoenix, so his ability to produce blood was very strong. Moreover, after refining Bloodjaw blade, he could feel the uniqueness of this blade. It felt as though it was connected to his bloodline, and when he wielded it, it was as easy as moving his own arm. This was something that no other weapon in the past had ever felt. Thus, he had an idea. He infused the power of vibration into it, and a layer of black ripples appeared on the blade. With a light wave, a black crack was left in the void. "Good saber," Li Qingshan said. He had never relied on weapons, as his most destructive method was his fists. The destructive power of tremors was just too great. If he used a weapon as a medium, it would be unavoidable for the weapon to be damaged no matter how great his control was, unless he suppressed the power of tremors and did not use his full strength. However, if that was the case, using weapons would be pointless. He might as well just use his fists. After drinking almost all of his blood, the Bloodjaw saber seemed to have become a part of his body instead of an external object. He could finally use the power of vibration to his heart's content and fuse the divine ability into his saber technique. In the eyes of ordinary people, it was a flaw, but in fact, it was its greatest strength. When the edge of the saber fused with the power of vibration, its power was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. It allowed his destructive power to reach an unprecedented peak, like a tiger with teeth. The Bloodjaw saber also trembled as if it had met a bosom friend. There was a natural compatibility between man and saber. Li Qingshan caressed the blade. Since you're my saber, I have to give you a good name. Bloodjaw is too uncouth. Let me think about it. Jaw also means tooth. This is equivalent to your name. And because of my tiger nature, I obtained the approval of the Azura realm and obtained you. This is our fate. From now on, you will follow my surname Hu. Let's call you Huya. Li Qingshan raised Tiger Feng proudly and asked Little and Yin Qing, what do you think of this name? Perhaps it was because of the successful example of naming himself Qingshan, he had always been blindly confident in his naming skills. Of course, the name Little and was also his masterpiece, not inferior to Qingshan. As expected, Little and said sincerely, all right. Yin Qing stammered, her expression slightly vexed. She wondered if there was something wrong with her sense of beauty, or if she didn't understand the customs of this world. She thought to herself, Tiger Feng, isn't this the nickname of the mountain children? No matter how I look at it, it sounds much more uncouth than Bloodjaw. However, changing the name of a saber like this was not a simple matter. If I were Bloodjaw Saber, I would never be willing to change it to Tiger Feng. The name of a weapon with a spirit like this could not be changed at will. It had to be approved by the spirit. Back then, Li Qingshan had completely subdued and refined the soaring dragon sword before he could change it to the demon dragon sword. Under the gazes of the three, the long saber flickered with a bloody light and suddenly dimmed. A portion of the veins lit up, and the words Tiger Feng appeared in blood. Although the saber had a spirit, it did not have a complex intelligence. It would not fake like humans. This undoubtedly meant that it had approved of the new name Li Qingshan had given it from the bottom of its heart. Furthermore, it had done so without any suppression or coercion. If someone else obtained this saber in the future, the name they would obtain would be Tiger Feng and not Bloodjaw. All right then. Yin Qing sighed silently. After all, weapons were famous because of the person and the battle. Do you have any objections, Little Qing? Li Qingshan swept his gaze over and asked with a smile. Little Qing? Yin Qing shivered all over. No, no. This name is very good. As expected of your majesty. She hesitated for a moment. However, your majesty, please call me by my name. Little Qing? She could not stand it at all. AI, in the end, you've stayed in the Azura realm for too long. All you know is fighting and killing all day. It's inevitable that you lack a good or bad eye for names. This is not your fault. Alright, go activate the Azura altar of armaments. You must exchange it for the best weapon. Li Qingshan patted Yin Qing's shoulder in a comforting manner. Yin Qing was flabbergasted, unable to explain herself. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Li Qingshan ate spiritual pills every day and his face finally recovered some vitality. He was no longer so haggard, but he still looked as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. His face was pale, but he did not seem to care as he played with the Tiger Feng saber in his hand. The saber was equipped with a sheath. Because the blade was perfectly straight, it seemed more like a sheath. The banyan tree king had crafted it personally from a tree branch. It was completely dark green in color and seemed like it had just been broken off from a branch. It still carried the grain of tree bark and had not been carved at all. There was only a ring of aerial roots around it, sealing the vitality of the Tiger Feng inside, preventing it from leaking out at all. Not only did it ensure that Li Qingshan's blood would not go to waste, but it also concealed the killing intent. No one could imagine that such a vicious blade of blood would actually be hidden in such a simple and natural sheath. Li Qingshan hung the Tiger Feng saber on his waist and said to Little Anne, "Let's go. We'll go to the Crystal Palace and take a look." Through the divination of the spirit turtle, there would be many disturbances on this trip, but he was even more fearless now. On the main peak of Fire Melt Mountain, in the center of the magnificent, scarlet-red palace was a place that resembled a small flower. The divine Wutong tree was planted there. Its bark was red like fire, and its leaves were like flowers, overlapping and weaving into a huge canopy. Although it was nowhere close to the size of the banyan tree king, it was still an extremely magnificent sight, shining with pure, crystalline light. The scarlet-red branches wove into a huge nest, which was where the phoenix had perched in the past. This noble divine bird had once rested here, sang nirvanic rebirth, and ascended. When the phoenix flew away, no one knew whether it had any feelings of nostalgia or not. The three fire-devouring kings sat under the divine Wutong tree, each holding a divine fire tablet. Their auras were connected, becoming inseparable as they constantly practiced and worked together in their seas of consciousness. 10 days had already passed since the eruption of the volcano. To them, it was almost as short as a split second. Afterwards, this split second passed, and they basically felt a shadow envelop their hearts at the same time. They opened their eyes and looked at one another. What had happened? Fire devourers were not skilled in divination, but at their level of cultivation, they would obviously develop a profound sense towards fate. But what they sensed right now was clearly not a good omen. Before long, a shaman priest in fiery red robes rushed into the sacred, tiny garden and reported to the three kings that a clansman had died. Where did he die? Zhu Fan frowned. Zhu Zai and Zhu Yan exchanged glances. The death of a clansman was clearly not worth the shaman priest specially disturbing their cultivation. Right at the foot of the mountain. How did he die? Did something happen to his cultivation, or did he get into a fight with someone? Zhu Fan's frown deepened. Within the vicinity of Fire Melt Mountain, he could not think of a third way apart from these two situations. If it really were one of these two situations, he definitely had to punish the shaman priest who did not know the severity of the situation. Neither. It seems like a strange disease, or he was poisoned. Even fire devourers can fall ill, so just who can poison Fire Melt Mountain? Where's the corpse? Under the shaman priest's lead, the three kings arrived in a stone room at the foot of Fire Melt Mountain. A young fire devourer lay there. Zhu Yan knew that this young man was a rather famous genius in the younger generation of the clan. He cultivated at an extremely fast rate by devouring fire spirits, and was already on the verge of breaking through the first heavenly tribulation. Perhaps he would become a king in 1,000 years, but now, he had died so mysteriously. Moreover, his face was ashen, and his eyes were wide open, as if he could not believe that such a fate had befallen him. He was filled with fear and despair. Something's wrong. He's losing his anger. Zhu Zai closed the young man's eyes. To fire devourers, anger was not just an emotion, but a never-ending spirit of battle. Even when they faced certain death, they should not have an expression like that. The youth's partner was called in. She looked to be about the same age as the youth, and she had a bright and beautiful face. However, at this moment, she was filled with sorrow. The youth's death seemed to have taken away all the joy in her life. How did he die? Zhu Yan asked. Reporting to my king, a few days ago, he suddenly said that his heart was not feeling well. I thought that he had swallowed too much fire and his body could not bear it, so I let him rest here. Then, he gradually lost his spirit, as if he had become a different person, and quietly died. Life and death are decreed by fate. Haven't you seen a dead person before? Why do you look like that? Zhu Zai stared at the young girl and sharply noticed the ashen complexion that was similar to the youth's, except it was not very obvious. She felt a hint of unease inside. I just feel unwell. The young girl could not help but panic a little when the disaster king she worshipped questioned her. She felt even more uncomfortable inside. Zhu Fan suddenly plunged his hand into the youth's chest and dug out a heart. With how unbridled he had always been, his face was filled with surprise. The heart that should have been fiery red had turned into a grayish-white rock. The young girl let out a miserable cry, clutching her chest and taking a step back. A vicious wound had appeared on the left side of her chest. Move your hand away. Zhu Zai ordered. She was the one who had suddenly struck out, cutting open the young girl's left chest. The young girl endured the pain and moved her hand away. Between the jagged bones was a fiery red heart. Most of the grayish-white color had devoured it, making it extremely dim. Why is it like this? Zhu Fan bellowed furiously. Apart from them, there are many other clansmen who feel unwell. It seems to have all begun after the volcanic eruption 10 days ago. Go, find everyone who feels unwell. The shaman priest left with the order. Before long, he returned with the fire devourers with similar symptoms. None of them had undergone the heavenly tribulation, but the number was so great that it left the 3 fire devourers shocked. And this was even after many fire devourers believed their bodies were fine, or the symptoms had not begun acting up yet. What made them feel even more uneasy was during this time, Zhu Zai had been removing the grayish-white color from the young girl's heart the entire time. She plunged her right hand into the young girl's chest and gripped the heart firmly, but she was afraid to use too much force, or the heart might directly melt. However, it was basically ineffective. This isn't a regular poison. It's more like a disease that humans speak of. The 3 fire devourers smelled the scent of a scheme at the same time. There was something wrong with the volcanic eruption this time. Someone had tampered with the fire. Just who was it? Merfolk? The king of you, that was not the problem they had to consider right now. Their priority right now was to cure this strange disease. If the infected clansmen all died like the young man, it would basically be an unimaginable disaster for Fire Melt Mountain. Let alone attacking Savage Mountain, they had even forgotten about the war with the merfolk. A shrill horn rang out from the main peak of Fire Melt Mountain, gathering all of the middle and upper echelon. It's about time for it to erupt. Father, do you see it? You don't blame me, do you? Xianxia spent a few days recuperating in her dwelling before arriving at the top of the mountain alone. Gazing in the direction of Fire Melt Mountain, the face brimming with enthusiasm appeared in her head. As she endured the pain and torment of the conflict between fire and water, he would always think of ways to make her laugh. Even after they had been captured and brought to Fire Melt Mountain, watching helplessly as his wife was burned to death, he would still smile, as if it was just a vicious joke. Back then, she hated him so madly, even more so than her hatred for Zhu Yan. This continued until he used the opportunity when Zhu Yan was in secluded cultivation to charge out of Fire Melt Mountain with her. No one expected a fire devourer to be so patient. He successfully fooled everyone, leaving her with a smile in the end. Daughter, now that everything has happened, I have to tell you a huge secret. Actually, your mother and I picked you up. Huh? Haha, you've fallen for it. Head north, the further the better. My good daughter, I'll come find you as soon as I lure away the pursuers. In the end, she had fallen for it again. In the end, she did not even have the time to apologize, but even if she did, she would definitely be laughed at. Humph, I don't care if you blame me or not. I did it anyway. I've always been this willful. I'm not obedient at all. Xianxia mumbled to herself and rubbed her chest. Her heart that belonged to a fire devourer had already become as cold as stone. In order to refine this virus that specifically targeted fire devourers, she had always been the best test subject. It was all thanks to the heavenly tome of cloud furnace that she could turn her heart into stone and refine stone into jade, so she did not have to pay with her life. She could not help but thank her master, Huaxiai. That little, dark-skinned old man insisted on saving that annoying Chu Tian, and he generously gave all of this favor to her. However, there was no need for her to be deeply grateful. It was not the first time he had saved her life anyway. I've really come across a lot of gentle people. Compared to Li Qingshan, that pitiful man who grew up without any love from his parents, bullied by his brother and sister-in-law, running into a horde of enemies no matter where he went, my life is still very good. Xianxia found a balance with the pitiful Li Qingshan in satisfaction. Then she muttered with malice, he's going to clash with the Mare people again in the Crystal Palace this time, right? Gong Yuan, oh Gong Yuan, running into a sex fiend like him really is your misfortune. At the same time, thousands of kilometers away, Li Qingshan rubbed his nose and gazed at the sea map in his hand. He said to Little Anne, the Crystal Palace is probably right below. The Mare people sure are rude. They don't even have anyone to welcome me. I did save their queen's life after all. If you didn't use that method, the Mare people would probably be even more grateful to you. Little Anne smiled. When it came to understanding people's minds, she completely surpassed Li Qingshan. In the sky above Giant Ship Island, he and Gong Yuan had fended off powerful enemies together through a method that was almost akin to dual cultivation. Back then, Gong Yuan might have thanked him for saving her life. When her mind was one-sidedly suppressed and controlled by him, she might have even instinctively relied on and obeyed him. However, now that the person in question was involved, it was a completely different attitude. She was the mighty merfolk queen, so noble and cold and proud, yet she was actually embraced by a human man in front of everyone. That was already enough to make her feel humiliated and furious. However, compared to the humiliation of having her mind invaded and controlled, this was nothing. And this man had ignored her dignity right from the very beginning. When he saved her, he had done it through a transaction. He could not be regarded as acting bravely for a just cause. Towards the end, he acted like nothing had happened at all, discussing the conditions of the alliance with her. If it were not for the sake of dealing with the divine fire tablets of the fire devourers, if it were not for the sake of finding a way to deal with her inner demons, she would probably be willing to never see him again for the rest of her life, or even directly kill him. Little and analyzed these principles for Li Qingshan and smiled. That's why don't you think you can do whatever you want in the Crystal Palace just because you've hugged her? She probably won't treat you well this time. Li Qingshan smiled as well. You sure have a good grasp of people's minds. Now that you've said that, I do regret it a little. If I had known earlier, I would have acted a little more righteous, and perhaps this Gong Yuan might have secretly fallen in love with me. Cough cough, why am I telling you all this? Humph, even if you don't say it, I can still guess it. Suddenly, a pillar of water sprayed up from the ocean. A blue whale swam over and floated to the surface. With a leap, it burst out of the water and turned into a large, burly man in the air. He clasped his hands at Li Qingshan. I've been waiting here for a very long time, King of Savages. I left in a hurry last time, so I haven't been able to thank you for saving my life. Please accept a bow from me. Back then in the Philian Hall, I also understood your intentions of protecting me. I just happened to want to drink to my heart's content with you this time. Li Qingshan helped Elder Blue up and smiled at each other. Little and became emotionless again, standing beside Li Qingshan silently. The Crystal Palace is right below. I didn't calculate when you would arrive, so I was a little impolite. Please don't take offense, said Elder Blue. She also knew that her words could not stand up to scrutiny. She was afraid that Li Qingshan would leave in a fit of anger. It's just a small matter. There's no need to mention it. Let's go. Li Qingshan waved his hand. He had never been a person who cared about etiquette. As long as others treated him sincerely, he would treat them with sincerity without hesitation. Elder Blue thought, his true strength far surpasses mine, enough to stand on equal footing with the queen, but he doesn't look down on me just because I'm willing to serve as the queen's mount. He definitely doesn't pretend to be polite like Mr. Ram of the King of Yu's estate either. Speaking of which, he's not a very difficult person to get along with. It's just that when he's being dealt with, he'll definitely erupt and refuse to hold back. Hopefully the three majesties won't make things too difficult for him, and the alliance this time can proceed smoothly. Oh right, don't make any trouble with that divine nun of the South Sea either. They traveled side by side, arriving in the sea and diving into the depths. As they rapidly sank, the surroundings grew dimmer and dimmer, but in Li Qingshan's eyes, it instead grew brighter and brighter, as the spiritual qi grew denser and denser. The entire sea rippled with light. Merfolk guards on killer whales swam past from time to time and bowed towards Elder Blue. They also cast gazes of surprise and amazement at Li Qingshan and Little Anne, but they were also deeply cautious. Although they knew the two of them were guests invited by Gong Yuan, they clearly did not know about Li Qingshan's glorious feat of defeating the giant god of fire on Giant Ship Island and saving the merfolk queen Gong Yuan. Gong Yuan ordered all the people who came with her to keep their mouths shut, so that her dignity as a queen would not be damaged. What the ordinary mermaids and mermen knew was how she used her methods to fight back from the brink of death, and how she used the heart of the abyss to turn the tide. Li Qingshan looked around at the rare scenery of the deep sea. Huge and colorful strange fish swam past him. His gaze finally returned to Little Anne. Her seaweed-like long hair swayed in the waves, and her ethereal eyes seemed to be able to contain the entire sea, making his mind calm. Little Anne looked back and smiled, causing Elder Blue to be stunned for a moment. He thought to himself, this little girl is really strange. This seems to be a charm technique, but it doesn't seem like it. I, an old whale, am already like this. If I were a human, how could I escape from her charm? He noticed that along the way, several merfolk guards had watched her figure vanish into the deep sea in a daze before continuing their patrol reluctantly. They had completely forgotten about the disdain merfolk had for humans. There was a glint in the corner of Li Qingshan's eye. He could not help but turn around and let out a sigh. So this is the Crystal Palace. It really does live up to its reputation. In the deep sea, a palace constructed from crystal stood alone on an undersea mountain. The towering obelisk shone with azure light, as magnificent as a castle from a fairy tale. At the same time, it gave off an unfathomable sense of coldness and dignity. Behind the mountain was a bottomless, black abyss. Passing through the various formations, he finally arrived before the Crystal Palace. Li Qingshan was amazed by its loftiness once again. He did not notice it from afar, but up close, the Crystal Palace was extraordinarily large. He had once used the profound light illuminates all to observe the palace on Fire Melt Mountain. Originally, he thought the Crystal Palace of the merfolk would only be of a similar structure, but he never thought the Crystal Palace would actually be 100 times, 1,000 times larger. It basically seemed like a mountain formed from crystal. The Crystal Palace was originally constructed by the merfolk for a true dragon, which is why it's so large. Elder Blue introduced. A true dragon? That sure has been around for a long time. Li Qingshan could not help but think about the underground world of the Clear River Prefecture, where the night roamers had constructed Cobweb City for Helicoverpa Rosa. Then he thought about how the demons, or in other words, dragons, ruled over the world 1,000,000 years ago. Afterwards, the godfolk overturned the situation, and now, the humans established an imperial court and ruled over the 9 provinces. History was ever-changing. Who could remain at the top forever? Though, it's said that the true dragon prefers to sleep in the sea abyss at the back. Elder Blue smiled, but she furrowed her brows in an undetectable manner. Gong Yuan actually did not send anyone to receive him. Fortunately, Li Qingshan seemed to be submerged in his thoughts about history, so he did not realize this was another breach of etiquette. A gust of wind blew over from the Crystal Palace. As it turned out, Ji Chongfeng had come out to receive him. In the depths of the Crystal Palace, in the tallest obelisk, a few pairs of eyes stared at this through the projection on the crystal walls. Yuan, are you mistaken? Did he really save you on Giant Ship Island? But he hasn't even undergone the 3rd heavenly tribulation. A graceful and noble old woman asked Gong Yuan beside her in doubt. Yes, Granny. He defeated the giant god of fire summoned by the fire devourers using the divine fire tablets and helped me suppress my inner demons, controlling the heart of the abyss. If it weren't for the King of Southern Yu's interference, the 3 fire devourers would basically have remained in the South Sea. Gong Yuan said politely. This was not the first time the other 2 merfolk kings had heard about this, but they were still surprised. A human cultivator who had not even undergone the 3rd heavenly tribulation had almost turned the tables, forcing the fire-devouring kings who wielded the divine fire tablets into dire straits. If it were not for Gong Yuan's certainty, they would have never believed it. If it really is the legendary divine fire tablets, then it's impossible for him to have defeated the giant god of fire. There must be something strange about the arcane treasure. Though, the matter of him helping you suppress your inner demons is more worth paying attention to. He might have obtained some special cultivation method. If we can ask him about it, it'll be of great benefit to us. And, we have to make him hand over that wretched son of mine. You were wrong about this back then. You shouldn't have let them leave the South Sea. Granny said each sentence as if she had already treated Li Qingshan as a fish on the chopping block, ready to be slaughtered at any time. That Li Qingshan isn't someone who gives in so easily, and he saved my life after all. He's come to help us fend off the fire devourers this time too. Even the King of Southern Yu has to show him some respect. Gong Yuan frowned slightly. Originally, she wanted to take Li Qingshan down a peg, but she also felt like Granny had gone a little overboard. In particular, her last sentence had touched on her bottom line. Don't forget your identity. Since you're the current king, you should put the interests of the merfolk first in everything you do, not your personal preferences. Granny's voice suddenly became stern. If you don't like it, Granny, you're more than welcome to remove me from the throne. Gong Yuan smiled coldly and radiated with coldness. The other 2 merfolk kings tried to persuade her otherwise. Although they were all older than Gong Yuan, they were not bold enough to treat Gong Yuan as a junior. As someone who practiced the all-water to ruin's end and wielded the heart of the abyss, only Granny, who had the highest cultivation, could rival her in actual battle prowess. In the war against the fire devourers, her strength was even more important than Granny. And, due to her inner demons, her temper had always been very bad. "Why, you've changed?" Granny sighed helplessly. She said to the old nun beside her, "My family's matters aren't going well. I've made a fool of myself, fellow." Granny called out a few more times, and only then did the old nun return to her senses. She praised, "That's right. This child really does possess the qualities of a Buddha. He possesses a great Buddhist nature. He's perfect for becoming my disciple and inheriting my legacy." The old nun was the most mysterious great cultivator of the South Sea. She neither founded a sect nor accepted disciples, nor did she have any contact with other cultivators. Instead, she traveled through the various parts of the South Sea, spreading the Buddhist Dharma and doing good. Instead, she possessed an extremely resounding reputation among mortals. She was known as the Divine Nun of the South Sea. Many places had shrines dedicated to her. Now that the Crystal Palace was about to wage war against Fire Melt Mountain, Granny had specially invited her over. Originally, the Divine Nun of the South Sea was reluctant to become involved in the war between other folk, and she was not interested in the wondrous treasures of the Crystal Palace either. However, Granny said that the people who had come this time were two Buddhist disciples from the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. Both of them possessed extraordinary talent and extraordinary cultivations. The woman among them was even treated by the Chan Monastery of Devanaga as a once-in-a-thousand-years Buddhist prodigy. As a result, she was interested and only said she wanted to take a look. When she saw Xianxia for the first time, the Divine Nun of the South Sea secretly frowned. He was clad in armor and wore a horned helmet, which made him seem more like a general than a monk. He did not possess the benevolence of Buddhism at all. Instead, he possessed a lot of viciousness and malice. When she looked at Little and again, she was taken aback. What a well-endowed and intelligent girl, and it's even rarer for her to possess such a cultivation at such a young age. Not only will she definitely undergo the third heavenly tribulation, but she even has the chance of ascending. It's just a pity that she's a disciple of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, Gong Yuan said. The Chan Monastery of Devanaga is a temple for monks. I've never heard of any monk king specially accepting her as a disciple. It's not necessarily impossible for her to join the abbess. Granny shot a glance at Gong Yuan. Gong Yuan thought otherwise. After witnessing Little An's attack in the Filian hall, she no longer dared to underestimate this expressionless girl. Granny wanted to use her to rope in the Divine Nun of the South Sea, but she only treated her as a regular cultivator. This scheme was not that easy to pull off, and Xianxia beside her was no pushover either. As they spoke, Xianxia and the others had already passed through the crystal corridor and arrived outside the hall. Elder Blue reported and invited them in. Xianxia smiled and cupped his hands. "I haven't seen you in a long time. You look much better, Your Majesty." "The same goes for the Savage King." Gong Yuan nodded slightly, but she was wondering why Xianxia looked so sick. Could it be that he had suffered an internal injury in that battle? However, it wasn't appropriate for him to ask too much, so he introduced the other guests to Xianxia. Xianxia saw how Gong Yuan did not have any intentions of holding a banquet to thank him for saving her life, so he cut to the chase. "Everyone's time is very precious, so I'll cut to the chase. I want Fire Melt Mountain and the Divine Wutong Tree. I can give up on everything else, but I definitely won't give up on either of these two. If that's possible, we can begin discussing our countermeasures and go all out against the fire devourers." Gong Yuan's iciness melted away slightly. Xianxia did not make an exorbitant demand or make any overboard demands. Fire Melt Mountain was a very rare blessed land, but it was useless to the merfolk. As an ancient divine tree, the Divine Wutong Tree was truly very precious, but it was rooted in Fire Melt Mountain, so it could not be moved. Since he could even give him Fire Melt Mountain, then it was just a bonus. And, his two conditions were built on the premise that they could take down Fire Melt Mountain and wipe out the fire devourers. Ji Chongfeng eased up inside. Xianxia's conditions did not conflict with his at all, nor would they be difficult for him to accept. The alliance this time could be said to be half done. "Young man, aren't you afraid you'll bite your tongue if you speak too much? What kind of blessed land is Fire Melt Mountain, and what kind of divine object is the divine Wutong tree? Do you know? Just what virtue or ability do you have to demand these two conditions? Granny stared at Li Qingshan. What she wanted from Li Qingshan was far more than that. Old lady, I have no virtue or ability. It's up to you whether you agree to these two conditions or not. Li Qingshan did not become angry. If Ru Xi and Stoneheart could really achieve the desired effect, then the battle this time would be unprecedentedly brutal. He believed Gong Yuan could see that too. If you want to agree to it, that's not impossible. I also have two conditions. Listen to them. First, hand over that wretched child of yours to us. Second, hand over the cultivation method you use to suppress your inner demons. Li Qingshan was taken aback before bursting into laughter. Gong Yuan, don't tell me your granny has gone senile. If it weren't for the fact that I've obtained a better blade recently and am in a great mood, I would have swung my blade at her as soon as I heard her first condition. As for the second condition, you sure have the nerve to ask for it. There was no need to elaborate on what Ru Xian meant to him. A powerful cultivation method was basically as important as their lives to cultivators. She was basically dreaming if she wanted it just by asking for it. How rude! Granny bellowed. The dragon-headed cane in her hand slammed downwards, producing a thunderous rumble. What do you take this place for? Come and try chopping it. Li Qingshan immediately felt a tremendous pressure, as if the entire ocean was surging towards him. The seawater in the surroundings surged, filled with killing intent. He sneered, and his eyes became tranquil and distant, shining with a faint, clear light. The surging seawater immediately calmed down, without a single ripple. Granny was alarmed. What was this cultivation method? It actually possessed a hint of a divine nature, capable of greatly suppressing the water element. Li Qingshan held back the eager tiger's fang and said to Little Anne, "It's like we've come to beg someone else." Whatever, let's go. We'll talk about it after the fire devourers and mare people have a battle. Hold on. A few voices spoke up at the same time. Granny was furious, Gong Yuan was calm, Ji Chongfeng was frantic, and the one who was the most direct was the divine nun of the South Sea. She arrived before Li Qingshan and Little and in a flash. Li Qingshan studied the divine nun of the South Sea and thought, what's going on here? He brought his palms together and asked, what does the nun want, nun? The divine nun of the South Sea ignored him. Instead, she said to Little Anne, child, you're quite the fated one with this poor nun. Are you willing to accept me as your master? Li Qingshan had already known that Buddhist monks and nuns liked Little Anne very much, but he never expected his charm to be so great, making a great cultivator run over and talk about fate without any restraint, directly wanting to accept him as a disciple. We're in the middle of a negotiation, so do you have to ruin the atmosphere like this? Little Anne returned the gesture politely. I also found the master familiar the moment I saw him, but it's a pity that I've already joined the Chan monastery of Devanaga, so I can't cultivate with the master. Afterwards, Li Qingshan failed to understand what the divine nun of the South Sea said. She seemed to be quoting from Buddhist scriptures, expressing how vast Buddhism was and that there should not be so many sectarian biases. Little and also immediately replied in Zen. The adult and the child chatted back and forth like no one else was around, leaving Li Qingshan and the others completely confused. Ji Chongfeng felt indignant for Li Qingshan. Fellow Gong, aren't your conditions a little too harsh? We've specially invited the king of savages to avenge us, yet you've ended up like this. What kind of hospitality is that, let alone hand over our cultivation method? Do you want me to hand over the method of Wind God too? Gong Yuan said, please calm down, fellow Ji. Why don't you sit down and talk, king of savages? An alliance is an important matter. If you leave in a huff over a disagreement, that's not what a hero should do. Li Qingshan glanced at Little and who had been entangled by the divine nun of the South Sea and arrived before Gong Yuan. He did not take a seat, sitting down casually on the jade table and crossing his arms. Then I'd like to hear what your majesty has to say. Since you know an alliance is an important matter, you shouldn't let an ignorant person spout nonsense here. You'll lose the respect we've built up after so much difficulty. Before Gong Yuan could say anything, Granny flew into a rage. You're just a mere human, yet you still dare to spout nonsense in my crystal palace. I'd like to see what you're capable of. Gong Yuan frowned. Now that Granny had lost her temper, she struggled to deal with it. Most importantly, the two other merfolk kings were reluctant. They could mediate between Gong Yuan and Granny, but they could not stand an outsider acting so arrogantly. Most importantly, this outsider's cultivation was much lower than theirs. He even seemed sickly. He did not seem like someone worthy of their respect. What do you want to see? Li Qingshan answered with a question. You said you obtained a good blade, so it must be the one on your waist, right? I'd like to see just how good this blade is. Granny arrived before Li Qingshan with her dragon-headed cane. Her old face was filled with anger. You really want to see? This blade will definitely see blood. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. See whose blood? Obviously the blood of whoever wants to see it. Alright. I'd like to see just how you're going to make me see blood. Granny laughed from extreme anger, staring at Li Qingshan intently. It had to be mentioned that even if the fire-devouring King Zhu Yin were present, he probably would not be her opponent. Although water paled in comparison to fire in battle, there was still a difference in cultivation after all. When she heard Li Qingshan's words, it was like an ant telling a human, I want to bite you to death in a single bite. It was hilarious and detestable. Li Qingshan stood up and placed his hand on the hilt of his blade. His eyebrows were lowered, but he said nothing. The atmosphere in the hall immediately froze. Even the divine nun of the South Sea and Little and stopped their conversation and cast their gazes over. The divine nun of the South Sea asked secretly, who is he to you? He's probably going to suffer a great loss. He already possesses such cultivation at such a young age. He might be a genius, but isn't he a little too arrogant? Even if the blade really is strange, how can it be her opponent? Little and shook her head gently. He's asking for trouble. A while later, Li Qingshan put down the hilt of the blade and sighed. Looking at how old you are, I really can't bring myself to do it. Whatever. I'm old, so I take advantage of my seniority. It's normal for me to spout some nonsense. Gong Yuan, aren't you going to do something about it? Gong Yuan was speechless. What, are you afraid? Granny said in disdain. It was laughable that she had actually taken it a little seriously just now. She raised her dragon-headed cane high into the air. Then I'd like to see your blood. Grandma revealed a look of horror and instinctively retreated. She waved her dragon-head crutch to block the attack. That dragon-head crutch was also a magical treasure. It was carved from a dragon bone and contained a faint spiritual nature. It spat out waves of dragon roars, but in the midst of the crazy roars, it seemed a bit weak. A foul smell filled the surroundings as killing intent surged into the air. Li Qingshan went from a sickly man to a supreme tiger demon. The blade in his hand was the tiger demon's fang. Ever since he obtained Tiger's Fang, he had never had the opportunity to swing it. Even when he faced Granny's provocation, he did not really want to use it, as the price he would have to pay was quite great. At this moment, he could finally swing it to his heart's content. He had never learned any proper blade techniques. Although the blade was based on the way of the sword, it was more of a casual swing, a style of its own. There was no hint of the way of the sword at all, but it gave off a carefree feeling. Sure enough, I should use a blade. With that thought, the blood-red light collided with the dragon-headed cane. Above the bloody light, there was a circle of black cracks that vibrated rhythmically. Like a saw, it cut into the dragon-head crutch and cut it in half. Then, it cut into the protective spiritual light of Grandma, cut through her skin, cut into her flesh, and greedily sucked the blood. Granny's face was filled with disbelief. Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. Only Little and remained expressionless. The divine nun of the South Sea suddenly understood what she meant. As it turned out, she was not referring to Li Qingshan by asking for trouble. Li Qingshan held back Tiger's Fang's bloodthirsty desire and sheathed his blade. He stood before the jade table without moving at all and asked, "Did you see it?" The blood-red blade of light remained before everyone's eyes for a very long time. Just now, it dispersed, leaving them speechless for a moment. Granny clutched her wound. Her face was sheet white, but the others wondered what would have happened if the blade had been aimed at them. Granny returned to her senses. She was both surprised and furious, as well as some lingering fear. She called out, "Why aren't you taking down this madman with me?" "Granny, calm down." Gong Yuan pressed down on Grandma's shoulder and poured a gust of cold air into it, freezing the wound caused by the long knife. That long blade was extremely strange. Even with the merfolk's healing techniques, it was actually unable to heal the wound immediately. "You want me to calm down?" Granny was even more furious. It was not that she had never been injured before, but it was the first time she had been injured in the Crystal Palace. Furthermore, she had been injured by a human, which was a great humiliation. "Don't forget what you taught me. Please put the interests of the merfolk first," Gong Yuan said coldly. Granny's expression changed. Li Qingshan's strength had far exceeded her imagination. If she used the formations of the Crystal Palace, she was confident she could subdue him, but it was difficult to say whether she would be injured or not. War against Fire Melt Mountain was imminent too, so this was no different from destroying herself. No one knew which side Ji Chongfeng would stand on. Even if Ji Chongfeng remained neutral, this alliance would undoubtedly be stillborn. If she put the interests of the merfolk first, she definitely could not fall out with Li Qingshan right now. The divine nun of the South Sea glanced at Li Qingshan in great surprise and also tried to persuade her. "You can't blame me for that." She wanted to see it no matter what. Li Qingshan sat back down on the jade table and shrugged. If he did not even possess this bit of strength, why would he be bold enough to form an alliance with the Crystal Palace? Originally, he thought even if Granny tried her best not to lose her temper, she would definitely leave in a huff. However, he never expected Granny to walk over again a while later and sigh. "I've really gone senile, failing to recognize the heroes of the world. Just now, I've offended you with my words, so please forgive me, King of Savages." Her figure suddenly became much more hunched. I'm young and impetuous. I've offended Granny, so please don't blame me, Granny." Li Qingshan did not push his luck. He had already achieved his objective with his attack. The other two merfolk kings who had yet to take action were both cautious and filled with many doubts. "It really is a fine blade. Is that how you killed the giant god of fire?" Gong Yuan said in understanding. Her attitude towards Li Qingshan became much gentler. After all, she did not see him directly fight back then on Giant Ship Island, so she was rather doubtful. She suspected that there was something strange about the azure field, which was why the giant god of fire had been trapped to death. Only when she saw him just now could she not help but sigh in admiration over his strength. Li Qingshan only smiled. He understood his own situation very well. Although the attack earlier seemed extremely powerful, he could only swing it a few times if he used his full strength. Moreover, as the blood in the blade was depleted, it would become weaker with each swing. Although he had absorbed some blood, unless he killed Granny, it was impossible to make up for this loss. He still had to rely on his own blood to nourish it. It was no wonder that even Azure refused to use this blade. It really was quite a pain in the ass. However, it really was powerful enough. He actually had the opportunity to kill Granny just now, but that did not mean he was stronger than Granny. If they clashed normally, defeating her would have been very difficult. Granny was just looking to die. She was not skilled in close combat in the first place, and coupled with her old age and feeble body, she was actually bold enough to stand before him and provoke him. Why didn't she take a look at what Li Qingshan was capable of? The strength of the ox demon, the eruption of the tiger demon, and the foresight of the spirit turtle were all in that attack. With the King of Savages' assistance, why should I worry about not getting my revenge? Ji Chongfeng said from the bottom of his heart. I still need everyone to work together. I can't take down Fire Melt Mountain alone. Getting back to the main topic, my condition just now. No problem. Fire Melt Mountain and the Divine Wutong Tree are both yours. Gong Yuan said immediately. The three other merfolk kings had no objections either. It was far too beneficial for an expert like that to take action and offer a price like that. Then your condition earlier. Let's not talk about the first condition. I owe her. I just hope she can live a happy life in the future, without becoming entangled in her past grievances. As for the second condition, I don't want your cultivation method, but I hope you can help me suppress my inner demons and increase my cultivation. Only then will we have a better chance in this battle. That goes without saying. The outcome of this battle hinges on how much strength you can unleash, Your Majesty. And, I also need you to communicate with Ruin's End. This is beneficial to both of us. Li Qingshan smiled. Gong Yuan eased up slightly. Since Li Qingshan also needed her, then it was not a one-sided request from her. Instead, she found Li Qingshan much more pleasing to the eye. After deciding on the basic distribution of benefits, it was finally time to discuss the actual strategy and tactics. If the divine nun of the South Sea did not want to take part, she should have bid farewell and left right now. However, she glanced at Little and thought, my Buddhist school has produced such a prodigy. Even if she's unwilling to become my disciple, I can't just watch her die here. This battle will be very dangerous, so I have to ensure her safety. If she sees what I'm capable of, or if I save her life in battle, she might agree to become my disciple out of deep gratitude. Thinking that, she did not leave. Instead, she pulled Little and to one side to talk. Little and cooperated and showed gratitude. Gong Yuan told Li Qingshan everything about the plan that the Crystal Palace had come up with. Fire Melt Mountain has a great geographical advantage. It's very effective against us. If we can't weaken them, attacking Fire Melt Mountain will just be empty talk. But since they can draw out the flames of the earth from the sea and destroy your geographical advantage, can't you summon clouds and rain from Fire Melt Mountain? Theoretically, they can, but have you seen Fire Melt Mountain before? Just how much effort does it take to maintain the clouds there? Before we even clash with the Fire Devourers, we'll already have too much of our strength tied up. The Fire Devourers can draw out the flames of the earth from the sea because they have the divine fire tablets, and they can only do that on islands. Tell them to try it out in the deep sea. Since you know everything, you must have a countermeasure. That's right. They have the geographical advantage, so we have to use the timing. Before long, a great storm will appear on the South Sea, blowing in the direction of the south. I see. Li Qingshan understood. With the merfolk's understanding of the climate of the sea and some methods of divination and prediction, knowing about a storm beforehand was nothing difficult. The storms of this world were far more powerful than those of his past life. Sometimes, they would even merge with the atmospheric winds in the sky, making them even more terrifying. If even the merfolk called it a great storm, then it was a terrifying storm that even regular cultivators would encounter. A storm like that could easily sweep across several thousand kilometers. It was a terrifying might of the heavens that even great cultivators struggled to contend with. It could indeed suppress Fire Melt Mountain's geographical advantage. Though, it's not like you raise the storm. The direction of the wind can change at any time, and Fire Melt Mountain is relatively far away from the coastline. If it's just the shockwaves, it probably won't have much of an effect. That'll depend on what you're capable of, fellow Ji. Gong Yuan looked at Ji Chongfeng. She had personally gone to Giant Ship Island to ask for Ji Chongfeng's help, precisely so that he could control the storm so that it could reach Fire Melt Mountain accurately. This was far more helpful than him directly fighting the Fire Devourers, and it was also much more difficult. Even if it was the Wind Gale King, just how useful could he be before the terrifying might of the world? Until that day came, no one would know. Even if I have to risk my life, I'll definitely make the Fire Devourers pay. Ji Chongfeng was already planning on putting his life on the line. When the time comes, I might be able to lend you a hand, fellow. After breaking through to the fifth layer of the Tiger Demon, Li Qingshan gained some more understanding over the control of wind. However, it had been far too short of time, so his cultivation was still unstable. If he could take part in a great storm like this and contend against the powers of the world, it would definitely be of great assistance to his cultivation. Then I'll thank you here first. Ji Chongfeng clasped his hands with a smile. Li Qingshan also clasped his hands with a smile before saying seriously, but before that, why don't we check out the effects of Stoneheart first? If it really is as good as we anticipate, we might as well provoke Fire Melt Mountain and make them give up on their geographical advantage and attack the Crystal Palace. That way, we'll have the geographical advantage. He did not know much about war strategies, but mocking the enemy was a piece of cake for him. He would use it whenever the opportunity presented itself. And he had his own considerations too. If the fire devourers turned their attention to the king of savages out of rage, he really would not be able to stop them. The 400 kilometers of Fire Melt Mountain was no longer teeming with life like before. It had become much quieter. There were no longer many fire devourers playing around in the rivers of fire and magma. A few fire devourers would appear from time to time, but they were all in a hurry, as if they were facing an imminent disaster. The strange illness spread at a speed that surpassed all the fire devourers' imaginations, erupting with extraordinary intensity. Whether it be the elderly or the children, men or women, their hearts all turned to stone. Even when all the powerful fire devourers worked together, they could only maintain the illness of a few fire devourers, preventing them from dying from the illness so quickly. Day by day, more and more fire devourers died. It had already surpassed half of all the fire devourers on Fire Melt Mountain. This was a number that had taken who knew how many years to reproduce. Every single surviving fire devourer was filled with pain and fury. Over the past few days, several fire devourers lost control of their inner demons during cultivation, blowing up into a ball of fire. The shadow of despair loomed over Fire Melt Mountain. Just who did this? Zhu Yan furiously questioned the heavens. The high spirits he had when he first obtained the divine fire badge were no longer there. Without a large number of clansmen to serve as a foundation, strengthening the fire devourers and rebuilding the divine kingdom on earth would be like water without a source. No matter how powerful the divine fire tablets were, it would be impossible. He had already questioned the sky countless times furiously and suspected many people, such as the myriad poison ancestor who was skilled with poison, the king of Southern Yu who wanted to use them as fighters, and so on. However, he never had the opportunity to investigate. Large numbers of clansmen died every day. This time, he did not count on the heavens to answer his question either. He was purely venting, but a voice actually rang out from the sky, an extremely familiar voice. A white cloud had drifted over Fire Melt Mountain before anyone knew it, assuming the appearance of the merfolk Queen Gong Yuan. She said, "Zhu Yan, when you launched a sneak attack on me on Giant Ship Island, did you ever think a day like this would come?" The vast voice rang through the entire mountain. The fire devourers all emerged from their stone rooms and raised their heads at the sky. "It's you. It really is you. Gong Yuan." Zhu Yan gazed at the sky and ground his teeth furiously. He had suspected many people, but he was not particularly suspicious of the merfolk, as they had been at war for so many years. If the merfolk could do something like this, they would have used it a long time ago. And, infiltrating the magma in the depths of Fire Melt Mountain and poisoning it was not something the merfolk could achieve. So what if it was me? I'll help you reduce some of your burdens and ties. You can also cast aside your worries and wholeheartedly serve as a dog for the Yu Prince's estate. Perhaps you can even obtain other bones. 1,000 kilometers away, Gong Yuan sat on a rock on the shore of the South Sea, speaking to a crystal ball. Not far away, Xianxia was leisurely lying on the surface of the sea, looking up at the azure sky. Originally, he was worried about the strength of Gong Yuan's mockery, but he soon discovered that when a woman's mouth became poisonous, it was really incomparable to a man's. Although she spoke calmly, every word was like a cold ice knife, piercing straight into the heart. The fire devourers of Fire Melt Mountain understood who their enemy was. They all let out hysterical roars and rushed into the sky without any regard, unleashing balls of flames at the Gong Yuan conjured from the clouds. Very soon, the cloud dispersed. Gong Yuan's cold, delighted laughter echoed through Fire Melt Mountain, lingering for a very long time. "Gong Yuan, if I don't get my revenge, I swear I'm not human." Zhu Yan's roar rang out from the crystal ball. Xianxia laughed aloud and said to Gong Yuan, "How's it? Does it feel good? The effects of Stoneheart are even better than I anticipated, so good that it makes my heart palpitate. The legend says that the flower of water and fire will definitely bring disaster to the fire devourers and merfolk. Sure enough, it's true." Gong Yuan let out a long sigh. "Doesn't the legend bring peace? Peace is only peace between two people, but disaster is disaster for the two races." Gong Yuan's eyes shone with cold light. If there was a virus similar to Stoneheart that specifically targeted merfolk, what would happen then? As long as you don't have any ill intentions, the legend won't come true, or disaster will definitely befall you. Li Qingshan stood up and stared straight at Gong Yuan. His voice was filled with a warning. What, you've fallen in love with her? Perhaps because she had just vented, Gong Yuan was in an extremely good mood. She did not react to Li Qingshan's warning. Instead, she was curious. If you're talking about falling in love, that's not exactly it. However, I won't allow anyone to touch a single hair on her. Li Qingshan thought about it. Although he had basically done it with Ru Xian, there might not have been much love between a man and a woman. Instead, it was more of a friendship. On the path of cultivation, friendship often lasted longer than love between a man and a woman. However, his possessiveness was real. Even if he really refused to give her to him, he would not mind. However, he would never allow anyone else to touch her either. That's her luck. Gong Yuan sank into her thoughts. Let's go. The fire devourers might come after us. Li Qingshan had specially accompanied Gong Yuan here precisely because he was afraid the fire devourers would use this opportunity to hunt them down. If they ended up losing a core member of their side from a single provocation, it would only be a loss that outweighed the gains. Originally, it was Ji Chongfeng who came, but he had already ventured south now, observing the storm that was forming. And it was easier for Li Qingshan to work with Gong Yuan. Originally, he had considered setting up an ambush, but the three fire-devouring kings wielding divine fire tablets were not people that could be dealt with schemes. He could only rely on actual strength. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. They're here. He flew over to the reef and wrapped his arm around Gong Yuan's waist. He unfurled his phoenix wings and flapped them gently. Fierce winds swept up, rushing into the air and straight into the atmospheric wind layer. The wings of wind gathered the atmospheric wind and sped up slightly, flying in the direction of the Crystal Palace. Originally, Gong Yuan was reluctant to be hugged like this, but when he accelerated, she gave up on the idea of struggling. She stared at Li Qingshan in surprise. This speed is enough to rival the Wind Gale King, and those wings seem like the legendary phoenix. Just how many other tricks is he hiding? After breaking through to the fifth layer of the Tiger Demon, Li Qingshan's body was enough to rival Demon Kings. His strength and speed even surpassed regular Demon Kings. Coupled with his various bloodlines of the demonic and divine and his startling number of innate abilities, regular Demon Kings definitely stood no chance against him. Gong Yuan could not help but think of something that many people had thought of in the past. If he underwent the third heavenly tribulation, just what kind of strength would he possess? Making an enemy out of someone like that is truly a disaster. Soon after they left, before the turbulent ocean had even settled down, a triangular gate of fire appeared in the air. The three fire devourers emerged from the gate and looked around. They've run away. They just left not long ago. They seem to be traveling with Ji Chongfeng. Zhu Yan's voice was filled with irrepressible fury. The flames on his body constantly surged. If he did not kill all of the merfolk, he would struggle to resolve his hatred. This was the terror of hatred. Not only would it not disperse with time, but it would instead accumulate with each battle. No matter how broad-minded they were no better than mortals when it came to a feud like this. Instead, they would remember this hatred even more clearly due to their long lifespans. Zhu Zai only said one word, after them. No, stop them. The hot-tempered Zhu Fen was instead the most rational one. Although Fire Melt Mountain had suffered extremely heavy losses this time, he had already grown accustomed to this sort of brutality from the countless battles he had experienced. The three of them swung the divine fire tablets again and unleashed the gate of divine fire together. They arrived several thousand kilometers away in a single moment, exactly between where they were just now and the Crystal Palace. They gazed at the water and sky in the distance and expanded their soul senses, searching for Gong Yuan, but she was nowhere to be seen. Li Qingshan divined slightly before taking a great detour with Gong Yuan before diving into the depths of the sea. He unleashed the spirit turtle's profound shell and concealed all of his aura. He smiled at Gong Yuan. Let's see how they find her. Gong Yuan touched the spirit turtle's profound shell gently. The familiar feeling arose spontaneously once again. She asked, just what is this cultivation method of yours? Why is it so compatible with the power of Ruin's End? Actually, she was extremely tempted by Granny's second request. If she could obtain a cultivation method like that and pair it with the all-water to Ruin's End, not only would it bring great benefits to her, but it would bring even greater benefits to the entire merfolk race. However, she was not stupid enough to use coercion to achieve her objective. Instead, she considered other methods. You can stop dreaming. Even if I give this cultivation method to you, it'll be useless. The negative effects of cultivating it might even be greater than the all-water to Ruin's End. Li Qingshan directly cut off her thoughts. It was impossible for him to teach the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine to someone else, and the cultivation methods of the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine complemented each other. If he only practiced the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression, let alone whether he could succeed or not, he would only become a spirit turtle indifferent to everything in the end. He would lose himself. Move your filthy hands away. Gong Yuan's face turned cold. Do you have to be so realistic? Don't tell me you'll be able to do something else if I teach you the cultivation method? Li Qingshan snickered. When he faced life-threatening danger last time, he was only focused on fighting the fire devourers, so he did not think much of it. Right now, it was extremely safe, and they were in the pitch-black depths of the sea, without a third person present. He felt that Gong Yuan's waist was supple and strong under the thin mermaid silk, as well as smooth and delicate at the same time. From his angle, her chest was slightly exposed, and her cleavage was deep, which gave off a hint of charm. When they first met, who would have thought that this cold and arrogant merfolk queen would actually lean on him in such a manner one day? Gong Yuan's gaze immediately became as deep as an abyss, and she immediately gave off a bone-chilling coldness. Li Qingshan's right hand immediately lost all feeling, and his body stiffened and froze up. Li Qingshan shivered. All right. I'll stop joking around. Cultivators don't care about trifles. You're a mighty queen, so you should be a little more broad-minded. As he said that, he glanced at her again and thought, yep, that's pretty broad-minded. Only then did Gong Yuan withdraw her coldness slightly. Please watch your words and actions. Don't forget your identity as the Wild King. Although she acknowledged his strength and identity, he was also the person with the least bearing she had ever seen. Even those damned fire devourers possessed the bearing of a king more than him. I've worked hard on cultivation and increased my strength not to watch my words and actions. You might as well say it's the exact opposite. Li Qingshan smiled. A warm stream flowed through his body, and his frozen body recovered very quickly. Gong Yuan snorted coldly. Her deep blue fishtail swayed gently, and she swam towards the crystal palace. She moved extraordinarily quickly, turning into a winding, blue streak of light in the end. Only then did Li Qingshan realize he had still underestimated her. Her technique of escaping through water was no slower than his flight in the sky. If she swam in the deep sea instead, he could barely keep up. The reason why Gong Yuan wanted Li Qingshan to travel with her was because she wanted his cultivation method. It was difficult for her to lower herself in front of others, so she purposefully spent some time alone with him. It would be more convenient for them to talk. Even if she showed some weakness, she would not embarrass the merfolk queen. However, she had also underestimated Li Qingshan's unscrupulous and willful nature. Before long, the two of them returned to the region where the Crystal Palace resided. Gong Yuan stopped and closed her eyes to sense the waves in the ocean. Li Qingshan followed close behind and said, "Let's take a look at the situation first. Don't be in such a hurry to go over." He casually used the profound light illuminates all and zoomed in on the situation close to 500 kilometers away. Sure enough, the Crystal Palace was currently under attack. The 3 fire-devouring kings swung the divine fire tablets, and meteors burst through the obstruction of the seawater, constantly bombarding the Crystal Palace. The defenses of the Water Crystal Palace were fully activated, emitting a bright and resplendent light. Like gentle waves, they wrapped around the fiery meteors one after another, using softness to overcome hardness, continuously weakening the power of the meteors and blocking them. For a moment, there did not seem to be any danger. Merfolk were not skilled at offense, but their defense was quite impressive. There were even 3 merfolk kings who maintained the formation and carried out some counterattacks. This land of the deep sea was not like Giant Ship Island. Not only had the merfolk managed it for many years, but the crust was also extremely deep, firmly suppressing the magma in the depths of the earth. Once again, Xianxia realized the importance of geographical advantage. It was no wonder that the fire devourers and merfolk had never managed to reach their nests despite fighting so many times. The three fire-devouring kings worked together and wielded a god artifact like the divine fire tablets, yet they actually felt like they were powerless. Of course, this was also because they didn't have the time to develop the divine fire order's power. The first 10 days were only enough for them to recuperate and review the pros and cons of the battle on Giant Ship Island. Afterwards, all of their time and effort were spent dealing with the Stoneheart virus, leaving them exhausted both physically and mentally. Now that they had been provoked to attack, they were not as imposing as when they destroyed the Cloud Sail sect. At the same time, Xianxia gained a deeper understanding of the difficulty of attacking Fire Melt Mountain. If he did not possess a powerful siege weapon like the Silver Dragon King, it would be far too difficult. The ancients said, timing is better than geography, and geography is better than harmony of people. However, the reality was exactly the opposite. It was harmony of people is better than geography, and geography is better than timing. Gong Yuan was bold enough to mock the fire devourers and use the Crystal Palace as bait, so she was quite confident. She suddenly turned around and stared straight at Xianxia as if she was very reluctant to do so. Xianxia said seriously, "What a great opportunity. Once they've mostly exhausted themselves, we'll attack from the inside and the outside. We'll have the opportunity to make them stay in this ocean, and then attack Fire Melt Mountain. It'll be as easy as pie." However, the prerequisite was that they had to enter a state similar to dual cultivation like they did on Giant Ship Island before powering the Heart of the Abyss and accumulating enough power of Ruin's End. Only then could they pose a threat to the three fire-devouring kings. Otherwise, if they split up and attacked like this, not only would it be impossible to make them stay, but they would even face the danger of being defeated one by one. Gong Yuan was the merfolk queen at the end of the day, so her hesitation only lasted for a split second. Although she was reluctant, she still extended her hand and grabbed Xianxia's hand. At the same time, she took out the Heart of the Abyss and powered the all-water to Ruin's End at full strength. With the battle on the horizon, Xianxia was no longer in the mood to tease her either, mainly because he was afraid it would backfire and affect their mental rapport. As he gripped Gong Yuan's hand firmly, he used the Spirit Turtle's method of sea suppression. In that moment, the two of them felt a powerful resonance in their minds. The two cultivation methods resonated with one another, and their auras attracted one another, gradually merging together. Everything was unfamiliar the first time, familiar the second time. With the previous experience, it was much smoother this time. A black sphere rose up from the Heart of the Abyss. That was extremely pure water spiritual energy, the power of Ruin's End. It gradually swallowed the two of them. The seawater immediately surged, gathering towards them and merging into the black sphere. Xianxia benefited tremendously from this. Last time, it was Gong Yuan who pushed the power of the Heart of the Abyss to the limit first, and only then did he step in and help her control it. This time, he directly experienced the process of the Heart of the Abyss connecting with Ruin's End. He felt an intense calling, like a mother calling out to her wandering son. The pitch-black sphere constantly expanded, but its shape gradually changed, turning into the shape of a spirit turtle. However, it was still rather unstable. And, as the power of Ruin's End grew stronger and stronger, the shallow mental rapport gradually became insufficient to control it. "Don't resist," Xianxia said again. He wanted to use the spirit turtle to suppress Gong Yuan's will again so that he could control everything. However, this time, Gong Yuan did not cooperate obediently. Not only did she resist, but she did so intensely as well. Even the spirit turtle struggled to suppress her. The spirit turtle constructed from the pitch-black power of Ruin's End immediately became very unstable, rippling. "What are you doing?" Xianxia frowned. "I'll do my best to cooperate with you, but don't even think about controlling me again," Gong Yuan replied coldly. Last time, she was forced to submit to Xianxia's suppression due to the dire situation, but she did not want to experience that a second time. It was as if she had completely lost herself, becoming his vassal. She had gone from the cold and proud merfolk queen to a little woman in his arms. It was basically a nightmarish experience. And she might have to borrow his power many more times in the future. If this happened every time, who knew what kind of influence it would have on her mind as time went on? Perhaps she would be better off being devoured by the will of Ruin's End and dying from chi deviation. This time, she had to wait until the fire devourers had basically run out of power before striking anyway, so she had plenty of time to adjust. She had to change the posture to dual cultivate with them. Whatever you want. Li Qingshan did not force her, as he had a vague feeling that it would probably be very difficult for him to make the three of them stay this time. Their attacks seemed vicious and frenzied, like retaliatory attacks, but they gave him a feeling like they had not used their full strength. Have they really lost their minds because of their madness? Or are they purposefully acting like this, waiting for us to take the bait so they can surround us and attack our reinforcements? Don't get distracted. Gong Yuan's reprimand suddenly rang out in his mind. Li Qingshan grinned. Yes, your majesty. He could sense that Gong Yuan was constantly adjusting herself to match his mind, but she could not help but want to take over and control Li Qingshan. However, let alone whether he was willing to be controlled or not, even if he was willing, she did not have the ability. At the end of the day, he was helping her suppress her inner demons, preventing the power of Ruin's End from losing control and devouring her will. Once she tried to take over, this balance would be upset. Li Qingshan was forced to carefully control such a powerful power of Ruin's End. Once it backfired, it would be no laughing matter. Let alone Gong Yuan, he would suffer too. He said impatiently, "Have you been a queen for too long? Don't always think about controlling me and making me work for you. How many times have I told you? Respect. Respect. Do I not respect you enough right now?" Gong Yuan said angrily. She was irritated by the constant failure of the union. But you still can't forget your identity, your cultivation, and even your race. Li Qingshan knew that these godlings had a natural sense of superiority when facing humans and demons. Furthermore, Gong Yuan was a queen among godlings. She had overcome all obstacles along the way and experienced countless hardships to reach her current position. There was no need to mention this sense of pride. At a time like this, it had instead become a hindrance. Gong Yuan could not help but sink into thought. Actually, I agree with your opinion. The situation on Giant Ship Island is indeed not a very good way of dual cultivation, because the most important aspect of dual cultivation is equality, not one-sided control and slavery. This is definitely not conducive to unleashing our greatest power. However, I am willing to be equal to you. Are you willing to be equal to me? Apologies. In my eyes, you are just a petty person who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Apart from being powerful, you have nothing else. You don't have any of the bearing that a great cultivator or demon king should have. Wine, women, wealth, and pride are all over your chest. You are just like a despicable mortal. Gong Yuan was provoked by Li Qingshan and decided to vent in one breath, opening up her venomous tongue. However, to her surprise, Li Qingshan did not become angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "Although it is a little extreme, there is nothing wrong on the whole. Yes, I am a mortal with great power. When I first started cultivating, I swore that I would drink fine wine, sleep with beautiful women, and fight powerful enemies. It is all because of wine, women, and pride. The essence of the great Tao and the philosophy of life are just tools to realize these things. As for the bearing of an expert and the bearing of an expert, they are even less than **T. But so what? The first three things that Brother Ox wanted him to do were to eat meat, drink wine, and kill people. All of them to his heart's content. Was this not the kind of happy life he sought in his life? Gong Yuan was slightly taken aback. She said disdainfully, "Nothing much. I just don't like you. Who's interested in me? We're dual cultivating, not talking about love. I have a wife. Then what do you think we should do? You cultivate the all-water to Ruin's End and borrow the power of Ruin's End. Why don't you let go of your obsession and merge with the will of Ruin's End? There will naturally be equality between you and me. You make it sound so simple. If I am not careful, my will be assimilated by Ruin's End, and I will be doomed eternally?" If Li Qingshan could think of it, Gong Yuan naturally could as well. However, the risk of doing so was just too great. I am here. Li Qingshan said resolutely, you are not alone. Gong Yuan was taken aback. She frowned and fell into deep thought. At this time, the power of Ruin's End was becoming stronger and stronger. A huge whirlpool of 5 kilometers in circumference was formed above the ocean, and it was still expanding as if it wanted to devour everything. The Zhu fire tribe and the other two immediately sensed the familiar energy ripples. Just as Li Qingshan had expected, they did not attack the Crystal Palace with full force. They even purposely showed weakness and waited for them to appear. Even without the giant god of fire, they were quite confident in killing Gong Yuan with a combined strike from the divine fire tablets. They glanced at one another and abandoned the Crystal Palace without the slightest hesitation. They swung the divine fire tablets and opened the gate of divine fire again. Li Qingshan pressed down on Gong Yuan's shoulder. I don't need you to think highly of me, respect me, or like me. I just need you to believe in me. In Gong Yuan's memories, she had always been alone after her little sister's betrayal. She no longer trusted anyone wholeheartedly, including her clansmen. Yet now, she had to trust a man who she could not tell whether he was a human or a demon. A triangular gate of divine fire suddenly appeared above the whirlpool. 3 burning figures could be vaguely seen in there. Yin Qing suddenly appeared. A circular blade whistled over, slicing towards the gate of divine fire. A huge hand suddenly extended out and grabbed the circular blade firmly. The 3 fire-devouring kings were not like last time, exhausted and a moment too slow to react. This time, they had preserved over 80% of their strength, and they had come furiously. Yin Qing said to Li Qingshan, my king, if you still can't deal with her, then just retreat. Li Qingshan shrugged. He was just about to toss the power of Ruin's End that had almost gone out of control at the gate of divine fire to keep the fire devourers busy slightly before fleeing with Gong Yuan. End of chapter 907. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.